Chapter 1. The Rewriting Eye of Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan stared blankly at the large ping-pong paddle design on the wall, the emblem of the Uchiha clan, lost in contemplation. It had been 3 years since Uchiha Qiushan found himself unexpectedly transported into the world of Naruto, specifically into the Uchiha clan. Yet, instead of traveling forward in time, he had inexplicably arrived in the years leading up to the massacre of the Uchiha clan orchestrated by Itachi. What was the meaning of this twist of fate? Uchiha Qiushan felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Although he was a few years older than Itachi, he lacked the innate combat prowess that distinguished both Itachi and Shursui. Ninjutsu demanded a certain level of talent despite having relied on his foresight and the benefits of his transmigration. His formidable mental strength had only managed to develop his Sharingan to the level of 3 tomo. While this had earned him a reputation among the Uchiha for his prowess, instilling fear in his adversaries, his combat aptitude was still no match for those who seemed to possess extraordinary abilities, such as Minato Namikaze and Itachi Uchiha. Minato, lacking any bloodline limit or clan affiliation, had risen to become Hokage, dominating an entire generation solely through his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Itachi, although he wielded the Manjiki Sharingan, his true strength lay in his intellect rather than the eye itself. The Manjiki merely enhanced his already formidable capabilities. Consider Itachi's impressive longevity with his Manjiki. He had yet to lose his sight during his battles with his younger brother Sasuke, despite having held back considerably. In stark contrast, Sasuke had barely managed to maintain his Manjiki for a short time before he required his brother's eyes to achieve the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Now, despite being slightly older than Itachi and both possessing the 3 tomo Sharingan, Qiushan found himself at a disadvantage during their sparring sessions. It was worth noting that Qiushan had attained his 3 tomo a year prior to Itachi. Even with the advantages of physical prowess and familiarity with the Sharingan, their matches ended in a stalemate. If Itachi were to awaken his Manjiki, Qiushan knew he would be decisively defeated. The time until Sasuke enrolled in the Ninja Academy was drawing near, which also meant that the deaths of Shursui and the massacre of the Uchiha clan were imminent. Qiushan realized that his time was running short. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Due to the host's proficient use of Sharingan, the Sharingan upgrade system has been activated. Startled by the unexpected announcement, Qiushan jumped to his feet. Is this an illusion? It cannot be. My mental strength is among the best, even within the Uchiha clan. Even if I cannot break free from a Manjiki illusion, I should be able to sense something amiss. It is even less likely to be the work of the Yamashiro clan. They lack the capability. Then this must be the arrival of the Golden Finger for a transmigrator. With that thought, Qiushan steadied his mind and silently commanded, "Open the system." After much exploration, he finally grasped the purpose of this newfound ability. The system's function was simple yet singular: to assist the host in evolving the Sharingan. The process of evolution was straightforward as well through copying and learning, a more profound form of copying. Copying was merely replication, while learning involved absorbing the copied techniques and making them one's own, ultimately serving as nourishment for advancing the Sharingan. At this stage, Qiushan Sharingan was sufficiently strong to learn the unique ocular techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan. He touched his eyes, astonished at the timely arrival of this Golden Finger. Previously, he had only the ability to protect himself, intending to quietly escape before the Uchiha massacre. The members of the Uchiha clan dared only to save a few close kin, avoiding drawing attention from Obito or the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, with this powerful ability, if he managed it well, even if he caused a commotion, he should be able to preserve his life. Qiushan closed the system panel, furrowing his brow as he began to contemplate where to learn ocular techniques next. Currently, with the strength of his Sharingan, he could only replicate 2 techniques, one for each eye. At this moment, only a handful of Uchiha had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan. Considering the timeline, Shizui's Manjiki should already be active, while Itachi's would likely awaken upon learning of Shizui's death. The time was not yet ripe. The remaining candidates for the Manjiki Sharingan included the clan leader, Fugako Uchiha, the traitor, Tobi, and Kakashi Sharingan, which belonged to the same pair. What Qiushan desired most were the ocular techniques of Obito Uchiha. Although their offensive power may be lacking, their defensive capabilities were unparalleled, and they allowed for the storage of items or individuals within Kamui's space. However, even if he wished to learn and replicate them, he could not find anyone to approach. As for Obito's ocular techniques, Qiushan could only salivate in secret, realizing that he would have to make future plans. Currently, The most feasible Mangeki Sharingan to master was Shizui's. Moreover, aside from Obito's Kamui, Shizui's Kotoamatsukami was arguably the most formidable, capable of subtly altering a person's thoughts, making it the strongest genjutsu technique. Then there was Fugaki's Mangeki Sharingan, whose abilities remained a mystery even unto his death, while concealed. After all, both of his sons had the potential to awaken their Mangeki, and, as the clan leader, it was inconceivable he had not awakened his own. Lastly, there were Itachi and his younger brother, Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan. Sasuke was still far from awakening his, while Itachi's would likely manifest upon receiving news of Shizui's demise. Thus, the ocular technique Qiushan was most likely to acquire was Shizui's Kotoamatsukami, but it would require cunning rather than force. Even if he wished to take it by force, he knew he lacked the strength to do so. The reputation of Shizui's instantaneous body technique far surpassed his own. He could not hope to best sure sway before he awakened his Mangeki, let alone now. Reflecting on his situation, Qiushan felt a twinge of despair at being a transmigrator who could not surpass anyone. With a sigh, he resolved to cease dwelling on such disheartening thoughts. Now, his priority was to locate Shursui and persuade him to allow Qiushan to replicate his ocular technique, thereby learning the most powerful Genjutsu Kotoamatsukami. Only through this could he alter the fates of Shursui, Itachi, and the Uchiha clan. I refuse to believe that the proud Uchiha clan will be extinguished without a trace by you. With a determined grimace, Qiushan felt the three tomo in his dark eyes whirl rapidly, their tails intertwining into a singular line. Chapter 2. Shursui Uchiha's Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Qiushan scoured the Uchiha compound and ultimately found Shursui in a secluded spot by the riverbank. As the strongest of the new generation of Uchihas, Shursui possessed neither the arrogance nor the haughtiness typical of the clan. Instead, he exuded a kindness and warmth in his demeanor. Upon Qiushan's arrival, he discovered Shursui seated quietly by the river, gazing serenely at the water's surface. Shursui, here again, are you? Qiushan approached with a smile, greeting him. At the sound of his voice, Shursui turned his gaze from the water, and upon seeing Qiushan, shifted his eyes back to the river, replying, I just returned from a mission and thought I'd sit here for a while. What brings you here? You come here to escape. While I have matters to discuss, Qiushan stated straightforwardly, avoiding any pretense. Noticing the seriousness in Qiushan's tone, Shursui turned to face him fully, his normally calm expression now tinged with concern. What is it? I've never seen you this serious before. Considering the recent tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, Shursui feared something dire had transpired, causing his heart to race. Seeing Shizui's expression, Qiushan, as a close friend who had grown up alongside him, reassured him, Don't worry, there's been no trouble in the clan, it's a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. Shursui let out a sigh of relief, smiling, Then just tell me what's on your mind without all this seriousness. As Shursui smiled, Qiushan remained silent, channeling his chakra to reveal his three tomo Sharingan. Shursui, bewildered by Qiushan's sudden display of the Sharingan, wondered what his friend intended. Qiushan's Sharingan spun faster, the tomo beginning to sketch faint figures within his eyes. Shursui, startled, felt as though the deepest secret of his heart was being exposed, exclaiming, What's happening with your Sharingan? Pleased with Shizui's reaction, Qiushan smiled mischievously, his eyes sparkling with delight at the successful prank. He refrained from answering Shizui's question, slowly closing his Sharingan, his gaze filled with silent amusement directed at Shursui. Uchiha Shursui observed that Uchiha Qiushan was gazing intently at him, remaining silent, yet he grasped the underlying message. With a strained voice, he inquired, Have you already deduced it? Uchiha Qiushan shook his head and replied, It is not a matter of deduction, rather, it is something I have witnessed. Shursui, upon hearing this, skeptically shook his head. That is impossible. I only recently awakened my Mangeki Sharingan, and I have never revealed it to the outside world. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Qiushan pointed his own left eye and stated, The ocular technique of my Mangeki is called the Rift of Time. Its ability allows me to glimpse fragments of the future, though only a few, and I just happened to catch a glimpse of you. That sounds rather absurd. Initially, I thought it was merely a hallucination, but judging by your expression, it seems I was mistaken. Shursui, you truly are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. You awakened your Mangeki before I did. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shursui reflected on his own Mangeki technique. If his own ability, Kotoamatsukami, could be so outrageous, then perhaps Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki technique was not so difficult to accept after all. In truth, Uchiha Kaizen possessed no ability to foresee the future. He was merely using his knowledge of the plot to deceive Uchiha Shursui. His Manjiki was merely a fad, brought forth by his immense mental power and the assistance of a system, nothing more than an empty vessel devoid of any true ability. Although Uchiha Shursui was kind-hearted, he possessed the fundamental qualities of a strong warrior. He steadied himself, sensing an air of unease, and turned to Uchiha Kaizen, asking, "Based on my understanding of you, your visit must entail more than just confirming my Manjiki, correct?" Uchiha Kaizen decided to deliver a shocking revelation. Locking eyes with Shursui as he spoke, "I have seen your demise. The timing is uncertain, but should not be far off." Uchiha Kaizen noticed the pupils in Shizui's eyes constrict sharply, his face twitching involuntarily, before continuing, "Not long after your death, the Uchiha clan itself is annihilated." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, vehemently retorting, "That is impossible. Our Uchiha clan is the foremost clan in Konohagakure, having been established alongside the village itself. How could we be exterminated at a whim? Who possesses the audacity or the capability to do so?" Uchiha Kaizen, observing Shizui's agitation, chose not to calm him, but instead spoke with a hint of foreboding. "Those outside of Konohagakure lack the ability, but what of those within?" Upon hearing Kaizen's words, Uchiha Shursui seemed to connect the dots, falling into a profound silence. His lips quivered slightly as he hoarsely asked, "What else did you see?" Uchiha Kaizen paused, gathering his thoughts before responding. "The scenes I witnessed were few aside from mundane daily life. There were only a handful of significant moments. Your Sharingan must be exceedingly precious. I saw you lying on the ground, your eyes gouged out. Standing beside you were the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, with your eyes in Danzo's possession. Surrounding them were numerous Umbu operatives." Initially, Uchiha Shursui had difficulty believing that he, having awakened the Manjiki, could easily perish. However, upon hearing that the third Hokage was present at his death, he reflected on his own Manjiki's abilities and the trust he placed in the third Hokage, along with the cunning and ruthless nature of Danzo Shimura. Connecting the threads, Uchiha Shursui began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Given my trust in the third Hokage, I would likely reveal my awakening of the Manjiki and the capabilities of Kotoamatsukami to him. Even if the third Hokage hesitated to kill me and seize my eyes, the sheer terror of my Kotoamatsukami might compel him to share such information with Danzo, who would undoubtedly advocate for my assassination and the acquisition of my eyes, potentially with the third Hokage's tacit approval. Only through a covert attack, rather than a direct confrontation, would the success rate be high, considering my trust in the third Hokage." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Uchiha Shursui felt his heart sink, the spark in his eyes dimming significantly. To his dismay, even the third Hokage might be unable to tolerate the threat posed by my Kotoamatsukami. Piecing together the chain of events leading to his demise, Uchiha Shursui turned to Uchiha Kaizen and inquired, "Is there more?" Chapter 3. The Eye of Rewriting. In this chapter, Uchiha Kaizen appeared to be wrestling with intense emotions, his voice hoarse as he declared, "The Uchiha clan will be exterminated." His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a fierce intensity as he glared at Uchiha Shursui. Yet, Shursui understood that he was not staring at him, but rather at the enemy of years to come. On that fateful night, neither the Uchiha ninjas nor the ordinary clansmen escaped. They all perished. In the end, only 2 members of the clan survived. Uchiha Itachi defected, leaving only the clan leader's youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, still within Konohagakure. Uchiha Kaizen refrained from stating that it was Uchiha Itachi who decimated the entire clan. Although Itachi had told Sasuke that he was responsible for the Uchiha clan's annihilation, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce that such a feat could not be accomplished by him alone. As the foremost clan of Konohagakure, it would be impossible for Uchiha Itachi, or even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to quietly eliminate the Uchiha clan without assistance. Hearing Uchiha Kaizen's words, Uchiha Shursui fell into a contemplative silence, the two of them locked in wordless contemplation. At that moment, the moon ascended into the sky, casting its silvery light upon their expressionless faces. After a long pause, Uchiha Shursui appeared to accept the harsh reality, finally breaking the silence with a calm inquiry. "Have you shared these words with anyone else?" Uchiha Kaizen shook his head. "I have not. What I have said is too shocking. Even if I were to speak it aloud, the vast majority would not believe me." "Have you not sought out the clan leader? If you were to explain it to him in detail, I believe he would certainly trust you." Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui suggest discussing this with the clan leader, Uchiha Kaizen resolutely shook his head. "No, I do not trust the clan leader." "Why not?" because the clan leader possesses a Mangeki Sharingan as well. Although he ultimately met his demise, the only two remaining Uchiha are his sons. Do you not find that to be too much of a coincidence? I cannot ascertain the clan leader's stance. If I were to inform him, my own fate would be inconsequential, but I would have no means to save you or the rest of the clan. Uchiha Shursui appeared to be swayed by Uchiha Kaizen's reasoning, looking at him and asking, "What do you require of me?" Seeing that Shursui believed his words, Uchiha Kaizen let out a sigh of relief after much effort. He had finally convinced Shursui. Perhaps the future was still malleable. Jishui, you are one of the foremost warriors of the Uchiha clan, and now you embody the hope of our people. I urge you to exercise utmost caution and remain vigilant against anyone, particularly the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, when they are nearby. It is imperative that you heighten your awareness and not become complacent. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Jishui understood his concern for his safety and nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Certainly. You need not worry. Furthermore, have you disclosed the matter of your awakening the Mangeki Sharingan to anyone?" Seeing Uchiha Jishui shake his head, Qiushan felt a sense of relief. "That is good. Do not reveal to anyone that you have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Remember, to anyone at all. There is no wall in this world that does not allow the passage of whispers. Once you confide in even one person, you invite an additional measure of danger." Uchiha Qiushan expressed his concerns with earnestness. "Lastly, could you reveal to me the name and function of your Mangeki Sharingan's ocular technique? This way, I can be adequately informed and devise plans and arrangements based on our specific circumstances. Of course, I shall first share the name and function of my own Mangeki technique. Would that be acceptable?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shursui deemed Qiushan's request reasonable, recognizing the necessity for collaboration for the future of the Uchiha clan. He nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing Shursui's consent, Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all this discourse and effort stemmed from his desire to replicate Shursui's Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Qiushan pointed to his left eye and continued. "The ocular technique of my left Mangeki Sharingan is called Temporal Rift. It allows glimpses of certain images and fragments of the future. However, its drawback lies in its lack of control, as it manifests randomly, something you are already aware of." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Suddenly, Uchiha Qiushan inquired, "Shursui, do you remember what my nickname is?" "Yes, I recall. It is the copying eye of the Uchiha, among our clan. You are the most adept at replicating the jutsu of our foes." Noticing that Shursui was aware of his moniker, Uchiha Qiushan let out a sly chuckle, brimming with pride, and gestured towards his right eye, stating, "The technique of my right eye is named Copying Eye. Can you guess its function? The Copying Eye? You were able to replicate jutsu even with the 3 Tomo. Now that you possess the Mangeki Sharingan, your ability to copy must have been significantly enhanced." Uchiha Shursui murmured to himself. Gradually, he appeared to be unsettled by his own speculation, and his gaze towards Uchiha Qiushan grew increasingly peculiar. Uchiha Qiushan chuckled softly, a hint of pride evident in his voice. "Indeed, as you have surmised, my Mangeki Sharingan possesses the ability to replicate certain unique ninjutsu, which are collectively referred to as Kekkei Genkai. In truth, the current state of my Sharingan has yet to reach the level necessary for the replication of Kekkei Genkai techniques. However, according to the system's prompt, should my Sharingan successfully replicate Uchiha Shursui's Kotoamatsukami and evolve into the Mangeki Sharingan, I would then be capable of imitating a portion of the Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu." Uchiha Qiushan observed that Shursui appeared to be startled by him. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and added, "Do not be alarmed. My abilities are limited to replicating only a few specific techniques, not as extraordinary as you might imagine." Uchiha Shursui regained his composure, finding a semblance of amusement in his earlier lapse. He had initially believed that the prowess of his Mangeki Sharingan techniques was formidable. However, he was taken aback to discover that your ocular abilities were equally impressive. Uchiha Shursui paused momentarily and remarked, "The ocular techniques of my Mangeki Sharingan, both in my left and right eye, are unified under a singular name, Kotoamatsukami. This ability allows me to manipulate others unnoticed, permanently altering their thoughts and will. However, it carries significant drawbacks. The cooldown period is exceedingly long. I can sense that after utilizing this technique, I must wait at least a decade before I can wield it again." As I speak, a deep sigh escapes me, filled with despair. I had originally intended to use this power to mend the relations between our village and the Uchiha clan, yet it seems I have ultimately failed, losing both my life and my Sharingan in the process. Upon hearing Jishui articulate the capabilities of his Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan realized he had taken a significant step toward his objective. He spoke with a measured tone. "If your Mangeki's ability is indeed this, then I believe I know how to alleviate the tension between our clan and the village." Chapter 4. The Acquisition of Other Gods. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Jishui felt as though he had grasped the last straw while drowning. One could say he was the most fervent advocate for harmony between his kin and the village. "If my proposal entails the Uchiha clan severing ties with Konohagakure," Shui would likely be the most distraught, or arguably the most opposed to such a notion. Despite the fact that the most prudent course of action may indeed be for the Uchiha clan to withdraw from the village. As the foremost ninja village, Konohagakure is riddled with various disputes, both minor and significant. Not to mention, in a few years, Jiraiya's rebellious disciple will arrive in the village to capture the Nine Tails, commencing with a devastating Shinra Tensei that could raise the vast expanse of Konohagakure to the ground. Thus, the most viable solution at present appears to be a complete relocation of the clan, extricating themselves from the village. Perhaps the third Hokage would even commend the Uchiha family's prudence with a farewell ceremony. However, once the farewell concluded, it could swiftly lead to the legitimization of their eradication. Moreover, for Shui, who holds the will of fire as his creed, his affections extend beyond merely his clan. He harbors love for the entirety of Konohagakure. Therefore, it is improbable that Shui would acquiesce to such a proposal. Consequently, as a lesser alternative, to safeguard his own life and that of the Uchiha clan, he must seek to ease the relations between his kin and the village to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Qiushan posed his inquiry to Shui. Shui, upon whom do you wish to employ this ocular technique? Share your thoughts with me, that I may discern its validity. Uchiha Shui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. I wish to apply the Kotoamatsukami on Shimura Danzo and our clan leader, thus fostering a more amicable relationship and alleviating conflicts. Uchiha Qiushan, in a moment of despair, clutched his head upon hearing Shusui's words. Do you not grasp where the true issue lies? Danzo is merely an overt adversary of the Uchiha clan. The individual who genuinely harbors reservations about us and possesses the authority to act is the third Hokage. Furthermore, within our clan, the leader is not a proponent of war. The clan head has consistently endeavored to mediate the relationship between our clan and the village. Although his efforts may seem minimal, it is, in fact, the elder council who incites the discord. Shui, you have misidentified the foe. It was unexpected that Uchiha Shui, despite his formidable combat prowess, lacked acumen in discerning the essence of the situation. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shui realized the naivety of his thoughts and hesitantly inquired, so, should the target of my ocular technique be the third Hokage and the elder? Qiushan shook his head, stating, that is insufficient. Danzo's relationship with the third is too intimate. If you alter the third's mindset, it won't be long before Danzo detects something amiss. At that point, we would have no path of return. It would either mean your betrayal or the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, you must simultaneously change the minds of at least 3 individuals for this plan to succeed. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Shui felt a wave of anger mixed with despair as he cast the stone in his hand into the river. Is there truly no other way? Observing Shusui's sulking demeanor, Qiushan hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately refraining. However, seeing the flicker of hope in Shusui's eyes, he felt compelled to share his thoughts. Do you have an idea? Given the current situation, is there anything you cannot say? With Shusui's eager gaze upon him, Qiushan contemplated before revealing, in fact, my ocular technique, Eye of Rewriting, possesses another ability. It can replicate the techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan. I refrained from mentioning this earlier to avoid any misunderstandings, as I did not wish for you to think I was prying into your ocular abilities. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving an honest man, Qiushan saw no alternative. At this moment, Shusui's Manjiki Sharingan was the most easily replicable, which would facilitate the swift evolution of his own Sharingan. Moreover, he intended to assist Shui. Without unlocking the Manjiki, his Sharingan would merely be a high-level pawn, far from the capacity needed to save Shusui's life and alter the fate of the Uchiha clan from annihilation. Uchiha Shui was taken aback to discover that Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan could replicate his ocular techniques. Initially surprised, this astonishment swiftly transformed into delight. How could it be? I am overjoyed. I am more than willing to contribute to the survival of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Shui held a profound affection for the village, his love for his kin surpassed all. Until his very last breath, he remained devoted to the well-being of both his clan and the village. The Uchiha clan possesses a peculiar lineage. Those who fervently pursue power often find themselves lacking strength, while those who seek only love, and subsequently lose it, paradoxically acquire the very power that others covet in vain. Thus, the second Hokage regarded the Uchiha clan as malevolent. For the formidable members, those who awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, are predominantly individuals who have experienced the profound loss of their beloved, implying that they have all succumbed to darkness. Uchiha Qiushan, witnessing Shusui's prompt acquiescence to his request, could not help but inquire, Shui, do you not harbor doubts about my sincerity? How could I? I have unwavering faith in you. You are my dearest friend, the one to whom I can entrust my very life. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shui beamed brightly. The depth of Shusui's response profoundly touched Qiushan's heart, igniting a silent vow within him. Rest assured, Shui, you are also my cherished friend. I shall undoubtedly save your life and our clan. Then, Shui, let us commence. I require you to activate your Manjiki Sharingan, so that I may replicate your ocular techniques. Fear not, it will be swift and will inflict no harm upon you. Acknowledging Kaizan's words, Shursui nodded, silently channeling chakra within his body, directing it towards his eyes. As Kaizan observed the transformation of Shursui's Sharingan, the three tomo began to whirl with increasing velocity, ultimately forming the shape of a four-pointed shuriken. Having only witnessed the Manjiki Sharingan in anime before, this was Kaizan's inaugural experience of its reality, and he found it to be far more mysterious and resplendent. Imbued with an enchanting power, as Uchiha Shursui unveiled his Manjiki Sharingan in anticipation, Kaizan promptly activated his own Sharingan, aligning it with Shursui's ocular prowess. As Uchiha Kaizan faced Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, he felt his own Sharingan spinning ever more rapidly, the pace increasing with each rotation. His chakra and mental energy were being consumed at an alarming rate, while the Sharingan grew progressively hotter, as if it might melt away. Ultimately, as Uchiha Kaizan expended a significant amount of chakra and mental fortitude, teetering on the brink of exhaustion, the speed of his Sharingan's rotation began to diminish. Gradually, the tomo formed an intricate pattern that mirrored perfectly the design of Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Qiushan has finally manifested. Chapter 5. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Qiushan. As the pattern in Uchiha Qiushan's eyes mirrored that of Shursui, the system provided a long-awaited notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully replicating the ocular technique Kotoamatsukami. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. System assimilation in progress. Expected to be usable in 12 hours. Upon receiving this notification, Uchiha Qiushan exhaled in relief. He had finally awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and acquired the technique Kotoamatsukami. He was no longer a mere pawn, possessing the means for self-preservation. Although temporarily unable to employ the ocular technique, he could not resist activating the kaleidoscopic Sharingan once more. Even without utilizing the technique, it was vastly superior to the previous three-tomo form. Firstly, due to his immense mental fortitude, his chakra was already significantly more abundant than that of his peers. Now, with the awakening of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his chakra had effectively doubled, rendering him akin to a miniature-tailed beast, capable of unleashing devastating attacks without restraint. Secondly, the amplification of Genjutsu provided by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was formidable, perhaps due to Shursui's ocular prowess being illusion-oriented. Uchiha Qiushan could discern that his illusions were capable of overwhelming those below the rank of Kage in an instant. Even Kage-level adversaries would need to tread carefully in combat against him, lest they fall victim to his newfound power. The activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had fundamentally enhanced his combat capabilities, elevating him from elite J-nin to the level of Kage. Even if his innate fighting talent paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Shursui, he was now capable of standing toe-to-toe with the third Hokage and emerging unscathed. Moreover, he possessed an advantage that surpassed that of Uchiha Shursui, his formidable mental strength and abundant chakra. Once he became adept with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and unlocked his unique divine abilities, he would likely be able to initiate the second or even third stage of Susanoo. With his combat power significantly enhanced, he would ascend to the ranks of the most elite Kage-level warriors. Uchiha Qiushan, having assessed his own condition, opened his eyes, revealing a kaleidoscopic Sharingan that spun incessantly, reminiscent of Uchiha Shursui's. Uchiha Shursui's Sharingan had reverted from its Manjiki state. Gazing at Qiushan's Manjiki Sharingan, he sighed softly. Though you have already informed me, witnessing your genuine replication of my Manjiki is still remarkably astonishing. At this moment, Uchiha Qiushan felt an overwhelming sense of elation, as if he could challenge the heavens, the earth, and even the very air itself. He understood that this sensation was merely an illusion born from the surge in his chakra and ocular power. Uchiha Qiushan steadied his emotions and replied with a smile. Shursui, I owe you my gratitude. By replicating your ocular technique, I have reaped numerous benefits from my Sharingan, significantly enhancing my power. Upon hearing Qiushan's words of thanks, Uchiha Shursui shook his head with a smile, saying, This is all willingly given. Besides, I have suffered no loss. He continued, Qiushan, having recently awakened your Manjiki and replicated my ocular technique, you must stabilize yourself for a while. Not only do you need to adapt to your sudden surge in strength, but you also must cultivate your mindset. Failing to do so could adversely affect your future development. As someone who has experienced this firsthand, Uchiha Shursui understood that the initial activation of the Manjiki Sharingan often leads to a phase of explosive power. If one does not adjust their mentality, encountering adversaries could easily place them in perilous situations. Uchiha Qiushan was undoubtedly aware that Shursui acted in his best interest. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Gradually reducing the input of chakra into his Sharingan, it transformed from the kaleidoscopic pattern back to the three-tomo form, and eventually, the Sharingan was gently closed. Now, it was time to devise a plan to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Qiushan pondered silently. Uchiha Qiushan's expression was solemn as he gazed intently at Shursui. Shursui, I now possess the Kotoamatsukami ocular technique. Let us deliberate on whom it should be utilized and to what extent. Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement, stating, I once believed that the third Hokage was trustworthy, only to realize he stands behind Danzo. Therefore, I propose we should utilize the Kotoamatsukami on both the third Hokage and Danzo. Uchiha Qiushan concurred with Shursui's perspective, suggesting that both the third Hokage and Danzo ought to be subjected to this ability. However, as the upper echelons of Konohagakure, we must not alter our thoughts too drastically, lest we draw the attention of others. We must not forget that Narashikaku, a staunch supporter of the third Hokage, possesses an exceptionally high intellect that could easily detect subtle clues. Moreover, if we modify the third Hokage too significantly, we risk leaving traces that could be uncovered by the Yamanaka clan. Indeed, I shall exercise caution. Regarding the third Hokage, I will merely prompt him to subconsciously overlook the Uchiha clan, perhaps allowing him to be slightly more amiable, which aligns with his typical demeanor towards us. As for Danzo, although he typically operates in the shadows and remains inconspicuous, I will refrain from altering him excessively. My objective is to eradicate his animosity towards the Uchiha, leading him to regard us as inconsequential. In this manner, neither the third Hokage nor Danzo will pose a significant threat to our clan. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by the meticulousness of Shursui's thoughts. Truly, he was worthy of being hailed as a genius of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Shursui had been thoroughly deceived by the third Hokage, his intelligence was far from lacking. It could only be said that the third Hokage had donned his disguise exceptionally well, leaving both Shursui and Itachi ensnared in his web of deception. On the village's side, the candidate for the Kotoamatsukami had been determined, and within the Uchiha clan, it was imperative to reign in the hawkish faction. Otherwise, even if the higher-ups of Konohagakure chose not to hold a grudge against the Uchiha, the rift between the clan and the village would inevitably deepen. At this moment, Shursui turned his gaze towards Uchiha Qiushan. Thus, I entrust the matter of the clan's elder to you. Indeed, the representative of the Uchiha's hawkish faction was the esteemed elder, Uchiha Ling. As the clan's elder, his authority and prestige were second only to that of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Were it not for his relentless provocation of the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, the tension and animosity would not have reached such a critical point. Seeing the expectation in Shursui's eyes, Uchiha Qiushan nodded and replied with a smile. Rest assured, the elder's matters are in my capable hands. Compared to my situation, yours is far more perilous. Now, while the third Hokage places considerable trust in you, Danzo will not be overly cautious. They would never suspect that your Kotoamatsukami could alter their very thoughts, for such a technique has never before graced the realm of ninjutsu or ocular prowess. Therefore, to prevent prolonged uncertainties, we must act swiftly. Chapter 6. The Knight's Endeavor as Uchiha Shursui's silhouette faded into the night. Uchiha Qiushan understood that Shursui's undertaking was a gamble with his life and future at stake. Should he succeed, the Uchiha clan would emerge from its plight. However, should he fail, while the third Hokage might hesitate to confront the Uchiha openly, Shursui would undoubtedly be branded an S-rank rogue ninja. There would be no refuge for him in Konohagakure or even in the Land of Fire, as he would be pursued to the ends of the earth by the very village he held dear. Yet, some tasks, whether undertaken by you or me, must inevitably be accomplished by someone. There will always be those who bear the weight of progression. Uchiha Qiushan had contemplated the possibility of taking action. However, several factors hindered him. Firstly, he had only just awakened his Sharingan and was still struggling to adapt to the sudden surge of chakra and ocular power. Secondly, in Shursui's eyes, Qiushan merely replicated the Kotoamatsukami technique and was incapable of simultaneously managing the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Thirdly, despite the strong bond he shared with Shursui, Qiushan epitomized the typical Uchiha clan member, and both the third Hokage and Danzo would undoubtedly regard him with suspicion. Thus, it fell upon Uchiha Shursui to undertake this task. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan was burdened with his own mission. He needed to seek out the elder Uchiha Ling. Only through a mutual shift in attitudes could the friction between the Uchiha clan and the village be alleviated. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan heard the notification sound from the system. Congratulations, host. The Kotoamatsukami technique has been learned and assimilated. The side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan have been reduced, and the duration of use has increased. A limited recovery of the Manjiki Sharingan is now possible. Please check the details at your convenience. Upon hearing the notification, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Qiushan's lips as he redirected his focus to his Sharingan. The ocular technique known as Kotoamatsukami, wielded by Uchiha Shursui, possesses immense power. However, its recovery time is exceedingly lengthy, requiring over a decade before it can be utilized again. In contrast, Uchiha Kakashi, having meticulously studied and assimilated this technique, not only executes it with greater fluidity, but has also reduced its recovery period from 10 years to merely 6 months. Furthermore, as long as he refrains from excessively employing ocular techniques and Susanoo, Uchiha Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan can be utilized almost indefinitely throughout his lifetime. This is reassuring. Even if I am unable to acquire the eternal Mangeki Sharingan in the future, I need not worry about losing my sight. Now my ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami, is ready, and it is time to pay a visit to our esteemed elder. Given the recent unrest along the borders of the Land of Fire, with neighboring territories displaying a restless disposition, it is only natural that the third Hokage, as the leader of Konoha Corps, has a significant workload, making it quite normal for him to extend his hours during such times. Uchiha Qiushan certainly knew where to find the third Hokage. As the adage goes, the simplest plans are often the least prone to failure. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan resolved to seek out the third Hokage directly, given the subtlety of the Kotoamatsukami technique. As long as there were no members of the Hyuga clan nearby, perpetually activating their Byakugan, Qiushan was confident that he could discreetly ensnare the third Hokage within his Genjutsu. Of course, the third Hokage was not a pervert and would not allow members of the Hyuga clan to constantly surveil him. Such a situation would be no different than being exposed before a voyeur. Typically, the Hokage would only have 1 or 2 teams of Umbu operatives on standby in his vicinity. The speed of Uchiha Qiushan was remarkable, otherwise, he would not have been bestowed with the title of Shunshin Qiushan. He swiftly arrived beneath the Hokage tower, pausing his steps, and with an air of formality akin to his customary visits, he proclaimed, Uchiha Qiushan has vital intelligence and seeks audience with Lord Third Hokage. Having uttered these words, he stood there silently, awaiting response. Meanwhile, within the Hokage tower, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was seated at his desk, pipe in mouth, engrossed in documents. Upon hearing from the Umbu regarding Uchiha Qiushan's request for an audience, he set down the papers. Qiushan had returned to the village just that afternoon, having completed his mission. His visit at this hour suggested either a significant oversight in reporting crucial information or a troubling development within the Uchiha clan. Let Uchiha Qiushan in, he commanded, removing the pipe from his lips and exhaling a plume of smoke. As Uchiha Qiushan entered, the third Hokage momentarily lost his focus, as if gazing upon his dear friend. Uchiha Kagami. As a descendant of Kagami, Qiushan not only inherited his illustrious talents, but also bore a striking resemblance in both stature and visage. Oh, Uchiha Kagami. Do not hold it against me. I never intended to target the Uchiha clan. Yet, the number of those who inherit the will of fire among your kin is lamentably scarce. I am left with no alternative. If I cannot utilize them, I must allow them to fade away gradually. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplated silently. As Uchiha Qiushan approached the desk, the third Hokage steadied his thoughts, and before Qiushan could speak, he inquired with a warm smile, Qiushan, having just returned from your mission, what brings you here at this hour? Is there some change within the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Qiushan, aware that the third Hokage harbored no suspicions towards him, knelt on one knee, propping himself with one arm, and with his head bowed, addressed the Hokage. Honorable Hokage, I wish to report that all is well within my clan. It is merely a personal matter that has compelled me to seek your wisdom. Upon hearing that there were no issues within the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief and, with a smile, inquired, what concerns you? Please, share your thoughts. After all, I have lived longer than you and possess a greater breadth of knowledge. Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, replied, Hokage-sama, of late, I have encountered some peculiar issues with my Sharingan. I am uncertain whether this is fortuitous or detrimental, and I find myself in a state of unease. Thus, I have come to seek your counsel, hoping you might offer your insights. The third Hokage, upon listening to Uchiha Qiushan's concerns, felt a tightening in his chest. As the Hokage with the longest tenure, he had heard tales of the Uchiha clan Sharingan for countless years. Furthermore, his mentor, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had shared insights regarding their formidable powers. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses powers far beyond its current manifestations. The three-tomo Sharingan is merely a stepping stone. Only the most exceptional geniuses among the Uchiha can awaken the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. The infamous Uchiha Madara is said to have awakened this very form of the Sharingan, and the formidable reputation he established owes much to its prowess. However, it remains uncertain whether Uchiha Qiushan has indeed awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Nevertheless, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remains confident in his judgment, believing that Qiushan has inherited the will of fire and is still under his influence. The third Hokage motioned for the waiting Umbu to step outside, instructing them to wait in the hallway. If Uchiha Qiushan were to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, he would become a formidable weapon in Hiruzen's arsenal. Thus, it was imperative that this information remained confidential, especially from Danzo. Chapter 7. The success of the Kotoamatsukami. The third Hokage remained composed, and once the Umbu had exited, he nodded towards Qiushan, saying, Qiushan, activate your Sharingan. Allow me to ascertain whether there are any issues. Uchiha Qiushan, without raising any suspicion in the presence of the third Hokage, subtly clenched his fists and respectfully replied, Understood. Esteemed third Hokage. Uchiha Qiushan raised his head, locking eyes with the third Hokage. He activated his Sharingan, and the three tomo within his gaze began to spin increasingly rapidly, soon intertwining to form the shape of a four-pointed shuriken. The third Hokage, gazing into Shursue's Sharingan, was struck with astonishment, though it was his first encounter. He was unequivocally certain that Uchiha Shursui possessed the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. The moment their gazes met, he felt an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui subtly intensified the output of his ocular power, silently initiating the Jinjutsu Kotoamatsukami. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, this technique swiftly infiltrated his mind, altering his thoughts. At that instant, had Shursui desired it, the leader of Konohagakure, one of the highest authorities in the entire ninja world, would have become his subservient, with Shursue's commands becoming the Hokage's ultimate directives. However, Shursui was a man devoted to his village and his kin, despite the third Hokage's occasional biases against the Uchiha clan. How could he bring himself to enslave this elder who had dedicated his life to the village? Furthermore, with the current turmoil in the Land of Fire, altering the third Hokage's mindset could lead to catastrophic consequences for both the village and his clan. Thus, Shursui resolved to seize this opportunity merely to ensure that the third Hokage would overlook the Uchiha clan, ceasing any hostilities toward them. In doing so, the Uchiha would be safeguarded, and the village would be spared from disaster, such as war. The third Hokage, momentarily entranced by Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan, quickly regained his composure. Dismissing his fleeting distraction, he scrutinized the patterns of the Sharingan once more and remarked, "Very well, Shursui, please retract your Sharingan. I have observed it thoroughly. Do you sense any changes in your Sharingan beyond the alterations in its design?" Uchiha Shursui gracefully retracted his Mangeki Sharingan and respectfully replied, "Honorable Hokage, ever since the transformation of my Sharingan, my chakra has significantly increased, enhancing my Jinjutsu abilities considerably. My observational skills have sharpened notably, and the potency of my ninjutsu has also seen a marked improvement." Uchiha Shursui had conferred with Uchiha Qiushan. Aside from concealing the ocular techniques inherent in his Mangeki Sharingan to avoid inciting the third Hokage's apprehension, he disclosed everything else candidly. Given the third Hokage's magnanimity, he would likely tolerate a shadow-level powerhouse, especially since that individual was one of his own. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursue's words, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Previously, Uchiha Shursui had ranked among the elite shinobi, renowned for his extraordinary combat prowess and unparalleled Jinjutsu skills, earning him the moniker Shunshin Shursui. Now, with the awakening of his Mangeki Sharingan, his strength had surged to that of a shadow-level ninja, a feat that even the third Hokage himself would find challenging to suppress. The Uchiha clan truly exemplified the pinnacle of bloodline abilities, as the Sharingan significantly amplified their power with remarkable ease. Nevertheless, the third Hokage held great confidence in Uchiha Shursui, as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who inherited the will of fire from the Hokage lineage, and having been nurtured under the watchful eye of the third Hokage himself, he found reassurance in Shursue's character. He believed that under his unwavering guidance, Uchiha Shursui would remain firmly within his grasp. It seemed that the future of ideological education would require further enhancement. Contemplating this, a benevolent smile graced the third Hokage's face. "Shursui, indeed you possess the Mangeki Sharingan. This is splendid news. With your emergence, our Leaf Village has gained yet another shadow-level warrior, especially in these tumultuous times at the borders of the Land of Fire. Your growth brings me immense joy." He recognized that wherever leaves fluttered, there would be flames burning, their light illuminating the village, and thus new leaves would sprout once more. "Shursui, we are those burning leaves. Even if we must sacrifice ourselves, countless successors will inherit our will, continuing to forge an even more glorious future for our Leaf Village." Uchiha Shursui heard the words of the third Hokage. Although he was aware that the Hokage was attempting to manipulate him as he had in the past, he still felt a profound emotional stir within. While he held a deep affection for his village, he equally cherished his clansmen. Uchiha Shursui could only silently apologize to the third Hokage in his heart. Yet, on the surface, Uchiha Shursui remained as he always was, as if he had found a kindred spirit, his expression brimming with fervor. "Indeed, Lord Hokage, as long as our village flourishes and our descendants find happiness, even if we must make sacrifices, it is a noble fate." The third Hokage gazed at Uchiha Shursui with a benevolent smile, recognizing the unwavering spirit of the will of fire within him, and nodded in satisfaction. Aware that Uchiha Shursui had just returned from a mission, and understanding that moderation is key, he finally advised, "Very well, Shursui, you must be weary. Return and rest. However, please keep the matter of your awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan to a minimum. This way, you can avoid a great deal of trouble." Uchiha Shursui respectfully replied, "Understood, Hokage-sama." Upon seeing the third Hokage wave his hand, Uchiha Shursui clenched his fist in salute and proceeded to exit. After Shursue's departure, the third Hokage continued to address the remaining documents. Suddenly he paused, his pen hovering in the air as a frown creased his brow. He gazed at the file in his hand, which detailed complaints regarding the Uchiha police force's harsh enforcement. resolving to treat the Uchiha with greater consideration. He decided to refrain from shifting blame onto the police force as he had previously done, thus fostering a more amicable relationship with Shursui. With this thought in mind, the third Hokage pinned his directive, unaware that he was also influenced by other factors. After leaving the Hokage building, Uchiha Shursui swiftly made his way towards the Uchiha clan's domain. However, just as he was nearing his destination, he unexpectedly veered off towards a secluded area outside the village. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was conducting affairs with great efficiency. To prevent any prolonged complications, Uchiha Shursui resolved to visit Danzo Shimura immediately. If he could eliminate this long-standing adversary of the Uchiha clan, who held significant power within the root organization, he would have resolved the majority of pressing issues. The remaining challenges would hinge upon Uchiha Kiyoshi. Chapter 8. The Pinnacle of Shadows. Uchiha Qiushan remained oblivious to the fact that Shursui had already dealt with the third Hokage. He had just arrived at a residence situated near the Uchiha clan's ancestral temple. This dwelling was significantly larger than those of the average Uchiha clansman, rivaling even that of the clan leader. Indeed, it was the abode of the Uchiha clan's esteemed elder. Uchiha Ling Uchiha Qiushan entered the courtyard and called out, "Has the elder taken his rest?" After a brief moment, the voice of Elder Uchiha Rin resonated from within the house. "Qiushan, at such a late hour. What urgent matter brings you here? Please, come inside." The elder held a certain admiration for Uchiha Qiushan, as a genius renowned alongside Uchiha Shursui. Although Qiushan was close to Shursui, his character was distinctly different. He was ambitious and possessed the potential to be swayed. Uchiha Qiushan opened the door and stepped inside, where he beheld a tall, silver-haired elder, whose vigorous demeanor belied his age, seated behind a low table, gazing at him with a stern expression. Uchiha Qiushan nodded, acknowledging the presence of the elder. The elder returned the gesture and gestured for Uchiha Qiushan to take a seat, pouring him a cup of tea. After taking a sip from his own cup, he finally spoke. "What brings you to see me at such a late hour?" In response to the elder's inquiry, Uchiha Qiushan calmly set down his teacup. "I have come here for the future of the Uchiha clan." The elder, sensing the underlying meaning in Qiushan's words, felt his previously relaxed demeanor tighten. "Do you also believe that the current predicament of the Uchiha clan is tied to me?" "Indeed," Qiushan replied. "I hope you can understand. I feel that the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village has become excessively strained, which could lead to trouble sooner or later." The elder chuckled dryly, his expression remaining neutral. He chose to divert the conversation to another topic. "Qiushan, do you know how Konoha village came into being?" In reply to the elder, Qiushan shared what little he knew. Initially, the village was jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha clans, later joined by the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Nara clans, gradually forming what we now know as Konoha. The elder regarded Uchiha Qiushan with a look of mild surprise and sighed. "You are quite knowledgeable. Young people like you who understand history are rare." Qiushan acknowledged that his interest in historical events had led him to acquire more knowledge than most. The elder, undeterred by Qiushan's response, continued, "In the past, Konoha was founded by our ancestor Uchiha Madara and the leader of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama. Initially, Hashirama intended for Madara to become the first Hokage. However, for reasons unknown, Madara relinquished that opportunity, allowing Hashirama to take on the role. Subsequently, a rift formed between Madara and the first Hokage, culminating in a fierce battle at the Valley of the End, where Madara was ultimately slain. Not long after, the first Hokage also passed away, leading to his brother, Senju Tobirama, becoming the second Hokage. Tobirama believed that Madara's actions were responsible for the first Hokage's early demise, and thus he consistently targeted our Uchiha clan. It is important to remember that Konoha was established by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Without the Uchiha, there would be no Konoha as it stands today. Look at the past few generations of Hokage, they are all from the Senju line, with no representation from the Uchiha clan." As he spoke, the elder's agitation became palpable, his anger evident. "So, does this mean you harbor discontent, believing that the Uchiha clan should govern Konoha?" The elder sighed. "I am aware that such a notion is impossible, yet I cannot shake this frustration. Just look at the Yamanaka clan. A mere minor clan has ascended to the position of Hokage." As he spoke, the elder slammed his hand on the table in frustration, causing tea to spill from his cup. Observing the elder's fury, Uchiha Qiushan offered a resigned smile, realizing that reasoning with him was futile. It seemed the time had come to employ his final strategy. Once the elder's emotions had settled, Uchiha Qiushan spoke again. "Elder, I did not come solely to persuade you. I am here primarily because I am experiencing issues with my Sharingan. As a respected elder of the Uchiha clan, I thought you might assist me." Upon hearing Qiushan's request, the elder set his teacup down and turned his attention to him. Uchiha Qiushan activated his Sharingan, gradually intensifying its power until the three tomo began to spin rapidly, transforming into a kaleidoscope pattern reminiscent of Uchiha Shursui's. The elder gazed at Qiushan's kaleidoscope Sharingan, his expression a blend of bewilderment, excitement, and disbelief. His hand clenched tightly around his teacup as he murmured, "At last, it has appeared. At last, the kaleidoscope Sharingan of our Uchiha clan has manifested." As he spoke, Tears began to well up in the elder's eyes. Uchiha Qiushan had originally intended to employ the technique Kotoamatsukami directly against the elder, but to his surprise, the elder's reaction upon seeing his Mangeki Sharingan was one of profound excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Qiushan decided to forego the use of Kotoamatsukami for the time being, wishing instead to hear what the elder had to say. After a considerable pause, Elder Uchiha Ling finally regained his composure and, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, "Alas, I am growing old. I have even shed tears, causing you to witness my folly." Uchiha Qiushan voiced his query. "Why is the elder so agitated? Is it merely due to the aberration of my Sharingan?" The elder, Uchiha Ling, shook his head, stating, "Your Sharingan has not undergone an aberration. Rather, it has evolved. It has ascended to a higher echelon beyond the three-tomo Sharingan, known as the Mangeki Sharingan. Do you comprehend the significance of possessing the Mangeki Sharingan?" Although Uchiha Qiushan was aware of the truth in his heart, he could not articulate it, for he was unable to disclose the source of his knowledge. Thus, he merely shook his head in compliance. "Alas, I do not blame you. Our Uchiha clan has not witnessed the manifestation of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan for quite some time. Moreover, our esteemed ancestor, Uchiha Madara, is renowned for being a formidable wielder of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Consequently, we do not promote its existence within our clan, making it entirely reasonable that the younger generation has not heard of it. Is it true that our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was so powerful due to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" The elder nodded, acknowledging a portion of that truth. However, Madara's strength was not solely derived from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It was also a result of his being Uchiha Madara. Nevertheless, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is indeed an exceptionally potent bloodline limit. Once awakened and given time to mature, it can elevate its wielder to the pinnacle of shinobi strength. And what of Uchiha Madara? Was he not an elite shinobi as well? Chapter 9. The tradition of the Uchiha Madara? Indeed, he transcended even the elite shinobi ranks, standing alongside the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, as a super elite shinobi. The elder's gaze reflected both nostalgia and pride. A super elite shinobi? Precisely. Such individuals surpass the elite rank, possessing the ability to effortlessly dominate elite shinobi. They are exceedingly rare in the annals of Uchiha history. Upon hearing the elder's high regard for Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Qiushan gestured toward himself. "What about me? Having awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, could I not reach the heights of Uchiha Madara?" The elder, seemingly pulled from his reverie by Qiushan's words, gazed at his Kaleidoscope Sharingan and allowed a rare smile of encouragement to grace his typically stern countenance. "Certainly, Qiushan. You are still young. Uchiha Madara had not awakened his Kaleidoscope Sharingan at your age. With diligence and perseverance, you shall undoubtedly become the next Uchiha Madara, perhaps even surpass him." Uchiha Qiushan was acutely aware that with the aid of the system, surpassing Uchiha Madara was merely a matter of time. However, upon hearing the encouraging words of the elder, he felt an indescribable touch of emotion within his heart. Meanwhile, Elder Uchiha Ling, seated beside the table, seemed to recall something. His expression shifting several times before ultimately settling into a grave demeanor, his tone of voice becoming exceedingly serious. "Uchiha Qiushan." Upon observing the countenance of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan discerned the gravity of the matter at hand and refrained from taking it lightly. He immediately straightened his posture, his expression adopting a solemnity befitting the occasion. "I am here. Elder, what are your instructions?" The elder adjusted his stance and proclaimed, "I, Uchiha Ling, in the name of the Uchiha clan's elder, assure you that from this moment forth, as long as you remain loyal to the Uchiha lineage, I shall wholeheartedly support you and assist you in your endeavor to become the leader of our clan." The elder spoke with a grave tone, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan was momentarily taken aback. Had I not yet employed the Kotoamatsukami? How could the elder have transformed in such a manner? Observing Uchiha Qiushan's astonished expression, the elder's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ah, Qiushan, you still underestimate the magnificence of our Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. Are you aware of the immense value that our Mangeki Sharingan holds? It is not merely a symbol of power, representing one's potential to ascend to greatness, but it also signifies the purity of our Uchiha lineage. Any clan member who awakens the Mangeki Sharingan embodies not only extraordinary talent and potential, but also stands as one of the purest bearers of our bloodline. Thus, any individual capable of manifesting the Mangeki Sharingan signifies their potential to contend for the position of clan leader, destined to guide our people towards a resplendent future." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan was indeed taken aback. Although he had perused the original text, the events of that time were shrouded in mystery. As the Uchiha clan had been decimated by Uchiha Itachi and his companions, it was understandable. For the Uchiha clan was a lineage tracing back to the Sage of Six Paths, having endured countless trials and tribulations over the years. How could they possibly not leave behind some vestiges of their legacy? After a moment of contemplation regarding the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan, feeling the elder's expectant gaze upon him, felt a stirring within. "Elder, what if I have certain requests? Are you able to fulfill them?" The elder let out a hearty laugh and replied candidly, "Is it not merely a matter of restraining our clan members and mitigating their conflicts with the village? Even if you do not voice it, I shall undertake this task." Observing the look of confusion on Uchiha Qiushan's face, the elder continued, "The present circumstances differ greatly from the past. Now, with your newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan, you are entering a period of explosive growth and strength. Furthermore, the Manjiki Sharingan is far more complex than you might perceive. It does not merely enhance your chakra reserves and observational prowess. Most importantly, each Manjiki Sharingan harbors a unique ocular technique, which, compared to ninjutsu, can either possess far greater destructive power or exhibit unpredictable capabilities. The most formidable ocular techniques may even delve into the realms of space and time, rendering them insurmountable without a powerful bloodline limit. Of course, the ocular techniques of the Manjiki are merely a means to ensure your advantage when confronting shadow-level adversaries. Ultimately, it is the development of the divine power of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo, that you must aspire to attain." At this juncture, Uchiha Qiushan noted the elder's face alight with fervor, as if Susanoo were his lifelong devotion. The elder addressed Uchiha Qiushan, "Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique of our Uchiha clan. In bygone days, Lord Madara mastered Susanoo to the extraordinary 4th stage, enabling him to contend with the legendary Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Ninjas. Thus, the forthcoming years shall represent your period of explosive growth. As time passes, you will have mastered your ocular techniques and developed Susanoo to its utmost limits. At that time, not a soul in the entire Hidden Leaf village will match your prowess, and it shall be the moment for our Uchiha clan to rise once more." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan felt a pang of shame within. He had not anticipated that the elder held such high expectations for him. It appeared that he must exert himself and swiftly master the Susanoo, for only then could his strength experience a qualitative leap. "Should you wish to challenge me? I shall unleash my formidable power without hesitation. I wonder, will you tremble in fear?" Observing the elder's demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of relief. The elder Uchiha Ling had unexpectedly been swayed, and not only had he secured his support, but he had also spared himself the need for a destiny alteration. Now, he could pay a visit to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, he had undoubtedly awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, necessitating utmost caution. However, it seemed that he had not disclosed the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan to the elder. Otherwise, the elder would have supported him much earlier and would not have opposed him. Having bid farewell to the elder, Uchiha Qiushan made his way directly to the heart of the clan's territory, where the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, resided in the most prominent and largest dwelling. The territory of the Uchiha clan is not particularly vast. It was but a brief journey for Uchiha Qiushan to arrive at the residence of the clan leader. However, having lingered too long with the elder, he found that upon reaching his destination, the courtyard of the clan leader, the hour was already late, and the courtyard was devoid of light. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku had already retired for the night. "I have yet to sleep. How can you rest?" Uchiha Qiushan silently lamented to himself. Skillfully vaulting over the gate, he stood in the courtyard and, in a subdued tone, declared, "Esteemed clan leader, Uchiha Qiushan seeks an audience. The matter is urgent. I implore your forgiveness. The performance of Uchiha Kiyama has commenced." Chapter 10. Enslaving Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Kiyama's voice was not loud, he was confident that Uchiha Fugaku, as a ninja of the highest caliber, would undoubtedly perceive and respond accordingly. Uchiha Qiushan waited for but a brief moment before he heard Uchiha Fugaku's response, "Come in." Upon hearing Fugaku's voice and receiving permission, Qiushan did not hesitate and gracefully stepped into the tea room where the clan leader typically received guests. Once inside, he noticed that Uchiha Fugaku had donned a kimono, sitting upright with an air of dignity, clearly awaiting his arrival. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Qiushan's visit with considerable importance, for he was renowned alongside Uchiha Shursui as a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan. Although he might not yet be a match for Fugaku, he represented a formidable strength within the clan. Uchiha Qiushan also took a seat, preparing to speak, when at that moment, a graceful woman clad in a kimono, possessing a slender figure and exquisite features, entered bearing a tray of tea. The lady did not utter a word. Instead, she elegantly served them steaming cups of tea and arranged the refreshments. After giving a nod of acknowledgement to Uchiha Qiushan, she gracefully withdrew. Uchiha Qiushan expressed his gratitude, and only after the clan leader's wife, Uchiha Makoto, departed did he commence speaking. Uchiha Qiushan intends to resort to familiar tactics once more, believing that a well-worn scheme is preferable as long as it proves effective. Esteemed clan leader, Qiushan has come this night to convey pressing matters, for the presence of many during the day renders it imprudent to discuss such affairs openly. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. "If there is something of great importance, feel free to speak directly. As your clan leader, it is my duty to address it." Uchiha Qiushan, straightforward as always, approached the clan leader with a heavy heart. He expressed that his Sharingan seemed to have undergone some peculiar changes. The clan leader was already aware of his plight, as Qiushan's parents had passed away several years prior. With no one else to consult regarding this troubling matter, he felt compelled to seek the wisdom of the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaka took a sip of tea and waved his hand. What you speak of, Qiushan, is irrelevant. As the head of the Uchiha clan, it is my duty to address the concerns of our elite ninja. Qiushan, activate your Sharingan. I am here to assist you. Uchiha Qiushan did not hold back. He activated his Sharingan and revealed his Mangeki Sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku was certainly aware of the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Uchiha Kiyama could awaken it at such a tender age. When the intricate patterns of Kiyama's Mangeki Sharingan manifested, Fugaku found himself utterly unprepared, rendered speechless and rooted to the spot in astonishment. Uchiha Qiushan, fearing the prolonged night might bring forth unforeseen dreams, swiftly activated his Mangeki Sharingan and unleashed the ocular technique Kotoamatsukami while Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback and caught off guard. As the possessor of the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku sensed an impending danger the moment Uchiha Qiushan activated his own Mangeki and unleashed his ocular technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned any pretense of concealment regarding his own Mangeki Sharingan and immediately countered the invasive ocular technique attempting to penetrate his mind. However, resisting the formidable Jinjutsu known as Kotoamatsukami was no simple feat. Just as Uchiha Fugaku revealed his Mangeki Sharingan, Kotoamatsukami swiftly infiltrated his consciousness, reshaping his innermost thoughts and altering his will. From that moment forth, the thoughts of Uchiha Qiushan became the paramount directive of Uchiha Fugaku. Upon realizing the success of Kotoamatsukami, Uchiha Qiushan exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although it appeared effortless for Qiushan to subjugate Uchiha Fugaku, this was primarily due to Fugaku's lack of vigilance and unawareness of Qiushan's extraordinary ocular technique. Had it been otherwise, Uchiha Fugaku, also a holder of the Mangeki Sharingan, with far greater combat experience and in the prime of his life, would have posed a significant challenge. It was merely a matter of Qiushan exploiting a critical information gap that allowed him to achieve such an effortless victory. At the very moment Uchiha Fugaku fell under the control of Kotoamatsukami, his wife, Uchiha Makoto, either sensing the unusual commotion from the tea room or instinctively feeling something amiss, entered the room. Husband, what just happened? I felt a surge of chakra. Are you all right? As Makoto spoke, Uchiha Fugaku had already been thoroughly transformed by Kotoamatsukami. He slowly closed his recently activated Mangeki, took a sip from his teacup, and responded with an air of normalcy. Makoto, there is nothing to worry about. I was merely inspecting Qiushan's Sharingan. You should rest. I still have matters to discuss with him. Little did the matriarch, Uchiha Makoto, realize that within that brief moment, her husband's thoughts had already been enslaved by Uchiha Qiushan. Very well, I shall retire for now. My apologies, Qiushan. Uchiha Makoto bowed slightly and turned to leave. Uchiha Qiushan released a sigh of relief, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. That moment had been perilously close. Had he miscalculated even slightly, he would have been forced to consider fleeing. Nevertheless, the risks were commensurate with the rewards. Now, having gained control over Uchiha Fugaku and secured the support of the elder, it effectively meant that the Uchiha clan was now under his command. Thus, it was time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. Uchiha Qiushan's gaze fell upon Uchiha Fugaku, who remained seated with an air of dignified composure, his expression serene as he regarded him. You are aware of the events that have transpired, are you not? Uchiha Fugaku nodded, acknowledging, you have enslaved me, altering my thoughts, rendering me entirely devoted to you. My life and death lie solely within your whims. Even if you commanded me to do anything, including taking my own life, I would comply without hesitation, harboring not a shred of resentment towards you. The ocular technique you employed earlier must be the Mangeki Sharingan, correct? I had not anticipated your ocular prowess to be so formidable. I possess no means to resist. However, I recall that your Sharingan is primarily inclined towards replication, and yet, the awakened Mangeki technique is astonishingly one of the highest caliber in illusionary arts. My contingency plans have proven futile. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in regret, as if lamenting the missed opportunity. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Qiushan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. He had never anticipated that. In such a critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku still possessed a contingency plan. Uchiha Fugaku seemed to perceive Qiushan's intentions, smiled gently, and reassured him, rest assured. Your ocular technique has bound me completely to your will. I shall not undertake any actions that could be detrimental to you. The contingency I had in place has already been nullified. Chapter 11. The Kaleidoscope of Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Qiushan had enslaved Uchiha Fugaku with his ocular technique, he still held a profound respect for him. Esteemed clan leader, do you possess any further contingencies? Might you share them with me? Upon hearing Qiushan's inquiry, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and elaborated. Qiushan, are you aware of the forbidden techniques unique to our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Qiushan speculated. Susanoo? Although Uchiha Fugaku was astonished by Uchiha Qiushan's mastery of Susanoo, he shook his head. Susanoo is a divine power unique to the Mangeki Sharingan, however. It is not a forbidden technique. The true forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan is Izanaji, a jutsu capable of altering fate itself, allowing one to change any unfavorable circumstances. Even in the face of death, as long as I have set Izanagi in my Sharingan beforehand, when the designated time arrives, it will activate, granting me resurrection. I sensed something amiss when you activated your ocular technique. To be cautious, I preemptively set Izanagi in my Sharingan before you could control me, ensuring my revival after a period while eliminating all adverse factors. Unexpectedly, your ocular technique compelled me to obediently follow your commands and forbade any actions detrimental to you. Since the previously established Izanagi was disadvantageous to you, I had no choice but to nullify it. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Qiushan felt a profound sense of dread. Realizing he had narrowly escaped the brink of failure and betrayal, it became evident that the individual capable of leading the Uchiha clan was indeed no ordinary adversary. Had he been negligent in employing Kotoamatsukami, leaving an opening, Uchiha Fugaku could have turned the tide. Izanagi is classified as a forbidden technique within the Uchiha clan. For despite its extraordinary effects, the cost of its use is the permanent blindness of one Sharingan for the user, hence its prohibition. Clan leader. I noticed that your Mangeki Sharingan has been activated. What ocular technique do you possess? Uchiha Qiushan was primarily concerned about the evolution of his own Sharingan. With the assistance of the system, he could replicate the Mangeki techniques of others for his own use. Uchiha Qiushan understood that, apart from his own strength, everything else was but an illusion. Now that he had subdued Uchiha Fugaku, it was imperative to seize his Mangeki Sharingan techniques. My Mangeki Sharingan. With the left eye possessing the ability known as illusion, momentary time-space, allows me to ensnare the enemy's spiritual essence within the illusory realm of my gaze. Within the confines of my ocular dimension, the adversary is rendered powerless, while the external world perceives only a fleeting moment. In reality, an entire month elapses within my illusory space. However, this ability may only be invoked once per day. Uchiha Fugaku began to elaborate on the prowess of his ocular techniques. It appeared to be a fortified version of Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, yet it seemed inferior to Tsukuyomi in terms of manipulating space and time within its realm, nonetheless. The duration of time experienced was notably longer than that of Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Qiushan stroked his chin, listening intently to the account of Uchiha Fugaku. The right eye's Mangeki Sharingan technique was none other than Izanagi. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Qiushan nearly leapt to his feet, utterly incredulous. It was simply beyond belief. Uchiha Fugaku paid no heed to Qiushan's reaction. The function of Izanagi has already been explained to you. However, as a technique of my Mangeki Sharingan, its side effect is no longer blindness, but rather a limitation of usage to once a month. Moreover, in contrast to the ordinary Izanagi, the activation time of my ocular technique is remarkably brief, otherwise, it would not have been set up in an instant just moments ago. Uchiha Qiushan rested his hand upon his forehead, realizing that one must not underestimate the world and, even more so, the Uchiha clan. It was astonishing, indeed. No wonder that the Uchiha clan dwindled to but a few individuals, leaving the ninja world in turmoil. To avoid the long night filled with restless dreams, Uchiha Qiushan resolved to replicate Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan techniques at that very moment, thus bringing his own Sharingan closer to the threshold of evolution. Patriarch, unveil your Mangeki Sharingan. Resist not, Uchiha Qiushan commanded. Very well, Uchiha Fugaku responded, though he remained unaware of Qiushan's true intentions. He promptly activated his Mangeki. Upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan contained his excitement at the prospect of acquiring the ocular techniques and activated his own three-tomo Sharingan. As he endeavored to replicate Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki techniques, he refrained from activating Uchiha Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan, for Shirsue's ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami, was not the path to emulate Fugaku's powers. His journey must commence from the foundation of the three-tomo. Uchiha Qiushan aligned his three-tomo Sharingan with Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki, observing the rapid rotation of the tomo within Qiushan's eyes. It soon transformed into an identical pattern as that of Fugaku's Mangeki. Simultaneously, Fugaku's ocular techniques, illusion, momentary time-space, and Izanagi were replicated by Uchiha Qiushan. At this juncture, it was as if Qiushan had assimilated the potential, depth, and characteristics of Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, merging them with those of Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan. This was due to Qiushan's system not merely duplicating the Mangeki's techniques. If it solely replicated the ocular abilities, it would lead to a rapid degradation of Qiushan's vision. However, by copying the techniques alongside the inherent potential, depth, and characteristics of the Sharingan, Qiushan's eyes had the potential to evolve, opening avenues for greater developmental possibilities. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is categorized into the illusionary eye and the replication eye. The quintessential representative of the illusionary eye is Uchiha Shirsue. After Uchiha Kakashi successfully replicated Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan techniques, he effectively assimilated the unique attributes of Shirsue's eyes, significantly enhancing Kakashi's illusionary prowess. On the other hand, the representatives of the replication eye are Uchiha Kakashi and Uchiha Bido. Kakashi's prowess as the copy ninja was largely attributed to the Sharingan bestowed upon him by Bido. Therefore, as Uchiha Kakashi acquires more Sharingan through replication, the potential, characteristics, and depth of his eyes will expand. The system can utilize these attributes as nourishment for the evolution of Kakashi's Sharingan, eliminating the need for the transplantation of others' Mangeki Sharingan or the use of Hashirama cells. thereby facilitating the continuous upgrade of his Sharingan to Mangeki Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Rinnegan, and even the Rinnegan with Tomo. Chapter 12. My lady, you wouldn't want to. As Kakashi successfully replicated the Mangeki techniques of Uchiha Fugaku and gradually closed his Sharingan, a sigh of relief escaped him. However, a katana pierced through his back. The blade penetrated his chest, simultaneously impaling his beating heart. The turn of events was too swift and unexpected. Uchiha Kakashi had yet to react. Only feeling a chill at his back and excruciating pain in his heart as he helplessly watched the bloodied katana emerge from his torso. Such is the nature of life. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, and just as he was on the verge of achieving his goal, an unforeseen calamity struck, catching him entirely off guard. Uchiha Qiushan opened his mouth as if to speak, yet his lips quivered without producing a sound. His once erect posture gradually slumped, and a sense of weakness enveloped him. Slowly, his body could no longer sustain itself and leaned to one side, revealing a slender figure standing behind him. As Uchiha Makoto released her firm grip on the katana, a tremor coursed through her fingers, perhaps a consequence of her overwhelming anxiety, as she observed Uchiha Qiushan collapse. Her complexion paled slightly, and the three tomo within her eyes spun slowly. "Qiushan," she began, "I never intended to take your life, but without doing so, I cannot ensure that Fugaku will recover. He is my husband, the father of our 2 children, and the leader of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, for the sake of absolute certainty, I must implore you to meet your demise." Makoto Uchiha's words seemed addressed to her brother, Uchiha Qiushan. Yet they also appeared to serve as a form of self-persuasion. As she spoke, her previously trembling body gradually regained its composure, and she turned to walk towards Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Qiushan lay helplessly on the ground, realizing his folly upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's voice. He had underestimated others, particularly Uchiha Makoto herself. He believed that merely subduing Uchiha Fugaku would suffice, unaware that Uchiha Makoto had already sensed the anomaly. In his moment of utmost relaxation, she struck with lethal precision, leaving him no chance to turn the tide. Uchiha Qiushan felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire being, as shadows danced before his eyes. He understood that the sands of time were swiftly slipping away. The thousands of ninjutsu techniques he had mastered could not save him now, nor could his Sharingan. The Bition Shin belonged to the realm of illusions and could only be cast upon others. It offered him no solace. His only hope rested upon the system, particularly the Izanagi he had recently replicated. Just as Uchiha Qiushan activated his Sharingan, preparing to invoke Izanagi, the system's notification shattered his last vestiges of hope. A friendly reminder to the host, the ocular technique Izanagi is currently undergoing assimilation. It will be available for use in approximately 1 hour. Damn this system. In 1 hour, I shall be long gone. What good will it do me then? Uchiha Qiushan cursed in despair. At that moment, it seemed the system sensed the perilous situation he was in. Notifications began to ring incessantly. Life-threatening danger detected. The system will suspend the assimilation of the ocular technique illusion, momentary time-space to enhance the learning process of Izanagi, which is now expected to complete in half an hour. Threat to host's life detected. The system is operating at full capacity to expedite the assimilation of Izanagi, now anticipated to finish in 10 minutes. Imminent danger to the host confirmed. The system is working beyond its limits, intensifying the learning process of Izanagi, with an estimated completion time of 5 minutes. Please hold on, host. As long as you endure, there is hope. Please hold on. As long as you endure, there is hope. Upon hearing the incessant beeping of the system echoing in his mind, Uchiha Qiushan couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency emanating from it. Inwardly, he scoffed at the ineffectual system, lamenting, "What a useless system. I can barely last 5 minutes. Can't you hasten your pace?" Uchiha Qiushan felt as though the world before him had dimmed, his consciousness gradually slipping away, descending into an unfathomable abyss. The voice of the system echoed in his ears. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan perceived a voice, one that seemed to resonate throughout his entire existence, tearing through the darkness and ushering in a glimmer of light. Izanagi. When Uchiha Qiushan regained his senses, he found himself still seated at the table. Beside him sat Uchiha Fugaku, who was leisurely sipping tea. It seemed as though all that had transpired moments before was but a figment of his imagination. Yet, there was one notable difference. Beside the table lay a katana, seemingly discarded without care. Additionally, next to Uchiha Fugaku, a figure lay sprawled, as if succumbed to slumber. Uchiha Qiushan touched his body and realized that the wounds had vanished. Understanding that this might be connected to Uchiha Fugaku, he directed his gaze towards him. Uchiha Fugaku placed the teacup upon the table, gazing at Uchiha Qiushan. This is the power of Izanagi, the ability to alter any unfavorable fate according to one's own will. Just now, Makoto, witnessing my control by you, believed that by eliminating you, she could free me from your grasp. Little did she realize. Even if she were to slay you, my consciousness has already been irrevocably altered, rendering me unable to escape your control. I sincerely apologize, due to Makoto's recklessness. She nearly brought about your demise. Thus, I rendered her unconscious and invoked Izanagi to change the course of events. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's explanation, Uchiha Qiushan instinctively placed a hand upon his chest, recalling that it was precisely here where the katana had pierced through moments ago. Uchiha Qiushan steadied his mind and began to contemplate a solution. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto was aware that he had taken control of Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the matriarch of the Uchiha clan and the mother of the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, her sudden disappearance would undoubtedly draw excessive attention. Yet, if she were to remain, how could he ensure that the news of his control over the clan leader would not leak? Just then, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Lord Kaizen, is it possible for you to employ your ocular technique on Makoto? If so, I hope you will do so, as it would prevent the news of my subjugation from spreading. This would be advantageous for you, as it would mitigate any concerns from both our clansmen and the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Kaizen nodded in agreement. In truth, deep within Kaizen's heart, he had other purposes for the remaining Kotoamatsukami technique. Yet, gazing at the graceful and beautiful Uchiha Makoto lying before him, he could only console himself internally. Realizing that there was no other choice but to employ Kotoamatsukami on Makoto, he found himself devoid of alternatives. As Uchiha Qiushan pondered, he made his way towards Uchiha Meikin. Chapter 13, The Path of the Uchiha. Chapter 13, The Path of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has always been renowned for its strikingly handsome men and beautiful women. Among them, Makoto Uchiha was once celebrated as one of the clan's most exquisite beauties, although she has now entered her 30s. The passage of time has not marred her allure. Instead, it has bestowed upon her an added touch of mature elegance. In order to prevent the news of Uchiha Fugaku's potential control from spreading, Uchiha Qiushan found himself with no alternative but to subdue Uchiha Makoto as well. He lifted Uchiha Makoto from the tatami, employing the palm sage technique to awaken her from her unconscious state. As Uchiha Makoto regained consciousness and her eyes fluttered open, still clouded with confusion, they met Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan. Before she could comprehend the situation, Uchiha Qiushan activated his Kotoamatsukami, a unique power that silently yet forcefully invaded her mind, altering her thoughts and will. Consequently, Uchiha Makoto would thereafter comply with Uchiha Qiushan's commands, ultimately succumbing to his control. Uchiha Qiushan gradually closed his Mangeki Sharingan, at which point Uchiha Makoto regained her consciousness. Upon seeing Qiushan, she immediately rose to her feet, no longer shouting threats, but instead knelt on the ground, bowing her head in deep apology. My Lord Qiushan, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, which has caused you distress. I beseech your forgiveness for my indiscretion. Her voice trembled with trepidation. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Makoto, who bowed her head in silence, seemingly unwilling to lift it without his permission or forgiveness. He couldn't help but feel immense satisfaction with the Kotoamatsukami technique. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shirsue's Kotoamatsukami was an extraordinary ability, yet it was misapplied, one instance being during the 5 Kage Summit, where it was exposed, and another where it assisted Uchiha Itachi in breaking free from Edo Tensei's control. Although these actions held some merit, they seemed misdirected and trivial. In this world, where verbal dueling reigned supreme, it was imperative to wield Kotoamatsukami to ensure his security against rebellion. Observing Uchiha Makoto still kneeling with her head bowed, while Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, offering no plea for her, Qiushan finally spoke. Rise, Makoto. I hold no grudge against you. Our differing positions are inevitable. You must strive to serve me diligently henceforth. I shall forgive you this time. Upon hearing his words, Makoto lifted her head, tears spilling from her eyes. Thank you, my lord. I shall willingly face any hardship to fulfill your commands. Seeing Makoto's tear-streaked face, even the steely-hearted Qiushan felt a pang of discomfort. He swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, where have Itachi and Sasuke gone? With Makoto as a cautionary tale, Qiushan deemed it necessary to investigate these potential threats. Should Itachi catch wind of anything amiss, his intellect would pose a significant risk to Qiushan's plans. Makoto's expression softened when she heard Qiushan mention Itachi and Sasuke. My lord, Itachi has received a mission and left the village for a few days. As for Sasuke, he is currently asleep in his room. Hearing that Itachi was away on a mission, Qiushan let out a heavy sigh of relief. As long as Itachi remained absent, he felt confident that any abnormalities would go unnoticed upon his return. Concerning Sasuke, given his age and talent, Qiushan felt reassured that nothing would go awry. With matters seemingly settled and no one left to impede him, it was time to attend to business. Uchiha Qiushan instructed Fugaku and Makoto to take their seats, thus commencing the formal conversation with the clan leader. Esteemed leader of the clan, are you aware of the reason I have employed my ocular technique to exert control over you? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, it is conceivable that an ambitious individual, endowed with ocular powers akin to those of Lord Qiushan, might exploit such abilities to manipulate influential leaders or individuals of high status. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Uchiha Qiushan likewise shook his head. Although Fugaku currently submitted to his authority, Qiushan felt compelled to clarify his stance. Chief, my true interest lies in the pursuit of strength and the exploration of various methods to enhance one's power, rather than the quest for dominion. Were it not for the dire circumstances, I would never risk attempting to control you or the chief's wife. Uchiha Qiushan pointed to his own eyes and remarked with a hint of profundity, these eyes of mine can see far beyond what you perceive. Uchiha Fugaku was not a fool. It seemed he had come to a realization. He blurted out, can your eyes truly perceive the future? Qiushan nodded in affirmation. To some extent, I can glimpse fragments of what is to come. With that, He recounted the events he had previously shared with Uchiha Qiushan, the tragic demise of Uchiha Qiushan, and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Fugaku found it difficult to believe that such events could transpire in the future. He sat there in a daze, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Could it be that my actions were misguided? Should I have distanced myself from the third Hokage and Konoha, and, like the elder, intensified the discord with Konoha? Perhaps only in doing so could I ensure the preservation of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the future of the Uchiha clan. Unsure of the path he should take, he had always firmly believed that as long as the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha could be reconciled, the Uchiha clan would eventually be able to fully integrate into the village of Konoha. Uchiha Qiushan observed Uchiha Fugaku becoming increasingly fixated, and he couldn't help but shake his head. From the very beginning, the course was misguided. Do you realize who has held power in Konohagakure all along? Of course. I am aware that the Hokage lineage has always been in control, the first, second, and third Hokage. Our Uchiha clan has never wielded authority, Uchiha Fugaku replied. Indeed. It has perpetually been the Hokage lineage, Qiushan nodded. Are you aware of who holds sway in Konohagakure currently? It is the second's apprentice, the third Hokage, along with Shimura Danzo and their ilk. They have inherited the second's will, perpetually on guard against us, isolating us, as long as they remain in power. The Uchiha will never see the light of day. Uchiha Fugaku hastily inquired, what should we do? There are two options. One is to sever ties with Konoha and establish our own village, thus avoiding complications. The second option is to bide our time. We can wait until my ocular technique is cooled down, and then either control the higher-ups of Konoha or influence the lower ranks. In this manner, Konoha would be under our dominion, and we would no longer be isolated but rather the ones isolating others. Chapter 14. Afterthought and Truth. Uchiha Qiushan understood that all other concerns were secondary. The paramount issue was to elevate his own strength. Once he attained a level surpassing that of a Kage or even reached the six paths level, anyone who dared oppose him could be effortlessly subdued, rendering the opinions of others irrelevant. At this critical juncture, the seemingly ineffectual system finally emitted a sound. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique illusion, momentary time has been fully learned and assimilated. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique Izanagi has been fully learned and assimilated. The side effects of your Meijiki Sharingan have been further reduced, and the duration of use has been extended. For specific details, please consult the host. Ding. The system detected that the host's Meijiki Sharingan has been enhanced. The gestation period for the host's unique Meijiki Sharingan techniques has been expedited, and it is anticipated to be completed in 8 hours. The host is advised to remain patient. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy. Although he still had to wait, his unique ocular techniques were on the brink of manifestation. He promptly began to examine the ocular technique's illusion, momentary time and Izanagi that he had just acquired. Uchiha Qiushan was particularly eager about Izanagi, a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan capable of rewriting fate and reversing causality. To his surprise, Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained inconspicuous, had bestowed upon him a formidable gift. After reviewing the details, Uchiha Qiushan was quite satisfied. While the power of Izanagi had not been enhanced, its cooldown period had significantly shortened. In contrast to Uchiha Fugaku's once-a-month usage, Qiushan's Izanagi, bolstered by the system's learning and his superior Meijiki Sharingan, could now be utilized every 3 days, greatly enhancing its practicality. Moreover, the cooldown of the ocular technique illusion, momentary time had vanished entirely. As long as the host had sufficient chakra, he could employ it freely, even on a multitude of adversaries. Additionally, because Uchiha Qiushan had sequentially replicated and learned from Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Fugaku's Meijiki Sharingan, his own was considerably more potent than the average. It was anticipated that when his Meijiki techniques fully matured, he would reach the pinnacle of what a Meijiki Sharingan could achieve, whereas others could only possess a single technique per eye. Qiushan would possess 3 techniques in one eye. At that point, he could strategize and seek methods to attain the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Though Uchiha Qiushan's eyes had yet to reach the eternal Meijiki Sharingan stage, they surpassed the typical Meijiki Sharingan in terms of observational acuity, replication, and illusion capabilities. After reviewing the system's information regarding the Meijiki, Uchiha Qiushan turned to the waiting Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, instructing them, as clan leader. We currently have only these 2 paths. Furthermore, even if we wish to separate from Konoha, it will not be an easy endeavor. We must proceed with caution. We can covertly relocate a portion of our clan members to establish a small village, with Uchiha Qiushan assigned to guard it, thereby ensuring our kin's safety. The foremost priority now is to soothe the clan's emotions. I have already consulted the elder, who has agreed to exercise patience for the next few years. Once I have matured and my strength has reached the pinnacle of Kage, or even surpassed it, we will have the power to dictate whether those who wish to leave or stay may do so at our discretion. In the original narrative, Uchiha Qiushan placed excessive trust in the third Hokage, revealing his ocular techniques to him, which were subsequently disclosed to Danzo, leading to a trap that ultimately culminated in Qiusan's demise before he could fully realize his potential. Uchiha Itachi, too, was tragically misled by the third Hokage's will of fire. Believing that all his actions were for the village's sake, he failed to reflect on the loss of his family and clan, everything he cherished. In the end, he was left with nothing but his pitiful little brother as a hostage within the village. After reaching an agreement with Fugaku Uchiha regarding the future development of the Uchiha clan, Kaizen Uchiha finally felt a sense of relief. As long as no major calamities befell the Uchiha clan, the prospect of annihilation seemed unlikely. With the important matters settled, Kaizen allowed himself to relax, reflecting on the recent venture to control the clan leader. Although the journey was fraught with challenges and nearly cost him his life, the outcomes were gratifying. Not only had he successfully exerted control over Fugaku and his wife, but he had also secured the Uchiha clan under his influence, along with 2 remarkable ocular techniques. This endeavor could be deemed a resounding success. As Kaizen prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly invited to stay the night by Fugaku and his wife. It was already late, and returning to his solitary residence would be inconvenient. Being the clan leader, Fugaku possessed the largest house within the Uchiha territory, making it perfectly reasonable for Kaizen to remain as a guest for the night. Uchiha Qiushan lay in the separate chamber of his bedroom. Although it was nearing the depths of the night, he found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Just moments ago, he felt untroubled, yet now, in the stillness of the night, a sense of trepidation washed over him. He had been recklessly impulsive, arriving unprepared for the ordeal that had unfolded. This was the closest he had ever come to death, and the sensations of helplessness and fear lingered within him. As his consciousness began to fade, he was engulfed by a profound sense of descent into an abyss, a feeling that Uchiha Qiushan knew he would never be able to forget. Uchiha Qiushan quietly reminded himself to always be thoroughly prepared, recognizing that his life was of utmost importance and invaluable. Just as he was about to turn over and drift into slumber, he suddenly heard someone approaching the door, instantly alerting him. At this hour, only Uchiha Fugaku and his wife, along with the young Uchiha Sasuke, occupied the house. He had already subdued Fugaku and his wife, while Sasuke was still a mere child, posing no threat to him. Nevertheless, Qiushan remained vigilant. Who goes there? The visitor, caught off guard by his awareness before she could even knock, hesitated for a moment before responding. Qiushan-kun, it is I. It is well past midnight, and I thought you might be hungry, so I have brought you some food. Uchiha Qiushan felt a wave of relief upon realizing it was Uchiha Meikin. He opened the door to find her standing gracefully at the threshold, a tray filled with an array of delicacies in her hands. Adorned in a pink kimono, her gaze was soft and tender, unwavering as she looked deep into Uchiha Qiushan's soul, as if peering into the very depths of his heart. Chapter 15. Weary stillness. Uchiha Qiushan was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Uchiha Makoto still standing at the doorway, promptly inviting her inside. As she passed by him, he seemed to catch a faint, alluring scent. Uchiha Makoto knelt gracefully beside the low table on the tatami mat, arranging the delicacies she had brought. From behind, Uchiha Qiushan observed her, the close-fitting attire accentuating her exquisite figure with an alluring curvature. After Uchiha Makoto arranged everything, she noticed Uchiha Kaizen still standing at the door and promptly called to him. Kaizen-kun, you must be hungry as well. Come and savor the delicacies crafted by my own hands. With that, she poured a cup of sake for Uchiha Kaizen. Upon hearing Makoto's greeting, Uchiha Qiushan regained his focus. Noticing that Makoto had already prepared everything, he realized he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Without hesitation, he moved over and began to indulge in the visually appealing delicacies. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto knelt beside him, enthusiastically recommending the treats she had made while refilling his empty wine glass. You must be quite tired, Qiushan-kun, Makoto remarked as she poured more wine for him. Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily, casting a perplexed gaze towards Makoto. Ever since Qiushan awakened the ocular technique that grants foresight into the future, he has shouldered the burden of the Uchiha clan's destiny. In his relentless pursuit to alter their fate, he has traversed great distances, enduring arduous trials and perilous risks, nearly paying the ultimate price with his life at one point. Qiushan, I am truly sorry, Makoto uttered, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of weeping, their hue a striking shade of red. Uchiha Qiushan set down his cup, gazing at Uchiha Meikin with a bewildered expression. Utterly astonished by the depth of her imagination, he could only offer a comforting reply. It is nothing. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it is my duty. Given Meikin's conviction, Qiushan felt hesitant to contradict her. Should he reveal that he had long been prepared to flee and had no intention of persevering? Simultaneously, Uchiha Qiushan grasped the reason for Meikin's visit. She was here to apologize for nearly taking his life moments ago. As the night deepened and the wine flowed more freely, Qiushan found himself increasingly intoxicated after draining the jug of sake that Meikin had brought. Noticing his state, Meikin began to tidy up the tatami and gently assisted Uchiha Qiushan to the bed. Uchiha Kiyama lay languidly upon his bed, vaguely aware of Makoto extinguishing the light, followed by the faint rustling of sounds. Uchiha Qiushan's intoxication swiftly dissipated, leaving him in a state of anxious bewilderment as he stammered, Madam, what do you mean by this? The voice of Uchiha Makoto is exceedingly gentle. Qiushan-kun, are you not aware? This is my way of expressing loyalty to you, dear sir. Moreover, it also serves as an apology from Makoto for what transpired earlier. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan could no longer maintain his composure and immediately embraced her tightly. As the morning sun streamed through the windows, the chirping of early birds filled the air, rousing Uchiha Qiushan from his slumber. He had been utterly exhausted the previous day, having traversed back and forth, confronting life and death, and ultimately enduring a restless night, which rendered his sleep quite profound. The sunlight grazed Qiushan's face, gently awakening him from his dreams. Uchiha Qiushan gradually regained consciousness, faintly sensing the presence of someone by his side. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Mei-chin, her charming face still adorned with a captivating blush, radiating brilliantly in the morning sunlight. Memories of the events from the previous night flooded back to him. Noticing that Uchiha Mei-chin had yet to awaken, and observing the disarray of the room, Uchiha Qiushan was suddenly reminded of the fierce battle they had fought the night before. Victorious in 5 encounters, they had decimated their foes, leaving the enemy in utter disarray, and only when their adversaries could no longer resist did they reluctantly sound the retreat and succumb to slumber. During the vibrant spring of his youth, Uchiha Qiushan encountered the enchanting Uchiha Makoto at the pinnacle of her blossoming beauty. How could he possibly restrain himself? It was indeed a season of exquisite charm, a time when flowers fell, and destiny brought them together once more. Uchiha Qiushan extended his hand towards Makoto. She seemed to sense something and, still in a daze, opened her eyes to witness Qiushan's actions, appearing somewhat bewildered by his intentions. Qiushan-kun? Makoto-ne. Uchiha Makoto. Still a bit confused, responded, I like you. Uchiha Qiushan observed as Makoto awoke, and he no longer felt the need for formality, swiftly lifting the covers. After his morning exercise, Uchiha Qiushan departed from Uchiha Fugaku's residence without the courtesy of a farewell, for despite Fugaku's consent, Qiushan found himself somewhat awkward in the face of the situation. The morning sun cast a gentle and warm light as Qiushan hurried toward the riverbank, the designated meeting place agreed upon with Uchiha Shisui. They had split their efforts, vowing to reconvene here regardless of success or failure, to share their progress and devise their subsequent strategies. Upon Qiushan's arrival, Shisui was already present, though Qiushan remained uncertain of Shisui's success. The latter appeared somewhat disheveled and weary, suggesting he had not rested throughout the night. Uchiha Qiushan noticed the weariness etched upon Shisui's face and felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, in stark contrast to Shisui's fatigue, he himself had enjoyed a restful night and appeared utterly invigorated. Upon witnessing the arrival of Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Shisui felt a surge of energy. Observing the vibrant demeanor of Qiushan instilled confidence within him. He straightforwardly inquired, Qiushan, how's the plan progressing? Have you employed your ocular technique on the elder? In response to Shisui's question, Uchiha Qiushan blinked deliberately, shook his head with intent, and replied in a somewhat somber tone, I have not utilized Kagami no Jutsu on the elder. Uchiha Shisui observed Qiushan shaking his head, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Upon hearing Qiushan's statement that he had not employed his ocular technique against the elder, an anxious expression inevitably surfaced on his face. Upon observing Shisui's expression, Uchiha Qiushan ceased to tease the earnest man, a mischievous grin emerging upon his face. However, I have successfully persuaded the elder, who has agreed to refrain from inciting the clan's antagonistic sentiments towards Konohagakure for the next few years. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Shisui realized that Qiushan had merely been jesting with him. However, the stubbornness and temperament of the elder were well known within the clan, leaving Shisui puzzled as to how Qiushan managed to persuade the elder without employing the Kotoamatsukami. In response to Shisui's curiosity, Uchiha Qiushan meticulously elucidated the process, recounting the elder's profound regard for the Mangeki Sharingan and the rationale behind the elder's acquiescence. Chapter 16. Shisui, please meet your demise. Chapter 16. Shisui, please meet your demise. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shisui grasped the elder's stance and finally felt a sense of relief. It was only after Qiushan had finished speaking that Shisui remarked in astonishment, I never anticipated that the elder would place such immense value on the Mangeki Sharingan, even going so far as to alter his position for its sake. Uchiha Shisui gazed at Qiushan with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, saying, Qiushan, your accomplishments far surpass my own. It seems I must heed your counsel more frequently. Your strategic prowess and overarching vision have always eclipsed mine. Coupled with your ocular techniques, your insight and magnanimity exceed my own. The future of the Uchiha clan hinges upon you. Rest assured, I shall lend you my unwavering support. Upon hearing Shisui's words, which bore the weight of both admiration and promise, Qiushan's light-hearted demeanor faded. He met Shisui's expectant gaze with resolve, nodding earnestly, fear not, everything shall improve. With Qiushan's assurance, Shisui exhaled deeply, as if shedding a great burden from his heart. He then proceeded to share the latest developments with Qiushan. Last night, I sought an audience with the third Hokage. He placed great trust in me, thus the proceedings unfolded smoothly. In accordance with your directives, I made only slight modifications to the third's consciousness, diminishing his regard and hostility towards the Uchiha clan while enhancing his goodwill. Additionally, I disclosed to him the awakening of my Mangeki Sharingan, which facilitated the seamless execution of Kotoamatsukami. Uchiha Shisui gently nodded in acknowledgement, his brow slightly furrowing as he continued. Later, I ventured to the base of the route to seek out Shimura Danzo. I am unsure whether it was his excessive vigilance toward me or if he was genuinely absent from the village. I waited at the route base throughout the night, yet Danzo never appeared. Fearing that my prolonged presence might arouse his suspicion, I ultimately decided to return. Upon hearing Shirsue's account, Uchiha Qiushan let out a silent sigh. Fully aware that matters would not unfold smoothly, it is essential to recognize that Shimura Danzo lurks in the shadows of the root. Unlike the third Hokage who is under constant scrutiny, moreover, the root under his command has been imbued with the curse of secrecy, making it exceptionally secure. Should Shimura Danzo fall victim to Shirsue's Kotoamatsukami, the consequences would be far graver than merely altering one's thoughts, akin to the fate of Uchiha Fugaku, who was completely ensnared in control. This would effectively mean that Danzo's root would also fall under his dominion. Nevertheless, opportunities will arise in the future, until the troublesome Danzo, a source of chaos, is either subdued or eliminated. Uchiha Qiushan will find no peace in his slumber. Nonetheless, Shisui has exerted his utmost effort. It can only be said that Danzo's cunning nature is formidable, and one cannot blame Shisui for any inadequacies in his abilities. Uchiha Qiushan consoled. There is no need for concern. As long as the third Hokage alters his stance towards our Uchiha clan, even if Shimura Danzo intends to target us, he will be thwarted by the third. After all, the leader of our village remains the third Hokage, and matters of Konoha are ultimately determined by him. As for Shimura Danzo, we shall deal with him at a later time. If we approach him too frequently now, it would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Upon hearing Qiushan's analysis, Uchiha Shisui nodded in agreement. It seems we have accomplished more than half of our predetermined objective, provided no significant upheavals occur. Our Uchiha clan should be able to coexist harmoniously with the village. Indeed, and we have even experienced unexpected gains. Uchiha Qiushan resolved to confide in Shisui and disclosed his manipulation of Uchiha Fugaku. Observing the questioning gaze from Shisui, Qiushan continued, I employed Kotoamatsukami to control the clan leader. Qiushan glanced upward, somewhat abashed, for he had previously asserted that Uchiha Fugaku posed little threat and did not require control. He did not anticipate that he would soon take such action. Before Shisui could voice any inquiries, Qiushan elaborated. Although the clan leader exhibits a relatively amicable attitude towards the village, his disposition is excessively indecisive, rendering his influence limited. Furthermore, he is the clan leader. Only when he aligns with us can we proceed with our subsequent endeavors. Hearing Qiushan's explanation, Shisui felt a pang of conflict. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the father of Uchiha Itachi, whom he had always regarded as a younger brother. Now, his dearest friend, to whom he entrusted his life, had taken control of his brother's father, causing Shirsui's inherently kind nature to become entangled in turmoil. Uchiha Qiushan undoubtedly comprehended Shirsui's temperament and did not afford him the luxury of indecision, directly confronting him with the matter at hand. Shirsui, there is an important task I must entrust to you next. I implore you to accept it. Although it may impose considerable hardship and entail some suffering, I have meticulously calculated that you are the most suitable individual for this undertaking. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shisui temporarily set aside the turmoil within his heart, focusing intently on what Uchiha Qiushan had to say. Now, Shisui, it is time for you to die. Uchiha Qiushan's piercing gaze fixed upon Shisui. Yet his words caused Shirsui's heart to race uncontrollably. Uchiha Shisui, of course, did not believe that Qiushan would engage in actions detrimental to him. His heartbeat gradually steadied, and he raised an eyebrow, signaling Qiushan to continue. Uchiha Qiushan, observing Shirsui's expression, realized that he had not intimidated him. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, he remarked, Well, Shirsui, even if you aren't frightened, you could at least play along. I did mention that you should perish, did I not? Aren't you the least bit afraid? What is that expression you wear? Uchiha Shisui observed Qiushan's somewhat exasperated demeanor and, with a gentle smile, remarked, I am yet to fully understand you. You seem intent on toying with me. Nevertheless, I place my trust in you, even if you were to bring ruin to the village. I have faith that you would not take my life. Uchiha Qiushan, hearing Shirsui's words, slightly pouted in dissatisfaction and explained, Very well, you guessed correctly. I have a plan that requires your cooperation. In this manner, our Uchiha clan shall transform from a position of passivity to one of initiative. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in agreement, signaling for Qiushan to continue. Is it not true that the third Hokage is already aware of your awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan? We could allow more individuals to become cognizant of this matter. Consider, with Danzo's attitude towards our Uchiha clan and his insatiable greed for the Sharingan, what do you suppose would happen if he learned of your awakening? Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Shisui proceeded with further analysis. Given Danzo's character, he would either attempt to win me over or eliminate me when I am unguarded, subsequently seizing my Sharingan. However, Danzo is also aware of my close ties with the third Hokage, which consequently raises the likelihood of my demise. Chapter 17. Ichiraka Ramen Uchiha Qiushan nodded in acknowledgement of Shirsui's analysis. Indeed, it was at this juncture that I made my appearance, seizing the opportunity to voice demands, advocating for the relocation of the Uchiha clan's territory to a site far removed from Konoha. The third Hokage, in a bid to placate us, would undoubtedly acquiesce. Subsequently, we would establish our own barriers, thereby liberating ourselves from the watchful eyes of the Umbu and Root. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow upon hearing Qiushan's words and voiced his dissent. However, the third Hokage and Danzo are no fools. They are astute and cunning strategists. My feigned death would undoubtedly be discovered by them. In response to Shirsue's objection, Uchiha Qiushan cast a knowing glance at him. The third Hokage and Danzo are exceedingly shrewd individuals, and with the myriad secret techniques possessed by the various clans in the village, how could your pretended demise possibly elude their keen scrutiny? Uchiha Shirsue fell into a moment of silence, his eyes as serene as still water. I comprehend now. Furthermore, Shirsue, are you aware of the consequences of your demise? Uchiha Qiushan continued. We, the Uchiha clan, shall not only extricate ourselves from the current predicament, but shall also gain another pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Shirsue's reaction was remarkably swift. Uchiha Itachi? Qiushan nodded slightly. I have glimpsed fragments of the future. Due to your demise, Uchiha Itachi awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. It appears that, given Itachi's prodigious talent, his Sharingan should now be at the pinnacle of 3 Tomo. Considering his deep affection for you, should you be murdered for any reason, the likelihood of Itachi awakening the Manjiki becomes exceedingly high. Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shirsue smiled with a touch of relief. I never anticipated that Itachi would achieve such greatness, awakening the Manjiki at an age even younger than mine. He is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. Upon hearing Shirsue's words, Uchiha Qiushan silently scoffed at the notion that becoming a formidable warrior was indeed correct. Yet, the folly of his mind, coupled with the deception of the third Hokage and the menace posed by Uchiha Bido, led him to annihilate his own family and parents. Thus, he bore the immense burden of hatred alone, ultimately succumbing to a desolate demise. Itachi Uchiha is indeed a remarkable individual. Yet he is afflicted by the unique psychological turmoil characteristic of the Uchiha clan, existing within his own realm. Sasuke Uchiha, with a heavy heart, cannot bear to witness such a tragic fate befall him. However, these matters require gradual progression and transformation, while remaining vigilant against the third Hokage. It should not pose significant difficulties. Uchiha Qiushan gazed intently at Shirsue. Thus, Shirsue, for the sake of the Uchiha clan, and for Itachi's Manjiki, it is imperative that you truly die once. Shirsue, with a serious demeanor, looked back at Uchiha Qiushan. Let me confirm once more, is there truly no alternative? Must I really perish? Qiushan responded with equal gravity. This is the most effective course of action. Rest assured, once you have departed from this world, I shall endeavor to secure the utmost benefits for the Uchiha clan, ensuring that the tragedy of our extinction never befalls us again. I will lead the Uchiha clan towards a resplendent future. Uchiha Shirsue received confirmation from Qiushan, a relieved smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall comply with your request. However, you must ensure the protection of my remains. I do not wish for them to ultimately fall into Danzo's hands. Furthermore, I implore you to retain my Sharingan, for it may prove beneficial to you in the future. My left eye's Kotoamatsukami remains unspent, and I entrust it to you. Uchiha Qiushan nodded and assured, rest easy, Shirsue. Take a few days to recuperate. In a short while, I will arrange for the news of your awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan to be disseminated. At that time, Danzo will undoubtedly come seeking you. So do exercise caution in your dealings. Shirsue acknowledged with a nod, having just returned from a mission outside the village. And with the events of the previous night weighing heavily upon him, he had not yet found the opportunity to rest, though he was indeed a formidable warrior. Weariness had begun to creep in, prompting him to consider a well-deserved respite. As Qiushan deemed the serious matters sufficiently addressed, he discerned Shirsue's inclination to depart. With genuine warmth, he extended an invitation. Shirsue, we have toiled through the night and have yet to partake in breakfast. Let us indulge in some Ichiraka ramen. It is on me. Uchiha Qiushan finds himself in a predicament. Despite the considerable size of Konoha village, it is lamentably deficient in culinary delights. The sole noteworthy offerings are Ichiraka ramen and grilled meat. However, who in their right mind would indulge in grilled meat early in the morning? Moreover, the barbecue establishments are unlikely to be open at such an hour. Thus, a steaming bowl of ramen, generously topped with meat and egg, can indeed provide a profound sense of satisfaction, invigorating one's spirit and preparing them to face the day with renewed vigor. Uchiha Shirsue was not particularly fond of ramen, and at present, he lacked the inclination to indulge in it. He merely wished to retreat to a tranquil space to rest, thus graciously declined Qiushan's invitation and returned alone. Uchiha Qiushan comprehended the emotions of Shirsue and did not press him further. As he watched Shirsue's silhouette fade into the morning light, a sense of melancholy washed over him at the thought of dining alone. He rubbed his slightly warm eyes and grumbled with dissatisfaction. Well, since there is no one to accompany me, I shall dine alone. I am off to savor a grand portion of luxurious tonkatsu ramen. As Uchiha Qiushan departed, muttering to himself on his way to the village, the riverside, typically desolate, fell silent once more. The morning sun cast its gentle rays upon the shimmering surface of the river, creating a serene tableau. Although Uchiha Qiushan arrived quite early, the Ichiraka ramen shop was already bustling with patrons. Upon entering, he called out, Uncle Ichiraku, I would like a grand portion of the luxurious ramen. After a brief pause, he patted his stomach and added, make that 2 servings, 1 tonkatsu and 1 enhanced flavor. Uchiha Qiushan is currently in a phase of growth, and given the considerable exertion he experienced last night, he can certainly manage to consume 2 generous servings of ramen. It is not uncommon for many ninjas to frequent Ichiraku for a bowl of ramen, as the cultivation and extraction of chakra significantly deplete physical energy, particularly for the Akimichi clan, renowned for their prodigious appetites. Thus, Uncle Ichiraku is accustomed to ninjas with hearty appetites and finds no surprise in such requests, merely glancing at them with mild curiosity. Furthermore, Uchiha Qiushan has become a regular patron of Ichiraku. Since his promotion to Jonin, his mission rewards have substantially increased. And with no burdens to weigh him down, he has never skimped on his culinary indulgences, often opting for additional toppings on his ramen. Consequently, Uncle Ichiraku's reaction to Uchiha Qiushan's extravagant large portion of ramen is rather subdued. Shangpu, come out and lend a hand. Uncle Ichiraku calls for his daughter as he finds himself overwhelmed with orders. As Uchiha Qiushan observed Uncle Ichiraku bustling about, he settled down to wait patiently. Casting a glance at the patrons in the establishment, there were no familiar faces or acquaintances in sight. After a brief interlude, his ramen was ready, a petite figure. SHBU, donned in a white chef's hat, carefully presented his extravagant bowl of noodles, placing it gently before him. Her cheeks flushed from the steam rising from the bowl. She softly remarked, Qiushan, your noodles are ready. To be cautious, it's hot. Chapter 18, Uzumaki Naruto as a regular patron of Ichiraku ramen. Uchiha Qiushan was well acquainted with both Uncle Ichiraku and SHBU whenever Uncle Ichiraku found himself particularly occupied. It was SHBU who assisted with adding ingredients and serving the noodles, were it not for the fact that SHBU was Ichiraku's daughter. One might have suspected her of being employed as a child laborer. Uchiha Qiushan expressed his gratitude and was about to enjoy his noodles when he keenly noticed an additional egg in his bowl compared to before. Upon looking up, he caught a knowing glance from SHBU, who then hurriedly resumed her tasks, observing the little girl working diligently and sweating profusely. He couldn't help but smile at the extra egg in his bowl. As he savored his meal, he jested with Uncle Yile, Uncle Yile. SHBU has always been so virtuous and adorable. You must promise to keep her for me. When she grows up, I shall claim her as my betrothed. Uncle Yile cast a fond glance at SHBU, continuing his work with a chuckle. Qiushan, do not tease my daughter. She is still quite young. Moreover, I am well aware that while your Uchiha clan does not forbid intermarriage as strictly as the Hyuga clan, it is not an easy matter to wed someone from outside your lineage, especially for a renowned genius like you from the Uchiha clan. Such a union would be even more unlikely. Upon hearing the exchange between Uchiha Qiushan and her father, SHBU's already rosy cheeks flushed even deeper, and she hurriedly lowered her head to focus on her tasks, though her hands trembled slightly. Uchiha Qiushan was initially teasing SHBU when he overheard Uncle Yile's words, which rendered him momentarily silent. Uncle Yile was not mistaken, despite the fact that the elder wholeheartedly supported him upon awakening his Mangeki Sharingan. Should he express a desire to marry someone from outside the clan, the staunch traditionalist would undoubtedly be the first to oppose him. It is only natural. Having benefited from the advantages and assistance afforded by his lineage, one must also shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. For bloodline clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, maintaining the purity of their bloodline is essential to preserve the strength it bestows, lest their lineage weaken and ultimately face extinction. Nevertheless, this is not the time for such contemplations. By the time Qiushan seeks a bride, it is likely that his prowess will have reached an enviable height, a stage where he will not merely adhere to the rules but rather establish them. With this thought, Uchiha Qiushan found the noodles in his bowl even more delectable. It is no wonder that this ramen is renowned in Konoha village. The noodles are perfectly chewy, the broth rich and flavorful, and the ingredients are exceptional. Unless one has an aversion to noodles, it is certain that they would fall in love with this yao ramen. As Uchiha Qiushan finished his noodles and began savoring the broth, little SHBU cautiously brought over a second bowl of noodles, observing SHBU's rosy cheeks. He smiled warmly and expressed his gratitude. After placing the bowl down, SHBU quickly glanced at her father, confirming he was not paying attention, then discreetly pointed at the bottom of the bowl, indicating there was something there. She returned Qiushan's smile with a radiant one of her own before turning to resume her duties. As Uchiha Qiushan observed SHBU's gesture, he stealthily lifted his noodles with chopsticks, inadvertently revealing the treasures hidden at the bottom of the bowl. To his astonishment, what lay beneath was an extravagant layer of succulent meat slices, meat rolls, and eggs, far beyond the already generous serving of deluxe ramen he had anticipated. Alarmed, Qiushan hastily covered the noodles again, fearing that Uncle Iru would erupt in fury upon discovery. At that moment, he noticed SHBU casting a glance in his direction. In a quick response, Qiushan discreetly gave her a thumbs up in gratitude. Mischievously, SHBU stuck out her tongue when Uncle Iru was momentarily distracted, signaling that she had received his message. Thanks to Qiushan's perseverance, he finally consumed the second bowl of the extravagant deluxe portion. Although he initially found it challenging to finish 2 servings, the additional ingredients in the latter bowl ultimately left him feeling quite stuffed. After placing the bowl down, Qiushan let out a satisfied burp, settled the bill, and exchanged greetings with Uncle Iru and SHBU before making his way outside. Just then, he spotted a small figure peeking curiously at the entrance of Iru Ramen. This little one was clad in a vibrant orange outfit, with tousled golden hair, and appeared rather dirty, their face adorned with a timid expression. Yet, when their sky-blue eyes glanced inside the shop, They shone with an unmistakable longing. Uchiha Qiushan immediately recognized the small figure lingering at the entrance as none other than the protagonist of Naruto, the child of prophecy, the son of the fourth Hokage, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto Uzumaki. Yet at this moment, he appeared to be merely a stunted child. The third Hokage had concealed the identity of the fourth Hokage's son, while simultaneously revealing his status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, leading the villagers of Konohagakure to harbor deep-seated animosity towards him. The food he managed to procure was invariably expired. He was devoid of parents, without support, and surrounded by solitude and fear. Faced with bullying, he could only endure in silence, as darkness perpetually enveloped him. Born as the son of a hero, he was instead subjected to the treatment of a prisoner. Were it not for his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it would not be surprising if he were to suddenly perish one day. Uchiha Qiushan let out a silent sigh, yet refrained from approaching him. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was already fraught with tension. As a prodigy of the Uchiha lineage, he could be regarded as a prominent figure among the younger generation of the clan. To rashly draw near the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would undoubtedly provoke the already sensitive nerves of the third Hokage and Danzo, leaving one to ponder what actions they might take in response. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan had only reached the level of Meijiki, falling short of the power required to manipulate the Nine Tails. To contend with the beast or attempt to subdue it would necessitate the possession of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan gazed upon the frail figure of Uzumaki Naruto, yet in his mind's eye, the image of the fourth Hokage materialized. Emerging as a prodigy from humble beginnings, he possessed extraordinary talent, unparalleled combat prowess, and a genuine warmth towards all. Had the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, not perished prior to his crossing into this realm, he would have endeavored to salvage his life. This was not solely due to his amicable disposition towards the Uchiha clan, but also because of his compelling charisma. Had the fourth not met his untimely demise, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Uchiha Qiushan gently touched the discount coupon given to him by Uncle Ilu, a gesture of appreciation for being a loyal customer. Not only did he frequently indulge in the exquisite ramen, but he also tended to select the more expensive options, which led Uncle Ilu to generously offer him such coupons on numerous occasions. Uchiha Qiushan did not cast another glance at Naruto Uzumaki, striding straight outwards. As he passed by Naruto, a bundle of discount coupons inadvertently fell beside him, yet Uchiha Qiushan appeared oblivious, his pace unwavering as he continued onward. Chapter 19. My Sharingan is about to burst. When the coupons from Ichiraka Ramen dropped next to Naruto, he immediately took notice. Gazing at the stack of coupons, which numbered at least 10, he realized it represented a bounty of ramen bowls. With a greedy glint in his eyes, Naruto licked his lips, patting his flat stomach, seemingly catching a whiff of the delightful aroma of ramen wafting through the air. He lifted his gaze to the receding figure of Uchiha Qiushan, who was growing ever distant, then looked down at the coupons at his feet, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Suddenly, Naruto seized the coupons from the ground and dashed after the figure he had just seen. Uchiha Qiushan strolled slowly through the village, having indulged in an excessive feast, treating the walk as a leisurely digestion. He had just discarded a coupon for Ichiraka Ramen beside Naruto, primarily out of compassion for the boy's plight. The fourth Hokage had sacrificed himself alongside his wife to protect the village, leaving behind a child who, rather than enjoying the privileges of a hero's offspring, was burdened by the stigma of being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In an attempt to strengthen the bond between Naruto and his peers, the third Hokage spread rumors that Naruto was the embodiment of the demon fox, resulting in the boy's isolation. Although some, like the Ino Shikacho trio and the Hyuga clan, understood Naruto's true nature, they refrained from befriending him for fear of offending the third Hokage, only allowing their children to play with him without interference. Uchiha Qiushan believed that although he was not a virtuous individual, he could never resort to the same measures as the third Hokage did to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. While Naruto Uzumaki was indeed the host of the Nine Tails, he remained merely an innocent child, particularly given his lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, the Nine Tails itself embodied a multitude of darkness, hatred, and loathing. Had it not been for Naruto's inherent kindness, coupled with the influence of Ashura's chakra within him, he might have long succumbed to a path of enmity and destruction, becoming a troubled child consumed by resentment. Uchiha Qiushan was lost in thought when suddenly he heard someone shouting from behind. "Big brother up ahead, wait a moment, you dropped something." Uchiha Qiushan turned around and discovered that Naruto was breathlessly running towards him, clutching the discount coupon he had deliberately dropped. A sense of exasperation washed over him. After all, he had intentionally discarded it for Naruto to pick up, so why was he returning it? Uchiha Qiushan was unaware if any Umbu members were covertly observing Naruto from the shadows. To avoid agitating the already sensitive nerves of the third Hokage and to minimize contact with the Nine Tails, he could only maintain a stoic expression and utter, "What do you want, kid?" Naruto Uzumaki had long grown accustomed to such a demeanor. He raised the coupon in his hand and cheerfully remarked, "Big brother, you accidentally dropped this coupon when you left Ichiraka Ramen. I'm here to return it to you." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Qiushan's icy demeanor softened slightly. He feigned a search in his pockets before declining, "There's no need, little brat. The coupon expires in a month. I've already received a mission that requires me to leave the village for at least 2 to 3 months. If you wish to keep it, please do." Otherwise, kindly dispose of it for me. With that, Uchiha Qiushan turned without waiting for Naruto's response and departed. Naruto, witnessing the older brother's abrupt exit, found himself torn between the impulse to chase after him or to let him go. Just as he hesitated, his stomach audibly protested, having gone 2 days without a proper meal. Initially, Naruto had intended to linger at Ichiraka Ramen, savoring the aroma before heading to the river to catch fish to quell his hunger. However, fate had bestowed upon him an unexpected windfall. Realizing that the coupons were discarded by the older brother, Naruto felt no hesitation in claiming them as his own. He eagerly unfolded the tightly clenched coupons, only to find that his enthusiasm had caused them to wrinkle. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, he began to count. 1, 2, 3. The more he counted, the brighter the spark in his eyes became. A total of 20 coupons, each one valid for a generous serving of ramen. Ecstatic at this newfound fortune, Naruto carefully extracted one coupon while tucking the rest securely into his clothing pocket. Brimming with excitement, he dashed into Ichiraka Ramen, brandishing the coupon and calling out, "Uncle Ichiraku, I'd like a large bowl of ramen, please." The encounter with Naruto was but a fleeting episode for Uchiha Qiushan, who paid it little mind. He resolved to leave the bond between him and Uchiha Sasuke to flourish as destined. As the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, their lives were fated to be inextricably intertwined. Uchiha Qiushan briskly entered his humble abode. It was merely an ordinary house accompanied by a small courtyard. Qiushan's parents were relatively unremarkable members of the Uchiha clan. His father was a standard J-nin, while his mother held the rank of Ch-nin. Tragically, they perished during a mission when Qiushan was merely 9 years old, leaving him with scant inheritance. The house he inherited was typical of a modest family of 3. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Qiushan could not help but rub his eyes. As the 8 hours indicated by the system drew nearer, he increasingly felt a burning sensation and swelling in his eyes, at times perceiving the throbbing of the blood vessels beside them. Uchiha Qiushan could sense that his Sharingan's ocular power was increasing, attributed to the awakening of his unique eye technique. As this power grew, he experienced a sensation of pressure within his Manjiki Sharingan, leading to an uncomfortable warmth and swelling in his eyes. With the passage of time, Qiushan felt on the verge of awakening his eye technique, and his eyes, driven by the escalating ocular power, uncontrollably transitioned into the state of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The tomo spun faster and faster, as if this motion would help dissipate the excess power. As the 3-tomo whirled with increasing velocity, Qiushan pondered whether his eyes might burst from the strain. Suddenly, the tomo appeared to melt, transforming into a novel shape reminiscent of Uchiha Shirsue's Manjiki, yet distinguished by its hollowed design, also bearing resemblance to Uchiha Beauties. The patterns at the ends of the design faintly connected, but the hollow nature rendered it considerably more exquisite than those of Shirsue and Obito. With the manifestation of Qiushan's Manjiki pattern, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. "Congratulations, host. Your Manjiki Sharingan has finally awakened. Please verify its specific functions independently." Warning. Upon system examination, it has been determined that with the completion of your Manjiki Sharingan and its techniques, it has reached the pinnacle of its potential. Before your Sharingan evolves into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, refrain from further replication of Manjiki techniques. Chapter 20. The Eye of Rewriting in Takamagara. Upon hearing the system's warning, Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback and somewhat speechless, astonished that his Sharingan had reached its limit so swiftly. Uchiha Qiushan gently touched his still somewhat swollen eyes, deactivating the Manjiki Sharingan, his gaze returning to the deep, inky blackness of his pupils. Uchiha Qiushan blinked a few times, alleviating the discomfort in his eyes, and sensed that it was nothing serious. He would soon adapt, and his vision would return to normal. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan closed his eyes to explore his unique ocular technique. In truth, it was not necessary to close his eyes, but it appeared somewhat foolish. As expected, the Sharingan, aptly named the Eye of the Mind's Reflection, responded to the intense emotional upheaval of its wielder, be it the tragic demise of a loved one, the murder of a cherished companion, or the sting of betrayal. The overwhelming majority of such emotional turmoil is steeped in negativity, which led the second Hokage to perceive the Uchiha clan as malevolent. Yet, he failed to delve deeper. It was precisely the depth of love within the Uchiha that caused such profound emotional reactions in the face of loss, pushing them toward extremes. Moreover, the Sharingan, known as the Eye of the Mind's Reflection, awakens corresponding ocular techniques based on the fervent desires present at the moment of the Manjiki Sharingan's awakening. For instance, Obito wished to create a world with Rin, thus he manifested a spatial ocular technique, while Shirsue yearned for peace among his village and kin, leading to the awakening of an ultimate illusion technique. Under the system's guidance, Uchiha Qiushan continually reinforced his intentions internally and ultimately achieved the ocular technique he desired, the Eye of Rewriting. This bore a similar name and function to the technique previously boasted by Uchiha Shirsue. However, due to the influence of the system, the ocular technique he awakened could no longer replicate the Manjiki techniques, though it reached an unexpected pinnacle in replicating other bloodline limits. Now, wherever his Manjiki Sharingan gazed, it could pierce through illusions to grasp the essence of things, be they bloodline limits, secret techniques, or extraordinary ninjutsu beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Given time or witnessing the execution of the technique, he could replicate it. Nevertheless, despite the power and broad applicability of his ocular technique, limitations persisted. The replication of bloodline limits could not be boundless, aside from Uchiha Qiushan's own Sharingan bloodline limit. He could replicate 6 others. This was the ultimate capacity of the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, as Qiushan's Mangekyou Sharingan evolved into the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan or even the Rinnegan, this number would likely increase. In truth, bloodline limits also possess tiers, akin to Hashirama Senju's wood release, the Uchiha Sharingan, Inoki's dust release, and Mei Terumi's lava and boil release, these being among the most elite bloodline limits. Conversely, techniques such as the Moonlight Wind's vapor release and the Sand Village's Shikuten are somewhat inferior to wood and dust releases. Of course, no bloodline limit is without merit. It is merely the inadequacy of the wielder that renders them ineffective. Even possessing wood release does not ensure one can become the second Hashirama Senju. The limitation of this ocular technique is its inability to replicate bloodline limits of a higher tier, though in the current context of the Naruto world, we may consider this limitation non-existent, as no bloodline limit surpassing the Sharingan has yet emerged. The Mangekyou Sharingan possessed by Uchiha Qiushan is unlike the previous 3 Tomo Sharingan. As a higher echelon of the Sharingan, it awakens a unique ocular technique capable of replicating various bloodline limits, secret arts, and ninjutsu within the ninja world, while also providing feedback to its wielder. Upon observing this, Uchiha Qiushan was nearly overwhelmed with joy. It is noteworthy that within the ninja world, there exists a plethora of coveted bloodline limits, along with numerous potent jutsu that cannot be replicated or learned solely through the 3 Tomo Sharingan. For instance, the series of techniques utilized by the Reikage, which enhance one's own lightning release, as well as the rare flying ninjutsu and the Tsukuyomi's heavy stone technique, and the 4th Hokage's famed flying thunder god technique. These are all jutsu that Uchiha Qiushan has long coveted. Such techniques are either classified secrets of other ninja villages or entail rigorous learning requirements, demanding exceptional talent. However, with his Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan could effortlessly learn upon mere observation. These jutsu are comparable to bloodline limits, and acquiring any of them would significantly augment Uchiha Qiushan's survival capabilities. Furthermore, knowledge is akin to profit. Since these jutsu are not classified as bloodline limits, they are free from numerical constraints and do not conflict with one another, allowing for harmonious synergy. Moreover, Konoha Village boasts an abundance of secret techniques, the most renowned and distinguished being the Inoshikacho trio of their respective clan techniques. Aside from the Akimichi clan's techniques related to Yang release chakra, which Uchiha Qiushan finds challenging to learn for the time being, the remaining techniques, such as the Nara clan's shadow imitation techniques and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, should be relatively easy for Uchiha Qiushan to replicate, given his ample supply of Ine release chakra. Additionally, if an adversary possesses proficient escape ninjutsu or secret techniques, they may only succeed in fleeing once before finding themselves unable to escape a second time, as Uchiha Qiushan would have already discerned their techniques during their initial attempt. Much like the Saint Seiya's adage, one can never defeat me with the same move twice. Uchiha Qiushan was thoroughly pleased with this ocular technique. He was not lacking in powerful ninjutsu, with the mightiest Genjutsu, Kotoamatsukami, and formidable physical attacks such as the Susanoo and the Mighty Gundam. He found himself in need of a technique that could enhance his shortcomings and introduce a variety of strategies. Only by addressing his deficiencies, or rather his vulnerabilities, could he traverse further along the path of a ninja. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan began to examine the ocular technique of his other Mangekyou Sharingan, the technique known as Takamagara. A rare spatial ocular technique within the Uchiha clan, akin to Kamui, also connects to an island within an unknown realm. Upon activating his ocular technique, Uchiha Qiushan can traverse to the islands of this realm. Unlike the Kamui space, this domain experiences both day and night, featuring sources of water and vegetation, yet devoid of fauna. The distinction between Takamagara and Kamui lies in the absence of phasing in Takamagara, meaning there is no capability to partially immerse oneself in the space when under attack. In contrast to Kamui, Takamagara allows the use of the Sharingan to inscribe spatial marks, which are imperceptible and can be affixed to both tangible objects and the void, wherever these spatial marks are placed, regardless of the distance. Uchiha Qiushan can arrive in an instant, proving to be even more convenient than the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 21, The Land of Water. Chapter 21, The Land of Water. Uchiha Qiushan had never anticipated that he would awaken a rare spatial ocular technique. He had originally intended to wait until his Sharingan evolved into the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, at which point he would devise a method to capture Kakashi or employ another dimension to control him, thereby enabling him to replicate Kakashi's ocular technique, Kamui. Unexpectedly, before he could set his plans into motion, he awakened a spatial technique that was even more practical than Uchiha Obito's Kamui, as this Takamagara space allowed for prolonged habitation. Moreover, it facilitated travel through spatial marks, although he perceived that this technique, when juxtaposed with Kamui and the Flying Thunder God technique, had limited utility in combat. While Takamagara could inscribe spatial marks, it required entering the Takamagara space to then leap according to the marks. In high-stakes confrontations among skilled combatants, even the slightest delay could determine the outcome of the battle. Nonetheless, Uchiha Qiushan felt fortunate. He could still replicate and learn the Flying Thunder God technique and Kamui later. The ability to reside indefinitely within a space was a rare boon. After all, even Obito's Kamui space was bound by temporal constraints, having nearly been detonated by Konan's explosive tags. This effectively provided Uchiha Qiushan with a stable stronghold, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Should danger arise, he could retreat within, free from the perils of traps and ambushes. As long as Uchiha Qiushan remained within, even the Sage of Six Paths would be powerless against him. Moreover, through his exploration of this ocular technique, Uchiha Qiushan discovered that the spatial mark could be inscribed upon others. A person bearing this mark could activate it with chakra, thereby transporting themselves to the islands of Takamagara, effectively allowing them to reverse summon themselves into Uchiha Qiushan's domain. Uchiha Qiushan is fully capable of marking the spatial imprint on the individuals he holds dear. Naturally, should he wish to retract this imprint, it is merely a thought away for Qiushan, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the safety of those he cherishes. Uchiha Qiushan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of frustration creasing his brow. It seemed that with the awakening of his two ocular techniques, he would need to revise his original plans. Initially, Uchiha Qiushan intended to relocate the Uchiha clan to a site not far from the village. In light of the incident involving Uchiha Qiushan, this would not only alleviate the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village, but also allow them to evade the scrutiny of the third Hokage and Danzo. Furthermore, the proximity to Konoha would mitigate the threat of enemy sieges. However, now that Uchiha Qiushan had awakened a space-time ocular technique, one that facilitated traversal across the entire ninja world, he could indeed relocate the Uchiha clan to a far-off land, completely severing ties with Konoha. With the power of the space-time technique, should the Uchiha clan face insurmountable foes, Uchiha Qiushan could return at a moment's notice upon receiving word of danger. It is essential to recognize that Konoha, in the future, would become a place rife with turmoil. As the nominal foremost ninja village in the shinobi world, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Not to mention, in a few years, the Otsutsuki clan, known for their frequent visits to Konoha, would be joined by a certain antisocial individual wielding the devastating Shinra Tensei, capable of leveling the village to the ground, quite literally. While ninjas may possess some means of self-defense, those clan members who had not attained the status of ninja would find themselves nearly helpless against such cataclysmic jutsu. Thus, this presented a prime opportunity for the Uchiha clan to extricate themselves from Konoha and distance themselves from the impending chaos. Moreover, since they had been on guard against his growth and development, Uchiha Qiushan resolved to step outside the confines of the ninja village's game entirely, opting to depart rather than engage further. The Uchiha clan, in times past, failed to seize opportunities, treating the police force as a precious possession that they clung to tightly, oblivious to the fact that the police force is a place fraught with enmity and devoid of influence. Now, the substantial pie of Konoha has been thoroughly divided among various clans, leaving the Uchiha clan at a disadvantage. If they wish to mend relations with the residents of Konoha, they must relinquish their hold on the police force, a source of animosity, and at the very least, avoid positioning themselves as adversaries to the villagers. Furthermore, if the Uchiha clan aspires to flourish and grow, they will inevitably encroach upon the domains of others, leading to persistent conflicts with numerous clans. Should the Uchiha become overly assertive, their actions may provoke a united front of resistance from these clans. One must not be deceived into thinking that the Kotoamatsukami is an omnipotent solution. Its lengthy cooldown period limits the number of individuals it can influence. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami understands that in the world of shinobi, everything else is mere illusion. Only one's own strength is the true reality. Uchiha Qiushan, troubled, rubbed his temples in contemplation. It appears that in order for the Uchiha clan to flourish and thrive, it is essential to separate themselves from the village of Konohagakure. The Uchiha clan possesses its own pride and cannot compromise their integrity merely to coexist harmoniously with the villagers. Having resolved to extricate the Uchiha from the confines of Konohagakure, there remains a multitude of tasks ahead. Prior to the incident involving Uchiha Qiushan, it is imperative to carefully select a suitable territory for the Uchiha clan. Ideally a location surrounded by the sea, easily defensible, and distanced from the borders of neighboring nations, ensuring it is not situated in proximity to them. Uchiha Qiushan rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a map of the ninja world. In this era, a relatively accurate map was considered a strategic asset. Had Uchiha Qiushan not ascended to the rank of Jonin, he would not have possessed such a map. He spread the map across the table, meticulously searching for a location that met his criteria. The primary focus was on overseas islands or coastal regions. As the sun reached its zenith, Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the map with a complex expression, his eyes fixated on a particular spot, a large island, surrounded by ocean yet not far from the mainland. The island boasted arable land and water sources capable of sustaining tens of thousands of inhabitants, perfectly aligning with Uchiha Qiushan's requirements. What troubled him was the name inscribed on the map, the Land of Whirlpools. Indeed, this was the homeland of Uzumaki Kushina, the birthplace of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan was a distant relative of the Senju clan, inheriting part of the Sage of Six Paths chakra, renowned for their vast chakra reserves, formidable vitality, and mastery of sealing techniques. Due to their long-standing amicable relations with the Senju clan, and the fact that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was wed to the Uzumaki clan princess, Uzumaki Mido, who, in her efforts to assist Hashirama in governing Konoha, sealed the Nine Tails within herself, becoming the first host. This connection was pivotal. Chapter 22, Convincing the Elder Yet. It was during this time that the seeds of the Land of Whirlpool's downfall were sown. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in his quest for harmony among the nations and to balance their military strengths, distributed the tailed beast from 1 to 8 among the various ninja villages. While the first Hokage lived, other villages dared not harbor ill intentions. However, following the deaths of the first and second Hokage, the Senju clan lacked prominent figures. And the top combatant of the Uzumaki clan also passed away. Consequently, various ninja villages launched assaults against the Land of Whirlpools to acquire the clan sealing techniques, enabling them to seal their own tailed beasts and obtain hosts of their own. In response to the Uzumaki clan's pleas for assistance, the third Hokage, burdened with numerous concerns, delayed his response, citing the ongoing war and insufficient manpower as excuses. This inaction ultimately led to the fall of the Land of Whirlpools and the theft of their sealing techniques. The third Hokage never anticipated that the other villages would swiftly acquire their own hosts, with some even achieving perfect hosts, significantly boosting their combat capabilities and placing Konoha in a precarious position. In summary, the Land of Whirlpools possessed what the various ninja villages desperately needed, yet lacked formidable defenders to deter them. Meanwhile, Konoha, which had maintained cordial relations with the Land of Whirlpools, proved unreliable once again, possibly due to yet another political maneuver by the third Hokage leading to the latter's demise. Therefore, one should not depend solely on others in critical moments. Only oneself can be truly relied upon. Uchiha Qiushan closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then firmly pointed with his finger at the location of the Land of Whirlpool, thereby determining the future homeland of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is currently not lacking in formidable experts. Including Uchiha Itachi, there are 4 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. Although Uchiha Shirsue's ocular techniques should not be used lightly, this does not prevent him from activating Susanoo. Furthermore, even without employing the Mangekyou Sharingan, Uchiha Shirsue is undeniably a master of the shadow level. The prowess of the Uchiha clan far surpasses that of the once mighty Uzumaki clan, and with numerous elite shinobi of the Uchiha possessing the rank of Kage, it is unlikely that anyone would foolishly provoke the formidable strength of the Uchiha. Uchiha Qiushan activated his Sharingan, meticulously memorizing the map spread across the table. After tidying up the room, he did not hasten to consult the elder and the clan leader regarding the relocation. Even if the Uchiha clan were to depart, a small contingent would remain in Konoha to care for the students attending school there. After all, while establishing a new clan residence may be feasible, setting up a school is not a task that can be accomplished swiftly. After lunch, Uchiha Qiushan brewed a cup of tea and settled beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard. Gazing at the clan emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle adorning the courtyard wall, he savored a sip of tea, releasing a contented sigh. Since acquiring the system just yesterday, nearly a day had passed, yet he had leveraged the system's advantages alongside his own intellect to surpass the threshold of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, significantly enhancing his strength. No longer was he an obscure Uchiha Genin. He had transcended the confines of the chessboard, emerging as a genuine authority within the Uchiha clan. A true player of the game. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the afternoon had slipped away. Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan had finally acclimated, the initial discomfort subsiding. Next, he intended to pay a visit to the elder, seeking his consent regarding the clan's relocation. As for the clan leader, that would require a mere formality, a semblance of protocol. Basking in the afterglow of the setting sun, Uchiha Qiushan entered the elder's courtyard. Following the passing of the elder's wife, and given his preference for solitude, the expansive courtyard was now inhabited solely by him. Uchiha Qiushan leisurely rapped on the door and, upon hearing the elder's response, stepped inside. There, the elder Uchiha Ling was slowly preparing tea in the reception room, smiling as he remarked, "I anticipated your visit today, young man." Uchiha Qiushan expressed some surprise. "Did the Grand Elder know I would come?" The Grand Elder nodded and replied enigmatically, "You should have sensed it, haven't you?" Uchiha Qiushan left the elder somewhat perplexed. "What have you perceived?" Upon observing Qiushan's demeanor, the elder felt a sense of frustration, lamenting, "Your Mangekyou Sharingan. It should have awakened its ocular techniques by now." Hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly understood that the elder presumed he had come to seek guidance on ocular techniques. Initially inclined to refute the elder's assumption, he reconsidered and nodded in agreement, deciding to reveal only a portion of the truth. "Indeed, esteemed elder. My Mangekyou Sharingan has awakened its techniques, and I have utilized them once, though the outcome was less than favorable, which is why I sought your counsel." Upon learning that Uchiha Qiushan had already employed his ocular technique, the elder's interest was piqued. "You have already used it? What effects did it yield?" "You must refrain from excessive use in the future, as it could inflict damage upon your Sharingan." Uchiha Qiushan resolved to inform the elder about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, believing that this would facilitate persuading the elder to allow the Uchiha clan to sever ties with Konoha. Uchiha Qiushan's expression was somewhat grave. "My Mangekyou Sharingan awakened its ocular technique after I returned home last night. This sensation is quite extraordinary, as if this technique was inherently embedded in my eyes. Even without activating it, I possess an innate understanding of its general capabilities." Upon hearing this, The elder nodded. This is a natural awakening of the ocular techniques that follow the evolution of our Uchiha clan Sharingan into the Meijiki. Each individual's technique is unique, inherently aligned with their nature. If a person favors offense, their awakened technique is likely to be highly offensive. If they prefer concealment, the technique will assist in hiding. If they excel at fleeing, it may pertain to acceleration or flight. After finishing his words, the elder chuckled. I intentionally withheld this information from you yesterday, anticipating the surprise. Aha, you must have been taken aback. Hearing the elder's playful tone, Uchiha Qiushan nearly broke into laughter, but quickly restrained his expression, letting out a heavy sigh. Elder, do you know what ocular technique I awakened? At this moment, the elder sensed something amiss with Uchiha Qiushan and wiped the smile from his face. What technique has caused you such distress? Uchiha Qiushan lifted his head. Gazing at the elder, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He ultimately activated the Meijiki Sharingan, unleashing the Genjutsu of Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, he did not exert his full strength. Merely a gentle tug was sufficient, allowing even an ordinary ninja to easily break free. Elder, please do not resist. Allow me to show you the visions my ocular technique revealed yesterday. The elder, being a person of intelligence, gazed at Uchiha Qiushan's Meijiki and inquired, is it a form of foresight? Upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan nod, the elder ceased his resistance and entered the realm of illusion. Chapter 23. The Legacy. Although Uchiha Qiushan lacks foresight-type ocular techniques, he possesses Uchiha Fugaku's ocular ability, illusion, momentary space-time. Furthermore, he is aware of the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he skillfully crafted a deceptive portrayal of the future events surrounding Uchiha Shirsue's demise and the clan's extinction using Uchiha Fugaku's illusion, presenting it to the elder. Of course, he substituted Uchiha Itachi, who would prove invaluable in the future, with a masked figure in the vision. He harbors no fear of the elder becoming wary of Itachi. His concern lies in the possibility that the elder might eliminate Itachi without his notice. This scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. The elder is not Uchiha Fugaku. He has devoted his entire life to the Uchiha clan, and if he were to learn that Uchiha Itachi is the one destined to bring about the clan's downfall, he would undoubtedly seek to eradicate this threat. Uchiha Qiushan merely showcased a selection of scenes to the elder. As these fragments approached their conclusion, inspiration struck Uchiha Qiushan, and he presented an image of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, invading Konoha village, employing Aishinra Tensei that laid the village to waste. This compelling visual would undoubtedly persuade the elder to abandon Konoha with ease. As for the subsequent scene where Pain was convinced by Naruto Uzumaki to resurrect all those who perished in Konoha, that was, of course, omitted. I did not lie. I merely conveyed a portion of the truth. The ocular technique employed by Uchiha Qiushan functioned solely as an illusion, lacking any mental lethality, and its duration was brief. Akin to offering the elder a glimpse of a 3D cinematic experience, resulting in minimal exertion for Uchiha Qiushan. Yet another application of the ocular technique has been discovered. After guiding the elder through these scenes within the realm of illusion, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder emerged from it. The elder's face remained etched with shock, a sentiment that lingered for quite some time. As Uchiha Qiushan neared the end of his tea, the elder finally regained his composure. He took a gentle sip of the tea, sighed deeply, and appeared to have aged several years, his previously upright posture now slightly bent. It was only then that Uchiha Kiyama recalled that the elder was from the same generation as the third Hokage, belonging to the elder echelons of the shinobi world. At this moment, the elder finally spoke. A hint of self-mockery in his tone. Who would have thought that our illustrious Uchiha clan would ultimately meet with such a tragic fate of annihilation? Even Shisui was slain, his eyes taken from him. Alas, that boy Shisui, he possessed virtues in abundance, yet his excessive kindness and overthinking led to his untimely demise. Had it not been for his compassionate nature, how could he have been so easily vanquished? After uttering these words, a few tears flowed uncontrollably down the elder's cheeks. Uchiha Qiushan observed the tears streaming down the face of the elder and refrained from mockery, recognizing the elder's genuine affection for the distinguished descendants of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he offered words of comfort. Elder, this calamity has yet to transpire. I have already cautioned Shisui and prepared adequately to ensure his safety. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the elder wiped away his tears, suppressing his sorrow, and adopted a serious demeanor, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. It is not merely the demise of Shisui that bears an inextricable connection to the third Hokage and the treacherous Danzo, even the night our Uchiha clan faced annihilation. The arrangements surrounding our clan's territory unmistakably bore the hallmark of the third Hokage and Danzo's machinations. Otherwise, the masked traitor of the Uchiha, even if he were to resurrect Madara, could not have so quietly extinguished our clan. Then, a satisfied expression graced his features. However, Konoha has not fared any better. Just a few years later, enemies breached your gates, and your village was left in ruins. At this point, a look of uncertainty crossed the elder's face, that pair of eyes. I feel as though I have seen them somewhere before. With that, he rose and exited the meeting room. Uchiha Qiushan did not urge him, understanding that the elder was in search of the ancient texts passed down through the Uchiha clan. The reason for the elder's exalted position lies in the fact that these texts have been preserved solely by his lineage. Even the clan leader possesses only the right to peruse them, with no authority to remove them unless under exceptional circumstances. Thus, The Uchiha clan has maintained a delicate balance between the lineage of the clan leader and that of the elder, mutually constraining and assisting one another. Otherwise, the legacy of the Uchiha clan would not have endured for so long. Uchiha Qiushan waited for a brief moment before observing the Grand Elder entering with an ancient tome cradled in his hands. He meticulously wiped the table before placing the book with reverence upon it and commenced to peruse its pages. After a short while, the Grand Elder ceased his examination, exhaling deeply and nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it is true. I never anticipated that this pair of eyes would manifest. Truly, it is a tumultuous season, he remarked. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's look of confusion, he proceeded to elucidate. I observed that the intruder in Konoha possessed rather unique eyes that seemed vaguely familiar. Thus, I endeavored to consult our Uchiha lineage's ancient texts, and to my astonishment, I discovered the truth. The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with wonder as he continued. Those eyes are none other than the legendary Rinnegan, said to wield immense power and possess numerous extraordinary abilities, including the capacity to reverse life and death, resurrecting the deceased. It appears that the technique he employed to devastate Konoha must be one of the Rinnegan's abilities. Otherwise, its potency could not be so formidable. Uchiha Qiushan, intrigued, accepted the tome presented by the elder and turned to the page detailing the Rinnegan. There, he beheld an illustration of the Rinnegan, identical to that of Nagato. Accompanied by the inscription, the Eye of Six Paths, also known as the Rinnegan, possesses numerous extraordinary abilities. It grants sight into the netherworld, facilitates communication with the spirits, allows one to soar without wings, discerns truth from falsehood, detects lies, and holds the power to resurrect those who dwell in the underworld. Uchiha Qiushan flipped through several pages and discovered that they recounted extraordinary individuals and events from ancient times to the present, which greatly broadened his horizons. He marveled at the legacy of the Uchiha clan. It encompassed not merely the power of the Sharingan but also knowledge, experiences, insights, and methods of coping. These elements were the essence that upheld a family. Realizing that this was a treasured collection of the Uchiha Qiushan clutched it tightly, reluctant to part with it. He shamelessly approached the elder and said, I would like to take this home to study. I promise to return it once I am finished. Seeing Qiushan's audacious demeanor, the elder chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Take it if you wish. Nowadays, few possess your enthusiasm for reading. That rascal Uchiha Fugaku. When he became clan leader, I gifted him a similar collection, but alas, he returned it without even a glance. I have hundreds of such books here. Were I not concerned about you misplacing them, I would bestow them all upon you. Chapter 24. Entrustment. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan, fearing a change of heart, quickly nodded. I have a place to keep them. Please, grant them to me. However, the elder did not acquiesce, instead scoffing. Do you think this is merely a common cabbage? This represents the accumulation of over 1,000 years of the Uchiha clan, the very foundation of our heritage. Do you understand, young one? One of the responsibilities of my lineage is to safeguard these records while also documenting certain matters for future generations. The elder paused, sipped his tea, then continued, I speak at length not to boast, but to convey the significance of these texts. Had you not awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, you would not even be deemed worthy to approach such materials, let alone read them. Within the entire Uchiha clan, only the clan leader has the privilege to peruse them. It is not that I am unwilling to share, rather. These records encapsulate not only the wondrous tales of the ninja world, but also the meticulous history of our Uchiha clan over the past millennium. Should ill-intentioned individuals gain access to them, it would spell catastrophic consequences for our clan. As the elder spoke, he pointed to his heart. To protect these texts, the library is fortified with barriers, and the explosive seals therein are linked to my heartbeat. We, the Uchiha, are masters of illusion, thus. Even the most skilled Mangeki cannot instantaneously control me. If I were to perish, the records would be obliterated by the explosive seals, ensuring that even in death, I leave no lingering threats for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Qiushan was profoundly moved by the words of the elder, never anticipating that he would go to such lengths for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Qiushan paused in silence, gazing at the elder. Do you trust me, elder? The elder nodded affirmatively. Though your personality may be somewhat slippery, your essence remains commendable. If I did not trust you, why would I engage in such extensive conversation? Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the words of the elder, extended his arm and placed his hand upon the elder's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Do not resist. Although the elder felt a twinge of confusion, he nodded in acquiescence. In that moment, Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangeki Sharingan and inscribed a spatial mark within the elder's abode. He then nodded to the elder and invoked his ocular technique, Takamagara. Instantaneously, a series of imperceptible spatial fluctuations radiated outward, and without warning, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder Uchiha Ling vanished from the room. On the islands of the Takamagara realm, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder found themselves abruptly materialized in this new locale. The elder felt a fleeting blur before the scenery transformed before his eyes. He gazed at the unfamiliar landscape, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against his face. His pupils involuntarily constricted, and his expression reflected the profound shock to his worldview. In the elder's reception room, Uchiha Qiushan and the elder suddenly appeared beside the table. Uchiha Qiushan maintained a smile as he regarded the elder, his eyes betraying a hidden delight at the success of the prank. Meanwhile, the elder wore an expression of astonishment. still marveling at the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Uchiha Qiushan inquired with a smile, "Elder, is there no longer an issue? Do you trust that I have a secure place to store these ancient texts?" The elder nodded, expressing his surprise that Qiushan's other ocular technique was, in fact, the exceedingly rare space-time ninjutsu. "If it is not safe within that realm, then there exists no sanctuary in this world," he remarked, reassured. "I can now entrust these texts to you." With that, the elder exited the reception room, leaving Uchiha Qiushan to patiently sip his tea in anticipation. The wait was considerably lengthy this time, and just as he was nearing the bottom of his teapot, the elder finally returned, cradling two immense scrolls. The scrolls were significantly larger than the one Naruto Uzumaki had carried, the sealing book, so the elder did not place them on the table but instead laid them on the floor due to their size. After setting down the scrolls, the elder pointed to one of the red scrolls, saying, "This red one contains the ancient text passed down through our Uchiha clan. You may peruse it at your leisure. As for the blue scroll, it records all the ninjutsu developed and documented by our clan. With these two items in your possession, you will have all you need to establish a new Uchiha family." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan realized that the elder was preparing for the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, he activated the Manjiki Sharingan, directing it towards the two scrolls, and seamlessly transported them into the realm of Takamagara. However, a flicker of curiosity prompted Uchiha Qiushan to inquire, "Elder, having entrusted me with all this information, what will you do when you require it?" The elder, hearing Qiushan's question, merely curled his lip in response, "Rest assured. The materials I have provided you are merely backups. Each generation of elders, upon assuming their role, first meticulously copies the inherited documents. This practice ensures that the successor is well versed in the knowledge. We must also express gratitude to the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Despite his animosity towards our Uchiha clan, his invention of the shadow clone technique proves invaluable. Nevertheless, even with the aid of this technique, it took me nearly a year to complete my transcription." The previous elder, however, was less fortunate. He lacked access to the technique, and it took him several years to finish his work. "What I possess now is the legacy he entrusted to me." Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan felt reassured. Yet, with the discussion of his ocular techniques concluded, he proceeded to inform the elder about the Uchiha clan's intention to sever ties with Konoha. After patiently absorbing Qiushan's plans, the elder fell into a lengthy silence, ultimately exhaling a profound sigh. "Alas, I never anticipated that we would arrive at this juncture. The reasons extend beyond the village. Our Uchiha clan bears a measure of responsibility as well. Nonetheless, our kin have endured much injustice. Given the current circumstances, the discord between our Uchiha and Konoha has reached an irreconcilable state. However, Qiushan, do you possess confidence regarding Shirsue's feigned death? Shirsue is an extraordinary talent within our Uchiha clan. We must not allow him to make a futile sacrifice." Uchiha Qiushan nodded affirmatively upon hearing the words of the elder, assuring him that Shirsue was a brother to whom he could entrust his very life. If he were not confident, he would never have arranged for him to face danger. Chapter 25. A night's stay. Upon learning that Uchiha Qiushan had already made arrangements for Shirsue, the elder nodded with relief, then presented the second dilemma. The subsequent task proved to be the most challenging, persuading Uchiha Fugaku. Although I hold him in little esteem, he remains the leader of the Uchiha clan, and the majority of the clan members heed his counsel. His somewhat indecisive nature is suitable for maintaining relations with Konoha, however, in matters of great significance, this trait could prove catastrophic, potentially jeopardizing vital affairs. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback by the astuteness of the elder in discerning Uchiha Fugaku's temperament. Were it not for Fugaku's infuriating indecisiveness, the Uchiha clan would not have found itself on the brink of annihilation. Despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, he, as the clan leader, failed to rally his kin to resist the brutal slaughter of their brethren by Uchiha Itachi and the roots of Konoha. Instead, he cowered like a turtle, waiting silently in his chamber, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Itachi without a fight. It is crucial to understand that Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, bore the responsibility for the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, he neglected to instill the right values in Itachi. As both the patriarch of the Uchiha and Itachi's father, he allowed his son to become the most loyal subordinate of the third Hokage. It would be unjust to absolve Fugaku of responsibility. One could only conclude that he was utterly ineffectual. This is precisely why Uchiha Qiushan, upon meeting Fugaku just yesterday, employed Kotoamatsukami to subdue him. In Qiushan's eyes, Fugaku was merely a hindrance, yet his position as clan leader was of paramount importance, necessitating his control. The elder remained oblivious to the fact that Fugaku had already fallen under Qiushan's influence, which fueled his concern. Uchiha Qiushan found himself unable to disclose this matter to the elder, for the very notion of controlling the clan leader seemed rather rebellious. He could only offer reassurance, saying, "Elder, please do not worry. I shall go to the clan leader immediately to persuade him. Rest assured, once he witnesses the glimpses of the future that I present, he will undoubtedly support my course of action. If all else fails, I shall return to seek your guidance, and together we can persuade him." The elder, somewhat resigned, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the only viable option. Otherwise, his direct approach might imply an insurrection, potentially yielding adverse effects. Under the elder's numerous cautions and reminders, Uchiha Qiushan departed from his home. With the nightfall upon him and dinner time approaching, it was fortuitously the perfect moment to visit the clan leader's residence for a meal. After leaving the residence of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan ambled leisurely towards the clan leader's home. The elder had already taken care of the necessary arrangements. And at the leader's end, it was merely a formality, so Uchiha Qiushan felt no urgency. By this time, evening had descended, and the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few playful children reluctantly making their way home at the call of their parents. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Qiushan found the family gathered for dinner. Of course, Uchiha Itachi had yet to return from his mission. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's arrival, they promptly invited him to join their meal, to which he graciously accepted without hesitation. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly made her way to the kitchen to prepare 2 additional dishes, while the youthful Uchiha Sasuke observed her with a hint of curiosity. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku frequently welcomed numerous visitors to their home, so Sasuke had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, Uchiha Qiushan, who had seldom visited before, piqued Sasuke's interest, leaving him somewhat intrigued. In response to Sasuke's inquisitive gaze, Uchiha Qiushan returned a warm smile. Although Sasuke was undoubtedly a prodigy in his own right, he could not help but feel overshadowed by his elder brother, not only in terms of innate talent but also in intellect and perspective, compared to his elder brother. If it were not for the Indra's chakra residing within him and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan bestowed upon him by his brother, Sasuke Uchiha would merely be a shadow of the true protagonist archetype that is Itachi Uchiha. However, at present, Sasuke remains an innocent child, oblivious to the burdens of his fate, not yet the brooding, angst-ridden youth driven by hatred that would eventually compel Itachi to accelerate his maturation. The realization of such a transformation is still several years away. In light of Sasuke's presence, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from discussing the matters of Shursui and the Uchiha's estrangement from Konoha with Uchiha Fugaku, opting instead for mundane conversation. Dinner concluded in a tranquil manner, with Uchiha Qiushan successfully partaking in their meal. Afterward, Sasuke was taken away by Makoto, while Uchiha Fugaku escorted Uchiha Qiushan to the reception room. Although Uchiha Qiushan had exerted control over Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto, their thoughts and personalities remained unchanged. Hence, they continued to lead their lives in a normal manner. Uchiha Qiushan, 2. Refrained from exploiting this situation and maintained his decorum while interacting with the clan leader. Once Uchiha Makoto served the tea and exited the reception room, Uchiha Qiushan discussed the matter of Uchiha Shursui's fake death and the Uchiha clan's impending separation from Konohagakure with Uchiha Fugaku. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku had already been aware of the Uchiha clan's future extermination and had relinquished any hope for reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village. Naturally, he readily agreed to Uchiha Qiushan's plans. After establishing a plan, they deliberated on the finer details. Once all aspects and preparations were thoroughly discussed, Uchiha Qiushan turned to Uchiha Fugaku to discuss the expansion of the Uchiha clan's population. In the future, when the Uchiha clan established their influence on the islands of the Land of Whirlpools, they would stand alone. Although the Uchiha clan was not small in numbers, they would still face challenges. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku recognized the necessity of addressing this dilemma and took it upon himself to encourage the clan to procreate. Together with Uchiha Qiushan, he devised several incentive measures. Once all matters were settled, the hour had grown late, and Uchiha Qiushan naturally stayed the night. Just as Uchiha Qiushan was on the verge of resting, Uchiha Makoto appeared at his door with a late-night snack. Uchiha Qiushan opened the door, gazing at Makoto, who had changed into a fitted kimono, gracefully holding snacks and beverages. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she stood at the entrance, both of them exchanging a glance. Yet neither uttered a word. Everything was conveyed in the silence. Uchiha Qiushan slightly turned his body to allow Makoto to enter, and as she passed by him, she left behind a familiar fragrance that resonated with him. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Makoto's graceful and curvaceous figure, unable to suppress a deep breath. Upon noticing Makoto preparing to place the tray upon the table, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated Uchiha Qiushan's eyes as he conceived a brilliant idea. Chapter 26, Spatial Imprint. As Uchiha Qiushan observed Uchiha Makoto poised to place the tray upon the table, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes as if he had just conceived a brilliant idea. He hastily interjected, "Sister Makoto, please do not set it down just yet. Allow me to escort you to a splendid location." Uchiha Qiushan observed Makoto turn her head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Without offering an explanation, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan, marking a spatial imprint in the void. He then approached Makoto, taking her hand, and initiated the journey to Takamagara. The process was familiar and effortless. When Uchiha Qiushan brought Makoto to the island of Takamagara, she was utterly astonished. "Qiushan, what is happening?" Makoto's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Qiushan, her eyes shimmering with incredulity. In that fleeting moment, the surroundings and scenery transformed dramatically. Uchiha Makoto could not perceive this as an illusion, for everything felt too palpably real. Uchiha Makoto, despite having long been absent from the battlefield and tasks, is nonetheless a jonin endowed with the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. The perceptive acuity she possesses remains intact, the gentle breeze that caresses her, the earth beneath her feet, and the invigorating scent of the air all manifest with striking vividness. Uchiha Makoto, having experienced the world, was no stranger to its intricacies. After all, she had once shared a close friendship with the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kyuna. Before Uchiha Qiushan could respond to her inquiry, she continued to speculate, could it be a space-time ninjutsu akin to that of the fourth Hokage? Upon observing Makoto's curious demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan felt compelled to tease her a little. Take another guess. Hearing his words, Makoto realized her previous guess was incorrect. She surveyed her surroundings and the sky, quickly dismissing her initial thought. That's not right. It's already nighttime, yet the sky here remains bright. It's evidently not yet dark. Qiushan noted her swift response with a silent nod, impressed by her keen perception in identifying the discrepancy. Indeed, while the realm of Takamagara experiences a cycle of day and night, it does so approximately 6 hours later than the outside world. Thus, even though it was the depth of night beyond this dimension, in Takamagara, dusk was just beginning to settle in. Moreover, when night does fall in this ethereal space, it retains a gentle luminescence, never plunging into complete darkness. Uchiha Qiushan observed Uchiha Meichin still surveying her surroundings, yet she remained oblivious to the answer, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He stepped forward, effortlessly taking the tray she had yet to set down and placing it upon a nearby stone. With his other hand, he gently encircled her slender waist, drawing her closer. Uchiha Makoto felt the movements of Qiushan, her face involuntarily flushing with a hint of embarrassment. However, instead of resisting, she leaned into his embrace, acquiescing to Uchiha Qiushan's actions. Uchiha Qiushan made no other movements. He simply embraced Uchiha Makoto and quietly gazed at the scenery of the island. They stood at the center of the island, where the elevation allowed them to behold the majority of the picturesque vistas surrounding them. Uchiha Qiushan, with an arm around Makoto, gazed at the scenery while explaining, Sister Makoto, you must be aware that I have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, correct? Uchiha Makoto, allowing Qiushan to embrace her, felt a profound sense of happiness, for Qiushan was now the most significant person in her life. She would willingly sacrifice her life for him. The mere fact that he could hold her filled her heart with joy. Uchiha Makoto cast a playful glance at Uchiha Qiushan upon hearing his words, retorting, if you had not awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, how could you possibly be holding me now? Upon hearing Makoto Uchiha's words, Uchiha Kayama felt a tinge of embarrassment and chuckled softly. I have awakened a unique ocular technique known as Takamagara, which belongs to the realm of spatial jutsu. This technique connects to a dimension called Takamagara. Whenever I activate this ocular ability, I can transport myself there, and I can also bring along whomever I desire. Furthermore, I can create spatial markers. Once a location has been marked, I can access it at will. In the future, I will be able to take you, Sister Makoto, to explore various places beyond our own. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Uchiha Makoto's eyes shimmered with a tenderness that seemed almost to overflow, exclaiming, you are truly remarkable. This ocular technique surpasses even the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Qiushan humbly remarked, in comparison to the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique, mine still lacks a certain finesse. This ocular technique is more suited for preserving life and traversing distances, rather than proving its efficacy in combat. After elucidating this to Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly activated his Meijiki Sharingan, gazing intently into Makoto's eyes. Sister Makoto, I present you with a gift. Please do not resist. I hope it brings you joy. Uchiha Makoto gazed upon the exquisite kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Qiushan, unperturbed, as she gently nodded. Marking a spatial seal on a person is considerably more intricate than inscribing it elsewhere. It necessitates not only precise markings but also ensures that a connection can be established with the chakra of the individual being marked. This way, the person can activate the spatial seal when the need arises. Uchiha Qiushan surveyed Uchiha Makoto from head to toe, ultimately resting his gaze upon her smooth forehead, deciding to place the spatial mark there. Uchiha Qiushan is marking someone for the first time, and it happens to be on the person he holds dear. Thus he must proceed with utmost caution. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Qiushan gradually spun, as time subtly slipped away. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto gazed at Qiushan's earnest demeanor, becoming somewhat entranced. The members of the Uchiha clan are renowned for their striking beauty, and Uchiha Qiushan stands out among them, possessing a particularly captivating allure. His exquisite Sharingan exudes an enchanting, almost sinister beauty that is truly mesmerizing. This combination of features is already remarkable, but when paired with his earnest demeanor, it ensnares Uchiha Meichin's heart. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan finally inscribed the spatial mark upon Meichin's forehead, manifesting as a delicate azure dot that enhanced her beauty further. When not activated by chakra, it would gradually fade, ensuring discretion. After completing the marking, Uchiha Qiushan let out a sigh of relief, having accomplished his task. Noticing Uchiha Meichin's gaze fixed upon him, he explained, Meichin, I have just marked a spatial seal on your forehead. In times of danger, you can activate it with chakra, allowing you to escape to this space. He then elaborated on various precautions. Uchiha Meichin, moved by Qiushan's seriousness and concern for her well-being, felt a profound sense of gratitude. Understanding that this space was a sanctuary for Qiushan himself, any exposure to the outside world increased the risks he faced. After Ichihabaki Makoto finished speaking with Qiushan, she could no longer restrain herself and leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 27. Departure from the village. Uchiha Qiushan was caught off guard by Makoto's sudden assault. Momentarily stunned before swiftly regaining his composure, he then ardently reciprocated her advances. After a prolonged moment, their kiss concluded. Despite both being ninjas with physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, they found themselves breathing heavily. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Uchiha Meikin's charming face, which was flushed with a rosy hue, her enchanting eyes seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. Unable to restrain himself, he tightened his embrace around her. Meanwhile, Uchiha Meikin gazed dreamily at Qiushan's visage, unable to suppress the words she had long harbored in her heart. Qiushan, may I bear your offspring? Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's words. After all, his use of the Kotoamatsukami technique merely altered Makoto's perception of him, without affecting any other aspect. In essence, it was a reflection of Makoto's own willingness. Noticing the surprise in Uchiha Qiushan's gaze, Uchiha Makoto felt a twinge of embarrassment in the heat of the moment. She had inadvertently revealed her innermost feelings. Uchiha Makoto turned her gaze aside, seeking an excuse as she spoke. Isn't Kiyama-kun currently discussing with Uchiha Fugaku the encouragement of our clansmen to procreate, thereby increasing the Uchiha clan's population? As the matriarch, it is only fitting that I set an example and lead by my actions. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku sustained injuries on the battlefield in recent years, rendering him unable to fulfill certain duties. Thus it falls upon Kiyama-kun to take on additional responsibilities. As she spoke, Uchiha Makoto suddenly lowered her head, her voice becoming somewhat somber. Moreover, my age surpasses Kiyama-kun's by a significant margin. In a few years, my beauty will inevitably fade, and at that time, he may no longer hold affection for me. By leaving a descendant for Kiyama-kun now, I ensure that he will have a cherished memory of me in the future, and he will not forget me. Though Uchiha Makoto kept her head bowed, preventing Uchiha Kiyama from seeing her expression, he could still sense the sorrow that enveloped her words. Uchiha Qiushan gently cradled Uchiha Meichin's delicate face in his hands, deeply moved by the tears glistening in her eyes. Uchiha Qiushan said nothing further at this point. Words held no significance. He merely nodded gently and acquiesced. All right, then I shall trouble you, Sister Makoto, to continue my bloodline. After speaking, he softly leaned in for a kiss. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the blushing face of his beloved Makoto, gently planting a kiss upon her charming visage. The woman before him was utterly captivated by him, which stirred profound emotions within Uchiha Qiushan. He took a moment to admire Makoto once more before employing his ocular technique, Takamagara, to transport her home. Both Uchiha Makoto and Qiushan regarded each other as their one and only, resulting in a harmonious synergy between them as they engaged in their passionate embrace until the midnight hour. When Makoto could no longer endure, Qiushan finally called a ceasefire, cradling her as they drifted into a deep slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, Uchiha Qiushan contemplated placing some furniture and provisions within their shared space, envisioning a more comfortable environment for their time together. Uchiha Qiushan awoke once more beneath the glaring sunlight, while Uchiha Makoto, perhaps due to her excessive exertion the previous day, remained enveloped in slumber, yet to awaken. Taking advantage of the early hour, Uchiha Qiushan abruptly threw aside the covers. As Makoto lay in a state of drowsiness, yet to awaken, he embraced the morning sunlight and the lively chirping of birds, sounding the clarion call for battle. He vanquished his foes, leaving them in disarray, abandoning their armor and ultimately concluding the skirmish with a triumphant charge and the desperate pleas for mercy from the enemy. Following his morning exercise, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger in the realm of comfort but departed from the clan leader's residence, leaving the disheveled room for Makoto to tidy up. After leaving the clan leader, Uchiha Qiushan did not return home. Instead, he proceeded directly to the mission issuance location in Konoha, preparing to accept a task that would allow him to venture outside the village and remain there for an extended period. Home was but a solitary place for him, and ever since awakening his space ocular technique, Uchiha Qiushan had organized and stored away all his valuable belongings in the realm of space, leaving only superfluous items that could be discarded at any moment. As Uchiha Itachi had yet to return from his mission, the plan for Shirsue's feigned death could not be executed at this time. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Qiushan intended to inspect the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, marking spatial imprints along the way to facilitate his future travels. Typically, the missions undertaken by ninjas do not necessitate the direct involvement of the Hokage. If the Hokage were to personally oversee such matters, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and exhausted. Each ninja village has a designated location for the issuance of missions, which entails not only the distribution but also the assessment, classification, and intelligence gathering. After completing a mission, ninjas must also handle the subsequent collection of commissions and feedback from the mission's clients. Without the establishment of a dedicated department, managing such affairs would prove exceedingly difficult. Although Uchiha Qiushan is recognized as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessing a certain level of renown within Konoha, he has primarily been affiliated with the security force, resulting in fewer missions for him. Furthermore, he is not particularly close to the Hokage. Uchiha Shirsue's rapport with the Hokage stemmed from his lineage as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who, along with the third Hokage, were both disciples of the second Hokage, thus fostering a bond of familiarity. In contrast, Uchiha Qiushan is a quintessential Uchiha orphan, lacking both the reasons and the means to approach the third Hokage. Moreover, Qiushan harbors a disinclination to become too closely associated with the third Hokage, fearing that one day he might be betrayed without forewarning. Uchiha Qiushan accepted a mission to hunt down a rogue ninja at the task distribution center. The assignment was straightforward and devoid of complexity. The rogues, a villager from Shima Island, was a civilian ninja who, after many years of arduous effort, had barely achieved the rank of a special jonin specializing in swordsmanship. While his skills in genjutsu and ninjutsu were mediocre at best, with only his taijutsu being somewhat acceptable. The reason for his defection from Konohagakure was rooted in a tragic incident involving one of his students, a brash young lad from a minor clan who had persistently mocked and provoked him. During a mission, this student ultimately caused his demise, and the aftermath was poorly managed, exposing vulnerabilities that aroused suspicion from the young clan in the village. The villager from Shima Island, already burdened by guilt, found himself increasingly unsettled after 2 discussions with the authorities in Konoha. Unable to bear the pressure, he chose to flee during an external mission. Given his low status and limited strength within the Konohagakure hierarchy, coupled with his lack of access to the village's confidential matters, the village did not take his defection seriously. They even neglected to dispatch the umbu, merely placing the mission in the task center with a standard requirement that only an experienced jonin need apply. Uchiha Qiushan's visible capabilities perfectly met this criterion. Chapter 28. Rewriting the seal. Uchiha Qiushan paid little heed to the rogue ninja, casually stowing the mission and its accompanying intelligence into his pouch of ninja tools. He then made his way to a dumpling shop, purchasing a generous handful of dumplings for breakfast. As he walked, savoring the soft and sweet 3-colored dumplings, he observed the bustling crowd on the street. Konoha Village, revered as the foremost ninja village in the realm, had experienced a decline under the leadership of the third Hokage and Danzo. Nonetheless, its profound heritage remained intact. The village boasted numerous clans, a plethora of unique bloodlines, and an abundance of emerging geniuses, which constituted the very foundation of Konoha's strength. Having grown up in Konoha, Uchiha Qiushan could not deny the emotional ties he held towards it. However, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was escalating, and Uchiha Qiushan was maturing rapidly. Konoha had become an invisible cage for him and his clan, forcing them to either endure a stifling existence while guarding against the underhanded schemes of the third Hokage and Danzo, or to break free, allowing Uchiha Qiushan to thrive unrestrained. As he approached Uchiha Shirsui's residence, Qiushan finally finished his bag of 3-colored dumplings, carelessly discarding the stick that remained in his hand, which lodged itself in a tree. He pushed open Shirsui's front door and called out, "Shirsui, are you awake? I've come to see you and brought your favorite 3-colored dumplings." Without waiting for a response, he stepped inside unceremoniously. Uchiha Shirsui was roused from his slumber by Qiushan's voice, appearing still in the haze of sleep. He yawned widely, showing no restraint as he snatched the bag of dumplings from Qiushan's hand, stuffing them into his mouth while mumbling indistinctly. "What brings you here so early in the morning? When there's no mission, you've never risen this early." Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the disheveled Shirsui and could not help but shake his head. As he poured a cup of water and handed it over, he remarked, "If your devoted admirers were to behold you in this state, I wonder how many hearts would shatter. In the world of ninjas, strength is revered, and Uchiha Qiushan's reputation as Shunshin Shirsui is well known. Coupled with his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, he has garnered a legion of admirers both within the clan and throughout the village." Uchiha Shirsui took the cup and gulped down a generous sip, then said with a hint of irritation, "For a ninja, true strength lies within oneself. Power is fundamental. What use is appearance? Take Lord Jiraiya, for instance. Despite his less than favorable image, he still has countless admirers." Uchiha Qiushan observed Shirsui savoring his meal with such delight that he could not resist the temptation to reach for a piece himself. He chewed slowly, enveloped in a moment of silence. Once Uchiha Shirsui had finished his meal and was leisurely sipping his tea, Uchiha Qiushan finally spoke. "I have accepted a mission that will require me to leave the village for approximately half a month." Uchiha Shirsui heard Qiushan's words. "What about our plan?" "I have already spoken with the clan leader. The plan will proceed as scheduled, so rest assured, it will not cause any inconvenience. I will return before the plan is put into action." Uchiha Shirsui nodded, indicating his understanding. "When shall we depart?" "We shall leave shortly. I intend to take care of some matters during this mission." As he spoke, Uchiha Qiushan set down his cup of water and, with a hint of concern, cautioned, "In the event that I encounter unforeseen circumstances and do not return, make certain that when you meet Danzo, he does not extract your eyes." Uchiha Qiushan observed the perplexed expression on Shirsui's face, as if to say, "I care not for my life. Why should I be concerned about my eyes?" This concern stemmed from the fact that Uchiha Shirsui had previously fallen victim to Danzo's eye extraction. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Qiushan decided to lay everything bare before Shirsui. "I had secretly sealed Izanaji within your Sharingan using a transcription seal. The conditions for its activation are that your heart must cease to beat for 12 hours, after which the negative effects will dissipate, allowing for your resurrection. I initially intended to surprise you, yet feared that you might, in pursuit of authenticity, compel Danzo to extract your Sharingan. If the eye containing Izanaji were to be removed, it would indeed spell your demise." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Shirsui suddenly understood. No wonder Uchiha Qiushan spoke of feigning death to avoid detection, allowing for a genuine demise. It appeared he had long been prepared with a contingency plan. Suddenly, Uchiha Qiushan recalled something and, feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired, "Is your eye unharmed?" Although I am not proficient in Izanagi, I am aware that its execution demands the eternal blindness of the Sharingan used. Seeing Qiushun's concern, Qiushan felt a warm current of affection and reassured him, "Qiushan, fret not. My Sharingan possesses unique qualities that shield it from harm." With the knowledge that Uchiha Qiushan's eyes were safe, Qiushan finally relaxed and remarked, "You always seize every opportunity to tease me. How delightfully wicked you are. Were it not for the gravity of this matter, I would wager that when I am resurrected, bewildered, you would undoubtedly be there, secretly reveling in my confusion." After exchanging a few more words, Uchiha Qiushan noted that the hour was late and bid farewell to Qiushan. After bidding farewell to Qiushan, Uchiha Qiushan set forth towards the outskirts of the village. Given that this mission was undertaken solo, there was no urgency in his demeanor. After submitting the mission request to the ninja stationed at the village entrance, he departed from the village. Uchiha Qiushan had deliberately chosen this task, as the location of the rogue ninja coincided with his journey towards the land of whirlpools. Thus, he prioritized his own affairs before hastening to complete the mission. As Uchiha Qiushan traversed a sizable city, he assumed the guise of a wealthy patron, indulging in a spree of purchasing. Utilizing the operational funds he had withdrawn from Uchiha Fugaku, he acquired a substantial amount of provisions, intended for his clan's relocation to the land of whirlpools. He procured firewood, rice, oil, salt, furniture, and various essentials, ensuring that every aspect of daily life was accounted for in his purchasing strategy. Given the vast quantity of items acquired and the considerable expenditure involved, Uchiha Qiushan opted to rent a modest courtyard, employing multiple shadow clones alongside transformation jutsu. He executed his purchasing plan with remarkable efficiency and discretion. Naturally, he refrained from acquiring everything in one go, as such behavior might attract unwanted attention. Instead, he planned to gather items incrementally, buying here and there as he traversed the numerous cities along his route, while numerous shadow clones ventured out for procurement. His original self remained within the rented courtyard, patiently awaiting the accumulation of supplies. Once the courtyard was sufficiently stocked, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan to transfer the amassed resources to the island within his spatial realm. The island had ample area. Even if he were to store provisions sufficient for a century for his clan, it would be feasible, though Uchiha Qiushan lacked the financial means for such an extensive stockpile. Chapter 29. The inquiry of the island villager. Upon successfully transferring the final batch of supplies into his space, Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction. The advent of his spatial realm had significantly streamlined his endeavors, rendering the cumbersome ceiling scrolls, which could scarcely hold much and occupied considerable space, utterly impractical. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan continued his journey towards the land of whirlpools, pausing intermittently to procure resources while simultaneously beginning to construct a dwelling within his celestial domain. As it was impractical to rest in the wilderness each time he sought refuge in his space, Uchiha Qiushan intended to construct his abode atop a high elevation on the island, allowing for an unobstructed vista of the entire landscape. His requirements for the dwelling were modest. He planned to make do for the time being and, once he mastered the wood-release techniques of Senja Hashirama or Yamado, to eventually realize a grand design, perhaps a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room technique or even a country villa technique. Lacking experience in this venture, Uchiha Qiushan first utilized earth release to solidify and level the chosen site. Subsequently, he employed a team of seasoned professionals whose livelihoods depended on such work and transported them into his space. Uchiha Qiushan assigned a shadow clone to supervise, ensuring that the workers remained orderly and did not wander. Utilizing his Sharingan, he cast an illusion to confound these ordinary individuals, who were not even ninjas, making the task trivial. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Qiushan busily orchestrated his plans for his cozy retreat, Uchiha Qiushan began to implement the strategy they had previously discussed. Uchiha Qiushan was remarkably astute, deliberately refraining from overtly revealing his Mangeki Sharingan. Instead, he undertook several arduous missions, utilizing his unique ocular prowess solely in particularly challenging situations, such as confronting tenacious adversaries or navigating preset traps. Once employed, he would promptly conceal it, never lingering unnecessarily. However, one must acknowledge that no wall is impenetrable, particularly when one is intentionally divulging information. Despite Uchiha Qiushan's prudent caution, it is rare to find a ninja who has survived the trials of the shinobi world without a modicum of intelligence. After completing several demanding tasks, the peculiarities of his Sharingan inevitably circulated, and it was merely a matter of time before Danzo became aware of this development. Uchiha Fugaku's response to this situation was consistently a beat too slow, failing to effectively curtail the dissemination of this information. As events in Konoha began to escalate, Uchiha Qiushan, after a week of leisurely travel towards the east, finally arrived at the seaside. The construction team, diligently working within Uchiha Qiushan's space, completed their task just yesterday. Utilizing spatial seals, Uchiha Qiushan transported them back to their hometown. This team, indeed, was professional, despite the brief week of work. The structures they built were commendable. Each house featured a wooden framework, elevated to prevent moisture and pest intrusion, constructed with robust materials. Although lacking in ornate details, The quality was exceptional, ensuring a family could comfortably reside for 2 to 3 decades. Uchiha Qiushan expressed his satisfaction, not only settling their full wages but also providing a bonus as a reward. Ultimately, he employed illusionary techniques to obscure their memories, thereby eliminating potential future complications. According to intelligence reports, the rogue ninja from the island, known as the Village Man, was concealed within a coastal fishing village, presumably preparing to set sail to evade the village's pursuit. Uchiha Qiushan's mission was to eliminate the rogue on site or apprehend him for life imprisonment. Naturally, Uchiha Qiushan opted for the former, as it was more convenient and would not impede his agenda. Near this quaint fishing village, Uchiha Qiushan halted his advance, opting for caution by dispatching shadow clones to probe the area. The village's sparse population negated the need for extensive reconnaissance. Uchiha Qiushan could discern the villagers' appearances. Fishermen, exposed to the sun's relentless rays at sea, exhibited notably different skin textures compared to the average individual, with their hands often cracked and weathered. Ninjas, reliant on intricate hand seals for their techniques, typically maintained their hands with care, unlike ordinary fishermen, whose hands bore the marks of constant exposure to saline waters. Although the village man had donned a disguise to blend in with the fishermen, Uchiha Qiushan's keen observation allowed him to distinguish the rogue from the common villagers through these subtle details. The presence of this unfamiliar figure also aroused the village man's suspicions. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan made no effort to conceal his identity as a ninja from Konoha, boldly displaying his forehead protector upon his brow. Uchiha Qiushan did not attempt to conceal his presence, for at this moment, the mere appearance of a stranger, whether a ninja or not, would incite the utmost vigilance of the rogue ninja villagers. Moreover, the one who entered the village was his shadow clone. Thus, should there be any traps, they would pose no threat to him. Uchiha Qiushan can be deemed as a bold figure of exceptional prowess. His current strength is not only unparalleled within the confines of Konoha village, but stands out prominently throughout the entire shinobi world. It is no exaggeration to assert that even if he were besieged by multiple shadow-level experts, he would effortlessly emerge unscathed. As Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone fixed its gaze upon the island villager, who was feigning repairs on a fishing net by the seaside, the villager's body became rigid with fear, unable to maintain his pretense. Abandoning the fishing net, he fled towards the adjacent woods. The shadow clone of Uchiha Qiushan activated its 3-tomo Sharingan and pursued him closely. Upon entering the forest, the island villager could no longer conceal his identity. He donned the vest of a high-ranking ninja and strapped a tool pouch to his waist. When he noticed Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone following him into the woods, he could no longer contain himself and, with a hint of desperation in his voice, cried out, "You have found me after all. Why? Why can't you let me have a chance at survival, even after I have hidden myself away?" His eyes were bloodshot, and he gripped his kunai tightly, his agitation evident as the veins on his neck throbbed. "Why do you persist? Is it simply because he belongs to a ninja clan? Are you not aware that he provoked me first? He dared to challenge me. I am his mentor. Does he not understand the importance of respecting his teacher?" Before Uchiha Qiushan could utter a single word, the villager from Xiaodao seemed to have finally found a place to unburden himself. With heightened emotions, he questioned fervently. And by the end of his outburst, his eyes had grown slightly red. Chapter 30. The Trap. Uchiha Qiushan patiently awaited the conclusion of the outburst from the villager. "Ko Island." Before he spoke, "I have gathered all the intelligence regarding you and your student. Even if he has erred, you possess numerous ways to address his transgressions. You may choose to send him back or issue a poor evaluation. Both actions would significantly impact his future and adequately counter his provocations. Furthermore, with your capabilities, you could impart a lesson through physical discipline." At this point, Uchiha Qiushan shook his head and added, "Ultimately, your reaction is rather extreme. Although he has provoked you and incited your anger, it does not warrant the extreme measure of taking his life." Having vented his frustrations, Ko Island's emotions had stabilized somewhat. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, he refrained from growing angry. "You, too, hail from a lineage of ninjas, yet you remain naively oblivious. Do you comprehend the reason behind his provocations? It stems from his disdain for me, believing I am incapable of retaliating against him. Even if I were to send him back, his family would simply find him a stronger ninja to serve as his mentor. I cannot strike him. Should I do so? There are plenty who would defend him. What significance does a poor evaluation hold? Under the machinations of his family, it would not impede his ascension to Chunin or Jonin. Moreover, he would welcome being sent back. At worst, he would graduate a year later and end up with an even better teacher." As he spoke, the expression on Ko Island's face twisted with frustration. "Do those of you from ninja families ever consider the plight of us, the commoners? Do you know the struggles I have endured to reach this point? Unlike your family ninjas, we commoner ninjas graduate from the academy having only been taught the most rudimentary of techniques. The instructors assigned to us are predominantly middle-rank ninjas from humble backgrounds, who themselves lack a repertoire of jutsu and are unlikely to impart any knowledge freely. All of my techniques have been painstakingly earned through diligent missions, accumulated bit by bit, and honed through perilous encounters. After much effort, I have finally attained the rank of Special Jonin. If I cannot even handle a freshly graduated novice, how can I hold my head high?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan fell into a contemplative silence. In contrast to those ninjas hailing from established clans, the villagers of Shima, who emerged from humble origins, faced an arduous path to elevate their status. Their ascent necessitated not only immense effort but also a careful navigation of the whims of clan-affiliated ninjas. This predicament fueled Uchiha Qiushan's desire to extricate himself from the confines of Konohagakure. With the Senju clan's disappearance, the Uchiha clan's numbers and influence dwindled further. The affairs of the village were increasingly dominated by families closely allied with the third Hokage, particularly during his tenure. The Sarutobi clan, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Shimura clan, under Shimura Danzo, had grown into formidable entities. The intricate web of relationships and unspoken rules within the village rendered Konohagakure stagnant, exuding a faint yet palpable odor of decay. The Uchiha clan yearns for advancement, yet it must extricate itself from the confines of Konoha village. It is imperative to recognize that even if the Uchiha clan manages to endure until the fifth Hokage ascends, Tsunade Senju, hailing from the Senju clan, will likely harbor a less than favorable disposition towards them. Furthermore, the meddlesome elder advisors of Konoha will undoubtedly complicate matters, ensuring that the Uchiha do not enjoy a life of ease. Nevertheless, the mission must be executed. To abandon it due to the trifling words of a mere villager would render the years of toil by Uchiha Qiushan meaningless. Although the villager has faced injustice, one must ponder where in this world true fairness exists. Were there justice, the Uchiha would not have faced annihilation after just a few years. As humans, once a decision is made, one must be accountable for the consequences that arise from one's actions. If you undertake a task, you must also bear the repercussions it entails. Uchiha Qiushan felt a twinge of regret. The actions of this island's rustic inhabitant were excessively radical. Otherwise, he might have attempted to subdue him and enlist his services. Unfortunately, individuals of such temperament, even when treated with utmost kindness, are prone to betrayal. As for employing the BT Onshin, he is not yet worthy of such a privilege. As Uchiha Qiushan took a couple of steps forward, poised to utter words that might persuade the villager from Shima to relinquish his resistance and accompany him back to Konohagakure, the villager's countenance unexpectedly shifted. Just moments ago, he had worn an expression of fury, but it abruptly transformed into a smirk of cunning triumph. Uchiha Qiushan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Before he could react, the rustic villager from the small island vanished with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, a myriad of steel wires appeared around Uchiha Qiushan, ensnaring him like a tightly woven net. And these wires were adorned with numerous explosive tags. Just as the wires bound him, a flicker of light gleamed upon them, and immediately after, the explosive tags attached to the wires detonated with a thunderous boom. Not far from the thicket, Uchiha Qiushan helplessly rubbed his temples, astonished that this humble island villager possessed such skill, silently laying a trap for him. Moreover, the timing of the explosion was exceedingly swift. The shadow clone had not even had the chance to break free from the wires before it was obliterated. Uchiha Qiushan subsequently created a shadow clone and instructed it to proceed, unperturbed. Ever since awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan, coupled with his extraordinary mental prowess, a benefit bestowed upon him by his transdimensional journey, his chakra reserves had become virtually boundless, rendering the consumption of shadow clones trivial in comparison. At that moment, the countenance of the humble villager from the island darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan would exhibit such caution, sending a mere shadow clone to engage with him. Indeed, upon recognizing Uchiha Qiushan, he had identified him as a member of the Uchiha clan, as evidenced by the unmistakable emblem of a ping-pong paddle emblazoned upon his attire. Thus, the villager had lured Uchiha Qiushan into a trap he had set earlier. Yet he had not foreseen that the typically arrogant Uchiha would exercise such prudence by dispatching a shadow clone for this encounter, ultimately thwarting his plans. Especially when he witnessed another identical figure boldly entering the scene, the villager's expression soured further, prompting him to mock. I never imagined that the esteemed Uchiha clan would be so cowardly, resorting to sending mere shadow clones. Could it be that those rumors about not engaging the Uchiha in one-on-one combat are indeed unfounded? Uchiha Qiushan, instead of succumbing to anger upon hearing the words of the villager from the small island, gazed intently at him as he stood upon a horizontally positioned tree trunk and inquired, "What you just employed must be a transformation of the lightning attribute, is it not? Such abilities are beyond the reach of someone of your humble origins, thus it would seem you have spoken falsely. The demise of your disciple was not merely an act of vengeance, was it?" Chapter 31. Lightning Release Armor. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the grim expression of the villager from the small island and continued. The variations in the nature and form of chakra attributes have long been classified as the village's most guarded secrets. Without attaining the rank of an elite shinobi, one cannot access this information. Moreover, unless you have achieved significant contributions to the village, the methods of training will remain beyond your reach. Based on your current status and your past missions, it is evident that such knowledge is inaccessible to you. Therefore, your act of murdering your disciple is not merely an outburst of rage, it serves as a mere fade. His demise is intrinsically linked to the transformation in the nature of the lightning attribute chakra you were cultivating. Uchiha Qiushan sensed an anomaly in the explosion speed of the explosive tags, which had been unusually rapid. Typically, unless one employs specific techniques, such tags do not detonate at such an accelerated pace. From the faint glimmer observed on the wire moments earlier, Uchiha Qiushan deduced that the villager from Xiaodao had undergone a transformation in the nature of his lightning attribute chakra, reaching a certain proficiency. Otherwise, the explosive tags would not have detonated with such swiftness. What Uchiha Qiushan did not convey was that the transformation of chakra attributes in their forms, upon reaching a certain level, is an essential prerequisite for the development of bloodline techniques. However, the villager's mastery of the lightning attribute transformation was still far from sufficient. Moreover, one must be proficient in at least 2 attributes to have a possibility of developing a bloodline technique. And only by integrating such a technique into oneself could one's descendants potentially inherit that bloodline. Upon this realization, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly understood that he needed to swiftly utilize his ocular technique, the copying eye, to replicate 1 or 2 practical bloodline techniques to assimilate into himself, thus honoring the legacy of his sister, Makoto. Meanwhile, the expression on the villager from Xiaodao grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Qiushan's observational skills were so acute. Merely revealing a hint of his training in lightning attribute transformation had led to his detection. It was akin to having one's trump card meticulously concealed, yet before even being employed, it was deduced by the opponent from the slightest clues. Given that he had been uncovered by this Uchiha, the villager decided to abandon any pretense. He tore apart the tattered clothing he had worn while masquerading as a fisherman, retaining only a tactical vest. Immediately, arcs of vibrant blue lightning began to dance across his form, causing his relatively long hair to levitate dramatically. Witnessing this, Uchiha Qiushan's demeanor grew serious. The lightning armor from the Raikage lineage of the Hidden Cloud Village, albeit only in its initial stage, was classified as top secret within the village. How had he acquired it? Although Uchiha Qiushan has never witnessed the Raikage's lightning release armor in reality, he has observed it in the original work. The Raikage utilized this very armor, in conjunction with his unique body technique, to inflict severe damage upon Sasuke, who had activated his Susanoo. It can be asserted that this lightning release armor is the fundamental ninjutsu of the Raikage lineage, comparable in significance to the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage and the dust release of the elderly Tsukuyomi Jinoki. It is indeed surprising that such a powerful technique has been acquired by a mere special jonin. Uchiha Qiushan realized that he was in a predicament. The villager from Xiaodao had unexpectedly mastered the lightning release armor, although he had only reached the initial stage. His strength had now ascended to the level of an elite jonin. What compounded the situation was that the lightning release armor was renowned for its speed and reflexes. If the villager from Xiaodao could not be defeated and chose to flee, it would prove challenging to thwart his escape. Nevertheless, for Uchiha Qiushan, it was merely a minor inconvenience. The primary concern now was to contain the villager from Xiaodao and prevent his escape. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Qiushan's 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly, signaling that he was now fully engaged. Upon witnessing the movement of Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan, the villager from Xiaodao erupted into a boisterous laugh, as though he were an entirely different person from moments before. Ah, as expected of the Uchiha clan. You are starting to take this seriously. Ha ha, you're frightened now. I never anticipated that the secret technique my adorable disciple had secretly taken from home would possess such formidable power. As he spoke, the villager's expression grew increasingly frenzied. I never knew my aptitude for this technique was so high. Although my chakra affinity is naturally lightning, I had never acquired any significant lightning release ninjutsu. Who would have thought I am a genius in lightning release? It is all your fault, all of you from Konoha, who have hindered me. If I had access to suitable lightning release techniques, I would have long since become a jonin. Instead of laboriously completing menial tasks just to acquire a handful of insipid ninjutsu that do not even align with my abilities. Since I eliminated that little brat and seized this lightning release technique, I have begun to comprehend the mysteries of this world, understanding the transformation of chakra's nature and form. It has become clear to me what it means to advance by leaps and bounds. Given time, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a Kaga-level powerhouse, trampling upon all of you who have looked down upon me, making you recognize and fear my existence. I shall become your eternal shadow and nightmare. Hearing the classic villainous monologue from the villager of Xiaodao, Uchiha Qiushan felt somewhat speechless. Recognizing that this individual had endured far too much frustration and finally found a way to rise, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. After venting his frustrations, the villager finally stabilized his emotions, only to realize that Uchiha Qiushan had been calmly observing him, akin to watching a monkey leap about. This realization ignited a fresh wave of anger and humiliation within him, and a fierce glint flashed across his face. Once again, it was the same old story. Those from ninja clans always looked down upon him, always regarding him with such disdainful gazes, as if he were a mere jester unworthy of their concern. This time, he resolved to use his fists to shatter their repugnant expressions, making them understand that he was not to be trifled with, that he was a being superior to them, compelling them to confront and fear him, etching himself into their memories as an everlasting shadow and nightmare. With this thought, the villager from Xiaodao could no longer contain himself and decided to take action immediately, aiming to eliminate this bothersome adversary. He first hurled 2 kunai at Uchiha Qiushan, sealing off his escape routes, before leaping forward with a kick, kunai in hand, charging toward him with a speed far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja. Uchiha Qiushan subtly shifted his body, deftly evading the 2 shurikens that were hurled at him, thanks to the enhanced dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan. He possessed a remarkable advantage over ordinary eyesight. Although Uchiha Qiushan's physical speed was inferior to that of the skilled Koshi Murakami, The assistance of the Sharingan allowed him to engage in a tenuous struggle against his opponent, as the shurikens flew toward him. Uchiha Qiushan consistently dodged them by mere inches, and for those he could not evade, he parried with the kunai in his grasp, despite finding himself at a disadvantage. Uchiha Qiushan managed to hold his ground, albeit with considerable effort. Chapter 32. The Isle of Whirlpools. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit does not inherently enhance physical prowess. And throughout history, there has been no notable warrior among them renowned for physical strength, for they are simply not adept in that area. Instead of exerting effort into the arduous training of taijutsu, they could easily rely upon ninjutsu and genjutsu. As a quintessential Uchiha Qiushan's taijutsu is rather mediocre. Thus, when facing the formidable island villager clad in lightning armor, the shortcomings of Uchiha Qiushan's physical skills became glaringly evident, leaving him in a position of barely coping rather than engaging in a balanced exchange of blows. Of course, Uchiha Qiushan would not be so foolish as to directly compare his weaknesses against his adversary's strengths. As the island villager's assault intensified and his speed escalated, Uchiha Qiushan found himself struggling to keep pace with the relentless onslaught. It was as if he could see the movements with his eyes. Yet his body failed to respond. With the passage of time, the island villager finally seized upon a gap in Uchiha Qiushan's defense, swiftly drawing a kunai across his throat. With a resounding pop, Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone vanished. Although the island villager had anticipated this outcome, a feeling of dissatisfaction welled within him, prompting him to spit in disdain. Now brimming with confidence, the island villager felt as though he could easily trample even an elite Uchiha ninja. Unable to contain his arrogance, he taunted. Is this truly what it means to be a strong member of the Uchiha clan? I wonder how you, an elite ninja, managed to earn such a title. Is it that our Hokage has lowered the standards for your clan's ninjas? At that moment, the true Uchiha Qiushan emerged. But his eyes were not the familiar three-tomo pattern the island villager had just witnessed. Instead, they bore an unfamiliar design, resembling a large windmill composed of four corners, slowly rotating. Upon seeing this distinct form of Sharingan, the island villager felt a surge of anxiety, despite his inability to comprehend its significance. As Uchiha Qiushan approached, the rotation of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually ceased. With this cessation, faint, bright blue lightning began to emanate from his body. Recognizing the familiar hue, the island villager's pupils involuntarily constricted. How could he not be familiar with it? For he too was surrounded by the same flickering azure lightning. It was as if the island villager's worldview shattered, causing him to involuntarily retreat, murmuring, "This is impossible, this is impossible. I endured so much hardship to learn this secret technique, practiced for so long, and yet you could master it merely by observing." Suddenly, a realization struck him. As if he had awakened. Illusion, illusion. This must be an illusion. The Uchiha clan excels in genjutsu. You must have ensnared me in a genjutsu. And what I see is merely a mirage. With that, the island villager hastily formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Release! Release! Free me from this!" Abruptly, he glared fiercely at Uchiha Qiushan, declaring that if he could not dispel the illusion, he would personally strike down this impostor who toyed with him. With renewed fervor, the bright blue lightning surrounding him intensified as he charged toward Uchiha Qiushan. In response, Uchiha Qiushan did not employ his ocular techniques or ninjutsu. Instead, he felt a surge of eagerness as he observed the island villager charging at him. Seizing the opportunity while his shadow clone engaged the island villager, Uchiha Qiushan activated his kaleidoscopic ocular technique, the Eye of Rewriting. This marked the first occasion he had employed this technique since acquiring it, and to his astonishment, it unfolded with unexpected ease. As the island villager fought, the Eye of Rewriting absorbed the secret technique of the lightning armor, adapting it to Uchiha Qiushan's own physical condition, effortlessly achieving the same proficiency that the island villager had spent considerable time mastering. Uchiha Qiushan observed the villager from island village rushing towards him, and he instinctively intensified the output of the lightning chakra enveloping his armor, radiating a brilliance of blue light far more intense than that surrounding the villager, as he charged forward to meet him. Uchiha Qiushan felt acutely aware of his enhanced capabilities since donning the lightning release armor. His neural response speed had significantly increased, and his overall velocity saw remarkable improvement. Combined with the dynamic vision afforded by his Sharingan, he effortlessly overpowered the oncoming villager from the small island. Before the villager could even engage him in a few exchanges, he was disarmed and easily captured by Uchiha Qiushan. Given that the villager had already glimpsed his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan deemed it impossible to release him or turn him over to the village. Instead, he considered the prospect of enlisting him as a subordinate. Yet he harbored doubts regarding the villager's character. At this juncture, the entire Uchiha clan lay firmly under Uchiha Qiushan's dominion, and he found himself not particularly in need of additional manpower. Uchiha Qiushan's hand grazed the neck of the villager from the small island several times. Yet he could not bring himself to decisively snap the man's neck and extinguish the life of this somewhat gifted individual. Ultimately, he rendered the villager unconscious with a swift strike, securing him for the time being, with intentions to revisit the matter later. After all, he had only mastered the initial stage of the lightning release armor, while the Lightning Shadow series possesses 3 stages, and it remained uncertain whether the villager had access to further esoteric techniques. Utilizing Takamagara, Uchiha Qiushan returned briefly to the Uchiha clan's territory, where he entrusted the unconscious villager to Uchiha Fugaku, who confined him within the clan's secret prison, awaiting the conclusion of his Kotoamatsukami cooldown period before seeking him out again. The mission could be deemed complete, yet the true purpose of Uchiha Qiushan's expedition remained unfulfilled. Uchiha Qiushan discovered a cargo ship at the seaside dock, having traversed the land of whirlpools. After some negotiations, the captain, acknowledging Qiushan's status as a ninja from Konohagakure, consented to his request to embark. During their voyage, through casual conversation, Qiushan learned that there were currently no vessels sailing to the land of whirlpools, although the island itself was vast and abundant in resources. Its perilous maritime route was fraught with invisible undercurrents and whirlpools, rendering any attempt to approach it dangerous, let alone land upon it. This was the very reason for its ominous name, formerly known as Whirlwind Isle. Following the tragic annihilation of the Whirlpool clan, the island had seen a significant loss of life, dissuading any further visitation. Thus, despite its considerable size, the number of inhabitants on the island was exceedingly sparse. Chapter 33. Movements from all sides. After 2 days of sailing, the merchant vessel halted at a considerable distance from Whirlwind Isle. From aboard the ship, Uchiha Qiushan could faintly discern the island, its sheer size imposing even from afar. After bidding farewell to the captain, he leaped from the ship and sprinted across the water's surface towards Whirlwind Isle. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konohagakure, currents of intrigue surged. In a secluded cave, Shimura Danzo sat motionless upon a stone-carved chair, his expression inscrutable as the flickering torchlight cast shadows across his face. His solitary eye remained half-closed as he listened intently to the report from a subordinate who knelt before him. "My lord Danzo," the root ninja began. "I have inquired several times about those who were saved during missions alongside Uchiha Qiushan. It has been confirmed that Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan has undergone a transformation, diverging significantly from the standard three-tomo pattern. His observational prowess and enhancement of Genjutsu capabilities far surpass those of an ordinary Sharingan. It is evident that Uchiha Qiushan's eyes have evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan." Having delivered the information, the root ninja remained in his half-kneeling position, seemingly forgotten in the silence that enveloped the cave. Time appeared to stand still, the only indication of its passage being the flickering flames that danced within the cave's confines. After a lengthy pause, Danzo gradually opened his eyes, reflecting on the resurgence of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. Indeed, the nefarious Uchiha clan possesses power that transcends the three-tomo Sharingan. The infamous Madara Uchiha wielded such malevolent strength, leading to the premature demise of the first Hokage. It seems the time has come to eradicate the Uchiha clan once and for all. Simultaneously, in the Hokage's office, an Umbu operative was reporting on the situation. "Lord Hokage, recently, Danzo's roots have shown increased activity, seemingly investigating Uchiha Qiushan and the Uchiha clan. We are unsure of Danzo's intentions. Should we delve deeper into the investigation? If we do, it may provoke the roots' vigilance." The third Hokage, seated behind his desk, listened intently before taking a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Danzo, have you sensed something amiss? Is Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan still concealed? Qiushan is a staunch advocate of my will of fire. I must protect him at all costs. Remember, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am the Hokage. Do not overstep your bounds." As he contemplated this, the third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe, inhaling deeply before issuing his command. "Proceed with a thorough investigation, regardless of the root's awareness. Additionally, dispatch a small team to discreetly safeguard Uchiha Qiushan, but ensure they do not follow him into Uchiha territory." Upon hearing the Hokage's directive, the Umbu operative before him lifted his head, revealing a masked visage, his headband askew, obscuring one eye. Only his silvery hair betrayed his identity. Kakashi Itaki, a prodigious talent from Konohagakure, a disciple of the fourth Hokage, and a Jainin by the tender age of 12. Kakashi, a descendant of the Hokage lineage, understood the gravity of his task. After receiving the Hokage's instructions, he solemnly acknowledged the importance of Uchiha Qiushan, promising to fulfill his mission with utmost diligence. With that, he donned his fox mask and vanished using the body flicker technique. As the focal point of this unfolding plan, Uchiha Qiushan sensed an unsettling shift. Aside from the increasing number of individuals tailing him within his clan's territory, ever since awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, not only had his chakra and observational abilities significantly amplified, but his heightened intuition also sharpened. Despite the professionalism of his pursuers, who maintained a low profile, Qiushan could still discern their presence. He sensed that the newcomers surrounding him were not merely one or two individuals, but rather a whole squad, their chakra exuding an ominous and oppressive aura. Uchiha Qiushan sensed that it was likely a member of Danzo's faction. Only those raised within the roots, devoid of emotions, exude such a morose and oppressive aura. Uchiha Qiushan speculated that Danzo would take action against him in the coming days. Without wasting any time, he promptly reported the matter to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon receiving Qiushan's notification, Fugaku immediately summoned Uchiha Mikoto and instructed her to inform Uchiha Qiushan. This was because prior to his departure, Uchiha Qiushan had advised Fugaku that if there were urgent matters, he could reach out to her, as she knew how to swiftly locate and notify him. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Makoto wasted no time and sought out a secluded area to activate the spatial mark left on her forehead by Uchiha Qiushan. In a fleeting moment, she experienced a slight sense of dizziness before finding herself on the island within the realm of Takamagara, due to the temporal discrepancies between Takamagara and the outside world. It was still night when Uchiha Makoto arrived. Although it was nighttime, the space was not engulfed in darkness. The sky emitted a soft luminescence, casting a gentle glow throughout the surroundings. After her arrival, Uchiha Makoto refrained from wandering aimlessly. Instead, she stood quietly, awaiting Uchiha Qiushan's arrival while savoring the enchanting beauty of the island. Uchiha Qiushan had informed her that in case of any urgent matters, she could directly activate the mark to enter the space, as this realm was intricately linked to his Sharingan. Should anyone intrude, he would be aware of their presence. Just as Uchiha Qiushan was quietly admiring the picturesque scenery, a hand suddenly reached around from behind, tightly encircling her waist and drawing her close. A warm breath gently brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Sister Qiushan, it's been a while. Have you missed me? Chapter 34. The crisis of stagnation. Upon hearing that voice, Uchiha Makoto, who had been tense, immediately relaxed, allowing him to embrace her tightly. A delightful fragrance enveloped her, making her feel utterly at ease. Her once bright eyes gently fluttered shut as she leaned into Uchiha Qiushan's embrace, whispering softly, "You have arrived." Uchiha Qiushan whispered softly in her ear, "I sense that Sister Makoto has arrived. With no one else here, how could I bear to leave her waiting alone?" Uchiha Makoto, whose frail body had already possessed little strength, completely succumbed and collapsed into the embrace of Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan sensed Makoto's affection and refrained from uttering any further trivialities. He released one arm from around her waist and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry, proceeding towards a nearby house. "Just in time, Makoto-ne," he remarked. "Let us together inspect my new abode and assess its quality. We shall conduct an experiment together." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Makoto suddenly recalled the purpose of her visit. Realizing that if she did not speak now, she might miss her opportunity, she hurriedly said, "Qiushan, I have come with an urgent matter. Fugaku has asked me to inform you that Uchiha Shursui has drawn the attention of Danzo, and it is likely that he will take action in the coming days. I am here to inquire when you will be able to return." Uchiha Qiushan paused his steps while holding Makoto and inquired, "Where is Shursui now? Is he in danger?" Makoto, nestled within Uchiha Qiushan's embrace, shook her small face, assuring him that Shursui was currently safe. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku had advised him to remain within the clan grounds for the time being, and they would discuss it further upon your return. Uchiha Qiushan slightly narrowed his eyes. Does this mean that Uchiha Shursui is not in any immediate danger? Uchiha Makoto hesitantly nodded. Yes, Shursui is currently in the clan grounds and is temporarily out of danger. Upon hearing Makoto's response, Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction and continued to carry Makoto towards the house. "I understand. I have a few matters to attend to, but after I complete them, I shall take you back with me. Rest assured, it won't delay anything." "Ah, you have matters to attend to? Will it take long? Should I return first to inform Fugaku?" Uchiha Makoto inquired with some hesitation. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan had already brought Makoto into the house and closed the door behind them. "The duration of my tasks will depend on your performance," he remarked, as he lunged forward. It must be said that the lightning release armor is indeed the fundamental secret technique of the Reikage lineage. Not only can it be utilized in battle to enhance one's speed and reaction time, annihilating foes, but it can also serve as a method for physical training, fortifying one's body. The Reikage relies on this technique to enable their body to contend with tailed beasts, ultimately gaining the ability to subdue them. Since Uchiha Qiushan acquired this secret technique a few days ago, he has diligently practiced it during his leisure time. Perhaps due to the fact that he is still in his developmental stage, the results have been unexpectedly remarkable. In just a few days, Uchiha Qiushan has distinctly felt a transformation in his body. Not only has his strength increased, but his physique has also become more formidable. His reaction speed has significantly improved, and his appetite has multiplied, at least quadrupled. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. The observable changes are already profound, and he has yet to reach the pinnacle of this secret technique. The Reikage lineage has relied on this very technique to achieve a level of power akin to that of a shadow, solely through physical prowess. Once the two had tidied up, Uchiha Qiushan embraced Uchiha Qiushan and emerged from the spatial realm. They found themselves in the secluded bedroom of the clan leader's residence. Upon exiting, Uchiha Qiushan separated from Qiushan, for this was the home of Uchiha Fugaku, and it was daytime, with frequent visitors to the house. If their relationship were to be discovered, it would bring no benefit to either of them. Even if Uchiha Qiushan were to disregard Uchiha Fugaku's feelings, she must still consider the implications for her two sons. Uchiha Qiushan emerged from his bedroom and, after bidding farewell to Makoto, proceeded directly to the reception room of the clan leader. As anticipated, Uchiha Fugaku and the elder were already awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Qiushan return, neither Fugaku nor the elder engaged in pleasantries. Instead, once Qiushan took his seat, the two succinctly briefed him on the current situation, patiently awaiting his decision. Uchiha Qiushan listened intently to their words, feeling assured that events had not deviated from their plans. Calmly sipping his tea, he declared, "Let us proceed as originally intended. Allow Jishui to accept the mission as usual." Given Danzo's malevolent intentions towards our Uchiha clan, I surmise he is becoming increasingly restless. Once he takes action, we shall promptly inform the heads of the various clans in the village, as well as the third Hokage. At that juncture, we will be able to justify the departure of some of our clansmen from Konoha. The two individuals spoke no further, swiftly notifying Jisue while discreetly organizing their personnel to ensure absolute certainty. On the very next day, while Qiushan awaited news at the clan leader's residence, he received word that Jisue, returning from a mission, had been intercepted by root operatives who falsely claimed to bear orders from the third Hokage. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Kiyotaka promptly set off with Uchiha Fugaku and several clan members towards the base of Danzo's route. There was no time to dawdle, given Shimura Danzo's decisive nature. It was imperative to act swiftly to prevent any complications arising from prolonged delays and to eliminate any future threats. As Uchiha Kiyotaka hurried towards the route base, Uchiha Shisui had already been escorted to the entrance by route personnel. In truth, Shisui had discerned that those seeking him were imposters from route during their initial encounter. However, for the sake of the plan's success, he chose not to expose their ruse. Chapter 35, The Encirclement Indeed. Uchiha Shisui was directly led into the depths of the route base. While it remained a closely guarded secret to ordinary citizens, it was well known among elite shinobi, particularly those hailing from prominent clans. Upon entering the secure chamber and encountering Shimura Danzo, Shisui felt no surprise. Despite Danzo's lack of overt hostility, Shisui still felt compelled to express a semblance of respect, bowing slightly as he greeted the esteemed Danzo. Danzo, in turn, merely nodded before stating forthrightly, Uchiha Shisui. The reason I summoned you here is... Uchiha Shisui was taken aback by Danzo's directness, momentarily stunned. I am uncertain as to why Lord Danzo has summoned me. There is truly no need to invoke the name of the third Hokage. I am well aware that you desired my presence, and I would have come regardless. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Danzo remained unfazed. Having maneuvered in the shadows for many years, his resolve had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Whether Shisui spoke truth or falsehood mattered little to him. What mattered was the fulfillment of his own objectives. I have recently returned from a trip. My subordinates informed me that you sought me out previously. I have called you here to inquire about the matter at hand. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relinquished the thought of employing his Kotoamatsukami. His Manjiki Sharingan had already been exposed, and Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly prepared. It was highly likely that members of the Hyuga clan, along with sensory-type ninjas, were silently observing him from the shadows. Uchiha Shisui resolved to proceed in accordance with Kiyama's plan. Uchiha Shisui's gaze lowered slightly, concealing his emotions. I have come to seek your guidance, esteemed sir, he began. As I believe my abilities are commendable, might I inquire if I could serve under your esteemed leadership? Shimura Danzo, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, responded with an air of intrigue. Oh, you wish to offer your services to me? Surely, you are aware of my reputation. Present me with a compelling reason for your desire to serve. The rationale that Uchiha Qiushan had crafted for Shisui was already prepared, recognizing that Danzo would likely refuse. Recently, the Uchiha clan has faced considerable challenges within the village, struggling to maintain harmonious relations. As a trusted advisor of Konoha and a close confidant of the third Hokage, I hope you might mediate and alleviate the tensions between the Uchiha and the village. Danzo found amusement in Shisui's words, fully aware of the Uchiha's precarious situation, in which he had played a part. However, he saw the opportunity to acquire free labor that had come to him willingly and relished the prospect of wielding such power at his discretion. Very well, Danzo conceded. This is easily arranged. Bring Uchiha Shisui to receive the curse seal. Yet, upon hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Shisui took a step back, confusion etched on his face. Esteemed sir. What do you mean by that? Danzo's countenance darkened at Shisui's reaction. What is this? Are you having second thoughts? Do you no longer wish to serve me? You must understand the consequences of trifling with me. Uchiha Shisui, however, was not intimidated by Danzo's threats to serve him. Yet, he firmly rejected the notion of being branded with a curse mark. Should the leaders and elders of the Uchiha clan become aware that Shisui had been subjected to such a mark, they would undoubtedly perceive it as a disgrace to our lineage and would expel me from the Uchiha clan without hesitation. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Shimura Danzo became even more enraged, retorting that he was not toying with the old man. He asserted that anyone who entered the roots must accept the curse mark. Was Shisui truly an exception? Uchiha Shisui stood resolutely, and I heard that one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru, was once a member of the root. Is it possible that Lord Orochimaru must also succumb to the curse seal? Danzo, upon hearing Shisui's words, laughed in fury. What are you to compare yourself with Lord Orochimaru? Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing Danzo's words, did not succumb to anger. Instead, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan and fixed his gaze upon Danzo. An overwhelming aura, bolstered by immense chakra and extraordinary mental fortitude, surged forth by virtue of strength. Shimura Danzo sensed the formidable presence emanating from Shisui, prompting him to abandon any notions of underestimating him. However, he remained unfazed, having encountered numerous powerful adversaries in his lifetime, including the third Hokage, the legendary Hans of the Salamander, and the Sannin, among others. In the annals of history, he had also faced the likes of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, and his mentor, Senju Tobarama, all of whom surpassed Uchiha Shisui in prowess. Instead, he scrutinized Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan. Pondering, is this not the eye once possessed by the legendary Uchiha Madara, the Mangeki Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is the Mangeki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. With these eyes, given enough time, I am certain I can surpass Orochimaru and ascend to the pinnacle of strength akin to that of a Kage. However, Shimura Danzo, upon hearing Shisui's words, merely shook his head. You possess the potential to become a formidable warrior, yet you have not yet attained the level of strength that Orochimaru embodies. Therefore, if you wish to serve me and seek my assistance, you must first accept the cursed seal. Uchiha Shisui inwardly sighed, contemplating that if he refrained from accepting the cursed seal, he could remain by Shimura Danzo's side, thereby availing himself of numerous opportunities to utilize Kotoamatsukami. However, should he acquiesce to the seal, he would fall under Danzo's dominion, and given Danzo's persistent covetous gaze upon the Uchiha clan Sharingan, he would be left defenseless should Danzo attempt to seize his Mangeki Sharingan in the future. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Uchiha Shisui shook his head resolutely. Lord Danzo, I find myself utterly incapable of accepting your cursed seal. In light of this, I have no recourse left. Uchiha Shisui spoke, yet heightened his vigilance, gradually making his way toward the door. Shimura Danzo, noticing Shisui's intent to depart, could not allow such an opportunity to slip away. A sinister grin spread across his face. You wish to leave, Uchiha Shisui? This is not a place where one can come and go at will. If you wish to depart now, I fear it may already be too late. Prepare to take action. As Danzo's words fell, Shisui realized that over a dozen individuals had already encircled him. Alarmed, he swiftly formed hand seals and cast his ninjutsu, fire release, fire dragon technique. Uchiha Shisui, renowned as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, found himself in a precarious situation. To extricate himself, he deemed it necessary to unleash a wide-ranging ninjutsu, thereby breaking free from the encirclement. When faced with such an expansive fire release from the Uchiha clan, even the emotionless members of the root organization had no choice but to temporarily evade the onslaught. However, Danzo remained unfazed, for he had long anticipated Shisui's arrival and had prepared accordingly. The assailants surrounding Shisui merely served to distract. Just as Shisui was poised to leap from the encirclement, an unsettling sensation gripped him. As the surrounding individuals sought refuge from the fire release, Shisui prepared to spring forth, but as he exerted pressure with his feet, an agonizing pain surged through him, forcing him to halt after only a few tentative steps. This delay allowed the previously evading root members to regroup and close in once more. As Uchiha Shisui realized he had lost his best chance of escape, an unexpected calm enveloped him. Enduring the excruciating pain in his feet, he drew the katana from his back, positioning it resolutely before him. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shimura Danzo, who had been seated on the stone chair from the outset. Beads of sweat, born from agony, dotted his forehead, trickling into his eyes and causing a sharp sting. Yet, Uchiha Shisui dared not blink, remaining wholly focused on his grip upon the blade. Observing that Uchiha Shisui was ensnared and had no avenue for retreat, Danzo smiled with satisfaction and gestured for his subordinates to halt their assault. Uchiha Shisui, you must understand that your options have dwindled. Submit to me, accept the cursed seal of root, and my promise remains intact. I will mediate the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. Therefore, for the sake of your family, Uchiha Shisui, I implore you to acquiesce. Should you refuse, even if you miraculously escape, you will inevitably succumb to the poison administered by my subordinates. To speak candidly, the poison of root cannot be countered, not even by Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin. Uchiha Shisui felt the poison gradually spreading from his feet upwards. Yet he remained impervious to Danzo's temptations. His gaze remained fixed upon Danzo, resolute in his conviction that one should never underestimate the Uchiha clan. Nor should one underestimate Uchiha Shisui himself. I am Shisui of the body flicker technique. If one wishes to take my life, they must be prepared for the repercussions of their actions. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I carry with me the pride of my lineage. There are only fallen Uchihas, never a kneeling Shisui. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Shimura Danzo realized that further persuasion was futile. Had he not feared that Uchiha Shisui might destroy his Sharingan in a final act of defiance, he would not have wasted his breath. Observing that Shisui had resolved to meet his end, Danzo uttered a succinct command: kill him. The root personnel surrounding Uchiha Shisui, upon receiving Danzo's order, hesitated no longer and lunged towards him without a moment's pause. Uchiha Shisui recognized that he could not escape his fate this time. However, he believed that any promise made should be fulfilled with utmost effort. Having pledged to Uchiha Qiushan, he resolved that even in death, he would ensure his body remained intact, striving to honor his commitment. Moreover, Shimura Danzo, do not underestimate me, Shisui of the body flicker technique. As a multitude of root members brandishing weapons surged towards him, Uchiha Shisui commenced the full activation of his Mangeki Sharingan. The kaleidoscopic eye spun increasingly faster, and just as the assailants were about to reach him, a searing pain shot through his eyes, far surpassing the agony in his feet. Even Uchiha Shisui could not suppress a loud cry of anguish. In that moment of excruciating discomfort, an extraordinary force erupted uncontrollably from his Mangeki Sharingan, enveloping him instantaneously and effortlessly sweeping away the encroaching enemies. As Uchiha Qiushan dispatched his attackers with ease, Shimura Danzo could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly from his stone chair, his gaze fixated intently on Uchiha Qiushan. Or more precisely, on the vast skeletal form radiating a green luminescence that surrounded him. Uchiha Qiushan found himself on the verge of collapse, half kneeling upon the ground. Gasping for breath, one hand clutched a katana, while the other pressed against his eyes in a futile attempt to alleviate the excruciating pain, yielding no relief whatsoever. A trickle of crimson seeped through his fingers, staining the hand that shielded his eyes. A colossal green skeletal figure, crafted from Qiusan's Mangeki Sharingan, seemed to emerge from the void, providing no physical support yet encasing Uchiha Qiushan in its unwavering protection. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's gaze was fixated solely on this verdant apparition, his obsession evident as he murmured to himself, "Susanoo, the divine power of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. The ultimate weapon of Uchiha Madara. It vanished into silence with Madara's demise, yet after all these years, it has resurfaced, albeit in its most rudimentary form, still radiating a brilliance that captivates the heart. If one were to ascertain who possessed the deepest understanding of the Uchiha clan, Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, would undoubtedly be among them. The adage holds true. The one who knows you best is not your friend, but your foe. Since their lineage descended from Indra and Ashura, the Senju and Uchiha clans have been embroiled in an everlasting feud, waging war for millennia. As the leader and intellectual cornerstone of the Senju clan, Tobirama could not possibly be ignorant of the Uchiha's intricacies. As Danzo, a disciple of Senju Tobirama, had not been privy to the secrets of the Uchiha clan, he nevertheless gleaned fragments of their knowledge regarding the Sharingan from the documents left behind by Tobirama following his demise. Such understanding breeds admiration. This admiration blossoms into obsession. Hence Danzo's relentless fixation on the Sharingan. However, Uchiha Qiushan's predicament was dire, as the poison coursing through his veins was insurmountable. This toxin was the work of Yamanaka Kuro, a highly skilled subordinate of Danzo, employing nanoscopic venomous insects. Even within the renowned Yamanaka clan, known for their mastery of insect manipulation, Kuro's venomous insects were unparalleled. Their minuscule size allowed them to infiltrate Qiushan's system unnoticed. Had it not been for Danzo's instruction to restrain Qiushan's mobility, he would have perished long ago. The poison could only be controlled by Yamanaka Kuro, which emboldened Danzo to boast that even Senju Tsunade could do nothing against it. At this juncture, the venomous insects had already encroached upon Qiushan's knees. He realized that if he did not devise a plan soon, he would indeed meet his end here. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the ribcage surrounding him, and with a mere thought, two skeletal arms and hands materialized around him. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who had been observing the skeletal version of Susanoo, witnessed the emergence of the bony appendages. His previously calm demeanor instantly transformed, and he shouted, "Stop him at once." Chapter 37. Qiushan's warning. As Uchiha Qiushan deftly inserted his skeletal hand into the adjacent stone wall, it seemed as effortless as piercing through tofu. With a gentle exertion of his skeletal arm, Uchiha Qiushan's body was effortlessly propelled towards the cave's entrance. Upon hearing Shimura Danzo's command, the root members, reacting swiftly, hurled shurikens, kunai, and various concealed weapons, all of which were repelled by the skeletal Susanoo. Shielded by this ethereal armor, Uchiha Qiushan rendered Danzo aware that even if he pursued, capturing him would be an impossibility. Danzo waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to give chase while he leisurely followed behind. Cognizant that although the likelihood of detaining Uchiha Qiushan was slim, there lingered a glimmer of hope. Should Qiushan's Susanoo's duration expire, he might just seize the opportunity to reclaim him. Uchiha Qiushan endured the agony, controlling his skeletal arm to guide himself towards the cave's mouth. After a brief interval, he finally emerged from the opening, lifting his gaze to the sky. It felt as though he had traversed through time. The sky remained unchanged. Yet the sensation was entirely different. Although he had escaped from Shimura Danzo's root base, Qiushan understood that it was not yet the time to relax. The pursuers would soon arrive, and it was imperative for him to flee swiftly. Moreover, Qiushan could sense that his Susanoo was nearing its limit. His Mangeki Sharingan throbbed painfully, and had it not been for the rigorous training of his past, he might have already succumbed. Presently, it was indeed his body that faltered. As he made his escape, Qiushan had attempted to alleviate his condition by consuming all the antidotes he carried, yet they proved futile. It seemed as though the poison within him was incensed by his efforts, accelerating its insidious invasion. Uchiha Qiushan did not linger at the entrance. He hurried directly towards the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha. Otherwise, if he were to delay further and his Susanoo's duration expired while being pursued, it would spell disaster. The base of the root organization was still quite distant from Konoha. Otherwise, if any wandering villagers or lower-ranked ninjas tasked with gathering around Konoha happened to catch sight of him and leak the information, it would lead to dire consequences. In truth, this distance was trivial for a jonin, yet for Uchiha Qiushan in his current state, it felt almost unattainable. As he drew nearer to Konoha, he sensed his limits approaching as well. Below his chest, he had lost all sensation. The poison had advanced to this point, and once it reached his heart, it would signify his demise. Moreover, his Susanoo had reached the threshold of his endurance. Shursui could only feel a sharp pain in his head, a sign of his mental energy nearing depletion. Uchiha Shursui sensed a disorienting haze enveloping his mind. The fact that he could still command Susanoo to flee was solely due to instinct and a flicker of clarity he desperately clung to. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his heart. The venomous creature had reached his core. With the onset of this agony, Uchiha Shursui could no longer endure. The skeletal form of Susanoo dissipated, and his body fell heavily to the ground. As he hit the earth, a fragment of lucidity returned to his mind. Yet his body had succumbed to its limits, rendering him motionless. Alas, he ultimately failed to uphold the promise made to Kiyama. He hoped that Kiyama could seize this opportunity to lead their clan away from the fate of annihilation. Uchiha Shursui opened his eyes. Yet his body could no longer sustain the activation of the Sharingan. Now, his gaze was merely that of dark pupils. He watched the birds soaring across the sky, managing a faint smile amidst his struggle. A wave of darkness washed over his vision, and his consciousness began to fade, as if he were on the brink of slipping into an endless abyss. Just as Uchiha Shursui felt himself losing awareness, he suddenly heard Uchiha Qiushan calling his name. Initially, he thought it might be an auditory hallucination, but the call grew clearer, confirming that Uchiha Qiushan was indeed searching for him. He endeavored to open his mouth, but only a feeble sound escaped. Just as anxiety gripped Uchiha Shursui, fearing that Uchiha Qiushan might not notice his plight, he felt the ground tremble beside him. Almost immediately, his line of sight was obscured, and with great effort, he focused his eyes to see the anxious face of Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan, upon witnessing Shursui's condition, found himself bereft of the strength to utter a single word. He swiftly invoked the healing palm technique to assess Shursui's body, seeking any possibility of remedy. However, as Uchiha Qiushan's technique made contact with Shursui, an unsettling sensation overcame him. He hastily tore open Shursui's shirt, revealing a body marred by pervasive purple hues, a clear indication of poisoning. The cells had succumbed to decay, rendering the healing palm technique powerless to effect any salvation. Upon observing Qiushan's expression, Uchiha Shursui comprehended the situation. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition and harbored no doubts regarding Shimura Danzo's honesty. When Danzo asserted that no one else could save him, it was highly probable that salvation was indeed beyond reach. Uchiha Shursui made a valiant effort to tug at the corners of his mouth, yet could only whisper, "I have fulfilled our promise. I have returned my body intact. The rest is entrusted to you." Upon witnessing the visage of Shursui, Uchiha Qiushan, despite being aware of the contingency he had prepared, felt an overwhelming sorrow. He knew that even if Shursui were to perish, in a few hours, he would likely reappear, vibrant and full of life. Yet, the heart could not help but feel heavy with grief. Subsequently, Uchiha Shursui tilted his head and addressed the young boy who had been standing nearby since the beginning. "Itachi, take good care of yourself in the future. Do not allow your thoughts to spiral. When faced with difficulties, feel free to consult your elder brother Qiushan. His intellect is sharp. Remember, you have a younger brother to look after. Only by caring for yourself can you adequately care for others." It turned out that accompanying Uchiha Qiushan were members of the Uchiha clan, including Itachi, who had just returned from a mission days prior. Having come to rescue his most revered elder brother, Shursui, Qiushan had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Shursui that he had not noticed Itachi's presence. Meanwhile, upon seeing his closest elder brother in a state that suggested imminent death, Itachi felt an inner turmoil he could scarcely bear, although his expression remained relatively composed. The clenched fists and the constricting pupils betrayed his inner unrest. Chapter 38, The Death of Shursui. As Uchiha Shursui attempted to utter more words, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly lifted his gaze toward the direction from which Shursui had come. Before them, more than 10 ninjas clad in black swiftly approached, spreading out to encircle them, while an elderly man followed leisurely behind. Upon observing the elderly man's attire, Uchiha Kayama immediately discerned the origins of this group. They were Shimura Danzo and his root ninjas. Uchiha Qiushan took a couple of steps forward, shielding Shursui and Itachi behind him, his gaze fixed upon the approaching figure. Yet he remained silent. Shimura Danzo emerged from behind the members of the root, his eyes falling upon the fallen Shursui, though he uttered no words. The satisfaction evident in the curl of his lips was unmistakable to all present. He had not anticipated that he would actually corner Uchiha Shursui. Despite the presence of a few bothersome Uchiha youngsters, as long as he could take Shursui back, even the head of the Uchiha clan would be powerless against him. As Shimura Danzo advanced, Uchiha Qiushan confronted him, inquiring, "Who are you, and what has happened to Shursui? Is it connected to you?" Despite Qiushan's assertive stance, Danzo dismissed the Uchiha youths with an air of indifference, choosing to ignore Qiushan's query as he waved his hand and commanded, "Take Uchiha Shursui back." Realizing that Danzo had no intention of engaging with him, Qiushan's allies from Root began to stir restlessly. He promptly drew a kunai, positioning it defensively before him, and activated his three-tomo Sharingan, which spun wildly within his eyes. His voice turned icy as he declared, "I dare anyone to try." The Uchiha members accompanying Qiushan, witnessing his defiant stance, also brandished their weapons, their intentions unmistakably clear against Danzo. Tension crackled between the two factions as if an altercation was imminent. Upon seeing Qiushan's three-tomo Sharingan, Danzo's heart skipped a beat, recognizing that the individual before him was formidable in his own right. To avert unnecessary complications, He spoke with a grave tone, stating, Uchiha Shursui is suspected of treason and collusion. We must take him back for interrogation. Uchiha Qiushan grasped the essence of his words. Are you implying that the current state of Shursui is a result of your actions? To this inquiry, Shimura Danzo offered no rebuttal, asserting that the need to apprehend him stemmed from his own resistance. Step aside. We must capture Uchiha Shursui. Your obstruction raises questions about your involvement in this treasonous affair. Uchiha Qiushan, however, did not yield. Uchiha Shursui was a direct elite shinobi under the third Hokage, thus, even in the event of an arrest, it was a matter for the third Hokage and the Umbu. Moreover, as a member of the Uchiha clan, our clan leader had the right to participate even in matters of capture and interrogation. He scrutinized Shimura Danzo, stating, You are neither the third Hokage nor part of the Umbu. What authority do you possess to apprehend members of the Uchiha clan? As the two stood at an impasse, and just as Danzo contemplated taking action, Uchiha Fugaku finally arrived with the elites of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by representatives from various families within Konoha. Although the Uchiha clan had a poor relationship with them, it was feasible to invite them, especially since the messenger had informed them that Danzo's route was scheming to seize the clan's bloodline limits and secret techniques. If they dared to target the Uchiha today, it was only a matter of time before they turned their sights on other clans. Simultaneously, the commotion caused by the Uchiha clan's invitation of numerous family representatives caught the attention of the third Hokage, who arrived with a contingent of Umbu. Among them was a medical ninja proficient in healing techniques. At the behest of Uchiha Fugaku and under the third Hokage's direction, he began tending to Uchiha Shursui's injuries. After examining Shursui's condition, the medical ninja could not help but shake his head, stating, The poison he has been afflicted with is exceedingly rare. This is the first time I have encountered it. I can only utilize a secret technique to stabilize him enough to speak, but I am unable to save his life. With the medical ninja's assistance, Uchiha Shursui managed to regain some strength and, with great difficulty, uttered, Third Hokage, clan leader. It was Shimura Danzo who inflicted this poison upon me, seeking to obtain my Mangeki Sharingan. Furthermore, I can sense that the eye concealed beneath the bandages also harbors a Sharingan. Upon hearing Shursui's words, the representatives from various families exchanged glances. Fully aware of Danzo's long-standing covetousness for their bloodline limits and secret techniques, he frequently leveraged the third Hokage's name to demand individuals from their clans. And out of respect for the Hokage, they had begrudgingly complied. It was how Danzo's subordinates, such as Yamanaka F and Aburame Shino, had come to be. However, they were taken aback by Danzo's brazen actions, openly resorting to murder and theft. The Uchiha clan members, upon hearing Shursui's revelation, erupted in fury, activating their Sharingan and glaring at Danzo, demanding that he unveil the bandages to verify Shursui's claims. Although Danzo was unaware of how Shursui had discovered the Sharingan he had implanted, he was not foolish. He realized he had incited the wrath of many. He could not reveal his own implanted Sharingan, for that would only exacerbate the situation. Realizing that taking Shursui back was no longer feasible, Danzo lost all desire to remain, leaving behind a curt remark, I am not required to explain my actions to anyone, before turning to depart, with his root members trailing behind. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui succumbed to his injuries, his breath grew faint, and with a long exhalation, he breathed his last. Upon witnessing the death of Shursui, Uchiha Qiushan felt an overwhelming surge of rage as he observed Shimura Danzo's indifferent demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the chaos he had instigated, eager only to flee. In the original narrative, it was indeed Danzo who manipulated Uchiha Itachi, commissioning the extermination of the Uchiha clan. The subsequent appearance of Danzo's Sharingan serves as a testament to the substantial benefits he reaped from the clan's annihilation. As Danzo made his attempt to escape, Uchiha Qiushan could no longer contain his fury, shouting, Old dog, you have slain Shursui, and yet you wish to flee. You shall perish. Chapter 39, Betrayal Old Dog. Meet your demise. With that exclamation, Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangeki Sharingan, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged violently within him, enduring the agonizing pain in his eyes. He bellowed, Susanoo. At that moment, a colossal skeletal structure, seemingly wreathed in purple flames, erupted around him, forming a grand and complete humanoid skeleton that enveloped Uchiha Qiushan. Almost instantaneously, muscles and skin began to coalesce upon the skeletal frame, transforming the once imposing skeleton into an enormous titan that invoked fear in all who beheld it. Finally, the giant donned an armor of dark purple hues, wielding a massive longsword, its entire being radiating a faint purple glow. Amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, the titan swung its gargantuan blade towards Danzo and his entourage, a deafening roar accompanying the strike, obliterating them before they could even react. In that very instant, Shimura Danzo materialized, unexpectedly, upon the ruins just recently devastated by the colossal sword, appearing utterly unscathed and composed. However, without a moment's hesitation, Danzo turned and fled into the distance. Upon witnessing Shimura Danzo emerge unscathed, Uchiha Qiushan momentarily froze, as if recollecting something. With a displeased huff, he chose not to pursue him further. While it was permissible to eliminate him in a fit of rage, pursuing him thereafter would irrevocably sever ties with the third Hokage. The upper echelons of Konoha were well aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, and his advisor, Shimura Danzo, shared a close camaraderie. To Hiruzen, one could slay his wife. But harming his dear friend Danzo was an affront too great to bear. The third Hokage and Danzo had been steadfast companions since childhood. Although Danzo's ambitions in establishing the Root organization were driven by personal motives, it was undeniable that Root had discreetly resolved numerous unspeakable troubles for Hiruzen. Thus, when Danzo was momentarily vanquished by Uchiha Qiushan Susanoo, Hiruzen's countenance darkened. However, upon witnessing Danzo's miraculous survival, his expression lightened considerably. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the receding figure of Shimura Danzo, suppressing the impulse to strike him down once more. He turned back to survey the group of individuals standing beneath the feet of his Susanoo, gradually dissipating the divine power of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As the Susanoo faded, Uchiha Qiushan gently descended, appearing to the onlookers as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Upon glimpsing his uniquely captivating Sharingan, memories of his earlier unparalleled strike surged forth, compelling them to step back several paces away from him. Once Uchiha Qiushan landed and steadied himself, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward, approaching him. Observing this, the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Fugaku and the clansmen he had brought, instinctively gathered behind Qiushan, forming an unintentional standoff with the third Hokage and his entourage. Yet, the third Hokage felt no discontent. After all, the Uchiha had recently lost a prodigious talent, Uchiha Shursui, whose demise was inextricably linked to Danzo. Moreover, Qiushan's display of unmatched power echoed the age-old truth in the ninja world: strength equates to authority. It was this very might that had enabled Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara to establish the first ninja village in the realm. Upon witnessing the third Hokage's approach, Uchiha Kiyama exhibited no hostility, albeit a sense of indignation as he respectfully addressed the esteemed Hokage. "I have met you, Lord Third Hokage." The third Hokage, in turn, bore no resentment towards Kiyama's demeanor. Everyone has their moments of anger, especially considering the excessive actions of Danzo this time. The third Hokage gazed contemplatively at Kiyama's Sharingan, suddenly reminded of Uchiha Shursui. Alas, what a splendid youth he was. Not only did he share similar eyes with Kiyama, but he was also the perfect successor to the will of Uchiha Kagami. Had he been nurtured properly, he could have rivaled Kiyama's formidable strength. It was unfathomable that he had been taken from them by Danzo's inexplicable machinations. This thought weighed heavily on the third Hokage's heart as he observed the fury and sorrow etched on Kiyama's face, along with the Uchiha clansmen who stood behind him. In a gesture of profound respect, he removed his Hokage hat and placed it over his heart, bowing deeply before the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, accustomed to the lofty stature of the Hokage, were taken aback by this unexpected display of humility, their previous anger dissipating without a trace. After rising from his bow, the third Hokage spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. "I am deeply sorry for the loss of Uchiha Shursui. As the leader of this village, I failed to restrain Danzo, allowing him to act with impunity. Rest assured, I will provide you with an account." He sighed again, reflecting on Shursui, who was not only a dear friend but also a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. Shursui was like a child to me, having watched him grow. It is tragic that he met such a misfortune at such a tender age. As he spoke, his mind wandered to his own eldest son and daughter-in-law, who had also departed too soon, leaving behind a newborn. His wife, Bawako, had perished during the Night of the Nine Tails. Unable to contain his grief, the third Hokage approached Shursui's lifeless form, gently caressing the young man's face with a heavy heart filled with sorrow and longing. Straightening up, he addressed the Uchiha with solemnity. "Danzo's actions were utterly reprehensible. I will strip him of his position as root leader and his advisory role in Konoha. Furthermore, I shall arrange a grand funeral for Uchiha Shursui and provide compensation to his family and the Uchiha clan. Consider what other requests you may have." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kiyama recognized that his long-cherished plan to extricate the Uchiha clan from Konoha had finally presented itself. Seizing this opportunity could afford the Uchiha a chance to soar freely, unshackled from their current confines. Uchiha Qiushan gazed gravely at the third Hokage across from him, speaking with utmost seriousness, articulating each word with care. "In light of recent events, we find ourselves deeply unsettled. Furthermore, the relationship between our Uchiha clan and the village has been far from harmonious. Therefore, we, the Uchiha, have resolved to relinquish our duties within the Konoha village's security force and to relocate from the village." The third Hokage, taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's declaration, furrowed his brow in concern, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan intends to defect from the village?" As the tension in the room thickened, the third Hokage scrutinized Uchiha Qiushan and his clan members. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken apprehension, and the Umbu operatives positioned behind the Hokage prepared themselves discreetly for any eventuality. However, in response to the Hokage's inquiry, Uchiha Qiushan shook his head, refraining from any aggressive gestures. Instead, he withdrew his Mangeki Sharingan, his dark pupils meeting the Hokage's gaze with tranquility, reflecting the Hokage's own image in his clear eyes. "My Lord Hokage, you jest. The Uchiha clan has resided in Konoha since its establishment. We have long since become an integral part of the village. How could we ever betray it?" Pausing for a moment, Uchiha Qiushan continued earnestly, "Regrettably, our current relations with the village are strained, exacerbated by the untimely death of Uchiha Shursui. You may not be aware, but Shursui was highly esteemed within our clan. His tragic demise may provoke impulsive reactions from our kin, which is why we have resolved to relocate some of our members from Konoha. Upon hearing Qiushan's mention of Shursui and the rationale behind their relocation, the third Hokage's expression softened considerably, even though he refrained from verbal response. Uchiha Qiushan observed the expression of the third Hokage and seized the moment to speak. Moreover, we Uchiha have only relocated a portion of our clan, not the entirety. Our children will still attend the village's ninja academy to receive education from the esteemed instructors there. Upon hearing that the Uchiha had only moved a fraction of their kin, and that the children would continue their studies at the academy, the third Hokage's demeanor settled into a state of tranquility, yet he remained silent, eager to hear what further developments would unfold. Uchiha Qiushan continued, stating, moreover, even if our Uchiha clan relocates, we shall remain an integral part of Konohagakure and will never undertake missions as ninjas outside its bounds. After expressing his thoughts, Uchiha Qiushan fell silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on the third Hokage, although he held a firm belief in the conditions he had proposed. A flicker of apprehension lingered within him, fearing that the third Hokage might not acquiesce. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan articulate his second stipulation, the third Hokage appeared somewhat intrigued. By the time he reached the final condition, he had already silently assented in his heart. The children of the Uchiha clan are not only required to study in Konoha, but are also prohibited from undertaking missions outside the village. This effectively places the Uchiha children and their economic lifeline firmly in the hands of the village. It is worth noting that the current conditions were raised in light of Uchiha Shursui's demise. Under ordinary circumstances, the third Hokage might have readily acquiesced to such stipulations. Furthermore, the existing discord between the Uchiha clan and the village's residents has been a significant source of concern for the third Hokage. Upon learning that the Uchiha had voluntarily disbanded their police force, directly addressing the root of the conflict, he found himself quite tempted. The third Hokage had already mentally agreed to the proposal, weighing the implications carefully. After a brief pretense of hesitation, he nodded in acknowledgement. I understand your concerns, Uchiha. I am amenable to your desire to relocate some of your clan members. However, you must remember that the Uchiha will always be a part of Konoha. Should you find discomfort elsewhere, I will always welcome you back. The gates of Konoha will remain open to you. Upon hearing the third Hokage's agreement, Uchiha Qiushan breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts had finally extricated the Uchiha clan from the proverbial pit of Konoha. With the clan securely settled, he could finally set aside his worries and indulge in a more carefree existence. Even if figures such as Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki were to be resurrected, he believed that the likes of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would be more than capable of handling the situation. He envisioned himself merely floating along, offering encouragement from the sidelines. The thought of his promising future brought a wide smile to Uchiha Qiushan's face, prompting him to express his gratitude to the third Hokage. Having concluded the pressing matters, the third Hokage showed no signs of departing. Instead, he engaged Uchiha Qiushan in light conversation. With a warm smile, the third Hokage inquired, by the way, Qiushan, I seldom see you around. Is it because you are busy assisting in the police force? Uchiha Qiushan harbored little animosity towards the third Hokage. In response to his inquiry, he respectfully replied, Indeed, Lord Hokage, the clan leader has placed considerable trust in me. And by fortunate chance, I have secured the position of a squad leader within the security force. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's unease, the third Hokage chuckled warmly, patting him on the shoulder. Oh, there is no need to be so tense. We are merely engaging in casual conversation. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan has withdrawn from the security force. What are your plans for the future? Uchiha Qiushan, of course, could not reveal his true intentions of wandering aimlessly. Instead, he replied, I have not yet formulated any concrete plans. I shall consider my future after assisting the clan with its relocation. At this juncture, the third Hokage's intentions became apparent as he smiled slyly and said, Since you find yourself at leisure, once you have concluded your family matters, I would like to enlist your assistance. I shall appoint you as a captain in the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command. Rest assured, this position will grant you far greater authority than your current role in the security force. What do you say? The third Hokage, being a cunning strategist, had long recognized the potential in the seemingly composed young man before him. He was undoubtedly a pivotal figure within the Uchiha clan, possibly even its future leader. By keeping him close, the third Hokage ensured that no matter how rebellious the Uchiha clan might become, they would remain firmly within his grasp. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan was left utterly astonished, rendered speechless in disbelief. Why are you doing this? The Uchiha clan was traditionally barred from entering the Umbu. Yet, Itachi Uchiha managed to infiltrate their ranks, a feat that must have required considerable effort from Fugaku Uchiha. I was contemplating departing from Konoha, eager to explore the world, for with my current prowess, I could venture anywhere. I regarded you as a mentor. Yet you schemed against me. How could you be so shameless? As Uchiha Qiushan silently lamented and wore a troubled expression, the third Hokage seemed to perceive his reluctance, furrowing his brow and saying, What is it? Are you unwilling to assist me, or do the Uchiha have ulterior motives? Upon detecting the subtle threat in the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Qiushan inwardly rolled his eyes, though his visage bore a cheerful smile. Of course not. I was merely taken aback by this unexpected surprise. I, Uchiha Qiushan, have long aspired to join the Umbu and serve the village. How could I possibly refuse? Chapter 41. The wrath of Itachi. Uchiha Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, relaxed his expression upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's agreement to join the Umbu. A smile returning to his face as he placed a hand on Qiushan's shoulder. Precisely. Young people should not shy away from challenges. They must seek to hone their skills to shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan nodded repeatedly in outward agreement. All the while internally mocking, goodness, before even starting my position, he begins to weave grand visions. Does he not fear I might choke on his lofty rhetoric? After addressing the concerns of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage found little desire to linger, as he mourned the loss of a favored and obedient junior, compounded by the predicament instigated by Danzo Shimura. He was tasked not only with soothing the myriad families within the village and alleviating their anxieties but also with assuring them that Konoha harbored no intentions of coveting their bloodline limits or ancestral secrets. After sending off the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Fugaku expressed their gratitude to the representatives of the various clans they had summoned. The members of these clans, astute as they were, recognized that the Uchiha clan was on the verge of departing from Konohagakure, thus eliminating any potential conflicts of interest. They all assured the Uchiha clan that it was of no concern, advocating for a closer relationship, as if their previous exclusion of the Uchiha were but a fleeting memory. The pivotal moment lay in Uchiha Qiushan's earlier display of overwhelming power. His colossal Susanoo appeared as if a divine being had descended upon them. Even Shimura Danzo and his root operatives, comprising numerous elite jonin, found themselves effortlessly dispatched by Uchiha Qiushan's blade. Any clan with a modicum of intelligence would refrain from provoking the Uchiha, who wielded such a formidable weapon. Furthermore, it was evident to all discerning eyes that Uchiha Qiushan, despite his youth, had already reached the pinnacle of strength akin to that of a Kage. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arise, he was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. After sending off the representatives of the Uchiha clan, both large and small, Uchiha Kiyoshi and Fugaku finally found the time to attend to the affairs concerning Uchiha Shirsue's passing. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the lifeless body of Uchiha Shirsue with a complex expression. Had it not been for Uchiha Qiushan's prophecy and his contingency plan, Uchiha Shirsue would have truly perished. Fortunately, events unfolded as intended. On the surface, the Uchiha clan had lost a prodigious talent, yet in reality, they merely shrouded this brilliance in darkness, thus providing the utmost protection for him. Initially, Uchiha Qiushan contemplated crafting a makeshift stretcher to carry Shirsue's body. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent since Shirsue's demise, offered to bear his brother's corpse, considering it a final tribute to his beloved Shirsue. Observing his eldest son in this state, Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances with Uchiha Qiushan, silently inquiring whether to reveal the truth to Itachi. In response to Fugaku's unspoken question, Qiushan subtly shook his head, indicating that it was prudent to remain discreet for the time being. Once the Uchiha contingent had prepared, Itachi carried Shirsue's remains, enveloped by other clan members for protection, as they made their way toward the Uchiha homeland, illuminated by the fading light of the setting sun. It is said that one must commit fully to the performance. After retrieving Shirsue's body, the group did not linger idly. They swiftly arranged Shirsue's home into a makeshift altar, while Itachi voluntarily stayed behind to keep vigil, allowing the other clan members to take their leave. After establishing the altar for Shirsue, Uchiha Qiushan meandered out of the clan grounds and indulged in several generous bowls of ramen at a nearby establishment. Ever since mastering the lightning release armor, his appetite had surged dramatically, rendering him nearly unable to afford his meals. Conversely, his physical prowess had rapidly increased, and Qiushan sensed that his physical capabilities were nearing a critical threshold. At that point, he would be able to elevate his Sharingan to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. After playfully teasing little SHBU, Uchiha Qiushan packed 2 additional bowls of ramen and leisurely made his way back to the clan grounds, arriving at Shirsue's home. Upon entering, he chanced upon Itachi sitting solemnly, kneeling as he burned paper offerings for Shirsue. Witnessing this, Qiushan's lips twitched, and a sense of unease washed over him as he pondered. Should Itachi uncover the truth, might he pursue Qiushan with a blade? In such a scenario, would he flee or resist? Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat to the island with Makoto for a few days. Indeed, the supplies he had painstakingly gathered would prove useful in such a moment. As Qiushan's thoughts spiraled into precarious territory, Itachi noticed him. Upon recognizing Qiushan, he politely inquired, Qiushan, you've come to pay your respects to Shirsue, I presume, considering the bond you two once shared. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow dimmed his eyes. Observing the profound grief within Itachi's gaze, Qiushan lost his playful demeanor. He nodded, placing the food he had brought on the nearby table, and remarked, I knew you hadn't tea eaten, so I brought you something. Please enjoy it while it's still warm. It won't taste as good once it cools. Hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Itachi shook his head in refusal and said, Brother Qiushan, I am not hungry. Please, you go ahead and eat. Uchiha Qiushan was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Itachi's words. Glancing at the items he had brought, he soon realized that even in such a sorrowful moment, Uchiha Itachi's keen observational skills remained unparalleled. Truly, he was born to be a remarkable ninja. Noticing that Itachi had no appetite, Qiushan paid it no mind. After checking the time and sensing that the moment was right, he approached the lifeless form of Uchiha Shisui. Under Uchiha Itachi's perplexed gaze, he boldly lifted the white cloth that covered Shisui's body. Upon witnessing the actions of Uchiha Qiushan, Itachi Uchiha could no longer remain seated. He rose immediately and questioned, "Shisui has already passed away. What more do you intend to do? Your actions are a desecration of his remains." Uchiha Qiushan observed that the ever-composed Uchiha Itachi had finally lost his temper. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a flicker of joy ignited within his heart, prompting him to further provoke Itachi. What could possibly linger in the thoughts of Uchiha Shisui? Undoubtedly, it was the greatest legacy he had left behind, the Mangeki Sharingan. Rather than allow his Mangeki to decay alongside him, it would be far more prudent for me to seize it and employ it for a greater purpose. With this thought, he made a move as if to advance forward. Uchiha Itachi, witnessing the malevolent actions of Uchiha Qiushan, could no longer endure the provocation. He unsheathed a kunai, its sharp point directed menacingly at Uchiha Qiushan, and growled, "Dare to disturb brother Shisui's remains, and you shall face the consequences." Chapter 42. The kaleidoscope of Uchiha Itachi as Uchiha Qiushan turned slowly to face Itachi. His expression remained calm despite the fury emanating from Uchiha Itachi. "Are you truly serious, Itachi? To brandish a weapon against me? Have you considered the ramifications of your actions?" With that, Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangeki Sharingan, locking eyes with Uchiha Itachi. His formidable mental prowess and chakra were palpable, exuding an overwhelming pressure through the depths of his Mangeki Sharingan. Feeling the immense oppression radiating from Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Itachi activated his own Sharingan. Initially, three tomo adorned his eyes, but as the pressure intensified, the tomo began to whirl wildly, ultimately forming the shape of three sides characteristic of the Mangeki Sharingan. With the emergence of his Mangeki Sharingan, Itachi sensed a significant reduction in the oppressive force exerted by Qiushan, and his previously racing heart began to steady. Observing that Uchiha Itachi had unveiled his Mangeki Sharingan under the weight of his pressure, Qiushan noted that while Itachi's aura had yet to surpass his own, there was an unmistakable sense of resistance beginning to manifest. Uchiha Qiushan's lips curled subtly in a smile as he gradually retracted his imposing aura, reverting to his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, he gazed at Uchiha Itachi, remarking, "You truly are someone worthy of Shisui's admiration. It appears you have also awakened your Mangeki Sharingan." Upon observing Uchiha Qiushan's relaxed demeanor as he engaged in conversation, Uchiha Itachi, despite his astute intellect, found himself momentarily bewildered. Subsequently, a flicker of realization crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "Are you testing me?" Uchiha Qiushan curled his lips, feeling somewhat bored as he sat down beside. "It's not entirely that. It's mainly because the wait is rather tedious, so I thought I would amuse you." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of anger. "Even if you wish to test me, you should not desecrate the remains of Shisui. You are also a close friend of Shisui. How can you justify such actions?" Uchiha Qiushan picked up the kettle from the table and poured himself a glass of water, nonchalantly remarking, "What is there to apologize for? Shisui is not dead." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Itachi initially felt a surge of joy, for the world of ninjas is replete with various techniques of fake death. He had assumed that Shisui was employing such a jutsu. However, the flicker of hope in his eyes quickly dimmed as he regained his composure. Shaking his head, he replied, "I too wish that Shisui's death were but a ruse. Yet, the third Hokage has already confirmed his demise, and that old fox, Shimura Danzo, would never have held back during Shisui's demise. Furthermore, at the time of Shisui's death, not only were there experts in medical ninjutsu present, but also the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was watching. If Shisui had merely faked his death, how could he have possibly eluded their discerning gaze?" Although Uchiha Itachi verbally expressed disbelief, he could not resist the urge to activate the recently deactivated Mangeki Sharingan, meticulously examining the lifeless form of Uchiha Shisui. After thoroughly scrutinizing every detail from head to toe, Uchiha Itachi eventually closed his Mangeki, still feeling a bit unaccustomed to its recent activation. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his weary eyes, unable to suppress a sigh. Despite meticulously examining Uchiha Shisui with his Mangeki Sharingan, he could still not detect a trace of chakra. For a ninja, chakra is the amalgamation of the physical and spiritual. Only upon complete demise does one become devoid of it. Observing Itachi's despondency, Uchiha Qiushan internally scoffed. Had Izanagi been so easily discernible or unravelable, Uchiha Madara's feigned death would not have eluded Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in the past. As Itachi lingered in his sorrow, Qiushan refrained from offering further counsel. After all, the time was approaching for Izanagi to be activated on Shisui. In truth, Qiushan did not harbor ill feelings towards Itachi. Although he bore some responsibility for the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the principal culpability lay with Shimura Danzo's machinations. The indecision of the third Hokage, and Uchiha Obito's covert sabotage. Danzo was driven by the will of his mentor, the second Hokage, and his covetous desire for the power of the Sharingan. Conversely, Obito recognized that the Uchiha clan posed the greatest obstacle to his Eye of the Moon plan, for their Sharingan effectively countered his Kamui. Once Itachi had perished, Obito felt unthreatened and emerged from the shadows to wage war against the entire ninja world. One of the principal reasons Itachi was ultimately compelled to eradicate his own clan, sparing only his younger brother, was his elevated mindset. Having borne witness to war and death from a young age, he matured far beyond his peers, engaging in profound contemplation that surpassed even that of many adults. Thus, he was lauded by the third Hokage for his ability to approach problems from the perspective of a Hokage, while others were ensnared in the throes of love and hatred. He had transcended conventional emotions, causing his affection to surpass familial and even village boundaries, leading him to commit what others deemed unfathomable, eliminating his own clan. In truth, adopting a perspective that is incongruent with one's own position can be detrimental, for it breeds a sense of alienation from those around you. This is why Itachi had but one true friend in Uchiha Qiushan, as their thoughts resonated with the will of fire. Uchiha Qiushan's role was to sever the ties between clan and village, thereby preventing conflicts and averting discord between the two prodigies of the Uchiha family. As for their future endeavors, that could be addressed in due course. At that moment, Qiushan acutely sensed a disturbance, akin to a droplet disturbing the surface of a still pond, creating ripples. Swiftly, he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Qiushan, as if witnessing a miracle. Qiushan watched in astonishment as Qiushun's lifeless body lay still, rigid, and exuding an aura of death, a clear indication to any observant individual that he was deceased. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the corpse had vanished, replaced by an identical figure, vibrant and rosy-cheeked, who was now smiling cheerfully at him. Uchiha Itachi sensed an anomaly in Uchiha Qiushan, and upon following the direction of his gaze, his body immediately stiffened. Chapter 43, Arrangements. Upon witnessing Uchiha Qiushan's revival, appearing entirely unscathed, Uchiha Qiushan finally felt the weight on his heart lift. Although he was confident that Izanagi could resurrect Uchiha Qiushan, after all, there was the precedent of Uchiha Madara. Understanding was one thing, while concern was entirely another. Seeing Uchiha Qiushan smiling at him, Uchiha Qiushan could no longer contain himself. He strode over, arms wide open, and embraced the man he had worried so much about, giving him a few hearty pats. Uchiha Qiushan did not resist, allowing the display of affection from Uchiha Qiushan. After all, he had tasted death once, and only those who have brushed against mortality can truly comprehend its essence. Moreover, when he accepted this plan, he had already prepared himself for the possibility of failure and eternal demise. The variables were numerous. For instance, had he been retained by Danzo Shimura at the root base, upon his death, his Mangeki Sharingan would undoubtedly have been extracted by Danzo, rendering Uchiha Qiushan's concealed Izanagi ineffective. Furthermore, who could ascertain whether Izanagi would even function? As a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, its limits were uncertain. If revival were to be attempted after a prolonged period, it might exceed its boundaries. In that case, only if Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan were to evolve into the Rinnegan. Utilizing the Rinnegan's innate techniques, would there be a possibility of resurrection? Thus, Uchiha Qiushan was, in truth, undertaking this perilous strategy. Not only for the Uchiha clan, but also out of trust in Uchiha Qiushan. He willingly risked death to strive for a future for the Uchiha. The resurrection of Uchiha Qiushan has stirred not only the excitement of Qiushan but also the elation within Qiushan himself, allowing Qiushan to express his emotions freely. Witnessing Qiushan's revival, Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain his usual composure. His face betrayed a palpable excitement, his lips quivering slightly as if on the verge of uttering something profound. Yet, despite several attempts to speak, no words escaped his lips. In the presence of those he holds dear, it is impossible for him to remain as tranquil as still water. This is evident from the way Itachi awakened his Mangeki Sharingan in response to Qiushan's death, underscoring the significant place Qiushan occupies in Itachi's heart. After expressing his emotions in an embrace with Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Qiushan moved past him and stood before Uchiha Itachi. Observing the fervent expression and the deep emotions reflected in Itachi's gaze, Qiushan, much like Qiushan, opened his arms and warmly embraced Itachi. Once tranquility was restored, Qiushan turned to Uchiha Qiushan and inquired with genuine concern, "How's the plan progressing? Has anything gone awry?" Upon hearing Qiushan's intention to discuss the plan with Qiushan, Itachi prudently asked, "Should I perhaps step away for a moment?" Uchiha Qiushan glanced at Qiushan's expectant gaze, then observed Itachi's somewhat bewildered expression, and said with a hint of exasperation, "Originally, I intended for you to guard Qiushan's spirit in order to disclose our plans to you. However, next time, please refrain from pointing a kunai at me." Upon hearing that he could remain, Uchiha Itachi felt a surge of happiness. However, when he learned that Qiushan had pointed a kunai at him, he awkwardly touched his nose, his gaze drifting off in another direction. Noticing Itachi's discomfort, Uchiha Qiushan chose not to dwell on it, but instead informed Uchiha Qiushan about the progress of their plans. The third Hokage had consented to the relocation of the Uchiha clan, albeit with the stipulation that Itachi would join the Umbu. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Shimura Danzo. Yet Danzo evaded him using his Izanagi. It was surprising to discover that Danzo had not only secretly transplanted Sharingan but also mastered the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques. At that moment, the third Hokage was present. To avert unnecessary complications, Itachi refrained from pursuing Danzo further. Uchiha Qiushan nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension. Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily before continuing. "Even if our Uchiha clan were to relocate, We currently lack the means to establish a school. Thus, I propose that the children of the Uchiha clan remain here to receive an education as a condition for the third Hokage to acquiesce to our migration. The parents of these children will also stay behind to care for their offspring. Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing of the successful progress of the plan, let out a long sigh of relief. His affection extended not only to his family but also to the village where he had grown up. Had it not been for the irreconcilable conflicts between his family and the village, he would not have consented to, nor assisted in, the relocation of the Uchiha clan to prevent harm to both parties. Uchiha Qiushan took a sip of water and then, with a smile in his voice, remarked, "While we were executing our plan, there was an unexpected delight. That lad, Uchiha Itachi, awakened his Mangeki Sharingan due to your demise." Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Qiushan cast his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. As someone who has traversed similar paths, he comprehended the profound sorrow required to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Much like Uchiha Obito, whose heart was shattered by Rin's demise, leading him to reject the entirety of the world in favor of creating a realm where Rin still existed. It is evident that Uchiha Itachi, having awakened his Mangeki Sharingan due to Shirsui's death, harbored feelings for Shirsui that were both profound and pure. Uchiha Shirsui gazed into Uchiha Itachi's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded slightly. "Itachi, thank you, and I am sorry." The gratitude expressed was for his feelings, while the apology was a reflection of his concern. Itachi Uchiha certainly comprehended the situation, gently shaking his head. "It matters not. The most important thing is that Shirsui is alive. Moreover, I have, in a sense, turned misfortune into fortune by awakening the Mangeki Sharingan." Uchiha Qiushan observed the interaction between the two, and after a moment, he clapped his hands to capture their attention. "All right, enough reminiscing. We have pressing matters to attend to. There will be ample time for conversation later." Noticing their curious expressions, Qiushan continued, "Shirsui, it is not convenient for you to go out right now. I have prepared a takeout of ramen for both of you. Eat while it is still warm. And once you finish, pack your things. I have found a suitable place outside, and I intend to escort you there before dawn." Seeing their puzzled looks, Uchiha Qiushan briefly elucidated the situation regarding Uchiha Island and his ocular technique, Takamagara. However, he refrained from divulging his intention to share the spatial mark with Shirsui and Uchiha Itachi. This mark served as a safeguard for a hasty retreat in critical moments. Apart from those he completely trusted, Qiushan was reluctant to bestow the spatial mark upon anyone. After all, one could hardly forget how Uchiha Obito's decision to grant Kakashi one of his Sharingan led to a vulnerability in his Kamui, ultimately placing him in a precarious position. Had it not been for such a flaw, with the marvel that is Kamui at his disposal, Uchiha Obito could have effortlessly extricated himself from any predicament. Chapter 44. Reconnaissance of Uchiha Island. It was then that Uchiha Itachi realized that the additional serving of ramen prepared by Uchiha Kiyoshi was meant for his brother, Shirsui. At that moment, upon witnessing Uchiha Kiyoshi bring 2 bowls of ramen, he had mistakenly assumed that one of them was for himself. Uchiha Shirsui, without any reservations, called Uchiha Itachi to join him, took a bowl of ramen, and began to eat heartily in his own funeral hall. In the absence of outsiders, one could only imagine the bewilderment that would ensue if anyone were to witness the scene. What should have been a solemn repose transformed into a lively ramen feast beside the quiet resting place. Itachi Uchiha, feeling liberated, no longer harbored any concerns, having already experienced the loss of a loved one. It was as though he were in a contest with Shirsui, and he swiftly began to eat. Unlike Uchiha Qiushan, both of them did not possess particularly large appetites. After consuming a substantial bowl of ramen, they felt quite satisfied. Uchiha Qiushan refrained from idle chatter, and, once the two had finished their meal, joined Itachi in assisting Shirsui by gathering the items he needed to take home. They then placed these belongings into his space, intending to deliver them to Shirsui once he arrived at the Isle of Whirlpools. As a solitary man, Uchiha Shirsui had little to pack, apart from his personal belongings, which included a few ninjutsu scrolls, books, and ninja tools inherited from his parents and elders. He completed his preparations swiftly. In the end, aside from his usual mission gear, he entrusted all these items to Uchiha Qiushan. After all, Shirsui's journey to the Land of Waves was not without purpose. These belongings would be arranged upon his arrival, to be retrieved later from Qiushan. Once all was settled, Uchiha Qiushan, observing the poised Uchiha Shirsui and Uchiha Itachi, reaffirmed, "Itachi, are you certain you wish to accompany Shirsui to the Land of Waves? Understand that my urgency in sending Shirsui there stems from a desire to prevent the news of his feigned death from reaching the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, thereby averting unnecessary complications. I intend for Shirsui to scout the area ahead of the clan's relocation, which will take at least 3 days for the clan leader and the elder to organize the first group heading to the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, having grasped the clan's intention to separate from Konoha, found his thoughts increasingly focused on clan matters. Given his youth and the lack of a profound ideological awakening that would come years later with the clan's demise, he had yet to attract the attention or indoctrination of the third Hokage and Danzo. Now, learning that his esteemed brother Shirsui was preparing to explore the Land of Waves as a precursor to the Uchiha clan's relocation, Itachi felt a stirring excitement and a yearning to accompany Shirsui on this journey. Upon hearing Uchiha Kaisan's repeated inquiry, Uchiha Itachi exhibited no signs of impatience. Instead, he nodded once more and reassured, "Brother Kaisan, with Shursui and myself together, you need not worry. Moreover, I have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. My combat prowess is undoubtedly formidable, and I will certainly be able to assist Shursui." Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kiyama was suddenly reminded that, in the original narrative, Itachi's health seemed to deteriorate significantly in the later stages. This could perhaps be attributed to the early awakening of his Mangeki Sharingan, which imposed an excessive burden on his body. This phenomenon is a common consequence of bloodline limits, where the body, still in its developmental stages, struggles to withstand the immense power of such abilities. He hastily advised, "Itachi, you have awakened your Mangeki Sharingan too soon. Refrain from using it excessively, or you will exacerbate the strain on your body. Shursui, you must also keep an eye on him. Remember, while the Sharingan can be utilized, the Mangeki should be employed sparingly." Uchiha Qiushan observed that both Shursui and Itachi nodded, which brought him a sense of relief. He speculated that in the original narrative, Itachi's deteriorating health was partly due to his disregard for his own well-being. After all, despite his maturity, Itachi was still a youth burdened by the weight of his clan's annihilation and the harrowing act of taking his parents' lives. Had it not been for the responsibility of caring for his younger brother, he might have longed for his own demise, leading to a neglect of his physical state. During times of exhaustion and injury, he likely harbored a sense of atonement, and over the years, compounded by his solitary infiltration, facing challenges and battles alone, it is no wonder his health declined. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, both the relocated Uchiha clan and Itachi's health necessitated the presence of a skilled medical ninja. When considering medical ninjas, Qiushan's thoughts immediately turned to the compassionate Tsunade and the gentle, kind-hearted Yukushi Nan. Based on the timeline, Nan should still be alive, having not yet fallen victim to Danzo's machinations, so there was a possibility of rescuing her. Nevertheless, the primary focus was Tsunade, with her vast heart and formidable presence. Who could remain unaffected in her presence? Moreover, as the princess of the Senju clan, she possessed the purest bloodline of her lineage, with innate physical strength and an extraordinary vitality that Qiushan found enviable. If hypothetically an alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans were to occur, could their offspring possess the potential to ascend to the status of Sage of the Six Paths? Contemplating this notion, Qiushan silently resolved to ensure Tsunade was invited to the Uchiha clan to examine Itachi's condition. Should she be reluctant to come, he would find alternative means to persuade her. Uchiha Qiushan let out a quiet sigh, lamenting, "Alas, I am truly burdened with the concerns of the Uchiha clan." After Uchiha Qiushan reconfirmed that Uchiha Itachi would accompany Shursui to the Isle of Whirlpool, he ceased any further discourse. He extended his hands to rest upon their shoulders and activated his ocular technique, Takamagara. With a brief pause in the spatial realm, he unleashed his technique once more, utilizing the spatial imprint previously established at the Isle of Whirlpool to transport the two directly to their destination. After transporting Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi to the Isle of Whirlpools, Uchiha Kiyama offered them a few brief words of advice. He then handed over the supplies he had meticulously prepared in advance, sufficient for their needs over the coming days. Without lingering any longer, he bid them farewell and returned to the realm of Takamagara. Once he had seen Shursui and Itachi off, Uchiha Kiyama finally breathed a sigh of relief. After much arduous planning and strategizing, he had successfully salvaged the destinies of these two prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui did not perish, and his Mangeki Sharingan was not seized by Danzo. Uchiha Itachi would not be coerced by Danzo into annihilating the Uchiha clan, ultimately becoming a despised rogue ninja, leading to a tragic demise. Uchiha Qiushan took a brief respite within the realm of Takamagahara. Although his system had aided him in minimizing the side effects of his Mangeki Sharingan's ocular techniques, the frequent usage still left him feeling a slight discomfort. One last use, he murmured to himself as he entered the dwelling within the space. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan quietly attuned himself to the spatial imprint, locating the one belonging to Uchiha Makoto. He activated the imprint, and without warning, a figure clad in delicate nightwear, slender and still ensconced in slumber, materialized upon the tatami mat before him. Chapter 45. The intricacies of spatial imprints. This individual had toiled diligently and, having achieved success, deserved a modest reward. Uchiha Qiushan contemplated as he gazed upon Uchiha Makoto, who now stood before him. This exemplified one of the remarkable applications of spatial imprints, since the imprint was inscribed upon a person and became an integral part of their being. It was only natural that Uchiha Makoto could traverse into the Takamagahara realm by activating her spatial imprint. Consequently, as the master of this realm, Uchiha Qiushan could summon her to this space by activating the imprint. Having been preoccupied with matters concerning the island of Tsu and Uchiha Shursui throughout the week, coupled with Uchiha Itachi's return home after completing his mission, Uchiha Qiushan had not sought out Uchiha Makoto during this period, save for her visit to him. Now that Uchiha Shursui had been rescued and the Uchiha clan was poised to extricate itself from Konoha as per his plans, the remaining tasks seemed trivial. A methodical approach would suffice. Thus, it was only fitting for Uchiha Qiushan to invite Uchiha Makoto for a nostalgic conversation. simultaneously responding to the recent call for unity and prosperity within the Uchiha clan. As Uchiha Makoto was summoned, she began to awaken. Acutely aware of the absence of her blanket, Uchiha Makoto groggily propped herself up, her loose nightgown accentuating her curves. Half awake, she gazed at the figure before her. Upon recognizing it was Uchiha Qiushan, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ever since she and Qiushan had become a couple, Makoto had been sleeping alone at night, so encountering someone unexpectedly in the dead of night startled her. Uchiha Makoto rubbed her eyes and, feeling somewhat dazed, inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me at such a late hour, Qiushan-kun?" Uchiha Qiushan rarely encountered the disoriented Makoto, and a gentle smile graced his lips. With swift and agile movements, he shed his clothing and approached Makoto, enveloping her in his embrace. He buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply the fragrant essence of her presence, and murmured in a hushed tone, "I missed you, Makoto-ne, so I came." Uchiha Makoto was embraced by Qiushan, and she reciprocated the gesture. However, her tone was tinged with a hint of sorrow as she spoke. "I too have longed for you, Qiushan-kun. Yet, Itachi, that perceptive child, has been in the village these past few days. He is far too astute." Even the mere act of sharing a separate room with Fugaku did not escape his notice. Thankfully, with Fugaku's assistance in providing a FAAD, I have managed to evade his suspicions. Uchiha Qiushan, upon noticing Uchiha Meikin's lingering sorrow, could not help but plant a gentle kiss upon her lips. Amused, he remarked, "Oh, you dear little scatterbrain, do take a moment to observe your surroundings." Following Qiushan's prompt, Uchiha Meikin scrutinized the arrangement of the room and realized that she had been summoned to his realm. Upon seeing her presence here, Uchiha Makoto let out a sigh of relief. As she bestowed a gentle kiss upon Qiushan, she playfully chided, "Qiushan, you delight in teasing me. You brought me here without a word. If you possess such prowess, why did you not summon me sooner? Or is it that, in the end, you have grown weary of me?" Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Uchiha Makoto, who appeared to be possessed by the spirit of a dramatic performer. He was pleasantly surprised to discover this facet of his elder sister, despite knowing that she was merely putting on an act. Qiushan hastily reassured her, expressing that he had indeed been preoccupied lately, rather than intentionally neglecting Makoto. However, as he comforted her, it seemed as though his hand possessed a will of its own. Moving restlessly, the two indulged in their affectionate exchange for quite some time, until Qiushan seemed to recall something important. With a cheerful smile, he addressed Makoto, who was comfortably nestled against him. "Sister Makoto, I forgot to share some delightful news with you. Itachi has assigned me to carry out a mission with Shursui, so you need not worry about him sensing anything amiss with you." Although Makoto Uchiha does not concern herself with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, as the wife of the clan leader, she possesses relatively keen information channels. Curiously, she inquired, "Wasn't Itachi Uchiha killed by Danzo? Furthermore, did not Itachi volunteer to guard the spirit of Shursui today? How is it that not only is Shursui alive, but he and Itachi have also been dispatched on a mission by you?" Uchiha Qiushan, while embracing Sister Makoto, recounted to her the recent events he had undertaken. After Uchiha Makoto finished speaking, she looked at Uchiha Qiushan with a sly smile and said, "Qiushan, I also have some delightful news to share with you." Uchiha Qiushan observed the expression on Makoto's face, uncertainly inquiring, "Makoto, is there something to celebrate? Or perhaps a feeling of nausea?" However, Makoto shook her head gently, replying, "Not yet. It's far too soon for that." Subsequently, a blush graced Makoto's cheeks as she leaned closer to Qiushan, whispering softly, "These past few days have been particularly fortunate for me. If you put in a little effort during this time, it is highly likely that we will soon have wonderful news." Uchiha Qiushan is not an ignorant fledgling. He certainly comprehends Makoto's intentions. He instinctively tightened his grip on Makoto's arm and sought reassurance once more, asking, "Makoto, is it truly so?" Uchiha Makoto's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she shyly nodded, yet chose to remain silent. Observing Makoto's bashful expression and recalling the revelation she had just shared, Uchiha Qiushan found himself unable to restrain his impulses any longer, and he lunged forward. Both were formidable opponents, resulting in an intense clash until Uchiha Qiushan unleashed his newly acquired powerful technique. This exhilarating encounter left Uchiha Makoto utterly defenseless, her ability to resist completely shattered. Once their passions had been sated, and they had composed themselves, they emerged into the world, only to find that dawn had broken. Upon witnessing the morning light, Uchiha Makoto exchanged a brief greeting with Qiushan-kun before hastily preparing breakfast. Although her feelings for Uchiha Fugaku had waned, she remained devoted to her two children, determined to fulfill her role as a loving wife and mother. However, should Qiushan-kun desire her to leave this household and join him, she would not hesitate to choose him without a second thought. Chapter 46. The Evolution Method of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 46. The Evolution Method of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. After Uchiha Qiushan parted ways with Makoto, he remained industrious. The legacy of the Uchiha clan was entrusted to him by the elder Uchiha Rin. However, within the Uchiha clan lay a concealed time bomb, the very catalyst that led to the rift between Uchiha Madara and Shinju Hashirama, ultimately resulting in the subsequent Ninja World War. This time bomb resided in a stone tablet hidden within the Southie Shrine, said to be a relic left by the Sage of Six Paths, preserved through generations by the Uchiha clan, concealing the truths of the world. The stone tablet indeed possessed extraordinary properties, as the mastery of the Sharingan increased. So too did the revelations it offered. In the past, as the discord between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, escalated beyond tolerance, Madara discovered an extreme solution on the stone tablet, the Eye of the Moon plan. Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly a prodigy of his era. Had it not been for the emergence of Shinja Hashirama during the same period, he might have dominated the ninja world. Yet, being a perfectionist, Madara found it unbearable to witness his dear friend Hashirama's village-building ideology falter, leading only to the escalation of warfare. What began as conflicts between clans soon transformed after the Senju and Uchiha clans allied with smaller factions to establish Konoha village, significantly bolstering their power. This prompted other nations to follow suit, forming their own ninja villages. The establishment of these villages, with their newfound strength, meant that any conflict between nations could escalate into a world war within the ninja realm, affecting both civilians and shinobi alike. Moreover, once war broke out, it invariably led to a shortage of manpower, forcing even young children capable of performing basic jutsu onto the battlefield, as exemplified by Uchiha Itachi. It can be said that Uchiha Madara's foresight was remarkably astute. He sensed this inevitable outcome and could not accept it, striving for change. Conversely, Shinja Hashirama held a different vision, which ultimately drove Madara to depart, while the Uchiha clan, cherishing the hard-won peace, chose to remain with their leader, Madara, in Konoha village. In the past, Uchiha Madara's departure was predicated upon the method he discovered inscribed on the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, a vision for world peace known as the Eye of the Moon plan. This also explains why Uchiha Madara engaged in another confrontation with Shinja Hashirama. He sought to integrate Hashirama's flesh and blood into his own to manifest the power of all things, only through which could he awaken the Rinnegan. A power exclusive to the Sage of Six Paths, enabling him to summon the Ten-Tails vessel and thus initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. However, Uchiha Kagami was aware that the contents of this tablet had been altered by Kagaya Otsutsuki's third son, Black Zetsu, prior to her sealing. Black Zetsu's intention was to activate the Eye of the Moon in order to resurrect his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Consequently, Uchiha Madara was utterly deceived by Black Zetsu, who exploited his desire for world peace. To mitigate potential complications and prevent those members of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, including Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, who had yet to uncover the tablet's significance, from spiraling into confusion, Uchiha Kagami resolved to take decisive action by relocating the stone tablet into his own space, thereby ensuring that no one could access it again. The Nana Shrine served as a venue for the Uchiha clan's gatherings and ancestral rites. Although it was a place of solemnity for the Uchiha, it lacked any valuable items, leading them to forego assigning guardians. Previously, Uchiha Kagami had visited the Nanha Shrine to admire the stone tablet while still possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. However, despite scrutinizing it from various angles, he had failed to discern its contents. After later attaining the Mangekyou Sharingan, he became preoccupied with preventing the Uchiha clan's tragic extinction and saving Shursui's life, fully aware of the tablet's implications, and thus did not return. Now, as the Uchiha clan prepared to relocate, the elders were resolute in ensuring that this historically significant stone tablet would not be neglected. Uchiha Kagami decided to act preemptively, relocating the tablet to his space, intending to provide a replica to the elders when they requested it, while allowing the true source of turmoil to remain concealed in his domain. In the gentle embrace of the morning sun, Uchiha Qiushan strolled to the Southie Shrine. Typically, this place sees few visitors, and at this early hour, it was utterly deserted. Upon reaching the stone tablet, Uchiha Qiushan activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As he scrutinized the inscriptions upon the stone, he couldn't help but smirk. Its contents were largely as he had anticipated, lacking any remarkable revelations. The tablet provided a succinct account of the origins of the ninja world, the dissemination of chakra, the Tsutsuki clan, the divine tree and its fruits, as well as the sealing of the Ten-Tails by Sage of Six Paths, alongside the evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and methods for transforming the kaleidoscopic Sharingan into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, Uchiha Qiushan harbored doubts regarding this method. Tracing back through history, it was evident that Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, had but one brother, Ashura. One might ponder whether Ashura would resort to plucking out his brother's eyes. Crucially, Ashura inherited the sage's physical form, which did not possess the Sharingan, implying that there was no second pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan available for Indra to achieve the eternal form. Furthermore, Indra's kaleidoscopic Sharingan had not succumbed to blindness, suggesting that the evolution into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan was not solely contingent upon transplanting a relative's eyes. Moreover, given the Sage of Six Paths' esteemed status and vision, it is implausible that he would leave the Uchiha clan with a path to evolution steeped in bloodshed and anguish. Thus, it becomes evident that the kaleidoscopic Sharingan could evolve into the eternal form through individual prowess. The method inscribed on the tablet likely represents a crude and simplistic approach left by Kagaya's will to facilitate his plans for the Uchiha clan. The system belonging to Uchiha Qiushan indicates that while it can lower thresholds and mitigate side effects, it cannot conjure something from nothing. Therefore, the authentic pathway for a kaleidoscopic Sharingan to evolve into the eternal form should hinge upon possessing an extraordinary mental fortitude and an abundance of in-release chakra. thereby meeting the conditions requisite for this evolution. Additionally, since the three-tomo Sharingan evolves into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan through ocular techniques, and considering that one of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, it is reasonable to deduce that the transition from kaleidoscopic to eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan would also yield a new ocular technique. It is likely that their flawed evolutionary methods and attempts at shortcuts led to the absence of this new ocular ability. Chapter 47. Disciple Uchiha Sasuke. It is evident that the Uchiha clan, renowned for its ancient lineage within the ninja world, is deserving of its esteemed reputation. Despite the conflict between Indra, the clan's progenitor, and the Sage of Six Paths, as well as Ashura, the sage did not withhold any benefits from Indra, aside from the position of inheritor of the ninja way. Ultimately, to guide the descendants of Indra, the sage imparted a stone tablet detailing the evolution of the Sharingan. It appears that Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan level is insufficient, as he remains oblivious to the methods of evolving the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan into the Rinnegan, as well as the details regarding the moon eye plan inscribed on the tablet. Such information would likely only become accessible upon attaining the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uchiha Kaizen's Mangeki Sharingan has ascended to the pinnacle of its form, nearing the realm of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, when Kaizen exerted his full power into the Sharingan, he could still discern the faint traces of writing upon the stone tablet, but the content remained obscured. It is presumed that these inscriptions are the remnants left by Kagaya, masquerading as the Sage of Six Paths. The ability to perceive these indistinct characters is attributed to Uchiha Kaizen's ocular prowess, which far exceeds that of a typical Mangeki Sharingan. Since clarity eludes him for now, he resolved to revisit the matter in due course, comforted by the knowledge that his Sharingan was on the verge of achieving its eternal form. With this thought, he summoned the skeletal arm of Susanoo, uprooting the stone tablet, and cast it into a secluded corner of the spatial isle. Having accomplished his objective at the Nanha Shrine, Uchiha Kaizen took the opportunity to tour the shrine briefly before surmising that Uchiha Makoto had prepared breakfast. Consequently, he did not hesitate to proceed to her home for the meal. However, his visit was not entirely of his own volition. He felt a tinge of discomfort facing Uchiha Fugaku, as the latter had summoned him for a discussion, prompting Makoto to extend the invitation. Uchiha Makoto, in turn, willingly invited him over for breakfast. Kaizen also intended to confer with Uchiha Fugaku and the elder regarding the initial roster of clan members destined for the Isle of Whirlpools, thus he accepted the invitation. Upon his arrival at the clan leader's residence, he coincidentally found that Uchiha Makoto had prepared breakfast. After exchanging greetings with Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto, and nodding towards the curious young Uchiha Sasuke, Kaizen sat down to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast at the clan leader's home. Following the meal, Uchiha Fugaku led Kaizen to the reception room, but unlike previous occasions, Uchiha Makoto and their son, little Sasuke, accompanied them as well. After Uchiha Fugaku settled into his seat, he took a sip of tea before turning to Uchiha Kaizen with a serious expression and said, "The purpose of inviting you here, Kaizen, is to request that you become Sasuke's teacher. Firstly, Sasuke has reached the age for schooling and requires the guidance of a capable mentor. Although his talent may not quite match that of his older brother, he is still a promising individual. As the foremost expert of our Uchiha clan, there is no one more suitable than you for this role. Secondly, our clan is preparing for relocation, and as the clan leader, I must oversee the transition to ensure the well-being of our people. With my presence, they can feel secure. In my absence, I sincerely hope you can offer support to her and her son." With these words, Uchiha Fugaku bowed his head to Uchiha Kaizen, imploring, "I beg of you, Kaizen." Uchiha Kaizen was taken aback to discover that Uchiha Fugaku sought him out for this particular matter. While he harbored a certain disdain for Uchiha Sasuke as depicted in the original narrative, this sentiment stemmed from the fact that Sasuke had endured the tragic annihilation of his clan and the horrific murder of his parents at the hands of his elder brother. From a tender age, he had been consumed by the notion of vengeance, resulting in a distorted personality that was, understandably, unappealing. Nevertheless, as a reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Sasuke possessed considerable innate talent, and with the Indra's chakra coursing through him, his future accomplishments were unlikely to be insignificant. As for his character, Uchiha Kaizen observed the bewildered young Sasuke and concluded that he could still be molded in the future. Uchiha Qiushan believes that there are no irredeemable children. It simply depends on one's willingness to take action. Moreover, the current Sasuke is still an endearing young boy. Had it not been for the massacre of his clan and the tragic loss of his parents, it is likely that Uchiha Sasuke's character would not have deviated significantly. Uchiha Qiushan glanced at the eagerly expectant Uchiha Makoto, then cast his gaze upon the bewildered young Sasuke and the still bowing Fugaku, no longer feigning modesty, and readily acquiesced. Uchiha Qiushan nodded thoughtfully. "Since the clan leader holds me in such high regard and wishes for me to be Sasuke's teacher, it would be rather ungrateful to decline. Rest assured, the responsibility for Sasuke's future shall now rest with me." This role of a teacher is not akin to Kakashi, who is merely appointed by the village and lacks genuine commitment. Rather, it embodies a profound sense of duty towards the disciple's life, guiding them as one would a successor. Indeed, for the disciple, this teacher is second only to their parents in significance, and the status of the disciple is not dissimilar to that of the teacher's own children. However, once Uchiha Qiushan has accepted this role, he will see it through to the end, determined to nurture Sasuke into a formidable warrior. rather than allowing him to be hastily matured by Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, resulting in a rather lackluster presence at critical moments as portrayed in the original narrative. Uchiha Fugaku was elated upon hearing that Uchiha Qiushan had agreed to take Sasuke as a disciple. He promptly organized a formal apprenticeship ceremony, during which Sasuke respectfully served tea to Uchiha Qiushan. In turn, Uchiha Qiushan graciously gifted Sasuke a finely crafted katana, thereby completing the ritual of apprenticeship. After the ceremony, Uchiha Qiushan did not rush to begin training Sasuke, recognizing that he was still quite young. Premature training and chakra extraction could hinder his future development. It would be more prudent to commence training once Sasuke began his schooling. Once the arrangements were in order, Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Fugaku visited the home of the clan's elder, Uchiha Rin. As the de facto leaders of the Uchiha clan, it was imperative for them to meticulously plan the relocation and organization of their new territory. The move could not be executed hastily. It required a phased approach to ensure its success. The first team was tasked with selecting the new site for the clan's territory, assessing the surrounding environment, and clearing it of wild beasts. This team prioritized quality over quantity. Currently, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were undertaking the responsibilities designated for the first team, though they lacked sufficient manpower and would require additional assistance. The second team would focus on the construction of the new territory, necessitating individuals skilled in earth-style techniques and those with experience in building. It would be ideal to have someone like Yamato, who excelled in the wood release, 3 rooms and a hall technique, but regrettably, the third Hokage would not permit his release, even if he were to be released. Uchiha Qiushan would refrain from utilizing him, as it would not only reveal his ocular technique to Kami no Kiguchi, but also compromise the location of the new territory. Of course, Uchiha Qiushan did not expect to keep the relocation of the Uchiha clan's new territory a secret indefinitely. However, each additional day of concealment would afford the Uchiha clan more time for preparation and development. It was crucial to remember that behind the Uchiha massacre lay not only Shimura Danzo but also Uchiha Obito and Kagaya's Black Zetsu, who were lurking ominously. Thus, relocating the clan to an island was a strategic move to isolate them from those proficient in earth and wood techniques. By the time the Uchiha clan was discovered, they hoped to have established adequate defenses. As long as they refrained from summoning the Deva Path Pain to execute Shinra Tensei, they anticipated that the situation would be manageable. The third team would comprise the majority of the clan's members, responsible for transporting essential supplies and personnel to ensure the clan's seamless operation. Additionally, there was a fourth team designated for finalizing tasks. However, since the Uchiha clan had yet to sever ties with Konohagakure and still had children attending the ninja school, it was necessary to retain some clan members within the village to maintain a facade of peace. Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Fugaku visited the elder to discuss and formulate the roster for the first team. Given that the Uchiha had historically served as the village's security forces, it was vital to ensure a peaceful handover to prevent any potential conflicts with the village or the third Hokage. Thus, careful consideration was required in selecting the personnel. In this deliberation, the primary individuals involved in crafting the list were Uchiha Fugaku and Elder Uchiha Rin. Although Uchiha Qiushan possessed greater strength than both combined, expertise in specific areas was essential, and he acknowledged that he had much to learn in this regard. Uchiha Fugaku and the elder engaged in discussions on various matters, while Uchiha Qiushan sat nearby, feeling disenchanted and utterly bored. It was not that he wished to depart, rather, as a premier force within the Uchiha clan. With immense potential for growth, both the elder and Uchiha Fugaku were intentionally nurturing him, whether he desired it or not. Acquiring even a modicum of knowledge would prove beneficial in the future. One should not presume that strength alone qualifies one to lead, akin to how Naruto Uzumaki, despite being the most powerful ninja in the world, had to wait for Kakashi to serve as Hokage for several years. During that time, Kakashi meticulously prepared Naruto in every aspect to become a competent Hokage. Once Uchiha Fugaku and the elder finalized their list, Uchiha Qiushan could no longer contain himself and eagerly took his leave. Uchiha Qiushan understood profoundly that in this world, strength reigns supreme. As long as one's power reaches the esteemed levels of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, all else becomes trivial. Thus, his primary focus now lies in honing his physical form, aiming to elevate his bodily resilience to meet the minimum standards required for the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. With his inherently superior mental prowess and the augmented ocular power and in-release chakra acquired from replicating numerous ocular techniques, he would undoubtedly accomplish the metamorphosis into the Meijiki Sharingan with remarkable ease. Uchiha Qiushan understood that there existed a more straightforward method to enhance his physical strength and facilitate the transformation of his Meijiki Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. This method involved seeking out Yamato and utilizing the Sharingan to learn and replicate his wood-release techniques, as the sole wood-release ninja in Konoha village at this time. Yamato's abilities, albeit incomplete, had demonstrated their efficacy against Naruto Uzumaki's Nine Tails, indicating that they retained a semblance of the essence of Senja Hashirama. Should Uchiha Qiushan successfully acquire Yamato's wood-release through the Sharingan, it would mean mastering a partial sage body. While this incomplete sage body would not grant him the Rinnegan directly, it would nonetheless bolster his physique and vitality. Furthermore, The would-release chakra would significantly aid in the metamorphosis of his Mangeki Sharingan into the eternal variant. However, Uchiha Qiushan harbored no intention of pursuing this path. Whether one deemed him sentimental or foolish, his resolve was to solidify his foundation through arduous training, honing his willpower to enable him to journey further. After all, his recent surge in power had come too easily, risking a sense of complacency that could undermine his vigilance and ambition. Uchiha Qiushan did not venture to other locations, for even the most concealed places could not rival the safety of his own domain. Furthermore, as the master of this space, he would be able to sense Uchiha Mikoto's arrival through the spatial mark, should she manifest within his realm. The training ground of Uchiha Qiushan is situated atop the highest point of this island, on a flat rock that offers a breathtaking view of the island's most exquisite scenery. Here, he practices the lightning release armor, for the rock is non-conductive, allowing him to engage fully in the stimulation of his cells with lightning chakra without the concern of depletion or loss. Since acquiring the first stage of the lightning release armor from the rogue ninja, the villager of the small island, Uchiha Qiushan has relentlessly pursued the cultivation of its effects on his body. The origins of the lightning release armor were later uncovered through interrogation of the villager. It belonged to a student he had killed, who had surreptitiously taken it from his home. This student possessed a rare innate lightning chakra, which his father had once mentioned to encourage his training. The secret technique of the lightning release armor was inadvertently obtained by the father on the battlefield, and the student, unaware of the grave consequences, had shown it off in front of the villager, who seized the opportunity to commit murder and theft. In truth, the family remains oblivious to the fact that the lightning release armor technique was taken. They believe the conflict that ensued led to the student's demise at the hands of the villager. Upon returning to the village to report on his mission, Uchiha Qiushan claimed he could not locate the villager, suspecting he had set sail and gone missing, resulting in the failure of his mission. Uchiha Qiushan adeptly arrived at the rocky outcrop, shedding his shirt and shoes before settling cross-legged upon it. With his eyes closed, he silently channeled his lightning nature chakra, transforming it into delicate currents that incessantly stimulated his body. This form of training demanded not only innate talent but also an extraordinary level of endurance, as the continuous application of electrical currents to invigorate cellular strength was a profoundly painful endeavor. Glimmers of tiny electric arcs danced across Uchiha Qiushan's form, crackling audibly while his muscles convulsed and twitched rhythmically. Before long, beads of sweat adorned his brow, a testament to the dual challenge of enduring pain while maintaining focus to precisely direct the currents to stimulate specific areas. As the hours of practice wore on, the intensity of the electric current surged, causing his body to tremble increasingly under their influence. From a distance, these glaring currents appeared as if he were clad in a brilliant blue armor. After 2 hours of relentless training, Uchiha Qiushan finally ceased his efforts, not from a lack of desire but from the necessity to avert bodily harm that could arise from further exertion, a risk too great to bear. His rudimentary medical ninjutsu could not mend the cellular damage inflicted by such rigorous training. Had Uchiha Qiushan possessed a sage body akin to Senja Hashirama or the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan like Naruto, he would not face such tribulations. The Uchiha lineage offered no enhancements to physical recovery. Alternatively, the presence of a skilled medical ninja, such as Tsunade or Sakura, would significantly expedite his recovery, allowing Uchiha Qiushan to pursue the mastery of lightning release armor without reservation, fortifying his physical prowess. As Uchiha Qiushan felt a piercing pain emanating from the depths of his being, he realized that his body was nearing its limits. With a silent sigh, he gradually ceased his cultivation. Uchiha Qiushan opened his eyes, having concluded his training, and silently gazed upon the delightful scenery before him, his expression serene. Once his trembling body regained its composure, assuring himself that his combat prowess remained intact, Uchiha Qiushan donned his attire and directly teleported away. With the training completed, it was also time for a meal. Ever since Uchiha Qiushan had honed his physique through the practice of lightning release armor, his appetite had surged immensely, allowing him to consume the equivalent sustenance of 4 to 5 robust men. The restaurateurs of Konoha, well-versed in the ways of gluttonous ninjas such as those from the Akimichi clan, had long since grown accustomed to such voracity, otherwise, he would have drawn a crowd. It was also imprudent to frequently mooch meals from the clan leader, and the elder, dining at others' homes, should he indulge his appetite, would transform his visit from a mere meal invitation into a veritable table-flipping affair. Uchiha Qiushan once again found himself at the renowned Ichiraka Ramen in Konoha village, indulging in several enormous bowls of ramen. Given the limited culinary options in the village, he had little choice. While the grilled meat was delectable, Uchiha Qiushan could not afford to feast on it every day, observing him consume the giant portions without a hint of hesitation. Even the knowledgeable young girl SHBU was somewhat taken aback by her beloved older brother's voracious appetite. Nevertheless, her concern for his satisfaction prompted her to secretly add a generous helping of fried eggs and sausages to the bottom of Uchiha Qiushan's bowl while the proprietor, Uncle Ichiraku, was momentarily distracted. As his appetite burgeoned, Uchiha Qiushan's physique underwent noticeable changes. Although his training with the lightning release armor had only begun recently, his form had already become more robust compared to his previous self. If his former physique had been akin to that of the adult Uchiha Itachi, Embodying the archetype of an agile and illusionary ninja, he was now evolving towards a more muscular build reminiscent of the esteemed Guy. However, in terms of taijutsu, he still fell short of matching Guy's prowess. Furthermore, Uchiha Qiushan sensed that he might be experiencing a secondary growth spurt, stimulated by the lightning release armor, as he felt he had grown slightly taller, due to his reluctance to involve himself in clan affairs. Whether it be the formation of a first-tier list or the arrangement of personnel for resource preparation and security duties, Uchiha Qiushan found it necessary to delegate these responsibilities. Thus, he sent a shadow clone to assist and observe. Consequently, he found himself with ample free time. Clan matters could be entrusted to the Elder and Uchiha Fugaku. Once they had assembled the personnel, he would simply escort them to the Land of Whirlpools. As for the third Hokage, it was not yet time for him to report. Even when the time came, he believed he would serve merely as a symbolic presence, acting as the bridge between Konoha Village and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, within the confines of Konoha Village, has long been regarded as a subject of vigilance for the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, apprehensive that the Uchihas might one day rebel. Rest assured, as the foremost clan in the ninja world, the Uchiha possess formidable strength. With their bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Even an elite Uchiha ninja endowed with the 3-tomo Sharingan would easily overshadow ordinary J-Ni. However, the current Uchiha clan, now distanced from Konoha, has transformed from a group to be wary of into a prestigious family to be courted. This shift elucidates Uchiha Kaizen's rationale for severing ties with Konoha. Though detached from the foremost ninja village, the Uchiha may face a predicament akin to that of the Uzumaki clan in the past. Yet, Uchiha Kaizen harbors profound faith in his own capabilities. Should anyone seek to provoke him, he would summon Susanoo at the entrance of their village. If they fail to emerge, he would unhesitatingly enter to confront them. If faced with a siege of thousands of ninja, akin to what the third Raikage endured, he would effortlessly retreat to the realm of Takamagara, evading the battlefield and perhaps even venturing into their village for leisure. It is a misconception that Uchiha Kaizen's consent to join the Umbu under the third Hokage stemmed from fear. Rather, it was his covetousness for the bloodlines and secret techniques of Konoha that motivated him. He has yet to engage in conversation with Yamato regarding would release. Nor has he found an opportunity to incapacitate Kakashi to examine his Kamui Sharingan. He eagerly anticipates conversing with the successor of the fifth Hokage after the demise of the third Hokage at the hands of Orochimaru. Thus, with Uchiha Kaizen's current prowess, unless one were to resurrect Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, they would find themselves at a loss against him. Naturally, Kaizen's trump cards must remain undisclosed. While his abilities are indeed formidable, only concealed trump cards can be deemed true assets. One need only observe the immortal duo of the Akatsuki, whose extraordinary survival skills were ultimately undone once their secrets were revealed. Therefore, it is the hidden trump cards that served as genuine advantages, and the enemies who have been vanquished that epitomize worthy adversaries. Since the awakening of his Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Kaizen has been intentionally concealing his trump cards and ocular techniques. Those who believe they comprehend him are, in truth, privy to only a fraction of his true capabilities. Should word spread of his ability to replicate and learn from the bloodline limits and secret techniques of others, his success rate would plummet to absurd levels, inciting animosity from those clans and ninja proficient in such arts. Thus, it is only when Uchiha Kaizen stands atop the world through his own strength, impervious to any challenge, that he can act with impunity and audacity. Rather than relying on the volatile tailed beasts to ascend to a six-paths level of existence, tailed beasts ought to serve merely as pets or tools. Depending on them as the foundation of one's power is utterly implausible. Let us not forget that the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths still circulates within the ninja world. He retains the ability to bestow upon Naruto and Sasuke the prowess akin to that of Six Paths. The nine-tailed beasts were extracted from the Ten Tails by him. And given the sage's meticulous strategies, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he may have manipulated the tailed beast in some manner. Not to mention, while Hashirama Senju embodies the sage body, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has carved out its own path, independent of the power transmitted from Indra to the Sage of Six Paths. In recent days, Uchiha Qiushan has led a fulfilling life. During the daylight hours, he employed several shadow clones to assist the Elder and Uchiha Fugaku, all the while secretly honing his lightning release armor in the confines of his space. When fatigue set in, he would slip out and wander through the streets of Konoha in search of culinary delights. As the Uchiha clan prepared to relocate, even the once tightly held security forces were gradually transitioning away. Consequently, neither the Hokage's faction nor the various families within Konoha dared to approach the Uchiha, uncertain whether their departure was voluntary or forced. Provoking them would only invite unnecessary conflict. Since Uchiha Qiushan had dispatched Shimura Danzo with a single blow from his Susanoo, the latter had refrained from stirring trouble, likely opting for a period of silence. Thus, although Uchiha Qiushan roamed the village in pursuit of delectable treats, he encountered no unwelcome provocations. As night fell, he ceased his training to strike a balance between effort and rest, enhancing his training efficiency. Instead, he would peruse the book he had acquired from the Elder, engaging in leisurely reading to broaden his horizons. When the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the world, Uchiha Qiushan would summon Uchiha Meichin into his space to discuss the meaning of life and contribute to the prosperity of their clan. Each session required considerable time, Yet amidst the familiar routine, he noted that Mei-chin appeared even more radiant than before, her beauty seemingly enhanced, her gaze capable of captivating anyone. After several days of preparation, the elder and clan leader finally readied the first echelon of personnel and supplies. On a sun-drenched morning, over 100 Uchiha ninjas gathered silently at the South Shrine. Clad in full armor, they stood tall and resolute, their eyes brimming with determination. These were the elite handpicked by the elder and Uchiha Fugaku, chosen for their combat prowess and experience, as the abandoned Uzushio Island lay ahead, teeming with perilous wildlife. To ensure the successful execution of this mission, the elder had summoned only the finest, including several high-ranking shinobi from the security forces, who were drawn away as the responsibilities of the security team were set to be relinquished. Now was not the time for hesitation. The future of the Uchiha clan took precedence. Those selected for this endeavor were filled with anticipation, as both the elder and clan leader had assured them that this operation would lay the groundwork for the Uchiha's relocation. The news of the Uchiha clan's impending departure from Konoha had spread throughout the clan, eliciting jubilant cheers from all members. They were not blind to the years of oppression they endured within the village, where they were never regarded as kin, often met with hostility due to their role in the security forces. As descendants of the foremost clan of bloodlines in the shinobi world, the Uchiha held their pride. They had grown weary of the impositions of those who sought to diminish their identity. Now, finally liberated from the burdensome confines of Konoha, the Uchiha clan harbored a collective resolve. Devoid of the village, they would thrive even more splendidly. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the neatly arranged line of clan members before him, their demeanor both frosty and silent. These were the elite of the Uchiha clan, with such a formidable assembly that could easily command respect in the outside world, effortlessly obliterating a small ninja village. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, who stood at the forefront of the formation, and once again sought confirmation. Chief, are you certain you wish to lead the team personally this time? You could easily wait for the second or third wave to proceed. Uchiha Fugaku, fully armed, shook his head upon hearing Uchiha Kaizan's words of caution. This concerns the future of our Uchiha clan. I must personally see it for myself to feel at ease. Kaizan, as the foremost expert of our clan and the vice-clan leader, you must shoulder your responsibilities. Once I depart, the safety of our clan members will be entrusted to you. Act with prudence. Consult with the elder frequently. Uchiha Kaizan, somewhat speechless at Fugaku's declaration, never anticipated that merely attending a few days of observation alongside the elder and clan leader would result in his elevation to the position of vice-clan leader. He understood that, as the clan's top expert, holding a title of lesser significance would reflect poorly externally and diminish the sense of security among the clan members. Realizing he could not dissuade Uchiha Fugaku, Kaizan acquiesced. Once Fugaku had made all necessary arrangements, Kaizan turned to the orderly line of individuals before him and gravely instructed, relax completely and do not resist. With that, Uchiha Kaizan activated his Meijiki Sharingan, channeling his chakra into his eyes as they began to spin rapidly. Eye technique, K10 Zanshuan, activate. As Uchiha Kaizan shifted his gaze through his Meijiki Sharingan, those within his line of sight began to vanish silently, leaving no trace behind. In a short span of time, over 100 individuals, including Uchiha Fugaku, were entirely transported to an island within the realm of K10 Zanshuan. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Uchiha on the island of Whirlpool. After successfully transferring the last member of the Uchiha clan to safety, Uchiha Qiushan promptly closed his Meijiki Sharingan. Although the system had significantly mitigated the side effects of the Meijiki Sharingan, excessive utilization still led to some adverse reactions. This was the first time Uchiha Qiushan had employed it on such a grand scale, and he found his eyes to be exceedingly strained, with tears flowing uncontrollably. Fortunately, the side effects of the Meijiki were considerably diminished. At least he was not suffering as Uchiha Itachi did in his later years, where even a single use of Amaterasu would leave him bleeding from his eyes. Uchiha Qiushan rubbed his eyes, feeling the discomfort dissipate significantly. Upon opening his eyes, he found the elder standing beside him, gazing at him with a look of concern. As the clan leader led the clansmen outdoors to expand their territory, it was only natural for him, as the elder, to bid them farewell. Uchiha Qiushan greeted the elder with a nod. Elder. The elder, Uchiha-ling, gazed at him with concern. Though the Meijiki Sharingan is indeed powerful and immensely useful, its overuse can lead to blurred vision, ultimately resulting in blindness and eternal darkness. Furthermore, you do not have a biological brother. Even if you did, he might not awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. Thus, you must cherish its use. In response to the elder's worries, Uchiha Qiushan felt unable to disclose that he had the aid of a system, which not only mitigated the risk of blindness but was also hastening his evolution into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Instead, he comforted the elder, saying, "Rest assured, elder. I merely feel a slight strain in my eyes. Until now, my Meijiki Sharingan has not caused any discomfort, nor have I experienced any blurriness." Hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the elder sighed in relief. His knowledge of the side effects of the Meijiki Sharingan and its evolution into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan stemmed solely from ancient clan records, and he was uncertain about the duration it took for one's vision to deteriorate. Observing that Uchiha Qiushan exhibited no adverse effects, he felt reassured. The elder could not afford to be indifferent. Although Uchiha Shursui had also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, there remained a disparity between him and Uchiha Qiushan. Currently, Uchiha Shursui could only use the divine power of the Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo, at its initial stage, skeletal form, while Uchiha Qiushan, upon activating his Mangeki Sharingan, had swiftly surpassed the first two stages, directly entering the third stage, fully armored giant. It is noteworthy that Susanoo comprises 4 stages, and the Mangeki Sharingan's limit is the third stage. The third stage of Susanoo is regarded as peak strength at the level of a Kage, rendering one capable of traversing the ninja world with ease. Initially, upon learning that Uchiha Qiushan had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, the elder intended to maintain a low profile for several years to allow Uchiha Qiushan to mature and potentially elevate his Susanoo to the second or third stage. This would secure a Kage-level powerhouse for the Uchiha clan for the next 30 to 40 years. However, the elder did not anticipate that Uchiha Qiushan's prodigious talent would exceed his expectations, achieving within a brief period what he had anticipated would take years. The more extraordinary Uchiha Qiushan proved to be, the greater the elder's sense of regret. Uchiha Qiushan's innate gifts were already comparable to, if not surpassing, those of Uchiha Madara. Had Uchiha Qiushan possessed a biological brother who had also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, the elder had no doubt that Uchiha Qiushan's accomplishments would eclipse those of the legendary Uchiha Madara, leading their clan to unprecedented heights. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the distant silhouette of the elder as he departed, inexplicably sensing a tinge of stoop and desolation. He stroked his chin, pondering that perhaps the elder was struggling to adjust in the absence of the clan leader, feeling somewhat melancholic. Uchiha Qiushan then set aside these matters, rubbing his still slightly sore eyes, and activated the high heaven, entering the space himself. Due to the time difference between the space and the outside world, it remained night within. Uchiha Qiushan observed his clansmen standing silently in the darkness, none uttering a word or glancing about. It seemed they had been cautioned prior to their arrival. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction, greeting the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku without delay. He swiftly utilized the space imprint he had left on the Whirlpool Island to teleport there. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, having received prior information through the cat ninja summoning technique, were already waiting on the island. Uchiha Qiushan, upon noticing their presence, nodded and proceeded to a nearby open space. He summoned the chakra within him, which surged fervently towards his Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi beheld a scene they would never forget. In the open space before Uchiha Qiushan, the very fabric of space appeared to twist subtly, as over 100 individuals silently manifested, each one a member of their clan. A gentle breeze wafted through, and the morning sunlight bathed them, slightly diminishing the surreal atmosphere. As they discerned the figure at the forefront, clad in full armor and bearing a solemn expression, they realized it was none other than their clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Instantly, they regained their composure, kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads slightly, and placing their right hands upon their hearts. Good day, esteemed leader. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also regained his composure from the shock. After all, this was his first encounter with such spatial ocular jutsu. During his time in the realm of Takamagara, the darkness had obscured his senses, however. Witnessing himself being transported to this unfamiliar island in an instant left him truly astonished as he beheld the scenery before him. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at his elder son and Uchiha Shursui before gently nodding. You have both worked diligently these past few days. In unison, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi replied. For the honor of the Uchiha clan, it is our duty to shoulder these responsibilities. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, instructing them to rise, then cast his gaze around, finally resting it upon the distant sea. This is the Isle of Whirlpools, indeed a splendid locale. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are commendable, albeit their strength is somewhat lacking, as they are merely a vassal clan of the Senju. Such a beautiful place is unable to be adequately defended. What a pity. Chapter 52, The Position of Clan Leader After Uchiha Fugaku's Contemplations. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stepped forward to report on their recent observations during their patrol of the Isle of Whirlpools. The Uchiha clansmen who accompanied Uchiha Fugaku, having undergone this temporal transition, could no longer contain themselves. Though they did not move about, they engaged in hushed whispers. Among them were several individuals who had initially accompanied Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Qiushan to the outskirts to rendezvous with Uchiha Shursui, now murmuring quietly among themselves. Uchiha Yuta remarked, Indeed, our esteemed deputy clan leader truly embodies the pinnacle of prowess within the Uchiha clan. It is astonishing to discover that not only does he possess exceptional combat skills, but he has also mastered space-time ninjutsu. We must remember that the fourth Hokage gained renown for his space-time technique, the Flying Thunder God. In the realm of shinobi, those who can wield space-time ninjutsu are exceedingly rare. In response to Yuta's words, Uchiha Naoya chimed in, Yes, I still vividly recall that fateful encounter. The deputy clan leader, and we ventured to seek out Shursui, only to find him on the brink of death, having been treacherously ambushed by that old dog Danzo. Shursui was a close confidant of the deputy clan leader, and his fury was palpable. In an instant, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan and summoned the divine might of Susanoo. I was utterly awestruck by that colossal figure that blotted out the sun. It was as if a celestial being had descended upon us. Upon returning to our clan, I learned that the deputy clan leader's eyes transcended the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, akin to those of Uchiha Madara, wielding the power of the Meijiki Sharingan, Susanoo. Yuta, were you not also a captain in the security team, much like the deputy clan leader? Could it be that you too possess the hidden potential of the Meijiki Sharingan? Hearing Uchiha Naoya's teasing remarks, Uchiha Yuta rolled his eyes. As friends, he was well aware that Naoya was merely jesting, and he felt no resentment. If I could attain the rank of deputy clan leader, my life would be worth it, he mused. Moreover, have you all noticed that the space-time ninjutsu of the deputy clan leader seems to surpass that of the fourth Hokage? I have yet to hear of the fourth Hokage's space-time ninjutsu being capable of transferring so many individuals at once. The clan members nearby readily agreed, while those who had not witnessed Uchiha Qiushan Susanoo in action eagerly inquired about the scene that had unfolded. Uchiha Qiushan paid no heed to the adoring gazes and hushed whispers of his clansmen. With his eyes closed and arms crossed, he patiently awaited the report from Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to the clan leader. The exertion of teleporting over 100 clan members from the realm of Takamagara had left his eyes weary and strained. Thus, to maintain his composure before his kin, he chose to keep them shut. Once Shisui and the others had conveyed their message to Uchiha Fugaku, Qiushan's eyes had eased considerably. He approached Uchiha Fugaku and gave a slight nod, saying, "Esteemed clan leader, if there are no further matters at hand, I shall take my leave. Do you have any instructions for me?" Uchiha Fugaku, upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan, softened the stern lines etched upon his visage. Acknowledging Qiushan's words, he nodded thoughtfully. "Your efforts have been commendable, Qiushan. You are now also a mentor to Sasuke, and we may consider ourselves as one family. There is no need for excessive formality. In my absence from the Uchiha compound, I entrust matters there to you and the elder. Should urgent situations arise that hinder your ability to reach me, I encourage you to consult the elder extensively." As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku's tone shifted to one of gravity. "Uchiha Qiushan, it is imperative that you assert the dignity befitting your position as the vice leader of our clan. Your role, agreed upon by myself and the elder, is one you rightfully deserve. In my absence from the Uchiha territory, you hold the reins. The elder is merely there to assist you. The future of the Uchiha clan rests upon the shoulders of you younger generations. And it is essential that you mature swiftly, not only in strength but also in wisdom and strategy, for these qualities demand cultivation and enhancement." Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Uchiha Qiushan trembled, realizing that Uchiha Fugaku intended to groom him as the future clan leader. It is noteworthy that since Uchiha Madara departed from Konohagakure, the lineage of the clan leader has been preserved solely within Uchiha Fugaku's branch. This lineage not only boasts a pure bloodline but also commands immense respect within the Uchiha clan, consistently producing formidable talents. If all goes as expected, the future clan leader will either be Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi has awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, as long as he does not stray from the path. It is highly probable that he will ascend as the future clan leader. Although Uchiha Qiushan employed the technique by Ishinshin on Uchiha Fugaku, it did not alter his thoughts and beliefs in this regard. In other words, Uchiha Fugaku willingly prepared to relinquish the position of clan leader to Uchiha Qiushan. In retrospect, Uchiha Fugaku's decision to have Uchiha Sasuke apprentice under Uchiha Qiushan was, in fact, a strategic move to pave the way for Qiushan. As long as Uchiha Qiushan was the master of the clan leader's son, he would be considered part of the clan leadership lineage, thereby reducing future obstacles to his ascension as clan leader. Though Uchiha Qiushan held no desire for the title of clan leader and was primarily concerned with his own growth and strength, he was nonetheless touched by Uchiha Fugaku's goodwill and nodded in acknowledgement. He then bid farewell to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Shisui remained as warm as ever, while Itachi, upon learning that Uchiha Qiushan had become Uchiha Sasuke's mentor and that he had saved Uchiha Shisui, adopted a notably amicable demeanor towards Qiushan. Even when witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's intention to pass the clan leadership to Qiushan, his attitude remained unchanged, responding to Qiushan's greetings with genuine friendliness. It appears that Uchiha Itachi's generosity and insight truly surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Uchiha Qiushan, having no further delay, waved his hand and transferred the supplies, which had been prepared within the clan and stored in his space, to the empty ground before him. After bidding farewell to them, he teleported back to his own space. Having successfully escorted Uchiha Fugaku and his companions to the Isle of Whirlpools, he considered his task accomplished. The first team would require at least a week to complete their mission, and it was time for him to report to the third Hokage. After all, he had previously promised the third that he would not be tardy. Moreover, arriving early at the third Zanbu would allow him to become acquainted with Kakashi and Yamato, enabling him to gather intelligence on them. Once he had honed his physical prowess using lightning release armor and upgraded his Meijiki Sharingan to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, it would facilitate the replication of Kakashi's ocular techniques Kamui and Yamato's would release. At that point, his combat strength should surpass the peak of a Kage, reaching the same realm as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Super Kage level. Chapter 53. Entering the Umbu after escorting Uchiha Fugaku and the others to the Isle of Whirlpools, Uchiha Qiushan returned to his space, opting not to hasten back to Konoha, but instead, he remained in his space to continue his training in lightning release armor for the day. Uchiha Qiushan sensed that with the augmentation of his physical strength, His Mangeki Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Over the past few days, he had experienced a peculiar stirring within his eyes. Uchiha Qiushan concluded his training for the day with a heart brimming with anticipation and joy. He did not linger in the space any longer but promptly turned and departed. Arriving at his home in Konoha, after a brief refreshing wash, as he had worked up quite a sweat during his training, Uchiha Qiushan donned his full attire and left the clan grounds, making his way toward the heart of Konoha, the Hokage office. Given that Uchiha Qiushan was merely an unremarkable jonin at present, yet still the vice leader of the Uchiha clan and yet to officially join the Umbu, he opted for a more formal approach. Rather than entering the Hokage office directly, he requested the duty personnel to announce his arrival. Soon enough, he was ushered into the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat casually in plain clothes, a large pipe clamped between his teeth. Upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan enter, he greeted him with a warm smile, embodying the amiable image of a kindly old man. Uchiha Qiushan was not deceived by the fade of the third Hokage. This benign image might fool ordinary villagers or naive children, but if the third Hokage were merely a kind-hearted old man, how could he possibly hold the position of Hokage for such an extended period? Certainly, the narrative propagated by the Ninja Academy depicts the third Hokage as the most formidable Hokage in history. Uchiha Qiushan's demeanor towards the third Hokage was neither marked by trepidation nor by indifference. Instead, it was characterized by an appropriate demeanor infused with respect. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at the young Uchiha standing before him, feeling a profound sense of admiration. This youth, merely in his teenage years, had already ascended to the upper echelons of the shinobi world, distinguishing himself from the prideful Uchiha clan members. Unlike his kin, he did not flaunt his talents, rather, he remained in the shadows, his gifts seemingly overshadowed by the likes of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, appearing to occupy a secondary tier. In recent days, the third Hokage had reviewed intelligence regarding Uchiha Qiushan. It seemed he spent his time idly within the Uchiha security forces, merely passing the days without exhibiting the attributes of a true prodigy. Had it not been for the incident involving Uchiha Shisui, which inadvertently revealed Uchiha Qiushan's prowess, neither the third Hokage nor Danzo Shimura, the two pillars of Konohagakure, would have fathomed that another member of the Uchiha clan had clandestinely awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and developed Susanoo to its third stage, solidly establishing his strength at the pinnacle of the Hokage level. This revelation was a significant factor in Danzo's recent reticence. Despite the abundance of talent within his roots, unearthing an individual capable of rivaling a peak Hokage was no simple task. The third Hokage, though somewhat better off, had suffered the defection of his most cherished pupil, Orochimaru. Nevertheless, both Jiraiya and Tsunade remained formidable enough to contend with Uchiha Qiushan. As for the third Hokage himself, had he been in his prime, his mastery of various jutsu would have allowed him to engage Uchiha Qiushan in a balanced contest. However, age had taken its toll. His reflexes and chakra reserves had diminished significantly, making it a challenge to maintain his strength at the Hokage level. Should a confrontation arise, he could only hold his ground for a brief moment before conceding. Observing the composed young man before him, now of an age that aptly categorized him as a youth, the third Hokage recognized him as someone with his own thoughts and ideas. Unlike Uchiha Shisui, who was easily swayed by the will of fire. The reason the third Hokage had brought Uchiha Qiushan close was due to his unique standing within the Uchiha clan, as he was poised to inherit the leadership role. Intelligent and composed, he was not the type to act recklessly, allowing the Hokage to feel a sense of security in his presence. His formidable strength meant that he could handle any delicate matters that might arise, and the Hokage hoped to deepen Uchiha Qiushan's connection to Konoha, considering he had grown up there and could not be devoid of sentiment. As the Uchiha clan prepared to relocate away from Konoha, Uchiha Qiushan served as a vital link between the village and his clan, as long as he remained close. The third Hokage felt reassured that the Uchiha clan would not spiral out of control or align with rival factions. With a warm smile, the third Hokage inquired, "Qiushan, how's the relocation of your Uchiha clan progressing? Do you require any assistance from the village? If so, please do not hesitate to ask. For the Uchiha are still a part of our Konoha." His tone suggested that the Uchiha clan was merely changing residences rather than severing ties with Konoha. In response to the third Hokage's goodwill, Uchiha Qiushan replied graciously, "I appreciate your concern, third Hokage. We have already selected a new location and are gradually moving. As you know, with so many clan members, the process cannot be completed in a day." After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. The third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. "Uchiha Qiushan, though your strength is commendable, you have only recently joined the Umbu and are unfamiliar with its workings. Therefore, I would like you to accompany the current Umbu captain responsible for my security. Once you have acclimated to the duties of the Umbu and are capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a captain, I shall bestow upon you the position I previously promised. What say you?" Uchiha Qiushan had long anticipated the arrangements made by the third Hokage. After all, the duties of the Umbu are inherently perilous. It would be a grave jest to appoint someone as the captain of the Umbu merely based on their formidable strength. Such an action would not only trivialize the serious nature of the Umbu's responsibilities but also demonstrate a lack of regard for the lives of those Umbu members. Uchiha Qiushan slightly lowered his head, placing his right hand upon his chest, indicating his complete acquiescence to the arrangements made by Lord Hokage. He expressed no dissent. Acknowledging his lack of experience, even if the Hokage were to appoint him directly to the position of captain, he would remain at a loss regarding the delegation of tasks. The third Hokage nodded in approval, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual, in stark contrast to those who, despite possessing some strength, had become conceited and impervious to reason. Chapter 54. Hatake Kakashi, the third Hokage, reassured by Uchiha Qiushan's compliance, raised his voice, calling, "Kakashi, enter." As soon as the words left his lips, a figure appeared before him with remarkable swiftness, executing the body flicker technique with precision. Tall and poised, adorned with a fox mask, his striking silver hair drew attention. Uchiha Qiushan recognized him instantly as the celebrated figure of the Hokage, the prodigious talent, Hatake Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi knelt before the Hokage in a respectful gesture, inclining his head slightly. "Lord Hokage." The third Hokage addressed Kakashi. "Kakashi, this is Uchiha Qiushan from the Uchiha clan. He will temporarily join your team, so I trust you will mentor him well. Do not be misled by his youth. His capabilities are indeed formidable." Kakashi, having recognized Uchiha Qiushan upon his arrival at the third Hokage's office, recalled the incident where this individual had unleashed a devastating attack outside the village, effortlessly dispatching Danzo and his associates. It was a pity he had not eliminated Danzo outright. Kakashi harbored a considerable grudge against him, knowing that his father, the Leaf's White Fang, had likely been driven to suicide due to the rumors spread by Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Kakashi refrained from further ado, promptly responding, "Understood, Lord Hokage." Subsequently, the third Hokage advised Uchiha Qiushan, "Qiushan, be sure to learn diligently from Kakashi. Though he may appear young, he is a highly experienced senior within the Umbu." Uchiha Qiushan was somewhat taken aback by the third Hokage's decision to assign him to Kakashi. After all, Kakashi possessed a Sharingan, a hereditary trait of the Uchiha clan, and the leaking of such bloodline limits was regarded with utmost seriousness. The existence of Kakashi's Sharingan had caused quite a stir within the Uchiha clan, and it took considerable effort and sacrifice from both the third and fourth Hokages, who had not yet assumed the title of Hokage but already held significant influence and prestige, to quell the uproar surrounding it. It was astonishing that the third Hokage would assign him to Kakashi, considering the potential complications it could introduce. However, the third Hokage had his reasons. For one, the arrangement had been previously discussed, and Uchiha Qiushan was not one to act irrationally. Furthermore, Kakashi had endured tremendous hardships over the past few years, the death of his father, the loss of comrades, and the tragic mistake of inadvertently killing a teammate. Not to mention the demise of his mentor and mentor's wife. He had essentially lost everyone close to him, leading to a profound emotional desolation. Despite Kakashi's outward appearance of normalcy in both mission execution and daily interactions, the third Hokage, with his seasoned wisdom, recognized that Kakashi had yet to overcome the shadows of his past, leaving him devoid of spirit and vitality. This stagnation had hindered Kakashi, a once promising talent. It is worth noting that Kakashi had been a prodigious ninja, becoming a Jonin by the tender age of 12. His potential exceeded that of his father, the famed Konoha White Fang. The legendary Konoha White Fang had achieved remarkable prowess through his mastery of the Kiri-style swordsmanship, instigating the collapse of Sunagakure and directly leading to the demise of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, thus setting young Sasori on a path of darkness. As the son of the more gifted Konoha White Fang, Kakashi was expected to have experienced a surge in strength during these years. Even if he had not yet reached the pinnacle of power, he should have been on the cusp of it. Yet, Kakashi's recent performance had been less than satisfactory, indulging in superficial tactics. While he had earned the moniker of Copy Ninja Kakashi, his actual progression in strength was minimal. To the third Hokage, he exemplified the archetype of someone who had grown in stature but not in capability. The third Hokage speculated that Kakashi's lack of progress stemmed not only from his psychological burdens but also from the burden of his Sharingan, which was no ordinary three-tomo Sharingan but a Mangeki Sharingan. As someone not born of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi faced greater chakra consumption while utilizing the Sharingan. And since he could not deactivate it, the three-tomo state perpetually drained his chakra. If it had been anyone else, under such a strain, they would likely have been rendered powerless. The Hatake clan was renowned for its swordsmanship, and Kakashi's father, Tsukuyomi Hatake, had mastered it to perfection. Prior to acquiring Obito's Sharingan, Kakashi had excelled in this art. By later relying primarily on the Sharingan for offense, he had forsaken his strengths in favor of a less familiar style, which only complicated his growth. Despite these contemplations, Uchiha Qiushan was internally resolute about the third Hokage's decision to place him with Kakashi. He welcomed the opportunity, as it would facilitate his endeavors in mastering the Kamui technique or drawing closer to Yamato. Consequently, Uchiha Qiushan addressed Kakashi with respect, saying, "Kakashi-senpai, I appreciate your guidance." Before Uchiha Qiushan reported to the third Hokage, the Hokage had already briefed Kakashi regarding the assignment. Thus, Kakashi was not surprised by the addition of Uchiha Qiushan to his team. With the third Hokage occupied with other responsibilities, he did not linger, allowing Kakashi to lead Uchiha Qiushan through the initiation process into the Umbu, which included various tasks such as filing paperwork, issuing equipment, and distributing uniforms and masks. Uchiha Qiushan exhibited no signs of impatience. For him, joining the Umbu was a rather intriguing endeavor. Experiencing a variety of things was not an unpleasant prospect. Ultimately, Uchiha Qiushan was escorted by Kakashi to the very foundation of the Hokage building, the Umbu headquarters. Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback to discover that the Umbu base was situated right within the village of Konohagakure, directly beneath the Hokage Tower. However, upon further reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, the Umbu is a combat unit directly under the Hokage's command, and given that their operations are not of a clandestine nature, it is only logical for their base to be positioned as close to the Hokage as possible. Thus, being located beneath the Hokage Tower is entirely justifiable. Currently, the Umbu members were either engaged in missions outside the village or were tasked with the personal protection of the Hokage, which meant that they were naturally stationed near the Hokage's office. Consequently, the personnel present at the Umbu base were few in number. Due to this lack of staffing, Kakashi decided against introducing Uchiha Qiushan to the team at that moment, instructing him instead to arrive punctually the following day for his shift. When Kakashi would then formally introduce him to everyone, Uchiha Qiushan had no objections to Kakashi's arrangements. Thus, after receiving his tasks, he honorably concluded his workday. As he departed from the Umbu base, he caught sight of a figure with violet hair, which piqued his interest. However, as he attempted to observe more closely, the figure vanished from view. Chapter 55, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Regarding the newly appeared figure with violet hair, Uchiha Qiushan dismissed any further concern, reasoning that it was likely just a member of the Umbu. Since he could not locate them today, he decided to wait until the personnel were gathered tomorrow to search again. Given that Kakashi had to remain on duty at the Hokage building, he did not press Uchiha Qiushan to stay longer. Uchiha Qiushan, not feeling the need to linger, bid farewell to the third Hokage and made his way home. By the time Uchiha Qiushan left the Hokage building, it was already afternoon. He had no intention of wandering aimlessly around the village, for he had been occupied since that morning. Since he had the opportunity to leave work early, he resolved to return home for some much-needed rest. However, upon reaching the Uchiha clan's compound, he did not head straight home but instead visited the residence of Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Qiushan was quite attentive to Uchiha Fuyu's admonitions. As the vice leader of the Uchiha clan and the mentor of Uchiha Sasuke, he felt a sense of responsibility in the absence of the clan leader. It was his duty to care for Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sasuke, while also relishing a meal. Furthermore, Makoto had mentioned that these days were crucial. If Uchiha Qiushan exerted himself during this period, the chances of her conceiving would significantly increase. For the future and prosperity of the Uchiha clan, Qiushan was determined to make an effort. After all, he was the man who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, and any offspring he and Makoto produced would undoubtedly possess talents far surpassing those of ordinary Uchiha members. Upon his arrival at Uchiha Makoto's residence, Qiushan found that she had already anticipated his visit and prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Beside Makoto was his newly acquired disciple, Uchiha Sasuke. Since Qiushan was Sasuke's mentor, he could frequently visit Uchiha Fuyu's home without raising any eyebrows. Moreover, with Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Itachi expanding their territory on the Isle of Tides, the two most formidable figures were now occupied. And given Qiushan's current strength and status, he had garnered great admiration from the Uchiha clan, leaving no room for gossip or criticism. After enjoying the dinner, Uchiha Qiushan took it upon himself to depart. After all, at that moment, Uchiha Fuyu's household consisted solely of Makoto and Sasuke, and it would not be appropriate for him to stay overnight. After Uchiha Qiushan departed, he did not return to his home, but instead directly transported himself into his own space. When the night grew deep and tranquil, before Uchiha Qiushan could activate the spatial mark of Uchiha Makoto to bring her over, he sensed a disturbance in the space. In the next moment, Uchiha Makoto, clad in a form-fitting kimono and carrying a tray, materialized before Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan was aware that his sister Makoto had lulled Sasuke to sleep before seeking him out. Now, in the Uchiha household, only the unfortunate Sasuke remained alone. Upon catching a glimpse of Uchiha Qiushan's gaze, Uchiha Makoto blushed and explained, "I left a shadow clone to accompany Sasuke." Uchiha Qiushan uttered not a word, but promptly lifted Uchiha Main in his arms and strode towards the adjacent house. In the ensuing days, Uchiha Qiushan spent his daytime shifts at the Hokage building alongside Kakashi, while at night, he cradled Uchiha Main, striving for the sake of the next generation. He was eager to witness whether the child conceived with Main would possess extraordinary talent. A week later, just as Uchiha Qiushan was preparing to send the second echelon organized by the Elder to the land of Whirlpool, his secret technique, lightning release armor, finally experienced a breakthrough. It could be said that the physical body honed through the lightning release armor had achieved a significant advancement. On this particular day, within the realm of Takamagara, Uchiha Qiushan was about to conclude his training with the lightning release armor when he suddenly sensed something amiss, as if his body had been reborn. With a surge of power emanating from the depths of his being, Uchiha Qiushan realized that the opportunity to transcend the limits of his physical strength had finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation regarding the potential for injury, he amplified the output of his chakra. This decision directly resulted in an escalating intensity of his lightning release armor. From a distance, Uchiha Qiushan appeared to be ensconced in a tempest of lightning, the crackling sounds resonating far and wide. As the potency of the lightning armor intensified, he sensed a profound transformation occurring within his very being. It was as though every aspect of his body was being fortified, with a magnification of strength severalfold. After Uchiha Akiyama sensed the completion of his bodily transformation, he gradually diminished the output of his chakra, causing the electric aura surrounding him to weaken. Ultimately, he ceased his cultivation of the Raiden armor. At that moment, Uchiha Akiyama felt as though his Sharingan had slipped beyond his control. Uncontrollably, it activated, initially manifesting as the three Tomo, which then began to spin rapidly, evolving into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet, this was not the end. The Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Qiushan began to revolve at an increasingly rapid pace, ultimately manifesting intricate patterns that rendered his eyes even more exquisite and captivating. At the moment when his Manjiki Sharingan transformed into its eternal form, Uchiha Qiushan sensed a profound change within his body. Both his chakra and ocular power experienced substantial enhancement. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan could perceive that his eyes had been fortified, rendering them impervious to damage during the use of ocular techniques. At that juncture, a system that had long been dormant finally emitted a long-awaited announcement. Congratulations to the host, Uchiha Qiushan, on the evolution of his Manjiki Sharingan into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The host's chakra has increased significantly, as has his ocular power. The ocular technique Kagutsuchi has been strengthened. The ocular technique Shifting Time has been enhanced. The ocular technique Takamagara has received augmentation. The ocular technique Izanagi has been fortified. The ocular technique Rewrite has been amplified. The host is kindly requested to exercise patience, as the evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan has resulted in the enhancement of all ocular techniques, which is expected to be completed in 2 hours. Upon hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Akiyama joyfully opened his eyes. After days of relentless effort, he was finally rewarded. Not only had his physical form been enhanced, but this augmentation also facilitated the evolution of his Sharingan. At last, he could wield his ocular techniques without the looming concern of their adverse effects. Chapter 56. The transformation of Takamagara through his relentless efforts and the assistance of the system, Uchiha Qiushan's Manjiki Sharingan has ultimately evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Upon sensing that his Sharingan had evolved and stabilized, Uchiha Qiushan slowly opened his eyes. It was evident that his Sharingan bore some distinctions from the previous kaleidoscopic version. The patterns within his eyes were more intricate than before. Additional underlying designs adorned the original motifs, rendering the entire eye even more exquisite and resplendent. The eye appeared as a true masterpiece, as if this evolution had altered the very essence of its texture, resembling a gem meticulously carved from the finest jade rather than a mere organ of flesh and blood. Uchiha Qiushan slowly opened his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, only to be profoundly astonished by the world that unfolded before him. Is this truly the realm revealed by the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Everything within this world appeared so vividly alive. The air was filled with dust particles imperceptible to the naked eye. The entire landscape seemed to be enhanced by a high-definition filter, and as he immersed himself in focused attention, everything his eyes beheld unfolded in a slow-motion clarity, allowing him to discern each detail with remarkable precision. Uchiha Qiushan gazed upon this world, immersing himself in a profound sense of self-reflection. The once familiar elements of his existence suddenly crystallized, awakening the indifference of his heart. Uchiha Qiushan gradually withdrew his gaze and began to examine his own body. Ever since acquiring the lightning release armor from the Reikage lineage, Uchiha Qiushan had not ceased his training. Coupled with his extraordinary mental prowess, he could meticulously control the unruly lightning chakra, making his physical training remarkably efficient. Through his relentless efforts, he had finally completed the first phase of mastering the lightning release armor, enhancing his physical strength to a level comparable to that of a high-ranking shinobi who specializes in physical techniques. This meant that his physical resilience, strength, and vitality were on par with that of elite taijutsu masters. Notably, his reaction speed had dramatically improved, as his body was fortified by lightning chakra, making him extraordinarily agile. A prominent example of such prowess was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who relied on his astonishing reaction speed and the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, to effortlessly eliminate ordinary Genin, instilling in his enemies the notion that encountering the Yellow Flash warranted abandoning their missions without repercussions. Of course, Uchiha Qiushan's reaction speed, in comparison to the fourth Hokage, still fell short. However, he was significantly faster than his peers. After assessing his physical strength, Uchiha Qiushan nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing that a strong body is the foundation of revolution, it is essential to understand that chakra is a fusion of spirit and flesh. Thus, with a robust physique, he could aspire to greater heights in the future. Next, he turned his attention to his chakra. As he was not of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, his chakra was inherently less advantageous than theirs. Nevertheless, with the evolution of his Sharingan into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the increase in his physical strength, His chakra had transformed into a colossal force. Now, he estimated that even in a desert, he could manipulate water release to alter the terrain, akin to Kisame, becoming a man capable of summoning the ocean at will. Although Uchiha Qiushan's eyes had evolved into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, the ocular techniques within were still undergoing evolution. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he patiently awaited on the spatial island. However, as time passed, Uchiha Qiushan distinctly sensed that his control over this space was growing stronger. Previously, if someone intruded into this realm, he could only expel them. Now, he could effortlessly manipulate intruders' positions and perceive everything within this space. Furthermore, he had attained the ability to traverse any location in this realm at will. Just as Uchiha Qiushan delved deeper into his understanding of this space, he suddenly felt a faint repelling sensation enveloping him. An inexplicable realization dawned upon him. His ocular technique, Takamagara, was nearing completion and required him to step outside, lest he disrupt the evolution of this space. Uchiha Qiushan remained uncertain whether the evolution of his ocular techniques would cause a significant upheaval. Thus, he refrained from returning to Konoha and avoided the island of the Uzumaki clan. Instead, he chose a secluded location where he had previously left a spatial mark during his last departure from the village. As soon as Uchiha Qiushan emerged from the space, a voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. The evolution of the ocular technique Kagura has been completed. Congratulations, host. The evolution of the ocular technique Shinra Tensei has been completed. Congratulations, host. The evolution of the ocular technique Izanagi has been completed. Congratulations, host. The evolution of the ocular technique Tsukuyomi has been completed. Congratulations, host. The evolution of the ocular technique Takamagara has been completed. All evolutions of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan have been successfully completed. For further details, please explore on your own. Uchiha Qiushan had not anticipated that upon his emergence from the realm of Takamagara, all of his ocular techniques would have completed their evolution. It seemed evident that had he not lingered within that space, the evolution would have reached fruition much earlier. With this realization, Uchiha Qiushan felt no pangs of nostalgia and promptly returned to the realm of Takamagara. Upon re-entering the space, Uchiha Qiushan was astounded by the transformation that lay before him. Previously, the island in the Takamagara realm was modest in size, suitable for accommodating a small village with a few hundred inhabitants. However, after the enhancement, the most significant change was that the island had expanded at least tenfold. Even if the entire Uchiha clan were to relocate here, there would be ample room. With the enlargement of the island, the water source had also transformed from a mere brook into a small river, emerging from a location near the mountain's peak, meandering through much of the island before finally cascading into the sea. Uchiha Qiushan had previously harbored a curiosity to venture further into the ocean. Yet he encountered a spatial barrier not far from the shore and had to return, disappointed. Gazing across the expanse, the island appeared magnificent and awe-inspiring. Although it could not rival the grandeur of Yuzushogakyure, this island was entirely his own, a true reflection of Uchiha Qiushan's essence. Chapter 57. Evolution of Ocular Techniques. Uchiha Qiushan stood atop the highest point of the spatial island, surveying the vastness before him with fervent ambition. This was his very own island, and he felt as though he were a deity, possessing an innate connection to all that transpired within this realm. As he emerged from this transcendental state, he focused his mind on his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, meticulously examining the evolution and enhancements of his ocular techniques. First was the ocular technique, Takamagara. The evolution of Takamagara not only expanded the spatial dimensions but also significantly heightened Uchiha Qiushan's dominion over the entire realm. Should an adversary intrude upon this space, he would not only sense their presence but also maintain constant awareness of their location. Ultimately, he could expel the invaders and manipulate their movements within the space, utilizing its power to confine them to a specific position. Beyond the confines of the space, Uchiha Qiushan could now discern the whereabouts of individuals marked with spatial seals. Furthermore, any being lacking chakra at the level of a shadow would stand no chance against him, being effortlessly drawn into his realm and subjected to suppression. Next was the ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami. The function of Kotoamatsukami remained unchanged. Its target would be unknowingly and silently manipulated. The most significant alteration was a reduction in its cooldown period to merely 1 month. With the recent evolution of Uchiha Qiushan's Meijiki into the eternal Meijiki, Kotoamatsukami could now be utilized once more. The ocular technique, Shinden no Jiken, had yet to be employed since it was acquired, yet it had already undergone 2 enhancements. This iteration of Shinden no Jiken can be regarded as the most formidable illusion aside from Kotoamatsukami. Within its confines, time, space, matter, and life are all created and controlled by the caster, accompanied by a mental assault that could cause those with weaker mental fortitude to suffer a complete psychological breakdown. The ocular technique, Izanagi, capable of altering fate, retained a cooldown of 3 days. However, with the strengthening of Uchiha Qiushan's eyes, he could now store 3 uses of Izanagi, thus enhancing his margin for error. Lastly, there was Uchiha Qiushan's most crucial ocular technique, the Eye of Reproduction. Although this technique appeared formidable, it bore certain limitations, such as the inability to replicate hidden special bloodlines inherent within one's body, such as those of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, which possessed inherently superior chakra and vitality. With the transformation of Uchiha Qiushan Sharingan into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, both the utility and potential of the Eye of Reproduction were augmented, allowing for up to 9 replications. Moreover, should he seek to replicate the same bloodline limit, he could enhance its effects by learning from different individuals of that lineage. For instance, if Uchiha Qiushan aimed to replicate the Uzumaki bloodline, he might first emulate Uzumaki Naruto's physique and, if unsatisfied, pursue others from the Uzumaki clan, such as Uzumaki Karen or Nagato, to perfect the Uzumaki heritage. Of course, should he find this insufficient, he could await the opportunity to resurrect Uzumaki Qiushan, harboring no ulterior motives other than perfecting his bloodline limit. As for the 4th Hokage, he remained ensnared within the clutches of death, leaving Uchiha Qiushan with no recourse. Uchiha Qiushan, upon observing the situation, felt a sense of satisfaction. His original intent in remaining in the Hidden Leaf Village was to replicate the diverse array of bloodline limits present within its confines. However, if those possessing such abilities refrained from utilizing them, or merely harbored concealed special physiques, his efforts to replicate them would be futile. Now, with the enhancement of the Sharingan, he could scan and copy these abilities in a manner undetectable by others, significantly augmenting both stealth and convenience. This newfound capability was fortuitous, for Uchiha Qiushan had long harbored the ambition to replicate the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, the Byakugan proved exceptionally advantageous at times, particularly with its remarkable 360-degree field of vision, which had long piqued Uchiha Qiushan's envy. Yet, replicating the Byakugan was no simple task. Previously, he could only emulate it while its users were actively employing it. However, activating his own Meijiki Sharingan while they utilized the Byakugan would inevitably reveal his intentions, whether hostile or ulterior, complicating matters considerably. Now, however, he could remain concealed in a corner, effortlessly learning and replicating the Byakugans, regardless of whether it was in use or not. After inspecting his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan finally let out a sigh of relief. He now truly stood at the pinnacle of power within the ninja world. Even if the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, were to be resurrected, he could contend with him. The complete form of the 4th stage Susanoo would require some time to fully manifest, yet his current combat prowess was more than sufficient to handle any challenges that arose. To speak candidly, if Uchiha Qiushan harbored grand ambitions, his current strength would enable him to surreptitiously seize control of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. However, he deemed such an endeavor unnecessary, as the village would inevitably face numerous trials ahead. While he could undoubtedly shield it, given his temperament and the absence of close companions within the village, he would never step forward to defend it or engage in life and death struggles on its behalf. After all, he had already arranged for his clan members to reside on the Isle of Whirlpools. That place, if not entirely devoid of conflict, was certainly close to it. If necessary, he could easily relocate the Uchiha clan to an island within his own secluded realm, completely isolated from the world. In such a scenario, their comings and goings would become a considerable inconvenience for him. Moreover, should any unforeseen calamity befall him, the Uchiha clan in this world would face the risk of vanishing forever. After examining his Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger in the space any longer. Instead, he turned and departed, arriving directly at the island of the Uzumaki. At this moment, the threat posed by Uchiha Obito's Kamui still loomed, but fortunately, the recent evolution of his ocular technique, Takamagara, had bestowed upon him a newfound ability, one that could counteract space-time ninjutsu. Upon arriving at the Isle of Whirlpools, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger idly. He began to traverse the expanse of the island, leaving behind spatial markers in the void after covering a certain distance. After another stretch, he marked yet another point in space. During this time, Uchiha Qiushan encountered some of his clan members. However, he had no leisure for conversation. He exchanged hasty greetings before promptly attending to his own affairs. Chapter 58, Spatial Sealing. Upon witnessing the vice leader of the Uchiha clan, the clansmen felt compelled to pay their respects to the esteemed figure, recognized as the foremost expert within the Uchiha lineage. In this world where strength reigned supreme, many within the clan held Uchiha Qiushan in high regard. However, just as they were about to approach, they observed the vice leader dismissively wave his hand before hastily departing. This peculiar behavior left the clan members bewildered as they pondered the nature of Uchiha Qiushan's urgent endeavors. Were it not for the Sharingan confirming his identity, they might have suspected an infiltrator had entered the land of Whirlpools to gather intelligence. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan toiled relentlessly for 2 consecutive days and nights, only pausing briefly to request leave from the 3rd Hokage. During this time, he traversed the land of Whirlpools, meticulously marking spatial seals. At long last, he inscribed the final spatial mark upon the precipice at the edge of the island. A sense of relief washed over him as he silently exhaled. Once the headquarters was appropriately established, he would be able to sense any presence, whether it be from White Zetsu, Black Zetsu, or Uchiha Obito's Kamui, the moment they set foot on the island. With one final step, Uchiha Qiushan utilized the spatial mark to transport himself to the heart of the land of Whirlpools. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, his expression grave as he summoned the entirety of his chakra, which surged unceasingly into his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan has awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which spins ever faster as chakra and ocular strength are infused into it. With the rotation of the Mangeki Sharingan, the spatial markings on the Isle of Whirlpool gradually illuminated, shimmering with a cerulean glow. The connection between the realm of Takamagara and the myriad spatial markings on the Isle of Whirlpool deepened with each passing moment. Uchiha Qiushan remained motionless, maintaining his hand seals, while chakra surged within him as if it were inexhaustible, continuously flowing towards his Sharingan. As time elapsed at last, when the majority of Uchiha Qiushan's chakra was depleted, the spatial markings on the Isle of Whirlpool radiated brightly. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though a resonance occurred between the space of Takamagara and the spatial markings of the Isle of Whirlpool. With the emergence of this spatial resonance, a gentle force enveloped the entirety of the Isle of Whirlpool. Upon sensing that the entirety of the Whirlpool Island was enveloped by the power of space, Uchiha Qiushan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this, the entire island lay within the scope of his perception. Any unwelcome visitors attempting to intrude would be detected by him. Moreover, due to the spatial force that shrouded the island, within this domain, no one could utilize space-time ninjutsu without his permission. In other words, Uchiha Obito's greatest reliance, Kamui, could not be employed on Whirlpool Island. After Uchiha Qiushan sensed the entirety of the island of Whirlpool, he nodded in satisfaction. From this moment forth, the island would become his private garden. Anyone who dared to intrude would have to face the consequences. This ensured the safety of the Uchiha clan. Despite the relocation of the Uchiha clan to the island of Whirlpool, the traitor Uchiha Obito would still harbor intentions to eliminate obstacles to his Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Qiushan's actions effectively dismantled Obito's greatest advantage, instilling fear in him to approach the island of Whirlpool. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan sought out Uchiha Fugaku, who was stationed on the island, and succinctly briefed him on the situation, bestowing upon him and Uchiha Shursui a spatial seal that prohibited entry into a designated area. Uchiha Fugaku and Shursui, utilizing this spatial imprint, are able to sense any anomalies that arise on the Isle of Whirlpool, thereby alleviating Uchiha Qiushan from the necessity of constant personal intervention. After clarifying the situation, Uchiha Qiushan departed from the Isle of Whirlpool and returned to his own realm, where he promptly succumbed to slumber. Having endured 2 consecutive days without rest and expended a significant amount of chakra, Uchiha Qiushan, while not at his absolute limit, found himself quite fatigued. In order to maintain his optimal condition, he wisely chose not to overexert himself and understood the importance of rest. Upon awakening, night had already fallen. Qiushan stretched languidly, feeling rejuvenated. Fortunately, he possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Had it been the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan, such exertion would have left him nearly blind before even completing half of the spatial imprint on the Isle of Whirlpool. Uchiha Qiushan rubbed his stomach, feeling an insatiable hunger gnawing at him, as if his front and back were pressed together in desperate yearning. He sensed that he could devour an entire cow at this moment. Uchiha Qiushan glanced at the meager rations of dry food and jerky he had stored, and after rubbing his pitiful stomach, he resolved to venture outside for a more satisfying meal, deeming it a deserved indulgence. Upon emerging from his secluded space, he realized that the night had deepened, and the entire Hidden Leaf village had succumbed to slumber. Uchiha Qiushan let out a sigh. It seemed that the barbecue he had been yearning for would remain unfulfilled, as Ichiraku Ramen had also closed its doors at this hour. Uchiha Qiushan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately utilized a spatial mark to arrive at the residence of Uchiha Meichin. Do not misconstrue his intentions. Primarily, it was due to the fact that Uchiha Qiushan had not cooked a meal at home for quite some time, resulting in a lack of provisions. Thus, he ventured to Meichin's abode to ascertain whether there was anything edible. As Uchiha Qiushan quietly opened the door to the room and stealthily made his way towards the kitchen, he keenly sensed that Meichin was still awake. Having ventured into the kitchen in the dead of night for a drink of water, Uchiha Qiushan sensed that his sister, Mikoto, was still awake and in the kitchen. He gently knocked on the kitchen door. Startled by the sound, Uchiha Mikoto, who was drinking water, quickly set down her cup and, with a wary tone, inquired, "Who is it?" Uchiha Qiushan, not wishing to startle Sister Mikoto, hurriedly replied, "It is I, Sister Mikoto. I have just returned and am feeling a bit hungry, so I came to find something to eat." Upon hearing the voice of Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Meichin let out a sigh of relief. Recently, Uchiha Qiushan had been visiting her home with greater frequency than his own, often coming in the dead of night in search of something to eat, which had become rather commonplace. Uchiha Mikoto hurriedly opened the door to allow Qiushan-kun to enter, quickly retrieving some snacks and placing them before Uchiha Qiushan. "Qiushan-kun, please have a bite to satisfy your hunger. I will prepare a meal for you shortly." Uchiha Qiushan, without any reservations, nodded and directly took some pastries to fill his mouth. As Uchiha Qiushan indulged in snacks, he observed the bustling Mikoto beside him and curiously inquired, "Mikoto, why are you still awake at this hour?" Uchiha Mikoto replied while preparing a meal, "I am feeling somewhat unwell and unable to sleep." Chapter 59. Uchiha Mikoto's Pregnancy. Upon hearing that Sister Mikoto was unwell, Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of anxiety within him. He hastily set aside the snacks in his hands and urgently posed a trio of heartfelt inquiries. What is the matter? Sister Mikoto, where do you feel unwell? Are you ill? Upon hearing Qiushan's words, Uchiha Mikoto did not respond immediately. However, a delicate blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her remarkably enchanting. Regrettably, at that moment, Uchiha Mikoto had her back turned to Uchiha Qiushan, preventing him from beholding such a captivating aspect of his elder sister. Uchiha Mikoto replied while preparing a meal. I'm not ill, Kaizen-kun. There are merely other reasons, so do not worry. After a brief pause, Mikoto continued. I will explain everything to you once you have finished your meal. Upon hearing that Mikoto was not ill, Uchiha Qiushan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. In this world, Mikoto was the person closest to him. Should she ever suffer from an ailment beyond healing, he would resort to any means necessary, even if it meant capturing Tsunade. If Tsunade proved inadequate, then he would turn to Orochimaru, and if that too failed, he would have no choice but to seek out Nagato, the possessor of the Rinnegan. Just as Uchiha Qiushan was savoring his tea and nearly finishing the second plate of delicacies, Mikoto finally completed the meal: rice, savory soup, grilled mackerel, and an assortment of side dishes. With the attributes of a virtuous wife and mother, Mikoto had mastered the culinary arts, crafting delectable dishes in a remarkably short time. Uchiha Qiushan savored his meal heartily, while his mind wandered to the prospect of teaching Sister Mikoto how to prepare dishes such as braised pork, sauerkraut fish, mapo tofu, and 4 happiness meatballs. After all, it had been quite some time since he last enjoyed those flavors, and he found himself longing for them. Uchiha Mikoto sat beside him, her gaze filled with tenderness as she watched Qiushan-kun devour his meal. The warmth in her eyes seemed almost to overflow as she urged him to eat more slowly, while graciously serving him rice and vegetables. After indulging in a substantial bowl of rice, Uchiha Qiushan finally set down his chopsticks and bowl with a sense of contentment. Observing this, Uchiha Mikoto swiftly gathered the utensils and prepared a cup of hot tea for Qiushan, encouraging him to relax and aid his digestion. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Uchiha Qiushan sipped the hot tea in his hand and reminisced. Sister Mikoto, you mentioned earlier that you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Is your health truly not a concern? Uchiha Mikoto settled beside Uchiha Qiushan, her countenance radiating tenderness as she gazed at him. Qiushan, I am with child, she declared. After uttering these words, she fell silent, her expression filled with anticipation as she awaited Uchiha Qiushan's response. At this moment, Uchiha Qiushan found himself somewhat bewildered. Although Sister Mikoto's voice was gentle, to him, it resonated like thunder. His mind was overwhelmed with the echo of her words. I am pregnant, with child. Uchiha Qiushan was utterly stunned, his cup slipping from his grasp, the remnants of hot tea splattering onto his legs without eliciting any reaction. Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Uchiha Kiyama, utterly mesmerized, remaining silent as she continued to look at him with eyes sparkling like stars. She wished to etch every single action of her little man into her memory at this moment. Uchiha Mikoto had waited for quite some time, and finally, Uchiha Qiushan seemed to regain his senses. He grasped Mikoto's hand with urgency, his face filled with concern as he gazed at her. Mikoto, is this true? When did this happen? Are you truly expecting? Uchiha Mikoto gazed at the anxious Uchiha Kiyama, and despite his grip causing her pain, she responded to his inquiries with gentle warmth. It has been 2 days now. Recently, I have begun to feel unwell. At times I experience excessive drowsiness, while at other moments, I find myself restless and unable to sleep. Additionally, the smell of cooking oil tends to induce nausea. I suspect it is likely the case. Almost certain. Upon hearing Mikoto's response, Uchiha Qiushan remained silent, yet tears cascaded down his cheeks uncontrollably, a deluge of emotion that seemed uncontainable. He enveloped Mikoto in a heartfelt embrace, weeping freely as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mikoto. Thank you, Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto found herself cradled in the arms of Uchiha Qiushan, feeling somewhat bewildered. She had not anticipated such a reaction from her little man. While she expected Qiushan to display excitement, joy, anger, or even disdain, she had never imagined that he would weep so profoundly, as if he had borne an immense grievance. Nevertheless, Mikoto quickly composed herself, gently patting Qiushan's back with one hand while tenderly stroking his head with the other, as if soothing a child. She whispered comforting words, urging him not to cry, reassuring him that she was expecting, and that he should be happy instead. No more tears, let us not cry, she consoled. Uchiha Qiushan was unaware that Uchiha Mei-chin had come from another realm. This perilous world was not his native land. Since arriving in this realm, he had lived in a constant state of trepidation, uncertain of his fate each day. He harbored thoughts that he could not confide in anyone, and he felt a profound disconnection from this world, as though he were perpetually an outsider unable to integrate. Even during his first act of taking a life, he experienced only a slight discomfort, unlike others who would have been overwhelmed, and for this, he was lauded as a natural-born ninja. However, upon learning that his sister Mei-chin was with child, he suddenly realized that he, too, had family in this world. He was no longer a solitary figure. And in that moment, The sense of alienation he felt from this world dissipated entirely. Uchiha Qiushan suddenly felt that this was a vibrant world. It was not a mere comic or an animated series, but a tangible reality in which he, Uchiha Qiushan, existed. Thus, he began to weep uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, gratitude, injustice, relief, and a profound reconciliation with this world. Uchiha Makoto comforted him for quite some time. And it was only gradually that Uchiha Qiushan began to recover, slowly extricating himself from Makoto's embrace. Uchiha Qiushan raised his head and noticed a considerable wet patch on Makoto's chest, unable to suppress the flush of embarrassment that spread across his face. It was utterly humiliating. He had not anticipated that he would weep so profoundly. Although his sobs were not loud, the tears flowed abundantly. Upon witnessing Qiushan-kun's bashfulness, Uchiha Makoto could not help but jest. Sister surmises that you are aware of my pregnancy and would be quite exhilarated. However, it seems you may be a tad overly enthusiastic. After speaking, she gestured towards the area dampened by her tears. Upon hearing Sister Makoto's playful banter, Uchiha Qiushan's previously subdued expression flushed anew. His right hand instinctively rose to scratch the back of his head, revealing a bashful demeanor. Observing Qiushan's reaction, Sister Makoto gently embraced his head in her arms and softly stated, Qiushan, although I am unaware of the reasons behind your profound reaction, I can sense that life weighs heavily upon you. I do not wish to compel you to speak, but I want you to know that if you ever feel weary, my embrace will always be open to you. Chapter 60. The deity's manipulation of the third Hokage. Upon hearing Makoto's words, Uchiha Qiushan felt a warmth in his heart, accompanied by a hint of shyness. Rising from Makoto's embrace, he wiped his face, acutely aware of the heavy burden of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Uchiha Qiushan engaged in conversation with Makoto, discussing recent events, all the while cautiously placing his hand upon her lower abdomen. It was as if he could sense a tiny life gently pulsating within, a manifestation of their child. He yearned to create an environment devoid of danger and conflict for this precious being. Gradually, the determination in Uchiha Qiushan's gaze intensified. As his consciousness shifted, the chakra emanating from him became increasingly formidable, elevating his combat potential to new heights and amplifying his presence and aura of authority. Uchiha Qiushan also sensed his own transformation. However, in order to spare his sister Makoto any distress, he carefully restrained his aura. Uchiha Qiushan, noticing Sister Makoto gazing at him, inquired, I hope I did not startle you, Sister Makoto? Uchiha Makoto shook her head gently, stating, No, it's just that I feel that Qiushan-kun has changed significantly. I feel increasingly secure. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze shyly. Observing Makoto's bashfulness, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from saying anything further. Instead, he enveloped her in his embrace. The two shared tender whispers and exchanged a multitude of words filled with affection. As dawn broke, Uchiha Makoto had fallen asleep in Qiushan's arms. He carefully laid her down on the bed, taking great care not to rouse her, and then entrusted a few of the clan's maidens with the task of looking after Makoto and Sasuke before departing for the Hokage building to commence his duties. During this period, Uchiha Qiushan has been working in the umbu of the Hokage building. Although he has yet to encounter the violet-haired maiden he met only once, he has thoroughly assessed the defensive capabilities surrounding the third Hokage. The primary protective force by the third Hokage's side is the umbu, which comprises not only formidable fighters but also uniquely skilled ninjas who remain on standby near the Hokage, such as the Byakugan users from the Hyuga clan and members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, not the clan leaders, but their kin. Though they conceal themselves effectively, they cannot elude Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan, which has long since unveiled their true identities. Initially, Uchiha Qiushan had no intention of exerting control over Sarutobi Hiruzen, given the latter's lifelong dedication to the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Hiruzen is inherently good-natured, albeit increasingly feeble with age. Qiushan contemplated allowing him to live out his remaining years in peace, letting Orochimaru guide his mentor to the afterlife. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Now, with the imminent arrival of his child, Uchiha Qiushan realizes that retaining a weak-willed Sarutobi Hiruzen alongside the dark and ruthless Shimura Danzo is detrimental to all parties involved. Moreover, the third Hokage might even enjoy a tranquil retirement due to his influence. Thus, it seems prudent to resolve this predicament decisively. As Uchiha Qiushan is already a member of the umbu, he is not bound by extensive formalities. He approaches the door of the third Hokage's office, knocks politely, and inquires, Lord Third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan has come to report for duty after my leave. It is early morning, and the third Hokage has just arrived at his office, having yet to meet anyone. Upon hearing Qiushan's voice, he permits him entry, curious about the unexpected leave he took a few days prior. The Hokage intends to express his concern while subtly instilling the will of fire within him. Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the third Hokage's invitation to enter, opened the door and stood before the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and inquired with genuine concern, Qiushan, I noticed you took leave earlier. Is there something troubling you? Do you require assistance from this old man? Uchiha Qiushan intended to employ the same tactic once more. Responding, respectfully reporting to Lord 3rd Hokage, my Mangeki Sharingan has encountered some minor issues. Due to the excessive strain from my previous use of Susanoo, I have been experiencing a persistent discomfort in my eyes ever since. Over the past few days, I have sought the assistance of the clan elders in hopes of remedying the situation. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the 3rd Hokage expressed concern. For Uchiha Qiushan was currently affiliated with the Umbu, serving as one of his subordinates and representing the pinnacle of Konoha's military strength. Should Uchiha Qiushan's Sharingan be compromised, it would pose a risk to their collective interests. Thus, he inquired with genuine care, have the issues been resolved? Is the pain still present? Uchiha Qiushan remarked, in response to the 3rd Hokage, while the pain in my Sharingan has diminished, the patterns in my eyes have undergone some alterations. Given your extensive experience and renowned expertise in ninjutsu, might I kindly request your insight? The 3rd Hokage, flattered by Uchiha Qiushan's praise, felt a sense of satisfaction, particularly since the individual before him hailed from the Uchiha clan, the very lineage that had unlocked the Mangeki Sharingan. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, Qiushan, I am not omnipotent, yet I have not lived this long in vain. Please, activate your Sharingan and allow me to examine it, so we may determine if there is an underlying issue. Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage, recognized that the 3rd had taken the bait. Suppressing the joy swelling within him, he spoke in a solemn tone, esteemed 3rd, I beg your pardon, I shall reveal it now. With that, Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and gazed intently at the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, bore no suspicion towards Uchiha Qiushan's intentions, especially considering they were within the confines of the Hokage building, surrounded by layers of Umbu ninja. Any attempt to act against him here would be fraught with peril. Even if one were to succeed, escape would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, with family and friends residing in the village, their safety would be jeopardized as well. As the 3rd Hokage scrutinized the intricate patterns of Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan and noted their exquisite transformation, Qiushan unleashed his ocular technique. Kotoamatsukami, activate. Since Uchiha Qiushan was a familiar presence, the members of the Hyuga clan concealed in the shadows refrained from activating their Byakugan, while the members of the Yamashiro clan merely maintained the most basic level of awareness, failing to detect the unusual activation of the Kotoamatsukami. At that moment, as Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his assessment of Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan, an imperceptible force infiltrated the 3rd Hokage's mind, ruthlessly reshaping his thoughts, consciousness, and beliefs. From that moment onward, Sarutobi Hiruzen became a mere puppet to Uchiha Qiushan, his directives now the highest command. Kotoamatsukami, activation successful. Chapter 61. The Book of Seals. As the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan, he suddenly seemed to sense something amiss. His gaze, laden with complexity, shifted towards Uchiha Qiushan, who was staring back at him. After a brief pause, he unexpectedly employed a peculiar gesture, waving his hands twice, an unfamiliar sign that appeared to be a deviation from the usual Umbu communication. However, Uchiha Qiushan held unwavering confidence in Kotoamatsukami, believing that the 3rd Hokage was now under his control. With the evolution of his Sharingan into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the potential of the ocular technique had significantly escalated. Uchiha Qiushan could sense that as long as one had not attained the 6 paths level, it was virtually impossible for anyone to resist his Kotoamatsukami, except for those possessing another pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan specifically designed to counter Genjutsu, which, of course, was highly improbable. Even Uchiha Shirsue's Kotoamatsukami would be ineffective. As the 3rd Hokage made a particular hand gesture, Uchiha Qiushan keenly perceived that the Umbu personnel concealed nearby, along with those ninjas endowed with unique abilities, seemed to intentionally withdraw. Once the 3rd Hokage and the hidden individuals had departed, he suddenly formed hand seals to activate a sealing barrier. With the completion of the 3rd Hokage's seals, Uchiha Qiushan distinctly felt a layer of barrier enveloping the Hokage's office, effectively isolating it. After establishing the barrier, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, picked up the pipe resting on the table, inhaled deeply, and exhaled heavily. Uchiha Qiushan observed the 3rd Hokage without making any further movements, patiently awaiting his words. After finishing his smoke, the 3rd Hokage finally spoke, saying, "This must be the Genjutsu of your Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. I never anticipated that the techniques of the Uchiha clan could so stealthily ensnare an old man like me." Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage, displayed no hint of disrespect despite having the 3rd Hokage under his control. With a serene expression, he replied, "In response to your esteemed inquiry, 3rd Hokage, this indeed is the ocular technique of our Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. It possesses the ability to silently alter a person's thoughts and will without arousing the awareness of those nearby. The third Hokage, acknowledging Uchiha Qiushan's statement, nodded in agreement. I suspected as much. Such efficacy and concealment are characteristics that I cannot attribute to any ninjutsu or secret technique outside of your Uchiha ocular arts. I can perceive the potency of this technique. Although I am aware that you have ensnared me through your ocular prowess, I harbor no animosity towards you. I shall heed your words without question and refrain from undertaking any actions that may be detrimental to you, even going so far as to shield you from scrutiny. Truly, this is a formidable ocular technique. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan discreetly nodded. For this was the outcome he sought to achieve, an unwavering control over the third Hokage, devoid of any flaws. Previously, Uchiha Qiushan had been excessively benevolent, unwilling to employ Kotoamatsukami to dominate his revered third Hokage. At that time, both the third Hokage and Danzo had been overly vigilant towards him, or rather, towards the Uchiha clan, which ultimately resulted in the current opportunity for him to exert control over this venerable elder who had presided over the Hidden Leaf Village for decades. At this moment, the third Hokage directly inquired, "What is it that you require from me? Is it to facilitate the return of the Uchiha clan to govern the Hidden Leaf?" Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, shook his head. He had painstakingly secured a location safer than Konoha for the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly allow their return? Return for what purpose? To await the impending Super Shinra Tensei in a few years? Furthermore, he had merely gained control over the third Hokage for the time being. Let us not forget that Konoha is home to numerous ninja clans, both large and small. Although the Uchiha clan currently enjoys the support of the third Hokage, and perhaps soon, that of Danzo Shimura, should they ever seize control of Konoha, it could undoubtedly lead to considerable turmoil. It would be far more prudent to allow the third Hokage to govern Konoha, discreetly utilizing the village's resources to nurture the Uchiha clan. This way, not only would the Uchiha clan be spared from being mired in the village's complications, but they could also continue to thrive at an accelerated pace. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Qiushan did not hold back and spoke directly. "Lord Third, I have long been yearning to peruse the Book of Seals within the village. I would be grateful if I could have a look, and I would also appreciate a copy of the ninjutsu and secret techniques recorded in our village." The third Hokage, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's request, nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. He simply turned and entered the secret chamber behind him. After a brief interval, he emerged, cradling a large scroll inscribed with the 4 characters Book of Seals. The third Hokage handed the substantial scroll to Uchiha Qiushan and remarked, "I anticipated your desire for the Book of Seals. Rest assured, I have cleared all the traps within, so it will pose no danger to you, nor will it self-destruct. Do you wish to examine it here, or shall you take it back for your perusal? If you choose to take it, exercise caution to ensure it remains undiscovered. After all, the Book of Seals holds immense significance for us in Konoha. Should the villagers discover it in your possession, suspicions may fall upon me, which would lead to undesirable complications." Uchiha Qiushan received the Book of Seals handed over by the third Hokage and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Lord Third, I shall not take it back. As you are aware, once a member of the Uchiha clan attains the level of 3 Tomo in their Sharingan, the contents of this Book of Seals will swiftly be etched into our minds." Uchiha Qiushan spoke as he opened the Book of Seals and activated his Sharingan, allowing him to replicate the techniques. The multiple shadow clone technique, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, 8 gates formation, mutual explosive tags, corpse demon sealing method, for symbol seal, flying thunder god technique, and countless others were all meticulously copied into his mind through the power of his Sharingan. As Uchiha Qiushan diligently transcribed the contents of the Book of Seals, he mused to himself, with the knowledge contained within this tome, capturing the third Hokage today would be worth the effort. In this brief moment, I would completely recoup my investment. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by the sound of the third Hokage inhaling smoke and Uchiha Qiushan perusing the scrolls. Chapter 62, Controlling Shimura Danzo. As the third Hokage finished his pipe, Uchiha Qiushan had already committed the contents of the Book of Seals to memory, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to delve into further study at a later time. Uchiha Qiushan carefully re-rolled the Book of Seals and returned it to the third Hokage, who remained silent and simply accepted the scroll, placing it back in the hidden chamber behind him. Once the third Hokage emerged, Uchiha Qiushan, not one to mince words, directly stated, "Lord Third, I kindly request that you make a complete copy of all the ninjutsu and secret techniques of Konohagakure and hand them over to me." The third Hokage gazed deeply at Uchiha Qiushan and replied, "Rest assured, I shall see to it that this matter is handled with utmost diligence." Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan engaged in a brief conversation with the third Hokage regarding the secrets and circumstances of the village, without lingering too long, after which the third Hokage dispelled the barrier that had been previously established. With the barrier lifted, Uchiha Qiushan paused, observing the aging visage of the third Hokage, and said, "Lastly, I kindly ask you to summon Danzo Shimura, the advisor." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's request, The already aged face of the third Hokage seemed to age even further in an instant. He fell into a rare silence for a moment before responding in a hushed tone, "Very well, I shall call for Danzo." After speaking, the third Hokage produced a length of rope from an unknown location and gently tugged on it. Shortly thereafter, a figure dressed similarly to the Umbu, whom Uchiha Qiushan had not previously encountered, appeared before the third Hokage, having utilized the body flicker technique. The third Hokage looked at the individual and instructed, "Please fetch Danzo. I have matters to discuss with him." The Umbu operative departed without uttering a word, vanishing using the body flicker technique. Observing the departure, the third Hokage explained to Uchiha Qiushan, "This is one of my trusted confidants. With him seeking out Danzo, he will arrive post-haste." He then inquired, "Qiushan, do you intend to exert the same level of control over Danzo as you do over me?" Uchiha Qiushan did not conceal his intentions from the third Hokage. He nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the significant threat posed by Danzo. "As you are aware, the advisor Danzo has consistently harbored animosity towards our Uchiha clan, and I cannot rest easy knowing he lurks in the shadows, plotting mischief." The third Hokage, familiar with the character of his old friend, felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words. However, for the sake of his dear companion's safety, he mustered the courage to speak. "Although Danzo has committed many transgressions, including those concerning Shursui, perhaps you might consider sparing his life for the sake of our long-standing friendship. Furthermore, he may still prove useful. He can oversee the route and gather intelligence on your behalf." Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan felt no surprise. After all, he had long been aware of the bond between the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Had it not been for the third Hokage's indulgence, Danzo would not have acted so recklessly and lawlessly. Uchiha Qiushan cast a profound gaze at the third Hokage and, in a manner that skirted the question, replied, "Esteemed third Hokage, I believe that at times, Shimura Danzo is more suited to the position of Hokage than you are. As for the matter of Shimura Danzo's life or death, Uchiha Qiushan would certainly not acquiesce to the third Hokage. After all, Danzo had committed numerous misdeeds, and it would be inconceivable for him to protect one who had indulged in such villainy. Regarding his fate, it was simply a matter of chance." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the third Hokage fell into silence, fully aware of his own shortcomings. With the passage of time, his disposition had grown increasingly feeble, a trait ill-suited for a leader. Thus, a heavy silence enveloped the Hokage's office, and no one felt inclined to speak. Uchiha Qiushan waited for a while longer, estimating that Shimura Danzo would soon arrive, and thus concealed himself in a hidden location. Thanks to the enhancement of his ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami, he no longer needed to gaze directly into the eyes of his target. As long as he remained in a corner where he could observe his objective from a distance, the technique would be effective. The third Hokage sat silently behind his desk, puffing on a cigarette. He was reluctant to have Shimura Danzo fall under the sway of Uchiha Qiushan, yet he recognized that he had no means to refuse Qiushan's demands. After a brief period of concealment in the corner, the sound of footsteps gradually approached the Hokage's office. Without hesitation, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, revealing none other than Shimura Danzo himself. As the third Hokage was an old acquaintance of Danzo, the latter entered without any pretense, boldly approaching the desk. Once inside, finding the office devoid of others, Danzo wasted no time and directly inquired, "Hizashi, what urgent matter prompts your summons?" "As you know, I am currently unable to make public appearances, and I am in the midst of examining the materials left to me by Master Tobirama, seeking any means to counter that malevolent Uchiha Qiushan." Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Qiushan had already activated his Sharingan. After meticulous observation, he confirmed that the figure standing before the Hokage's desk was neither a shadow clone nor a transformation technique. Thus, there was a 90% certainty that this individual was indeed Shimura Danzo himself. Uchiha Qiushan, without the slightest hesitation, decisively activated his Mangeki Sharingan and targeted Shimura Danzo with the ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami. The Mangeki Sharingan began to whirl with increasing velocity as Qiushan focused its gaze upon Danzo, initiating the technique. Just as he had done when he controlled the third Hokage, an imperceptible and unknown force silently invaded Danzo's mind, altering his thoughts and will. The man before him, the shadow of Konoha village and the leader of its roots, would henceforth heed Uchiha Qiushan's commands as his utmost directive. Much like when he exerted control over the third Hokage, Qiushan encountered no significant resistance. The individual before him fell under his influence effortlessly. Such is the essence of why Kotoamatsukami is revered as the strongest Jinjutsu. At that moment, standing before the Hokage's desk, Danzo suddenly fell silent, exchanging a wordless gaze with the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Qiushan understood that Kotoamatsukami had successfully seized control of Danzo, and he leisurely emerged from the shadows. Chapter 63. Yakushi Nanyu Chapter 63. Yakushi Nanyu upon witnessing that Shimura Danzo had succumbed to the control of the Kotoamatsukami, Uchiha Qiushan emerged from his concealed position without haste. Initially facing away from Uchiha Qiushan, Danzo, alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps, swiftly turned to confront him. In that moment, the former hostility and prejudice he held toward the Uchiha clan dissipated, replaced by an ardent fervor, akin to beholding the very essence of one's lifelong pursuits. Upon recognizing Uchiha Qiushan, Danzo immediately knelt, his right hand pressed against his chest, as if he were a subordinate to Qiushan. His tone was imbued with respect, tinged with fervency. Master Qiushan, I have wronged you in the past, and I beseech your forgiveness. Should you find me unsatisfactory, I shall promptly take my own life beneath the Hokage rock at your command, causing you no further trouble. After a brief pause, he continued, however, if you graciously spare my life, I vow to devote myself utterly to you, even to the point of sacrificing my very essence. Observing Danzo's respectful and fervent demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan understood that even if he commanded Danzo to end his own life, he would execute the order without hesitation. Satisfied by the sight of Danzo kneeling before him, Qiushan acknowledged the formidable power of Kotoamatsukami, which could easily compel individuals of such formidable caliber to regard his commands as paramount. Previously, when controlling the third Hokage, he had refrained from treating the elder as a subordinate out of respect, opting instead for an equal standing, though his commands remained absolute, leaving no room for dissent. In contrast, due to his unfavorable impressions of Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Qiushan had chosen to be less courteous, directly employing Kotoamatsukami to subjugate Danzo to his will, relegating him to the lowest tier of subservience. Uchiha Qiushan cast a glance at Shimizu Danzo, who remained half kneeling on the ground, yet he did not bid him to rise. Despite Shimizu Danzo's considerable age, he was nonetheless a disciple of Senju Tobarama and possessed strength that could be deemed akin to that of a burgeoning shadow. Although Uchiha Qiushan regarded such prowess with disdain, he felt that allowing Shimizu Danzo to remain in his prostrate position for an extended duration, perhaps a day and a night, would pose no significant issue. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the kneeling Shimura Danzo and the third Hokage, who had risen from his desk to stand beside Danzo. He spoke directly, concerning my control over you. Not a whisper of this must escape your lips. Maintain your previous conduct without any alterations. Furthermore, all actions directed against me and the Uchiha clan must be annulled. You shall devise your own justifications, ensuring no suspicions are aroused. Do you comprehend? As Uchiha Qiushan articulated these words, his tone grew increasingly grave. By the end, his voice had risen several octaves, conveying to the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo the magnitude of his concern regarding the matter at hand. They both acknowledged their understanding, assuring him that no mistakes would occur. Uchiha Qiushan harbors a certain level of trust in the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Although their personalities and approaches to matters differ, they share the common traits of being cunning foxes, possessing high intelligence and ambition, and are not easily prone to revealing their vulnerabilities. If it were not for the extraordinary power of the Kotoamatsukami eye technique, these two crafty individuals could not have fallen into Uchiha Qiushan's grasp. It is said that Uchiha Shisui was rather naive to have divulged his greatest trump card so readily. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, wary of Kotoamatsukami, found themselves in unfortunate circumstances. After addressing all conceivable concerns, Uchiha Qiushan let out a sigh of relief. Today had been quite challenging, as he had taken the audacious step of exerting control over the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, effectively placing the entire Hidden Leaf village under his influence. As for the other two advisors, Uchiha Qiushan regarded them with little concern, given their low visibility and lack of real power in the village. It was merely the third Hokage's kindness, stemming from their camaraderie, that allowed them to chatter freely in his presence. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since been dismissed from their posts. Regarding the Hidden Leaf village, Uchiha Qiushan did not envision any significant alterations, particularly as the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura resided there. In the future, when Kaguya Otsutsuki emerges, they would be crucial in sealing her away. Uchiha Qiushan's role would simply be to cheer them on. However, should his own power be formidable by that time, he might consider offering warmth to Kaguya, the pitiful hermit confined for millennia. After all, compassion is inherent in humanity, and Uchiha Qiushan was indeed sympathetic, though not solely due to Kaguya's beauty. To digress. While the overarching narrative should remain intact, minor plot points could be adjusted. For instance, the aging third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lacked the vitality necessary for the responsibilities of Hokage. A proposal to summon Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin renowned for her broad-mindedness, to assume the Hokage position could be considered. However, the question of whether the Hokage is entitled to maternity leave is a matter that Uchiha Qiushan must contemplate. At this moment, Uchiha Qiushan recalled that the glasses-wearing kunoichi, Yakushinan, was likely caught in a deadly conflict orchestrated by Shimura Danzo, pitted against Yakushi Kabuto. He promptly inquired of the still-kneeling Danzo. Danzo, the walking priestess, Yakushinan, is one of your subordinates, correct? Where is she now? What is her condition? Danzo was taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's knowledge of his capable subordinate, Yakushinan. After a brief moment of surprise, he gathered his thoughts and respectfully replied, Regarding Lord Qiushan's inquiry, Yakushi Nan is currently undertaking a mission outside. Although she possesses formidable abilities, she has been entrusted with too many classified secrets. My subordinates are planning to pit her against another spy ninja in a deadly confrontation, ultimately allowing me to tie up loose ends and eradicate them completely. Upon hearing that Shimura Danzo had yet to execute his plan to eliminate Yakushi Nanoyu, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of relief wash over him. It would indeed be a tragic loss to see such a beautiful and gentle bespectacled woman perish. Moreover, possessing her would also imply a degree of control over the formidable Yakushi Kabuto in the later stages. This arrangement seemed exceedingly advantageous. Additionally, with Uchiha Makoto now expecting. Although the Uchiha clan boasted its own medical ninjas, they paled in comparison to Yakushi Nanoyu. It would be prudent to transfer her to ensure Makoto's well-being. Naturally, prior to her attending to Makoto, requisite safety measures must be implemented. Chapter 64. The would-release ninja Yamato Uchiha Qiushan contemplated the care that Makoto required at present. Thus he instructed Danzo, regarding Yakushi Nanoyu, cancel any actions directed towards her and arrange for her swift return. If you harbor reservations about her, then entrust her to me. Upon her return, assign her to my side. I shall find her of great utility. Uchiha Qiushan paused for a moment. Reflecting on the fact that he had completed the first stage of his training in the lightning release armor, he recognized the necessity of advancing to the subsequent second and third stages. However, time had been scarce lately. He contemplated a direct journey to the hidden cloud village to utilize his Mangeki Sharingan to replicate the knowledge. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Qiushan inquired, is there any information regarding the second and third stages of the secret technique lightning release armor from the Reikage lineage available in the village? Upon hearing Qiushan's question, both the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura shook their heads. The third Hokage then elucidated, Qiushan, concerning the lightning release armor of the Reikage lineage. Our village possesses only the content of the first stage. The first stage is considered semi-public knowledge in the Hidden Cloud Village, primarily aimed at selecting those with innate talent for this technique. Danzo and I have previously researched this technique, and it is indeed exceedingly challenging. We attempted to promote it on a limited scale, but the outcomes were less than satisfactory, which is why we opted not to pursue the second stage. The costs are considerable, and there is a risk of exposing our spies embedded within the Hidden Cloud Village. As for the third stage, it is reputed to be an absolute secret of the Reikage lineage, transmitted solely through word of mouth, with no written records, further diminishing the likelihood of access. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan found himself in a state of mild vexation. After all, he had only mastered the initial stage of the lightning release armor. Should he attempt to replicate the fully developed third stage of the Reikage's lightning release armor without a solid foundation in the second stage, it could very well lead to his physical form being unable to withstand the strain, resulting in catastrophic failure. Currently, he was presented with two potential paths. The first involved acquiring the second stage of the lightning release armor. Once he achieved this, he could directly emulate the Reikage's armor. Although this posed its own challenges, the Reikage's lineage did not place significant emphasis on the second stage, thus rendering it a manageable endeavor. The second option entailed fortifying his physical body to enhance its resilience. However, this approach was considerably more cumbersome, characterized by low efficiency and a considerable investment of time. Fortunately, the strength of his physical form did not impose a severe limitation on him, allowing him to regard it with a degree of indifference. Ultimately, once he successfully replicated the sage body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he would achieve a lasting solution to his concerns. Uchiha Qiushan rubbed his forehead and commanded, let the ninja stationed undercover in the Hidden Cloud Village attempt to retrieve him, but above all, prioritize his safety. There is no need to sacrifice a life for this forbidden technique. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo replied in unison, as you wish, Lord Qiushan. However, their expressions diverged. The third Hokage wore a smile, appreciating Uchiha Qiushan's regard for the lives of Konoha's shinobi, while Shimura Danzo appeared indifferent. Believing that the completion of the mission outweighed the value of their lives, what did it matter if one were to perish as long as the task was fulfilled? With the matter of the lightning release armor resolved, Uchiha Qiushan was finally poised to embark on a long-anticipated endeavor. He gazed at the two individuals before him and inquired, now? Can anyone tell me the whereabouts of Konoha's only remaining would-release ninja? Uchiha Qiushan refrained from mentioning Yamato's name, as he was uncertain of Yamato's current whereabouts. If he remained with Shimura Danzo, then he would not be referred to as Yamato, but rather by the codename K. Thus, it would be more prudent to inquire directly about the wood-release. Upon hearing that Uchiha Qiushan sought a wood-release ninja, the third Hokage remained silent, while Danzo cast a menacing glare at him, as if to report a grievance, stating, in response to Lord Qiushan's inquiry, that wood-release ninja has always been with us in the Foundation, having grown up there. However, he was recently taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen and is now likely within his umbu. The third Hokage, upon hearing Danzo's complaint, coughed several times, as if choked by smoke. Once he regained his composure, he promptly replied, Lord Qiushan, That would-release ninja has recently adopted the name Yamato and is currently on standby with the Umbu. Although he was previously assigned to the Umbu by me, he was not on the same team as Yamato, and therefore, they have not had any interaction. Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy upon learning that Yamato was currently at the Umbu base. He had successfully seized control over the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and his only concern was that Yamato might be dispatched on a mission, leaving him uncertain of when he would return. This uncertainty could indefinitely delay his aspirations to replicate would-release techniques. With Yamato's presence confirmed at the base, he set aside other matters and promptly instructed the third Hokage, summon Yamato to an unoccupied training ground at once. Inform him it is to assess his recent training progress, and request that he demonstrate all the would-release jutsu he has mastered. Upon receiving Uchiha Qiushan's directive, the third Hokage raised no objections. He immediately dispatched someone to fetch Yamato to training ground number 15. Not only the third Hokage and Uchiha Qiushan followed to the training ground, but Shimura Danzo also accompanied them. As he remained unable to leave until Uchiha Qiushan had completed his replication of Yamato's would-release techniques and had further instructions for him, Yamato arrived swiftly. Shortly after Uchiha Qiushan and the others reached training ground number 15, he appeared. Upon seeing Shimura Danzo nearby, he hurriedly ran to the side of the third Hokage, kneeling to pay his respects. Umbu Ninja Yamato, reporting to Lord Hokage, standing behind the third Hokage, Uchiha Qiushan, clad in Umbu attire, was mistaken by Yamato for a guard assigned to protect the Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintained his usual amiable demeanor as he instructed, Yamato, do not be nervous. The purpose of calling you here today is to evaluate your progress over this period. As ninjas, once we embark on this path, we must persist and not grow complacent. Simply perform as you normally would. Despite his words, it was disingenuous for Yamato to claim he was not anxious, given that both his former and current superiors were present. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and after bowing once more to the third Hokage, he confidently stepped into the center of the training ground to commence his demonstration of would-release techniques. As Yamato positioned himself in the center, ready to showcase his abilities, the long-awaited Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, fixating intently on Yamato in preparation to replicate his jutsu. Once assured that his demonstration would not endanger any observers, Yamato unleashed his full potential, commencing his exhibition of would-release techniques. He formed hand seals, progressing from simple to complex, presenting each technique in turn. Would-release, wood-pillar wall, would-release, silent strangulation technique, would-release, great forest technique, would-release, cutting insertion technique, would-release, canopy entrance technique, and many more. With each would-release jutsu Yamato displayed, Uchiha Qiushan meticulously absorbed the techniques, encompassing defensive, offensive, and transformation skills, culminating in the ability to control the Nine Tails. As Uchiha Qiushan mastered Yamato's would-release, the system that had been accompanying him delivered a notification. Congratulations, host. You have learned the Kekki Genkai would-release through the ocular technique rewriting eye, utilizing one learning quota. It is anticipated that in approximately 12 hours, the Kekki Genkai would-release will integrate into your body. Please be patient during this process. Mild discomfort is normal, and there is no need for alarm. Uchiha Qiushan was elated upon receiving the system upgrade. This time, the rewards were substantial. Not only had he acquired the long-desired would-release, but he had also directly mastered the associated ninjutsu, eliminating the need to scour through materials for self-study. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Yamato as he completed the final would-release technique. Would-release, for Pillar's House technique. Although he was already aware of the outcome, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. In truth, Yamato's proficiency in would-release was indeed remarkable. Through this skill, he possessed at least the strength of an elite jonin. His abilities encompassed offense, defense, control, and sealing, making him exceptionally versatile. However, one must consider the comparison at hand. The other practitioner of would-release was none other than the revered god of shinobi, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama commanded the power of would-release to dominate the entire shinobi world. Had he not encountered Uchiha Madara, he would undoubtedly have been the deity of his era. Uchiha Qiushan speculates that the would-release of Senju Hashirama differs significantly from that of Yamato, primarily due to Hashirama's sage body. If we consider the eternal Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan to epitomize the pinnacle of Yin release, then Hashirama's sage body represents the zenith of Yang release. Hashirama's would-release is not merely a bloodline limit derived from earth and water release. Rather, it is an advanced bloodline limit formed by the amalgamation of earth, water, and Yang attributes. This distinction elucidates why Yamato can only construct buildings with would-release, while Hashirama wields the power to toy with the Nine Tails. Otherwise, how could Hashirama contend with Uchiha Madara, who possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and the complete form of Susanoo? Consider this. Only Hashirama's would-release technique, the true thousand hands, thousand-armed cannon, was capable of shattering Madara's Susanoo, while others would feel utterly powerless when confronted with a complete Susanoo. Yamato, After executing the entirety of his wood-release techniques, found himself considerably drained, even appearing somewhat winded during his salute to the third Hokage. The third Hokage had already witnessed Yamato's wood-release, so he was well aware of Yamato's capabilities. With a smile, he commended Yamato and instructed him to return and rest, effectively dismissing him. Yamato, understanding the cue, respectfully bowed to the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo before departing obediently. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the receding figure of Yamato, reflecting. This wood-release technique is truly remarkable. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, far surpassing the efficacy of mere earth and water releases. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's remark, the third Hokage lamented, "Indeed, it is unfortunate that our village has but this solitary wood-release ninja. The awakening of wood-release is exceedingly rare. Among the Senju clan, only the first Hokage managed to awaken it. Even his granddaughter, Tsunade, despite her exceptional talent and the high purity of the Senju bloodline, has yet to awaken wood-release." With that, he let out a wistful sigh. Uchiha Qiushan also sighed. Despite the abundance of wood-release techniques exhibited by the Hokage in the later stages, a closer inspection reveals that those who possess this ability are either closely related to Senju Hashirama or connected to the divine tree. Throughout history, the only individuals capable of awakening wood-release through their own efforts, aside from the legendary Ashura, are the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Contemplating this, Uchiha Qiushan furrowed his brows and hesitantly remarked, "Indeed, Yamato's wood-release is quite remarkable, yet its potency seems somewhat lacking. It appears to be at most that of an elite Genin, barely reaching the level of a Kage." It is worth noting that Hashirama, at the time, harnessed his wood-release to elevate his combat prowess to a level beyond that of a Kage. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the third Hokage remained silent. While Shimura Danzo, who had been waiting nearby, could no longer restrain himself. How could Yamato possibly compare to the first Hokage? He is merely a defective product. Our estimations suggest that Yamato's wood-release achieves only about 20% of the first Hokage's capabilities, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Uchiha Qiushan, observing Shimura Danzo's attempt to assert his presence, remarked with evident displeasure, "I have yet to settle our score. How does it feel to wield the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? Is Izanagi to your liking? That day, after I struck you down with a single blow, you resurrected unscathed, courtesy of Izanagi, I presume? Beneath your eye patch, could there still be a Sharingan from our Uchiha lineage?" Shimura Danzo, rendered speechless by Uchiha Qiushan's tirade, recognized that his standing before Qiushan was far inferior to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. To his astonishment, a mere interjection had resulted in such a humiliating reprimand. He could only tighten his lips and refrain from further speech. Uchiha Qiushan harbors no affection for Shimura Danzo, despite Danzo's self-proclamation as the foundation of Konohagakure, insisting that all his actions are for the benefit of the village. Indeed, Danzo has undoubtedly contributed to the welfare of Konoha, yet from Qiushan's perspective, most of Danzo's deeds seem self-serving. Danzo treats the village as his own possession rather than embracing his role as a member of it. Consequently, Uchiha Qiushan's disdain for Danzo is palpable, were it not for the necessity of Danzo's control over the root and his intelligence-gathering capabilities, as well as the influence of the third Hokage. Qiushan would have long since dispatched him to the Pure Land to reunite with his mentor. As this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Qiushan recalled something else and instructed Danzo, "Danzo, please make a copy of all the ninjutsu, secret techniques, and documents from the root and deliver them to me. Remember, I require all the information." Chapter 66, Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Qiushan instructed Shimura Danzo, saying, "Danzo, please replicate all the ninjutsu, secret techniques, and intelligence materials from your foundation and send a copy to me." Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily, emphasizing, "Remember, all the data, including those experimental records from your root division, must be compiled for you." After uttering these words, Uchiha Qiushan seemed to recall something and continued, "I am unconcerned with matters outside the village. However, within the village, there must not be any further persecution of the ninjas from Konoha. For those uncertainties, they shall be entrusted to the Yamanaka clan to examine memories and address the issues. If one possesses the capability, let them confront outsiders instead of flaunting their power within the village. Do you understand?" Shimura Danzo was taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's familiarity with his usual undertakings, especially regarding root, and reluctantly acquiesced. Having concluded the matter, Uchiha Qiushan departed from the training ground, having effectively gained control over the village's rulers, the third Hokage, and the clandestine troublemaker, Shimura Danzo. Thus, the safety of Mikoto and her child was significantly assured. In truth, upon learning of Mikoto's pregnancy, Uchiha Qiushan contemplated sending her directly to the realm of Takamagara for absolute security. However, Mikoto was unwilling, as this would render her akin to a prisoner. And with Sasuke soon to attend the Ninja Academy, his father and elder brother stationed on the Isle of Whirlpools, she could not bear to abandon Sasuke in the village alone. Therefore, in the interest of Mikoto's safety, Uchiha Qiushan took the risk of controlling the third Hokage and Danzo, ensuring her protection within the village. Now that everything was settled, Uchiha Qiushan eagerly returned to Mikoto's side. With Uchiha Fugaku absent, as Sasuke's teacher, he felt compelled to fulfill his responsibilities, certainly not out of mere worry for Mikoto. As the clan head of the Uchiha, a family steeped in millennia of heritage, Uchiha Fugaku's household was indeed entitled to the service of maids and attendants. Nevertheless, due to the Uchiha clan's nature as a fighting ninja clan, they refrained from allowing such elevated treatment to corrupt their spirits. Hence, despite being the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku had not sought maids for his household. In truth, finding maids would not have been difficult, as Uchiha Fugaku's lineage was pure, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess, and many ordinary clansmen, admiring strength, had become their vassals. Selecting maids from among these loyal vassals would not only be practical, but would also ensure their loyalty. Presently, with the clan head's wife pregnant, and Uchiha Fugaku and his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, leading the elite of the Uchiha clan to expand their territory, it was naturally prudent to enlist 2 maids to assist in caring for the pregnant matriarch and Sasuke. Thus, when Uchiha Qiushan arrived at Mikoto's residence, he found the household graced by the presence of 2 lovely maids, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Han. Upon seeing Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Akiyama realized that he had once again altered the course of events. Uchiha Izumi is also a prodigy. She is of the same age as Uchiha Itachi. Yet her lack of proper guidance has resulted in her obscurity. In the original story, Uchiha Izumi is portrayed as a young girl who shares a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Uchiha Itachi, displaying remarkable talent by awakening her Sharingan with 3 tomo at an early age. Regrettably, on the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, she met her demise at the hands of Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing the 2 young maidens, Uchiha Qiushan merely nodded, displaying no signs of unusual reaction. Yesterday, Mikoto had informed him that, in order to care for her and Sasuke, 2 maidens had been appointed. Yet he had not anticipated that one of them would be Uchiha Izumi. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, despite Uchiha Izumi's remarkable talent. Her lack of proper education had hindered her strength. Furthermore, being a female with only a mother within the clan, she was not given much attention, making her assignment as a maid quite understandable. Uchiha Qiushan harbors a penchant for mischief, and he refrains from alerting Uchiha Mikoto about the subtle intimacy between Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi. He is curious to witness the expression on Itachi's face upon returning home to find Izumi serving as a maid in his household, pondering whether this scenario might evolve into an intriguing tale of unrequited love. With the addition of 2 maids to his household, Qiushan chooses not to display excessive affection towards Mikoto. After partaking in a modest meal, he politely takes his leave. Mikoto, being a person of dignity, does not require his indulgence, especially considering her pregnancy, which precludes her from engaging in frivolous antics. If he finds himself yearning for her company, he can visit her at night or summon her to his realm, as the 2 maids only remain at Mikoto's residence during the day, returning to their own quarters by nightfall. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Uchiha Qiushan returned directly to his dimension, recognizing that his current demeanor was conspicuously evident, making him susceptible to the scrutiny of Uchiha Obito and Kage as well. The safety of his home was compromised, and it was only within the confines of his own space that he could truly unwind. In the celestial realm of Takamagara, Uchiha Qiushan remained industrious. Having recently acquired numerous sealing techniques from the 3rd Hokage's library, he resolved to delve into his studies. The technique of multiple shadow clone was already within his repertoire. As for the impure world reincarnation, it necessitated sacrifices and was incomplete. The 8 gates technique was worthy of consideration and further discussion. Ultimately, Uchiha Qiushan selected the flying thunder god technique, for he too possessed spatial abilities, much like the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It is a mystery how the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, conceived such brilliant ideas, not only inventing numerous ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, but also exploring a myriad of directions, including space-time ninjutsu, shadow clones, and even those pertaining to life and death. Uchiha Qiushan found himself in a quandary, pondering who among him and the 2nd Hokage was the true time traveler. However, upon witnessing the reanimation jutsu, a thought struck him. Could it be that the 2nd Hokage utilized this technique to summon forth those skilled in various ninjutsu, secret arts, and forbidden techniques, long lost to the annals of time? After all, human capacity is finite. Even a prodigy like the 2nd Hokage could not possibly master such a vast array of jutsu. Yet, not only had he mastered them, he had also created new techniques, which cast a shadow of doubt upon Uchiha Qiushan's perception of the 2nd Hokage. Chapter 67. The awakening and experimentation of wood release despite his doubts. The pursuit of ninjutsu remained imperative, for the 2nd Hokage was no longer among the living, rendering the truth inconsequential. When the time came for the 2nd Hokage to be summoned back through his own reanimation jutsu, inquiries could be made then. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan began to transcribe the flying thunder god technique, which he had committed to memory, into written form. He held the script in his hands and embarked on a silent journey of learning. This should indeed be related to the summoning technique. This This pattern appears to correspond with spatial alignment. Yes, this segment must pertain to marking a designated space. Uchiha Qiushan glanced at the time, noting that 10 minutes had elapsed. Well, let us conclude today's study here and instead delve into the history of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, the underachiever, silently set down the scroll of the flying thunder god technique, signifying his surrender and the cessation of his struggles. From now on, he resolved to simply replicate whatever he wished to learn. For what purpose did he endure the arduous awakening of the Sharingan otherwise? Uchiha Qiushan lingered in the realm of space, occasionally perusing a book, at other times strolling leisurely upon the island, all the while attuned to the sensations emanating from his body. Uchiha Qiushan could sense the gradual integration of the wood-release bloodline limit within his body, an indescribable heat coursing through him, rendering him restless. Furthermore, he perceived an incremental enhancement in his physical strength and constitution, with his vitality flourishing over time. It is well known that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possessed a formidable life force in addition to his wood-release abilities, enabling him to heal without hand seals. Even Uchiha Madara acknowledged that no one could slay Hashirama on the battlefield due to his immense vitality. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, emulated her grandfather Hashirama's healing prowess through her sealing technique. While Yamato's wood-release pales in comparison to Hashirama's, it remains a bloodline limit. In later stages, White Zetsu could utilize a technique akin to wood release, True Thousand Hands, because Yamato was captured and enveloped within White Zetsu's body. Thus, Yamato's wood release likely retained some essence of Hashirama's prowess. Moreover, as Uchiha Qiushan's vitality grew stronger, a new type of chakra began to emerge within him, distinct from his previous chakra. This newly manifested chakra radiated warmth and gentleness, further fortifying his body and invigorating his spirit. Even his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, nourished by this chakra, felt as though it was enveloped in a warm spring, akin to a rusted machine gracefully lubricated, allowing for enhanced agility and vitality. Uchiha Qiushan could feel that as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan was continuously nurtured by this new wood-release chakra, the divine power of the Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo, stirred within, as if breaking free from shackles, advancing towards a complete form. It is no wonder that Uchiha Obito could utilize a single Mangeki Sharingan for an extended period. After being rescued from the battlefield by Uchiha Madara, he fused with White Zetsu's body to save his life, enabling him to wield wood release. The chakra from wood release nourished his Sharingan, allowing for its frequent and effortless use. In contrast, Kakashi found that utilizing his Sharingan's Kamui could nearly cost him his life. While Uchiha Qiushan experienced discomfort from the overwhelming heat within him, he finally sensed that something within had reached a critical threshold. Awakening a power from deep within. This was the essence of wood release. With the awakening of wood release, his chakra surged dramatically. Prior to this awakening, Uchiha Qiushan's chakra was already substantial, comparable to that of a small-tailed beast, and now, it had reached a level where he could rival tailed beasts in strength, surpassing even the likes of the One Tail and Two Tails. Fortunately, Uchiha Qiushan was not in the village. Otherwise, the uncontrollable surge of chakra could have caused chaos, creating a stir among the vigilant guards monitoring the village. After a prolonged period, the fluctuations of chakra within Uchiha Qiushan gradually subsided. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming power coursing through him, as though he could confront even the Sage of Six Paths himself. Of course, he understood that this was merely an illusion born from the sudden surge of power, yet he now felt capable of traversing the ninja world with confidence. Having awakened his wood release, he was eager to experiment. Uchiha Qiushan decided against returning immediately and instead set out to practice wood release on the island, simultaneously engaging in a bit of greening. Since he had previously copied Yamato's wood release techniques, he could now utilize them directly without further study. Thus, he sought a spacious area on the island to test his wood release ninjutsu. After some experimentation, Uchiha Qiushan discovered that although he had copied Yamato's wood release, his own version exhibited significantly greater power, estimated to be over double that of Yamato's. Furthermore, he found it far easier to perform than Yamato, likely due to his abundant chakra. The reason for his wood release's superiority over Yamato's could be attributed to his Uchiha lineage and eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Since wood release could enhance the Sharingan, it is plausible that the Uchiha bloodline or Sharingan could also augment wood release, making such an enhancement unsurprising. The sage's eye and body are inherently complementary. It stands to reason that they would not only confer benefits unilaterally. After experimenting extensively with wood release on the island, Uchiha Qiushan found himself with idle time. In a picturesque location atop the island, he employed wood release to construct a magnificent wooden villa, an upgraded version of the Lianzhu family residence, capable of accommodating more than 10 individuals. Satisfied with his creation, he leisurely returned to his home in Konoha village. Chapter 68. Xianglin. As Uchiha Qiushan emerged from the spatial realm, the sky had begun to darken gradually. Uchiha Qiushan stretched languidly, gazing at the distant evening glow, lost in thought. Since arriving in the world of Hokage, today held the utmost significance for Uchiha Qiushan, not merely because he had finally managed to subdue the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, thereby gaining control over them, which was tantamount to seizing dominion over the entire Hidden Leaf village. More profoundly, he discovered today that he had a child in this world, a child who represented a deep and abiding bond. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent, for numerous threats still loomed outside. Not to mention the sage of the six paths wandering the ninja realm in the form of chakra, there were also the three sages residing in the legendary lands. The Toad Sage, for instance, was a contemporary of the Sage of Six Paths, while the latter had perished, existing only as chakra. The Toad Sage had persisted into the present. To claim he posed no threat would be incredulous. Setting aside his formidable strength, the Toad Sage's unreliable prophetic dreams were a source of considerable concern for Uchiha Qiushan. It is worth noting that this prophetic ability was the sole one of its kind in the Hokage world. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the powerful Jiraiya firmly believed in these prophetic dreams, even sacrificing his life without a hint of regret. Should the Toad Sage predict any misfortunes befalling Uchiha Qiushan, Jiraiya would rush to him like a fly drawn to a scent, causing him no end of trouble. Even if Uchiha Qiushan could easily dismiss Jiraiya, the latter would likely persist, summoning Tsunade, who roamed the world gambling, and Orochimaru, who conducted experiments hidden in the Sound Village. Although Orochimaru held little affection for the Leaf Village, upon learning of Uchiha Qiushan's existence, he would likely join the fray. Tsunade was Uchiha Qiushan's next target. If Jiraiya were to notify her in advance, capturing her would become exceedingly difficult. Presently afflicted with hemophobia, her condition seemed to serve as a convenient excuse to avoid returning to the village. Otherwise, even without resorting to the Uchiha clan's genjutsu, finding a reliable illusionist to offer psychological suggestion could easily cure her phobia. It is essential to remember that behind the legendary Sannin stood the three great sages, the Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage, and the Slug Sage, affirming the Leaf Village's status as the foremost village in the ninja world, renowned for its profound heritage. The summoning sanctuaries of the ninja realm were all encompassed within the Leaf Village. Should they unite to cause trouble, it would indeed be a source of great distress for Uchiha Qiushan. Moreover, there were the Akatsuki's Nagato and Uchiha Obito to contend with. Nagato, not only a member of the Uzumaki clan but also the sole possessor of the Rinnegan in the current ninja world, presented a formidable challenge with his various, troublesome abilities. As for Uchiha Obito, despite possessing space-time ocular techniques that rendered him impervious to Nagato's power, one must not forget that he inherited Uchiha Madara's legacy. It was uncertain what other cunning tactics he might yet unveil. Thus, one must remain vigilant. It is crucial to understand that some individuals cannot be absolved of their sins. For instance, Uchiha Itachi, despite his grand justifications, could not escape the reality of having slain his parents and clan members. However, with Uchiha Qiushan's arrival, Itachi was liberated from the burden of these transgressions. Conversely, no matter how much one might attempt to redeem Uchiha Obito, he remained a person who had murdered his kind and benevolent mentors. Regardless of Kakashi's sentiments towards him, he was ultimately a wretch living in a dreamlike illusion. Thus, one should not overestimate the moral boundaries of such scoundrels. Uchiha Qiushan would not grant them any opportunities. If their paths crossed, he would undoubtedly take action against them. Presently, there remained several years until Uchiha Obito initiated the Fourth Great Ninja War, providing Uchiha Qiushan ample time to prepare and enhance his strength. By that time, he aspired to possess the power to vanquish the Ten Tails single-handedly and dance alongside Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Uchiha Qiushan needed to develop gradually, accumulating his strength. Once his eternal Manjiki Sharingan was fully upgraded, vast potential for further enhancement awaited him. Uchiha Qiushan has already savored the advantages of the bloodline limit, would release. It can be considered a flawed version of the Sage Body, while the authentic Sage Body is nowhere to be found throughout the ninja world. One can only seek connections to it, such as the Senju bloodline embodied by Tsunade, and the related Uzumaki clan, known for their remarkable physical constitution. A mere glance at Naruto Uzumaki's chakra, which far exceeds that of Kakashi, reveals the terrifying potential of the Uzumaki clan. It is essential to recognize that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has always been a member of the Uzumaki clan. Why is that? Because ordinary ninjas, or those from other clans, simply cannot withstand the chakra of the Nine Tails, which underscores the formidable nature of the Uzumaki constitution. Uchiha Madara chose to transplant the Rinnegan into Nagato due to Nagato's lineage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, which boasts a remarkably pure bloodline. Madara understood that ordinary individuals could not possibly sustain the power of the Rinnegan. Thus, despite the demise of the Land of Whirlpools, many pivotal characters remain intricately connected to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Qiushan suddenly recalled that a woman from the Uzumaki clan had later appeared, joining Uchiha Sasuke's team, seemingly named Karen, who is now likely residing in the hidden grass village of the Land of Grass. As Uchiha Qiushan intended to replicate and learn the bloodline traits of the Uzumaki clan, it would be advantageous to gather as many members of the Uzumaki clan as possible. Currently, within the Hidden Leaf Village, only Uzumaki Naruto represents the Uzumaki lineage. And in comparison to Karen, Uzumaki Naruto's bloodline does not possess the same advantages. For instance, both Karen and her mother inherently possess the Uzumaki clan's regenerative abilities. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, one can quickly restore chakra and heal wounds by merely biting into their skin. Moreover, when Karen made her entrance, she had already exhibited the capabilities of the Uzumaki clan, notably the powerful sensory ability known as the Kagai's Byakugan. In contrast, Uzumaki Naruto is merely endowed with immense chakra and an extraordinary recovery physique. Thus, it can be asserted that Karen's Uzumaki bloodline is likely purer than that of Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Qiushan found himself with ample leisure time, having effectively managed the affairs of the Leaf Village. Moreover, he understood that haste could lead to stagnation. Rapid enhancement of one's abilities necessitated a period of stabilization. Otherwise, he risked ending up like Kagaya Otsutsuki, immensely powerful yet devoid of combat experience. Ultimately sealed away by two individuals who, despite being inferior, outmatched him in tactical prowess. Chapter 69, Yuzuki Yugao. Chapter 69, Yuzuki Yugao. Uchiha Qiushan harbored a sense of tranquility regarding his stronghold, for the paramount concern in his life was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. He had already inscribed a spatial mark upon her, ensuring that in times of peril, a mere thought would transport her back to the realm of Takamagara. Even should he provide her with close protection, it would only extend to this measure. Moreover, he retained the ability to return at any moment. The combination of the spatial mark and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan allowed him to venture out, yet still return home for dinner and rest, only to embark on his tasks once more the following day. However, Uchiha Qiushan was disinclined to adopt such a conspicuous approach as the Space Eye technique. Being one of his trump cards, was best kept under wraps. Furthermore, as a member of the Umbu, he was required to obtain the third Hokage's orders before departing the village for missions. Undertaking tasks alone rendered him rather exceptional, prompting Uchiha Qiushan to consider requesting the third Hokage to assign him a companion, thereby alleviating his uniqueness in the eyes of others. Upon entering the Umbu base that day, Uchiha Qiushan encountered a figure with violet hair, whose name he discovered through the third Hokage, Yuzuki Yuin, a character previously mentioned in the original work at the Moonlight Gale's tombstone. She had recently joined the Umbu and had departed the village shortly after Qiushan's initial sighting of her, only to return recently. Their paths had not crossed due to the differing nature of their assignments and Qiushan's own extended leave of absence. Uchiha Qiushan intended to request the third Hokage to assign Kakashi to lead a mission alongside himself and Yuzuki. Although his ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami, had entered a cooldown period due to controlling the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, rendering him unable to manipulate Kakashi and replicate the space-time ninjutsu Kamui. He could still engage closely with Kakashi, potentially seizing the opportunity to learn from him. Moreover, having Yuzuki by his side was merely a delightful visual indulgence for Uchiha Qiushan, as she served as a good luck charm. However, he noted that her swordsmanship appeared commendable and could be discreetly observed for replication. In the world of Naruto, the art of the samurai and swordsmanship had significantly declined, with few masters remaining in the shinobi realm. One notable figure was Hatake Tsukuyomi, whose tragic demise at the hands of Shimura Danzo was lamentable. His son, Kakashi Hatake, subsequently abandoned the Hatake sword techniques, leading to his perceived ineffectiveness in later stages, resembling a mere bystander. It was only in the final moments that he managed to preserve his dignity by exploiting Uchiha Obito's Mangeki Sharingan. Having made up his mind, Uchiha Qiushan wasted no time. Seizing the evening light, he approached the third Hokage to arrange the mission. Although he could have delegated this task to others, Uchiha Qiushan preferred to frequently venture out, undertaking missions not only for personal growth, but also to mark his spatial imprint across the shinobi world, facilitating his future endeavors. This task of marking the spatial imprint was one he deemed necessary to undertake himself. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's grounds, darkness had already enveloped the land. Uchiha Qiushan, feeling the pangs of hunger, surmised that his sister, Mikoto, had likely finished dinner and decided against disturbing her. Instead, he turned away from the clan grounds and made his way toward the bustling dining spots of Konoha village. When contemplating whether to indulge in grilled meat or Ichiraku ramen, Uchiha Qiushan required only a fleeting moment to decide. He opted for Ichiraku ramen, as the grill lacked the charming presence of SH10. Upon arriving at Ichiraku ramen, he found it teeming with patrons, primarily Chunin and Jinin who had just completed their missions nearby. Renowned for its delicious and filling fare at reasonable prices, it was the favored choice for many cash-strapped shinobi. Due to the overwhelming crowd, even SH10 was busily darting about, her cute face flushed with effort, adding to her charm. Upon noticing Uchiha Qiushan, her eyes sparkled with joy and surprise, yet she promptly greeted him before resuming her tasks. Uchiha Qiushan first exchanged pleasantries with the lovely Ayam before calling out to Uncle Ichiraku, Uncle Ichiraku. The usual, please, 2 generous servings of the deluxe ramen, 1 pork bone and 1 seafood. Uncle Ichiraku, bustling about with fervor, upon recognizing his loyal customer, cheerfully responded, I've told you numerous times, don't call me uncle. Just refer to me as brother. I am not that old yet. Uchiha Qiushan found a seat amidst the crowd, and as he settled down, he cheerfully remarked, Little Changpu is so adorable. I have already reserved her as my future wife. Addressing you as big brother now would surely elevate you above her generation. And that simply won't do. Uncle Yao, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan teasing his precious daughter, could not help but roll his eyes, choosing to ignore him thereafter. Meanwhile, the industrious little Changpu darted around the alley, casting a swift glance at Uchiha Qiushan, though she uttered no words. Her already flushed cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson. The patrons dining at Yao Ramen glanced at Uchiha Qiushan, but upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem adorning his attire, their scrutinizing gazes swiftly averted. The Uchiha clan, with their formidable security forces, was not to be trifled with. Although Uchiha Qiushan appeared quite affable, those nearby adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, refraining from engaging with him. The large serving of ramen prepared by Uchiha Qiushan was promptly brought over by Xiao Changpu, who handled it with utmost care. Although the ramen was already served in a substantial bowl, it was filled to the brim, with the broth nearly spilling over. Once Uchiha Qiushan's extravagant bowl of ramen was placed upon the table, the individual seated beside him glanced at his own large serving, which, in comparison, appeared rather meager. This person could not help but fall into a contemplative silence, pondering how the disparity between the regular and deluxe versions had become so pronounced. Uchiha Qiushan paid no heed to the unfortunate spectator beside him. After exchanging a tacit glance with Xiao Changpu, he began to savor the delectable feast before him. Chapter 70. The mission since Uchiha Qiushan began his training with the lightning release armor, his appetite has grown considerably. Although there was a slight reduction in his food intake after completing the first stage of his training, today marks the occasion of his recent awakening of the wood release. A rare bloodline limit. The surge in his chakra and enhanced vitality must naturally derive from the energy stored within his body. Therefore, it would be more accurate to say that Uchiha Qiushan's body is in need of immense energy rather than being overdrawn. The source of this energy, of course, is the necessity for increased nourishment. At present, Uchiha Qiushan feels as though a small claw has emerged from his throat, gnawing at him with a relentless hunger. Only by swiftly consuming food to satiate his hunger can he find solace. Uchiha Qiushan first lifted the large bowl, savoring a sip of the rich and delectable tonkatsu broth, soothing his stomach before seizing his chopsticks. Undeterred by the heat, he began to eat with fervor. It is often said that only in moments of hunger does one truly appreciate the exquisite nature of food. Uchiha Qiushan consumed the first bowl at an astonishing pace, and as he raised the bowl to finish the last drop of broth, his attentive companion, SHBU, promptly brought forth a second bowl. By the time Uchiha Qiushan had satisfied his hunger, he had devoured 6 generous bowls of ramen. Even the seasoned Uncle Yao and young SHBU were taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's prodigious appetite. After a hearty meal, Uchiha Qiushan bid them farewell and strolled leisurely back to the Uchiha clan's territory. The following morning, Uchiha Qiushan reported to the third Hokage, as it was his suggestion to retrieve Shikamaru from the land of grass. Arriving too late would be inappropriate, and it was essential to maintain a level of decorum in the presence of the third Hokage to avoid raising suspicions or dissatisfaction among others. Upon arriving at the Umbu headquarters, he found that the third Hokage had already arrived at the Hokage building. The first order of business was to summon Kakashi, Uchiha Qiushan, and Yuzuki Yugao to assign them a mission. Kakashi and Yuzuki Yugao had just returned from a task outside the village and were unaware of recent events. Kakashi exchanged glances with Uchiha Qiushan, silently inquiring if he was aware of the situation at hand. Although Uchiha Koyama was aware of the situation, he shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Consequently, Kakashi summoned Yuzuki Yakina from another room, and together they proceeded to report to the third Hokage. Uchiha Qiushan beheld Yuzuki Yuyuin for the first time. Though she was several years his junior, she had blossomed into a stunning young lady, her dedication to swordsmanship lending her a graceful physique and an air of youthful lightness. Yuzuki Yuyuin, in turn, was meeting Uchiha Qiushan for the first time as well. While she had previously glimpsed him from afar and heard tales of his renown, being so close was an entirely different experience. Upon encountering the illustrious Uchiha Qiushan, she noted that he was only a few years her senior and remarkably handsome. Uchiha clan members were renowned for their striking features, and Qiushan was no exception. What struck her most was his demeanor, which felt distinct from the Uchiha she had encountered before. He exuded a gentle grace. The sudden realization of his beauty and the comfort he radiated did not overwhelm Yuzuki Yuyuin, yet it did cause her cheeks to flush a delicate hue. As Kakashi introduced them, her face remained flushed, and despite her tense expression, her tightly clasped hands betrayed her nervousness. After a brief exchange of introductions, Kakashi and the others hastened to meet the third Hokage, who awaited their presence. Upon entering the room, the third Hokage wasted no time and immediately assigned them an urgent mission. As was customary, he took a moment to smoke before briefing the trio on the intelligence at hand. Kakashi, Uchiha Qiushan, Qiushan. I have received word of a dire situation concerning a mother and daughter from the Whirlpool clan, who hail from the land of grass. Their circumstances are precarious. Though their homeland has fallen, Konoha has maintained a friendly alliance with the Whirlpool clan. Therefore, in the name of the third Hokage, I entrust you with the task of ensuring their safe return to Konoha. The third Hokage paused before addressing Kakashi directly. You are aware of the unique constitution of the Whirlpool clan. Bringing them back will not only bolster Konoha's strength, but also provide them a secure haven. During the Hokage's briefing, Kakashi found himself momentarily distracted. He had not anticipated that the mission would involve the Whirlpool clan, a lineage tied to his late mentor's family, a past he was both hesitant to confront and unable to forget. Once the third Hokage concluded his briefing, Kakashi regained his composure and refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that the mission scroll contained ample details. Rest assured, Lord Third Hokage, we will fulfill this mission, he affirmed. Kakashi remained focused on the task at hand, a fact that reassured the third Hokage. Satisfied with Kakashi's commitment, the Hokage added, according to the intelligence I've received, the mother's condition is critical. You must depart at once to maximize her chances of survival. Acknowledging the urgency, the trio promptly bid farewell to the third Hokage before rushing home to gather their belongings. In truth, Uchiha Qiushan required little preparation, possessing a spatial storage technique. However, he felt it necessary to inform his sister, Mikoto, to spare her any worry. After agreeing on a time to regroup, the three hurried home to ready themselves, mindful of the time constraints they faced. Uchiha Qiushan also arrived directly at Mikoto's residence. At this moment, Mikoto had already risen and was enjoying breakfast with Sasuke, while Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Ha were attentively serving them nearby. Uchiha Qiushan found himself devoid of time to indulge in a meal, opting instead to brief Mikoto on the circumstances at hand. He affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair, then proceeded homeward to gather his belongings. It is noteworthy that, despite Sasuke's notorious temperament in later years, the soft locks of his youthful self were quite pleasant to the touch, devoid of any harshness. Although Uchiha Qiushan had no pressing need to pack, the sight of others burdened with large bags rendered his lack of provisions conspicuous. Thus, he hastily assembled a sizable pack of his own and made his way to the village gates of Konoha for their rendezvous. Chapter 71. Infiltration of the grass-hidden village. As Uchiha Qiushan and his companions undertook their mission in a conventional manner, devoid of any clandestine elements. They adhered to standard protocols. The trio was punctual, and Kakashi, unlike his portrayal in the original narrative, refrained from his habitual tardiness. As they were still operating within the confines of the ANBU rather than the relatively liberated ranks of surface ninjas, the Land of Grass, their destination, is a diminutive nation nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Being a small country, it lacks distinctive ninjutsu and often finds itself subjected to the whims of larger powers. The objective of Uchiha Qiushan and his two companions is to retrieve the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan, who have found refuge in the hidden village of Grass Country. Given the urgency of the situation, with the mother's life hanging by a thread, the trio wasted no time in setting off once they left their village. Kakashi, a seasoned ninja, and Yuzuki Yugao, adept in physical and sword techniques, possessed considerable stamina. Previously, Uchiha Qiushan's physical abilities had been his Achilles heel, potentially hindering their mission. However, since he began training in lightning release armor, albeit only at the initial stage, his physical prowess has ascended to that of a high-ranking shinobi. Thus, during their journey, Uchiha Qiushan felt relatively at ease, occasionally utilizing the Heavenly Origin Eye technique to mark spatial imprints in favorable locations. As the trio donned Umbu masks, Uchiha Qiushan was careful to ensure that neither Kakashi nor Yuzuki Yugao detected his activation of the Manjiki Sharingan while stealthily marking his surroundings. Due to the pressing nature of their mission, the three traveled swiftly, reaching the hidden village of Grass in merely 3 days. Upon arrival, instead of directly seeking an audience with the village leader, they opted for a clandestine infiltration to gather intelligence. Being a smaller ninja village, Grass lacked the medical shinobi that Konoha possessed. Hence, the swift recovery and chakra replenishment of the Uzumaki mother and daughter became paramount. The trio believed that the village leader would be reluctant to hand over the pair without assurances of their safe return. They understood that any hasty approach could alarm their targets, prompting them to conceal themselves further. Kakashi and his companions preferred not to exert pressure or resort to forceful measures, as such actions would not only jeopardize the safety of the Uzumaki women but also risk drawing the ire of the Land of Grass, potentially aligning it with the Land of Earth's hidden stone village. Therefore, their optimal strategy was to discreetly extract the mother and daughter without arousing suspicion, ensuring that their presence in Konoha would not lead to a public uproar. As night fell, Kakashi instructed his companions to wait outside the village while he employed a combination of transformation and camouflage techniques to stealthily infiltrate the grass village. The camouflage technique, a specialty of the Stone Village ninja, had proven effective against many, including Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and even early versions of Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi, having acquired the title of Copy Ninja through his Sharingan, was well versed in such stealth techniques. Although Uchiha Qiushan was also proficient in the camouflage technique, he recognized that the risk of exposure was minimal when acting alone, thus refraining from contesting Kakashi's decision. This also underscored Kakashi's awareness of Grass Village's limited resources, lacking even medical ninjas, let alone ceiling or barrier specialists, and likely having few sensory ninjas. Were they confronting a larger village? Kakashi would not have dared to navigate so boldly within. Uchiha Qiushan and Uzuki Yuin watched as Kakashi stealthily entered, patiently awaiting his return. Neither of them uttered a word. After all, they were near the village of others, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Uchiha Qiushan found himself lost in thought, pondering which bloodline limit he should replicate next. He contemplated the chakra lineage of the Uzumaki clan, envisioning a future where he could bring Kaguya and her daughter to Konohagakure, allowing the third Hokage to arrange opportunities for them to interact with Naruto Uzumaki. He anticipated that this would yield a promising acquisition of the Uzumaki bloodline. Following that, he considered the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. It was necessary to replicate the main family's eyes, as the branch families were flawed with blind spots. He speculated on the possibility of secretly copying Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan, reasoning that as the clan leader, her bloodline purity would likely be commendable. While Uchiha Qiushan was lost in his musings, Uzuki Yugao discreetly admired the handsome profile of Uchiha Qiushan. Through their interactions over the past few days, she discerned that he was markedly different from the Uchiha clan members she had previously encountered, or rather, the other noble ninja clans. Unlike those who often exuded an air of superiority, as though they were above others, and who looked down upon those of lesser status, Uchiha Qiushan radiated no such arrogance. He was unpretentious in both travel and sustenance, which endeared him to her. Yugao found it impossible to harbor any dislike for Uchiha Qiushan. In fact, her keen intuition sensed a warmth emanating from him, evoking an unbidden desire to draw closer. During moments of respite, she would steal glances at him, for beauty is universally appealing, and she had no reason to resent Uchiha Qiushan. Observing him, she mused silently, realizing that he was only a few years her senior, yet possessed remarkable strength at such a young age. Those in the Umbu were well aware of Uchiha Qiushan's prowess, having witnessed him effortlessly dispatching formidable foes. At his age, he should be nearing the time for marriage. She wondered if the Uchiha clan permitted unions with outsiders. This thought brought a blush to her cheeks. For it is human nature to admire strength, and there was nothing extraordinary in her feelings for someone as striking and capable as Uchiha Qiushan, especially given his amiable disposition. Thus, her daydream seemed entirely reasonable. As time quietly slipped away amidst Uchiha Qiushan's scheming for future bloodline limits and Uzuki Yugao's fanciful reflections, midnight arrived, enveloping the village of Kusagakure in silence. It was at this moment that Kakashi completed his infiltration mission, stealthily reuniting with Uchiha Qiushan and the others. Chapter 72. The innate skills of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Qiushan perpetually maintained his Sharingan, rendering Kakashi's camouflage technique as conspicuous as a 100-watt light bulb in his gaze. Thus, by the time Kakashi returned, Uchiha Qiushan had already detected his presence. Coupled with Kakashi's failure to muffle his footsteps, the vigilant Uzuki Yugao ceased her infatuation and awaited Kakashi's approach with a serious demeanor. After Kakashi signaled with several Umbu gestures to confirm his identity, he closed the distance to rendezvous with Uchiha Qiushan. In terms of strength, one could argue that Uchiha Qiushan alone was nearly capable of contending with the entire village of Kusagakure. However, resolving this situation was not merely a matter of prowess. The paramount objective of their mission was to ensure the safety of the mother and daughter, Kei-Rin, from the frantic ninjas of Kusagakure. Furthermore, given the delicate diplomatic relations between the nations, particularly with the Iwagakure of the Earth Country, it was imperative to avoid providing any pretext for war against the Land of Fire. Thus, a covert extraction was deemed the most prudent course of action. Upon meeting, Kakashi briefed them on the circumstances within Kusagakure and marked the location of their target. Finally, with a grave expression, he spoke of Kei-Rin and her daughter. I have discreetly observed their condition with my Sharingan. The young girl appears to be faring relatively well. However, her mother is on the verge of chakra depletion, having been nearly drained by the ninjas of Kusagakure. Immediate action is imperative, otherwise, our mission's targets will undoubtedly perish. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Qiushan remained silent, while Uzuki Yugao interjected with urgency, chakra absorption? Is it truly possible? Is this a secret technique of Kusagakure? Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the puzzled expression of Uzuki Yuin and smiled gently as he elucidated Kakashi's response. Our objective this time is to locate the members of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan has always been allies of our Konoha village. However, in recent years, their homeland, the land of whirlpools, has been devastated, leading to the dislocation of its surviving members, whose whereabouts remain unknown. The individual from the Uzumaki clan in the Hidden Grass Village possesses a rare and potent ability known as physical healing. This remarkable talent allows her to restore the chakra and injuries of others by permitting them to bite her skin, albeit at the cost of her own chakra. From Kakashi's perspective, it seems this Uzumaki clan member has been treated like a human pharmaceutical by the inhabitants of the Hidden Grass Village, indifferent to her well-being, which has resulted in her dire condition. As Uchiha Qiushan concluded his explanation, Yuzuki Yuen's eyes sparkled with admiration, captivated by the earnest demeanor he had just displayed, which perfectly aligned with her idealized vision of a romantic partner. Kakashi, observing her reaction, could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that the younger generation was enamored with handsome faces. Nevertheless, Qiushan's insights broadened Kakashi's understanding, for he had only a vague awareness of the situation, lacking the detailed knowledge that Qiushan possessed. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi, sensing the silence, inquired in a tone of deliberation, "What should we do now? The Uzumaki clan member is already in a weakened state. If the Hidden Grass Village's people drain her further, she will undoubtedly perish, which would mean the failure of our mission." Despite being the nominal leader of the team, Kakashi felt compelled to seek Qiushan's counsel, not only because he was now the vice leader of the Uchiha clan, but also due to the undeniable authority bestowed by his formidable Sharingan. Upon observing Kakashi's demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from asserting dominance. His sole objective was to escort the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan back home, no matter the means. He thus addressed Kakashi, saying, "Captain Kakashi, as the leader and one with considerable experience, we shall proceed according to your guidance." Meanwhile, next to them, Yuzuki Yuen blinked her large eyes, serving merely as an ornament. She would follow the directives of her seniors without any burden of responsibility. Seeing Uchiha Qiushan's reluctance to lead, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. After all, raw power was one aspect, but the ability to accomplish the mission flawlessly was another. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised by Uchiha Qiushan's ability to maintain his position during the task despite his formidable strength, which naturally fostered a growing fondness for him. Kakashi cleared his throat and continued, "Our primary mission is to rescue the two members of the Uzumaki clan and return them to Konohagakure. Therefore, my plan is as follows. Uchiha Qiushan, you and I will infiltrate the Hidden Grass Village together, as the timing is fortuitous. We shall first consult with these two Uzumaki individuals to ascertain their willingness to accompany us back to the village. If they consent, we will depart together. Should they refuse, Uchiha Qiushan, you will employ Genjutsu to subdue them and escort them out, while gently persuading them along the way." Upon hearing Kakashi's arrangements, Uchiha Qiushan cast a glance at him, revealing a hint of surprise. It seemed that Kakashi was privy to some of the hidden truths surrounding the downfall of the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, he would not have expressed concern over the potential reluctance of the Uzumaki clan to accompany them. After outlining Uchiha Qiushan's mission, Kakashi turned to Yuzuki Yuen and instructed, "Your task is to set traps along our route back and around the village periphery to prevent any individuals from the grass-hidden village from following us. Subsequently, you will provide support from the outskirts." Kakashi paused momentarily before inquiring, "Do you all understand? Are there any further questions?" Noticing that both individuals had no inquiries, he asserted firmly, "Very well, the mission commences now." With that, Kakashi utilized the camouflage technique, glancing at Uchiha Qiushan, who was also employing the same method of concealment. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but chose not to comment. Instead, he signaled to Uchiha Qiushan and led the way into the depths of the grass-hidden village. Uchiha Qiushan observed Kakashi leading the way ahead and decided to stealthily follow suit, leaving Uzumaki Shien behind to prepare for their departure. The infiltration by Kakashi and Uchiha Qiushan proceeded remarkably smoothly, as Kakashi had previously visited this location. Furthermore, the residence of the Uzumaki clan was situated on the outskirts of the village, which facilitated their covert approach. Now, the primary objective was to persuade the two members of the Uzumaki clan to willingly accompany Kakashi and his team, thereby accomplishing a significant portion of their mission. Chapter 73, Persuasion. Upon arriving at the residence of the mother and daughter, Qiushan, Uchiha, and Kakashi did not concern themselves with the niceties of etiquette. They entered the dwelling without so much as a knock. Inside, only a frail individual and a young girl were present. Thus they remained blissfully unaware of any unusual presence brought by the arrival of Qiushan, Uchiha, and Kakashi. Upon entering the modest abode, Uchiha Qiushan surveyed the sparse furnishings within. The room was rather bare, barely sufficient for habitation, revealing the arduous living conditions endured by the mother and daughter. Their current objective lay in the simple act of finding solace in each other's company as they slept soundly on a humble bed. Uchiha Qiushan activated his Sharingan to assess the situation. The young girl, Sarada, appeared to be faring reasonably well, her condition akin to that of a typical child. In stark contrast, her mother, cradling her, exhibited a much more precarious state of health. As Kakashi had described, her chakra was scant, and her physical condition was dire. Even if she were no longer subjected to the chakra siphoning by the ninjas of Qiusagakure, it was uncertain how long it would take to restore her health. Should the extraction continue, her demise would be imminent. After a brief stroll through the modest quarters of Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi, they gained a general understanding of the living conditions of the mother and daughter, Kei-rin. Upon their meeting, they exchanged a knowing glance before turning their attention to the two women reclining on the bed. Uchiha Qiushan approached the bedside and gently placed his hand upon the shoulder of Xianglin's mother, rousing her from her slumber. Given her already frail condition, she was in a state of light sleep, and the gentle touch startled her awake. Startled and disoriented, she gazed at the unexpected intruder in her home. Her eyes filled with alarm. Yet, her grip around her daughter tightened, as if no matter the circumstances, nothing could sever the bond between them. Initially uncertain about persuading Xianglin's mother, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of relief upon witnessing her reaction, realizing that the purpose of his visit could indeed be fulfilled. Upon witnessing the panic etched on the countenance of Konoha's mother, Uchiha Qiushan elevated his already handsome visage by several degrees, bestowing upon her a gentle smile that exuded an air of harmlessness. With a soft tone, he addressed her, "Greetings, we are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. Our visit stems from intel indicating that a mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan are facing unjust treatment in the Grass Village. Thus, Lord Hokage has dispatched us to discreetly escort you back to Konoha." Initially flustered, Konoha's mother regained her composure upon realizing that they hailed from the Hidden Leaf. However, as Uchiha Qiushan concluded his words, her demeanor had grown completely frigid. Clutching the slumbering Konoha tightly, she coldly remarked, "There is no need to trouble the esteemed ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. We are quite content residing in the Grass Village and do not wish to relocate to Konoha. The Uzumaki clan does not require the concern of the third Hokage. I kindly ask this esteemed ninja from Konoha to refrain from intruding upon our dwelling in the future, as it places us in a most uncomfortable position." Having expressed her sentiments, she averted her gaze from Uchiha Qiushan, directing it instead towards the adjacent wall, as if the wall itself held more allure in her eyes than the man before her. Uchiha Qiushan observed the reaction of Xianglin's mother and felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. When the village of Konoha was annihilated in the land of whirlpools, its performance was undeniably disappointing. The delays in responding to the pleas for help from the Uzumaki clan ultimately led to the obliteration of their nation. To assert that the survivors of the Uzumaki clan harbored no animosity towards Konoha would be a fallacy. In the eyes of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha's actions epitomized a shameless betrayal. How could they possibly maintain a favorable disposition towards traitors? This explains why Xianglin's mother, Uzumaki Xiangling, is currently in a frail state. Were it not for her weakened condition, she would undoubtedly express her ire towards them, regardless of whether she expelled them. This also elucidates the absence of the Uzumaki clan survivors in the Land of Fire. Even if they were to endure a life of hardship and uncertainty in other nations, they would prefer not to rely on the patronage of Konoha. Uchiha Qiushan furrowed his brow in distress. He was indeed moved by compassion and did not wish to see the individual before him perish in such a wretched manner, as if she were being devoured alive by another. After all, it would not be a formidable task to simply employ a jinjutsu to whisk her daughter away with her. However, Uchiha Qiushan was not one to excel in persuasion. Thus, he decided to speak candidly. If persuasion proved futile, it would merely complicate matters. He could always resort to using his Sharingan to hypnotize both mother and daughter and take them away. Uchiha Qiushan gestured towards the child she had been holding and said to Xiangling, "Before our arrival, we had already conducted thorough intelligence gathering and were aware of your and your child's predicament." He cast a sympathetic glance at the bite marks on Uzumaki Xiangling's body and continued, "You must be acutely aware of your current situation. If this continues, you will soon meet an untimely demise. Even if you do not cherish your own life, as a mother, you ought to consider the well-being of your daughter." Uchiha Qiushan spoke, glancing once more at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Xianglin in her arms. He reached out and tugged gently at the hem of her garment, revealing several distinct bite marks. These marks, etched upon the form of the young girl, were profoundly shocking. Do you truly wish for your daughter to meet a fate as tragic as your own? It is imperative to understand that while you still draw breath, you possess the ability to shield her from life's tempests. Should you succumb, she would not only endure the anguish of losing her mother, but also inherit the burdens you leave behind. Given the trajectory of events, she would likely never mature, destined to follow in your footsteps, perishing in a state more harrowing than death itself. Uzumaki Xiangling was no fool. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, she recognized the grim reality he described was all too plausible. The coldness that had once marked her countenance was now tinged with struggle, and as she gazed at her daughter, her eyes were filled with conflict and hesitation. Uchiha Qiushan observed the signs of hesitation in Uzumaki Qiushan, sensing an opportunity. He then spoke, "Should you and your daughter choose to come to Konohagakure, I assure you that you will not be subjected to any unjust treatment. You may conceal your surname and live as an ordinary civilian, allowing your daughter to grow up in good health, free from the perpetual anxiety that pervades this place." Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily, allowing Uzumaki Xiangling to digest her words, before inquiring, "Do you know someone by the name of Uzumaki Qiushan?" Upon hearing the name mentioned by Uchiha Qiushan, Uzumaki Xiangling abruptly lifted her head. "Do you know Qiushan? How is she now? Is she doing well?" The Uzumaki clan is already sparse in numbers, and considering that Uzumaki Qiushan is of the same age as her, Uchiha Qiushan speculated that they might not only be acquainted but perhaps even quite close, having grown up together as playmates. Chapter 74. The pitiful Kakashi. Uchiha Qiushan's conjecture is indeed astute. Uzumaki Kyuna and Uzumaki Karin were raised together, both being direct descendants of the Uzumaki clan before the demise of the Land of Whirlpools. The fact that Uzumaki Kyuna was chosen as the host for the Ninetales indicates her exceptionally pure lineage, akin to that of Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Similarly, Uzumaki Karin possesses the rare talent of physical healing, a skill seldom found even among the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, her daughter, Karin, inherits both the ability of physical healing and the unique ocular power known as the Kagura Hard Eye. To claim that she does not belong to the direct lineage of the Uzumaki clan would be to deny the very essence of their heritage. As for the reasons behind their unfortunate fate, it can only be attributed to the whims of fate. Without her own nation and family, a princess ceases to be a princess. Uchiha Qiushan, confronted by the hopeful gaze of Uzumaki Xiangling, silently sighed within. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he ultimately revealed the truth to her. Senior Uzumaki Zenjinai was a jonin of our Konoha village, but a few years ago, in a noble act to save the village, she and her husband made the ultimate sacrifice. Uchiha Qiushan observed that the gaze of Uzumaki Xiangling dimmed once more, and then added, "However, Uzumaki Zenjinai left behind a son named Uzumaki Naruto. Unfortunately, his circumstances are rather grim, as he has been devoid of parental care since childhood and is now merely an orphan without anyone to look after him." Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily, gazing into the eyes of Vortex Xiangling, and spoke, "Should you choose to relocate to Konoha, you would be able to care for him." Upon hearing his words, Vortex Xiangling fell into a contemplative silence, occasionally glancing at her daughter and then at the wall, lost in thought. It was evident that her heart was wrestling with turmoil and hesitation. After what felt like an eternity, akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Vortex Xiangling exhaled deeply, as if she had reached a resolution. Raising her head, her gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Qiushan, she declared, "Very well. I shall accompany you and my daughter back to Konoha. However, I must clarify that upon our arrival, I will remain an ordinary civilian. As for my daughter's future, whether she will choose the path of a civilian or a ninja, we shall deliberate on that once we have settled in Konoha." Uchiha Qiushan, upon witnessing Uzumaki Xiangling's acquiescence, felt a swell of joy within him. After all, he had achieved his goal without resorting to force, merely employing his words, which bestowed upon him a sense of accomplishment. This marked yet another instance of his efforts bearing fruit, as he had succeeded in altering the tragic fate of a second woman, the first being Uchiha Mikoto. At that moment, however, Uchiha Qiushan's keen senses detected a subtle encroachment of a group of individuals surrounding the house. Despite their silence, his heightened awareness alerted him to the unsettling presence closing in. Uchiha Qiushan furrowed his brow. The mission was nearly complete, yet an unforeseen complication had arisen at the last moment. Were it only himself and Kakashi, they could effortlessly break through the encirclement, ensuring that no hint of weakness was revealed to their pursuers. However, the presence of their target in the room complicated matters. He had successfully persuaded her, and if he could escort her and her daughter safely to the Hidden Leaf Village, he would deem the mission accomplished. Yet, attempting to break free with them in tow would significantly heighten the difficulty and jeopardize their safety. Contemplating this, Uchiha Qiushan devised a plan. He signaled Kakashi, indicating that an unexpected situation had arisen, then formed hand seals to cast the shadow clone technique, creating two duplicates. These clones then utilized the transformation technique, disguising themselves as two well-armored rock ninja. As the transformed ninjas emerged from the house, opening the door boldly and shutting it behind them, they stood at the entrance. One of them called out loudly, "Rodents lurking in the shadows, cease your cowardice. We have discovered your presence. Are you all from the grass village merely hiding in the gutters?" Upon hearing this proclamation, the concealed grass village ninjas realized their cover was blown and emerged from their hiding places, filling the vicinity around the house. Uchiha Qiushan's clone surveyed the area, noting that there were at least 30 to 50 individuals gathered. As the assailants surrounded the house, Kakashi cast a surprised glance at Uchiha Qiushan, locking eyes with his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. A wave of dizziness washed over Kakashi, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Qiushan would strike at this moment. After all, they were currently encircled by enemies, and they ought to unite. collaborating and supporting one another to navigate this perilous situation. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi was momentarily disoriented by his own Genjutsu, Uchiha Qiushan swiftly delivered a precise strike, rendering the unsuspecting Kakashi unconscious. In truth, with Uchiha Qiushan's mastery of Genjutsu, he could have easily overwhelmed Kakashi. However, the intricacies of Genjutsu battles involve the realm of mental fortitude. A misstep or overly vigorous resistance from Kakashi could potentially inflict psychological scars. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan opted to first induce a state of mild confusion in Kakashi through Genjutsu before employing a physical method to gently usher him into a peaceful slumber, trusting that Kakashi would dream of visions conducive to his mental and physical well-being. After subduing Kakashi, Uchiha Qiushan swiftly cast an illusion technique on the unsuspecting Vortex Xiangling, lulling her into a deep slumber as well. Given the vast disparity in spiritual strength between Vortex Xiangling and Uchiha Qiushan, coupled with her frail physical condition, he effortlessly rendered her unconscious without inflicting any harm. Ignoring the commotion outside, Uchiha Qiushan grasped Kakashi in one hand and cradled Vortex Xiangling and Xiao Xianglin in the other. He surveyed the room, noting there was nothing of value to take, and promptly employed his ocular technique Takamagura, teleporting directly to the newly constructed villa on the island, leaving behind 2 shadow clones and an empty room for the villagers of Kusagakure. The shadow clone of Uchiha Qiushan sensed that the main body had departed, and he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Subsequently, he indulged himself, taking advantage of his current transformation into a rock ninja, and began to showcase his acting skills. The shadow clone crossed his arms over his chest, presenting a completely unguarded demeanor, as if he were confronting mere insignificant beings. With an air of arrogance tinged with a hint of hubris, he proclaimed loudly, "To the insignificant scum of the hidden grass village, allow me to inform you. The esteemed rock ninja, how did you discover our infiltration? My camouflage technique is renowned even within the village, having received commendation from Lord Tsukuyomi himself. How could you, a mere small village, possibly detect me so effortlessly?" Chapter 75. The Copying Eye Technique. Observing the rock ninja, surrounded yet still brimming with arrogance and uttering audacious claims, the grass ninjas encircling him gritted their teeth in frustration. One young ninja, unable to tolerate the brazen arrogance any longer, stepped forward and retorted, "No matter how impressive your camouflage technique may be, it cannot escape the secret arts of our hidden grass village. The moment you come into contact with the grass surrounding our village, we will sense your presence. Such trivial ninjutsu is easily countered by us. If it were not for our need to gather reinforcements and silently encircle this place, we would have apprehended you long ago." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, resembling a leader, initially intended to prevent the youth from divulging such information, but reconsidered. He realized that the villagers were largely aware of this. Anyone who inquired earnestly could easily uncover the truth. Allowing the youth to speak could also serve as a form of intimidation, so he suppressed his impulse to intervene. Once the young ninja from the hidden grass village finished speaking, the village leader stood up as well and inquired, to the 2 from the hidden rock village, "May I ask what brings you to our village under the cover of night?" Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone felt a surge of joy upon hearing the words of the young ninja from the grass-hidden village. To his surprise, the youth was rather easy to provoke, readily divulging the reason for their exposure. Subsequently, upon hearing the inquiries from the leader of the grass-hidden village, Uchiha Qiushan contemplated briefly and responded in a questioning tone, "You wish to interrogate us from the rock-hidden village, yet we have not sought trouble with you? Are you aware of the identities of those residing in this abode? They are fugitives from the annihilated land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan. Why has your grass-hidden village chosen to harbor them? Is it a sign of discontent towards our major nations? Or do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the land of whirlpools and experience the fate of a vanquished nation?" The leader of the grass-hidden village, of course, was well aware of the identities of Uzumaki Karine and her companions. The distinctive crimson hair of the Uzumaki clan was hard to overlook, coupled with their unique medical abilities, which signified their exceptional nature. However, the grass-hidden village lacked effective medical ninjas, and even if they had any, their healing prowess paled in comparison to that of the women from the Uzumaki clan. Thus, the leader regarded her merely as a remarkably effective human remedy, to be discarded once her utility had waned. Little did the leader of the grass-hidden village anticipate that such trivial matters would be noticed by the people of the rock-hidden village. He was acutely aware that individuals from the Uzumaki clan were not favored by these major nations. After all, the downfall of the land of whirlpools had caused quite a stir. Yet, he did not expect that the people of the rock-hidden village would cling to this issue and bring it forth. A sense of discomfort brewed within him, as he reflected on how these major nations had directly consumed the land of whirlpools, feasting heartily, yet now left not even a drop of broth for them. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone engaged with the individuals from the grass-hidden village, his true self had already transported the several unconscious individuals to a villa on the island of Takamagara. Uchiha Qiushan casually discarded Kakashi onto the ground before gently placing the mother and daughter Uzumaki Karine and her child, onto the bed. Upon confirming that they showed no signs of awakening, he seized Kakashi and moved him to another room. Although Uchiha Qiushan possessed spatial ocular techniques, rendering him not overly anxious about Kakashi and Uchiha Obito's Kamui, circumstances compelled him to incapacitate and transport them for the sake of ensuring Uzumaki Karine and her daughter's safety. With Kakashi already rendered unconscious, it seemed prudent to also acquire a replication of his ocular technique, Kamui, so that Kakashi would not grow wary of him in the future, complicating any further actions. Uchiha Qiushan first placed Kakashi on the floor, face up. He then removed the forehead protector from Kakashi's left eye, gently lifting the eyelid to reveal his Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan, upon witnessing Kakashi in a state of unconsciousness, with his three-tomo Sharingan still activated, couldn't help but twitch his lips. If this continued, with the Sharingan, a notorious drain on chakra, it's no wonder Kakashi appeared so fatigued. A once promising genius, reduced to this. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Qiushan inhaled deeply before activating his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, locking eyes with Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan. He then gradually released a portion of his ocular energy, steadily and continuously infusing it into Kakashi's Sharingan. Although Kakashi remained in a state of unconsciousness, the stimulation from Uchiha Qiushan caused his Sharingan to begin to rotate. As Uchiha Qiushan persistently urged it on, the three tomos spun faster and faster, ultimately seeming to surpass a certain threshold. The accelerating motion of the three tomos eventually intertwined, transforming into a radiant triangular pinwheel, gleaming with brilliance. Uchiha Qiushan quietly admired the exquisite kaleidoscopic Sharingan before him. This particular Sharingan was the only spatial-type kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Aside from that of Uchiha Qiushan himself, and among the myriad of Sharingan, it stood as a treasure of unparalleled significance. Uchiha Qiushan estimated that his opportunities to appreciate this Sharingan in the future would be limited. Thus, given the chance now, he naturally sought to admire it as much as possible. Uchiha Qiushan did not linger for long, as Yuzuki was still waiting for them outside the hidden grass village, and they could not afford to keep her waiting anxiously. After Uchiha Qiushan admired Kakashi's Sharingan, he directly activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, embarking on the endeavor to replicate the concealed ocular technique known as Kamui. It is fair to assert that the Sharingan, imbued with the essence of Kamui, emanated an aura of immense potential and profound depth, making it the most formidable Mangeki Sharingan that Uchiha Qiushan had ever encountered. Since upgrading to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan has encountered a particularly challenging ocular technique for the first time. After a considerable wait, the system finally delivered the long-anticipated notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully duplicating the ocular technique Kamui. The system is currently assimilating the information, and it is expected to be usable in approximately 22 hours. Upon hearing the elevation sound from the system, Uchiha Qiushan finally let out a sigh of relief. This Kamui space ocular technique truly exceeded expectations with its profound depth. After waiting for such a long time, he had feared a failure in replication, yet it ultimately succeeded. Uchiha Qiushan harbored doubts regarding the awakening of such formidable ocular techniques. It is likely that Uchiha Obito's Sharingan evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan during that time. The emergence of these rare spatial ocular abilities can be attributed to the combined brilliance and the surge of negative emotions stemming from both Obito and Kakashi, two prodigies. Uchiha Qiushan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after rendering Kakashi unconscious, he had brought him into this space. Otherwise, after such a lengthy duration, any unforeseen mishap would have left him filled with regret. Chapter 76. Uchiha Qiushan's escape. The leader of the grass-hidden village could no longer endure the audacious words of the rock ninja standing at the door. He understood that if these two rock ninjas were allowed to escape today, they would be met with countless troubles from the rock ninja village. The leader discreetly signaled to a burly subordinate, indicating that he should deal with the intruders before him. This individual, not lacking in cunning, took the leader's directive to heart and approached the front with his companions, proclaiming, "You two have unlawfully invaded our grass-hidden village without any clear intention. And yet you dare to question us. I advise you to surrender promptly. This way, our village might consider sparing your lives, allowing your compatriots from the Rock Ninja village to retrieve you." Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone had not yet satisfied his desire for theatrics. Upon hearing the doubts and calls for surrender from the villagers of Grass Hidden, he seized his weapon and proclaimed, "You bunch of riffraff from Grass Hidden, do you dare to strike? Let me tell you, there are only brave IWA ninjas who die in battle, not cowardly souls who surrender. Come on." With that, he brandished his weapon as if he were about to charge fiercely, though his feet remained firmly planted in place. The stout, short ninja at the forefront of Grass Hidden hesitated, caught in a dilemma. He was uncertain whether to engage. On one hand, the individual before him was a ninja from IWA, one of the 5 great nations. If he were to kill him, the repercussions could be dire. Conversely, if he refrained from action, he would inevitably lose face. Facing such arrogance without retaliating would leave him with no standing in his village. Recalling his leader's orders, the stout ninja gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and shouted, "Even if you are a ninja from Iwa, you are still an intruder in our village. We of Grass Hidden are not cowards. We fight." He surged forward, weapon in hand, charging at the Iwa ninja. Just as the stout ninja was about to strike, he suddenly noticed the expression on the Iwa ninja's face had transformed into one of calmness, devoid of the earlier arrogance and fear of impending harm. Instead, there was a glint of mockery in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Seeing this demeanor, the stout ninja felt a jolt of unease. Though he couldn't pinpoint his error, he sensed he had been deceived. At that moment, his weapon struck the Iwa ninja, yet there was no splatter of blood, no mangled flesh. The two Iwa ninjas standing at the doorway had simply dissipated into a plume of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. The multitude of grass-hidden ninjas surrounding the house fell into a stunned silence as they witnessed the Iwa ninja's sudden disappearance. Each one pondered, hadn't he just boasted and acted recklessly? Where had he gone? Wasn't it said that only Iwa ninjas died in battle? Where was he? The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Meanwhile, the leader of Grass Hidden stood nearby, his face a mask of fury. If he had not realized he had been tricked at this point, he was unworthy of his position. He quickly rallied, shouting, "Stop dawdling. Let us check inside the house and ensure they haven't escaped." The others, snapping back to reality, left a portion to guard the perimeter while the rest hurried inside to search. The leader was aware that, even at this juncture, the chances of uncovering anything were slim. Yet a question lingered in his mind. How had they managed to flee despite being surrounded? This mystery would remain unsolved for the time being. At the moment Uchiha Qiushan's shadow clone vanished, he had just successfully replicated Kakashi's Sharingan technique, Kamui. Upon receiving the memories from his shadow clone, Uchiha Qiushan wore a face of disbelief, realizing that after liberating himself, he had transformed into quite the theatrical character, one who revels in playfulness. However, upon learning that his shadow clone had been vanquished, Uchiha Qiushan understood the urgency of the situation. He needed to hasten his reunion with Uzuki Yukino. Otherwise, he feared that the young girl, if encountered by the ninjas of the grass village whom he had so cleverly toyed with, might find herself in an insurmountable predicament. Uchiha Qiushan discerned the profound capabilities of his Sharingan, recognizing that he had successfully replicated Kakashi's Kamui. This achievement bestowed upon him significant advantages. Although it was improbable for his Sharingan to undergo immediate evolution, he had nonetheless taken a substantial stride forward. Uchiha Qiushan first assisted Kakashi in adjusting his forehead protector, covering his left eye. In the process, he also casually removed Kakashi's mask, stealing a glance at his true visage, which was undeniably quite handsome, nearly rivaling his own. Once Uchiha Qiushan had ensured Kakashi was properly arranged, he continued to carry him back to the room where Uzumaki Karen and her mother resided. He lifted both of them with care, surveyed the surroundings to confirm nothing was amiss, and then, utilizing the spatial mark he had previously left near the village of grass, he quietly returned. After bringing them back, Uchiha Qiushan glanced around to ensure that no one was present before hastening towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Uzuki Yuin. It was imperative to meet with Yuin swiftly and then make an expeditious escape. Otherwise, given the circumstances, the village of grass would undoubtedly organize a search party. Having incapacitated Kakashi, he found himself lacking a combat ally and burdened with an additional liability. Thus it was prudent to flee as soon as possible. After all, his mission had been accomplished, and he had fortuitously copied Kakashi's Sharingan techniques, a serendipitous bonus to his endeavors. Uchiha Qiushan, accompanied by 3 individuals, dashed effortlessly to the rendezvous with Uzuki Yukino. Upon confirming their identities, Uchiha Qiushan engaged in little conversation. Instead, he entrusted the mother-daughter duo, Uzumaki Xiangling and her child, to Uzuki Yukino. He then shifted Kakashi from his arms to his back, and together, Uchiha Qiushan and Uzuki Yukino accelerated towards a destination far from the hidden grass village. Having trained in lightning armor, Uchiha Qiushan possessed remarkable physical prowess, while Uzuki Yukino, a dedicated practitioner of swordsmanship, also exhibited exceptional stamina. Thus, carrying Kakashi posed no challenge for them. After several hours of relentless running and changing direction multiple times to ensure they were not being pursued, they discovered a concealed spot where they could finally pause and catch their breath. Once they had settled Kakashi and the Uzumaki mother and daughter, during which little Xiangling awakened briefly, only to be lulled back to sleep by Uchiha Qiushan's Jinjutsu. Uzuki Yukino inquired about the details of Uchiha Qiushan's mission and Kakashi's condition. Uchiha Qiushan ignited a fire while informing her of the situation, though he refrained from elaborating on the matters concerning the high heavens and the identity of Kakashi's assailant. Chapter 77. Kakashi's Sharingan. The campfire crackled in the clearing as Uchiha Qiushan and Uzuki Yugao settled Kakashi and the others comfortably, then took a moment to rest. After all, both had carried Kakashi and his companions for several hours. Despite their excellent physical condition, fatigue had inevitably set in. After a brief respite, Kakashi, who had been placed beside the fire on a blanket, finally stirred from his unconscious state. As he awakened, he let out a groan and instinctively clutched his neck, struggling to rise from the ground in discomfort. As Kakashi gradually regained his bearings, fleeting memories of the moments preceding his blackout resurfaced. He hastily lowered his hand from his neck, springing to his feet with agility, and swiftly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, casting a wary glance around his surroundings. To his astonishment, the environment he surveyed revealed no foes. He found himself neither confined nor restrained. Instead, he noted the desolate landscape and the watchful presence of Uchiha Qiushan and Yuzuki Yugao across the fire, while not far off. The mother-daughter duo of Uzumaki Karen and her child rested peacefully. Yet, Kakashi did not let down his guard. With the kunai firmly in hand, he remained vigilant, eyeing Uchiha Qiushan with suspicion. He vividly recalled how this very individual had taken advantage of his moment of inattention to strike him down. Thus, in his eyes, Uchiha Qiushan was an adversary, and he had ample reason to suspect that the latter had betrayed Konohagakure, putting Kakashi's fate in jeopardy as a high-ranking official of the village, whose value extended far beyond mere intelligence and jutsu. Upon observing Kakashi's demeanor, Uchiha Qiushan, without waiting for a query, laid down the stick he had been using to stoke the fire and rose to his feet. He brushed the dirt off his trousers and, without affording Kakashi the opportunity to speak, made his way toward the adjacent woods, uttering, "Kakashi-senpai, please come with me. I have matters to discuss." He then turned to Yuzuki Yuin, advising, "Yuin, I shall return shortly with Kakashi-senpai. Please keep an eye on the mother and daughter, and remain vigilant." Yuzuki Yuin sensed an unusual tension in the air. Kakashi-senpai's reaction was decidedly peculiar. She understood that something must have transpired between Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi, though the specifics eluded her. Nonetheless, she placed her trust in the two seniors and nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. Kakashi observed Uchiha Qiushan as he ventured into the woods without a hint of caution. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi followed him, maintaining a prudent distance to ensure his safety. Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi arrived in the woods, one after the other. Uchiha Qiushan halted in a secluded spot, then turned to face Kakashi, who followed closely behind, kunai in hand, watching him with wary eyes. The two stood at a distance, and Uchiha Qiushan was the first to speak. "Kakashi-senpai, first and foremost, I must offer my sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry for incapacitating you without your consent." Uchiha Qiushan spoke, then slightly bowed to Kakashi. Observing Qiushan's gesture, Kakashi gazed at him intently and suddenly spoke. "Uchiha Qiushan, I require an explanation. I cannot accept a scenario where my comrade and companion is rendered unconscious without just cause." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Qiushan realized there was room for reconciliation. With a sincere expression, he addressed Kakashi, "Senior Kakashi, you are aware of the circumstances we faced at that time. We were surrounded by at least 40 to 50 individuals. Might I ask, is there any conceivable way to retreat unscathed with our mission objective under such conditions?" Kakashi, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head. "Given the situation then, even if I exerted every ounce of my strength, I could not guarantee a safe escape, let alone while escorting two individuals in a weakened state." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Qiushan replied, "You cannot, but I can." He then earnestly addressed Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi-senpai, I was left with no choice. My secret technique is deeply tied to the Uchiha clan. If the information regarding this technique were to be leaked, it would pose significant risks to our clan. Therefore, in order to utilize this secret technique to ensure your safe departure, I had no option but to incapacitate you." In truth, Uchiha Qiushan was merely deceiving Kakashi. Given his chakra reserves and mastery of various ninjutsu, even without employing his ocular techniques or Susanoo, he could have safely extricated himself along with the Uzumaki mother and daughter, as well as Kakashi, from the earlier predicament. However, such an uproar would have drawn undue attention and potentially exposed some inconsequential trump cards. Moreover, when simpler solutions exist, why resort to more convoluted methods? Taking advantage of the moment to knock Kakashi unconscious and simultaneously replicate his ocular technique, Kamui, was nothing short of a double victory. Kakashi, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's rationale, felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that the mission took precedence, yet being rendered unconscious this time left him quite uncomfortable. Uchiha Qiushan, having successfully persuaded Kakashi, realized that he ought to sweeten the deal a bit more. He continued, "Kakashi-senpai, while you were unconscious, I discovered some troubling matters concerning you. Would you care to hear about them?" Kakashi, being a perceptive individual, fell silent for a moment upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, and then, in a husky voice, inquired, "Is it related to my left eye, the Sharingan?" Uchiha Qiushan nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that Kakashi-senpai has also sensed it. During your period of unconsciousness, I took the liberty of inspecting your Sharingan. Please do not misunderstand. Since our Uchiha clan has bestowed this Sharingan upon you, we shall not act in contradiction to our word. My curiosity merely prompted a brief examination." Kakashi nodded in return, his spirit somewhat subdued. After all, This Sharingan was a gift from Uchiha Obito, a comrade who now lay eternally at the battlefield's mercy. Of course, this is merely Kakashi's perspective. Uchiha Qiushan observed that Kakashi remained silent and continued, "While examining your Sharingan, I discovered that even in your comatose state, the Sharingan remained activated. This phenomenon might be attributed to the absence of Uchiha blood within you, preventing the Sharingan from deactivating." Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily, then continued, "During my examination, I stumbled upon a revelation that astonished me. If this matter were to come to the attention of the other members of the Uchiha clan, I can only imagine the commotion it would incite." Chapter 78. Kakashi's Choice After Careful Consideration. Uchiha Qiushan resolved to reveal to Kakashi that the Sharingan he possessed was indeed a Mangeki Sharingan. He reasoned that even if he chose to remain silent, in a few years, as Kakashi became more adept at using this eye, he would inevitably uncover its secrets. Uchiha Qiushan was intrigued by the prospect of Kakashi discovering the truth ahead of time, as it would make the unfolding narrative all the more captivating. After all, the chaos he had already introduced into this world was substantial, and this revelation would not significantly alter the course of events. Moreover, he was curious to see if, by mastering the eye's technique, Kamui, Kakashi could potentially draw Uchiha Obito out from the shadows ahead of schedule. Uchiha Qiushan, upon contemplating this, found himself filled with anticipation for the forthcoming changes. Subsequently, with a serious expression, he addressed Kakashi. "Senior Kakashi, you must have sensed it as well. The Sharingan implanted within you, perhaps due to the absence of Uchiha blood within your veins, remains unable to deactivate. It incessantly drains your chakra, which indirectly results in the sluggish enhancement of your abilities, while also diminishing your chakra reserves. Consequently, when confronted with formidable adversaries, you may find yourself at a disadvantage." After Uchiha Qiushan spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Kakashi. "Should you persist in retaining this Sharingan, it will profoundly affect your future. The likelihood of you ascending to the ranks of a shadow-level ninja will diminish significantly, and even if you do attain that level, you shall find yourself at the very bottom." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Kakashi painfully closed his eyes. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the harsh reality was still difficult to accept. After all, becoming a formidable warrior is a universal aspiration within the ninja world. And now he faced a critical choice: to preserve the relic of Uchiha Obito or relinquish the Sharingan, to reclaim his mastery of the Hatake swordsmanship and embark anew on the path of strength. Kakashi remained silent for a considerable time, then raised his hand to cover his Sharingan. In a hoarse yet resolute voice, he declared, "I choose to keep the Sharingan that Obito left me. I refuse to believe that this eye alone can hinder my growth. Even if it means severing my path to becoming stronger, I shall have no regrets." Uchiha Qiushan was well aware that Kakashi would choose this path. With a satisfied nod and a voice laced with mirth, he remarked, "I knew you would opt for this route. In truth, it is not so absolute. This Sharingan is merely a stepping stone for your ascension, not an insurmountable obstacle. As long as you muster your spirits and abandon your despondency, you can indeed overcome it." Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan's expression grew grave. "Now, I shall reveal to you the greatest secret of this Sharingan. It is possible that through this revelation, you may discover a path that suits you and regain your strength anew." Upon witnessing the solemn expression on Kakashi's face, Uchiha Qiushan activated his Mangeki Sharingan. However, he merely opened it without directing its power towards Kakashi. The moment Kakashi observed Uchiha Qiushan unleashing his Mangeki Sharingan, a shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the earlier incident where he had fallen victim to a genjutsu from that very eye. Hastily, he turned his face away, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of tension as he brandished a kunai in a defensive stance. Uchiha Qiushan, observing Kakashi's significant reaction, let out a soft chuckle, his voice gentle as he reassured, "Kakashi-senpai, there is no need to be anxious. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Had I desired to do you harm, you would have long since lost the opportunity to stand here." Kakashi, fully aware that Uchiha Qiushan's words held truth, found it difficult to accept his own complete lack of resistance as Uchiha Qiushan effortlessly subdued him. With a determined gesture, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and then turned his gaze away, unable to meet Uchiha Qiushan's eyes, instead directing his focus downward to the ground beneath his feet. Once he had completed this action, Kakashi spoke, "Uchiha Qiushan, I recognize your status as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Although younger than I, you have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, placing you among the elite, even within Konoha. I am far from your match. However, I urge you not to activate your Mangeki Sharingan without cause, as such actions make it challenging for me to trust your intentions." Uchiha Qiushan observed Kakashi's evident trepidation towards his Mangeki Sharingan and chuckled lightly. "It seems that esteemed Kakashi harbors a considerable apprehension regarding my Mangeki Sharingan. I wonder how much knowledge you possess about the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan." Kakashi, still fixated on the ground at Uchiha Qiushan's feet, dared not meet his gaze. Aware that Uchiha Qiushan bore him no significant malice, he nevertheless remained vigilant. allowing himself a slight sigh of relief as he replied, "In truth, my understanding was rather limited before. I only knew that the Uchiha Sharingan progressed from 1 tomo to 3. However, ever since you unleashed Susanoo outside the village and effortlessly dispatched Danzo and his cohorts, I learned from Lord 3rd Hokage that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses an even higher form known as the Mangeki Sharingan. It appears, though, that awakening the Mangeki Sharingan is an arduous endeavor, as it has not manifested within the Uchiha clan for many years. The Susanoo you utilized that day is indeed a manifestation of the Mangeki Sharingan's power." Uchiha Qiushan nodded unconsciously upon hearing Kakashi's words. He had not anticipated that Kakashi possessed such a profound understanding of the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan was unaware, but Kakashi was well informed about these matters. All the information he possessed was derived from the records left by the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, for the 3rd Hokage. Since the 3rd Hokage entrusted Uchiha Qiushan to Kakashi, it was only natural that he would also share the pertinent intelligence with him. After Kakashi finished speaking, Uchiha Qiushan expressed his admiration, saying, "I never expected that you would possess a deeper understanding of the Sharingan than most members of our Uchiha clan. The Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Obito has certainly not been wasted in your hands." Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily before inquiring, "Do you understand why I inexplicably activated my Mangeki Sharingan in your presence?" Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, shook his head and replied, "I too am at a loss as to why you would unveil your Mangeki Sharingan. After all, as the ultimate bloodline limit of your Uchiha clan, utilizing it should demand a considerable amount of chakra. Since you harbor no ill intentions towards me and do not intend to make a move, I remain baffled by the situation." No matter how expansive Kakashi's imagination, he could not fathom that the Sharingan he possessed was not a mere ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, but rather a Mangeki Sharingan, an exceptionally precious treasure even within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 79. Kakashi's gratitude. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Kakashi's somewhat bewildered expression and chose not to conceal any longer. Instead, he spoke plainly and directly. "Kakashi-senpai, after my examination, I have discovered that your Sharingan is not an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, but rather a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, akin to my own. However, due to your lack of Uchiha blood and the insufficient synergy with this eye, its power and inherent ocular techniques remain unmanifested." Kakashi, somewhat perplexed, reached up to touch his Sharingan. He had never anticipated that the eye bestowed upon him by Uchiha Obito, which had accompanied him for many years, was indeed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He contemplated the possibility of doubting Uchiha Qiushan's words, questioning whether he had misjudged or was intentionally deceiving him. Yet, what motive could he possibly have? Furthermore, Uchiha Qiushan was a prodigy who had awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and now served as the vice-clan leader of the Uchiha clan. In terms of strength, authority, and future prospects, he was simply incomparable. Uchiha Qiushan discerned Kakashi's skepticism and confusion, and with a firm voice declared, "Kakashi, look at me. I shall now use my Mangeki Sharingan to guide your Sharingan. Once your eyes reveal their true nature, all will become clear to you." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Kakashi felt a fervent desire to uncover the truth and comprehend the situation at hand. With determination, he gritted his teeth, raised his head, and locked his gaze onto Uchiha Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan. When Uchiha Qiushan previously replicated Kakashi's Sharingan techniques, he had already activated his own Sharingan, causing it to evolve into the Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, this time, he was quite familiar with the process. Upon encountering Kakashi and his Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan activated his own Mangeki Sharingan to establish a connection with Kakashi's eye. This connection, however, was contingent upon Kakashi's consent. Had Kakashi declined, even Uchiha Qiushan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan would have been incapable of influencing Kakashi's eye. After Uchiha Qiushan established a connection with Kakashi's Sharingan through his ocular prowess, he quietly activated his own Mangeki Sharingan. Gradually, Kakashi's Sharingan began to rotate alongside his, the pace of the motion steadily increasing, faster and faster. As the speed of the rotation intensified, Kakashi distinctly sensed that his Sharingan, upon reaching a certain limit, effortlessly transcended it. Subsequently, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his eye, and the world perceived through his Sharingan transformed abruptly, akin to a nearsighted individual of 8 diopters suddenly donning the appropriate spectacles, revealing the essence of reality and enabling a vivid view of the distant and the near alike. Furthermore, Kakashi could acutely discern that at the moment his Sharingan breached its limits, an odd yet refreshing sensation informed him of a formidable presence residing deep within his eye, one that was neither a ninjutsu nor a secret technique. Suddenly, Kakashi recalled Uchiha Qiushan's earlier words, realizing that this was the unique ocular technique inherent to his Mangeki Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Qiushan swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of water between the two, tranquil and undisturbed, suitable for use as a mirror. Gazing upon the reflected image in the water wall, Kakashi noticed everything remained normal, save for the alteration in his Sharingan. What once displayed 3 tomo had transformed into a different pattern, resembling a triangular pinwheel, which not only appeared more aesthetically pleasing, but also exuded a captivating power. Upon witnessing Kakashi's discernment of his Sharingan, Uchiha Qiushan gradually ceased the rotation of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As the motion came to a halt, the connection to Kakashi's ocular prowess was severed. Subsequently, Kakashi distinctly sensed the diminishing speed of his own Mangeki Sharingan, the ocular techniques he could perceive becoming increasingly indistinct, until, at last, it regressed to its original form of the three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Qiushan casually waved his hand, dissipating the water wall that stood between the two. With a smile in his voice, he inquired, "Have you felt the might of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and its ocular techniques? Do you now believe what I have said?" Kakashi, sensing the remnants of his own Sharingan, experienced a bittersweet pang of nostalgia. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan had bestowed upon him an exhilarating sense of newfound power, and the ocular technique slumbering deep within it resonated with an overwhelming strength. Yet, as the Sharingan's potency waned, that invigorating sensation faded, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. However, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's question, Kakashi rallied his spirits and nodded affirmatively, signifying his complete belief in Uchiha Qiushan's words. Uchiha Qiushan, upon witnessing Kakashi's nod of acknowledgement, continued, "This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. After all, the Mangeki Sharingan is exceedingly rare even within our Uchiha clan. It is surprising that the Sharingan bestowed upon you by Uchiha Obito has evolved into a Mangeki Sharingan. I cannot pinpoint where the issue lies." His tone shifted to one of gravity as he cautioned Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, ordinarily, as the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha, I could not remain indifferent to the prospect of our clan's Mangeki Sharingan being leaked. However, given that our Uchiha clan is already preparing to relocate from Konohagakure, we are inundated with complications. Moreover, this Sharingan of yours was originally promised to you by the 3rd and 4th Hokage, and it would be inappropriate to go back on that commitment. Therefore, I shall treat this matter as if I am unaware. When you utilize it in the future, please ensure that it remains concealed as a Mangeki Sharingan. Otherwise, as the deputy clan leader, I would find myself in a precarious position, and I might be compelled to reclaim this Mangeki Sharingan." Kakashi was taken aback by Uchiha Qiushan's words, yet upon reflection, he realized the validity of his concerns. Originally, a mere ordinary three-tomo Sharingan had been reluctantly accepted by the Uchiha clan out of respect for the 3rd and 4th Hokage. However, should it be a precious Mangeki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly refuse to allow it to circulate beyond their grasp. Even the clan's elders would act with fervor, risking their lives to retrieve any such leaked Mangeki Sharingan. Comprehending the gravity of the situation, Kakashi felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Uchiha Qiushan. His appreciation stemmed not from a desire for the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, but from an attachment to the eye that Uchiha Obito had gifted him. Kakashi gazed earnestly at Uchiha Qiushan and spoke sincerely, "Uchiha Qiushan, thank you. Rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential." Chapter 80. Yuzuki Yuin is struck down. Uchiha Qiushan, observing Kakashi's perceptiveness, nodded in satisfaction. The reason he bequeathed this Mangeki Sharingan to Kakashi was to ascertain whether, with several years' foresight into the ocular technique of Kamui, Kakashi could unveil the enigmatic presence of Uchiha Obito lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, given his current inability to locate Obito, he contemplated allowing Kakashi to wield Kamui during idle moments, while he himself would toss in a few ninjutsu for amusement. Although the likelihood of inadvertently striking Obito was slim, it bore a whimsical thrill akin to the excitement of opening a mystery box. Uchiha Qiushan ultimately imparted to Kakashi, "This Sharingan of yours, I have guided you to experience its utilization, enabling it to evolve into the Mangeki Sharingan. You must retain the essence of that sensation and strive towards that direction. When you can unlock it through your own endeavors, you will witness a significant enhancement in both your perceptual acuity and Jinjutsu capabilities. Furthermore, if you have been attentive to the nuances, you should have discerned that within this Mangeki Sharingan lies a unique power, one that is neither ninjutsu nor a secret technique. It is the distinctive ocular jutsu that belongs solely to our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Qiushan paused for a moment, observing Kakashi's nod of acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He then continued, "This ocular technique is a distinctive power of our Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan. This technique varies from person to person. Each individual's experience is unique. Once you are able to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan, you will have the opportunity to deeply perceive its essence, and it will reveal its purpose to you." Uchiha Qiushan shared a few precautions with Kakashi, for he, as a bearer of the Uchiha clan's legacy, possessed knowledge far surpassing that of Kakashi, who was merely a novice with the Sharingan. Having rendered Kakashi unconscious and acquired the ocular technique Kamui, his gains were substantial, serving as a fitting return gift to Kakashi. After a brief exchange, Uchiha Qiushan chose to conclude the topic, mindful that his current objective, the mother-daughter duo of Uzumaki Karen and her mother, was under the watchful eye of Yuzuki Yugao. Although he held a degree of trust in Yuzuki Yugao, he remained wary of unforeseen events that could render his efforts futile. Karen later made her appearance at one of Orochimaru's bases, indicating that Orochimaru harbored some interest in the bloodline traits of the Uzumaki clan. However, that interest was unlikely to manifest just yet, as Karen encountered Uchiha Sasuke during her participation in the Chunin exams, dispatched by the Hidden Grass Village. This suggests that Orochimaru had yet to cross paths with Karen before Sasuke's graduation, alleviating concerns of an unexpected encounter with him. Upon the return of Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi, they were greeted by a serene scene. Uzumaki Karen and her mother were quietly resting, while Yuzuki Yugao vigilantly guarded their side. In truth, given the Uzumaki clan's constitution, Karen should have awakened from the Genjutsu's hypnosis long ago. However, it appeared that her body was in dire need of rest, leading her to remain in a deep slumber to recuperate from her physical ailments. Uchiha Qiushan approached Yuzuki Yueying, observing the subtle fatigue etched upon her delicate features. His expression softened, radiating warmth as he spoke gently. Yueying, you have worked hard. Here, with Kakashi and me watching over, do take a moment to rest. After all, Yuzuki Yueying was merely a newcomer to the Yumbu, despite her commendable swordsmanship and formidable prowess. She could not quite compare to an exceptional talent like Uchiha Qiushan. Furthermore, after carrying the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki family for several hours, exhaustion had taken its toll on her. Kakashi, their captain, had not yet awakened, and even upon regaining consciousness, he had promptly ventured out with Uchiha Qiushan, leaving Yueying to steadfastly guard the Uzumaki women. Upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan's kind invitation to rest, and with Kakashi nodding in agreement, Yueying felt no hesitation. She found a spot beside Uchiha Qiushan and quietly settled down to rest. Although she had spent more time under Kakashi's tutelage, she sensed an undeniable comfort in Uchiha Qiushan's presence that compelled her towards him. In this world of ninjas, individuals, whether shinobi or ordinary citizens, navigated lives fraught with uncertainty, leading both men and women to embrace their feelings with audacity. Uchiha Qiushan, with his striking visage, gentle demeanor, formidable strength, noble lineage, and prominent standing, was particularly captivating, especially as he remained unattached. Yueying could not suppress her growing affection, subtly hinting at her feelings towards him, despite not vocalizing them directly. Uchiha Qiushan's expression towards Yuzuki Yukaina was a gentle response, allowing her to rest peacefully. After all, Yuzuki Yukaina is a strikingly beautiful woman, and Uchiha Qiushan was more than willing to accept her gracious overtures. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed Yuzuki Yukaina's demeanor with a sense of helplessness. His feelings were not directed towards her, but rather he was taken aback and somewhat resigned by her bold display of affection. As a single man, Kakashi found himself overwhelmed by the abundance of romantic gestures surrounding him, especially as he anticipated many more years of solitude. As time passed, the events of the evening had drained both Kakashi and Uchiha Qiushan of any inclination to engage in conversation. Both being formidable ninjas, the task of keeping watch was rather effortless for them, especially considering Uchiha Qiushan's formidable mental prowess, which was akin to that of a sensory ninja. Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi kept their vigil for only a few hours before the dawn broke, illuminating the sky. As the dawn broke, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from adding more wood to the campfire, instead choosing to gaze into the distance, watching the sun slowly ascend from the horizon. In this world, only the sun remained unchanged. Even the moon had transformed. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan found solace in watching the sunrise, for it was in these moments that he could grasp the feeling of his previous existence. Amidst the ethereal mist and the gentle rise of the sun, Azuki Shien awoke. Still enveloped in the remnants of slumber, she beheld the flawless profile of Uchiha Qiushan, bathed in the golden light of dawn. His features appeared as if adorned with a luminous halo, complemented by his chiseled and striking contours. To Uzuki Shien, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. The sunlight danced in his eyes, shimmering with an enchanting brilliance that seemed to reflect into Uzuki Shien's very soul, leaving her utterly captivated. Unprepared for such a stunning revelation upon her awakening, Uzuki Shien covered her flushed cheeks and murmured, "Oh my, is there still hope for me? Who could possibly come to my rescue?" Chapter 81, Uzuki Shien and the Moonlight Gale. The perceptiveness of Uchiha Qiushan remained acute. Although the murmurs of Yuzuki Yukaina were barely audible, they still reached Uchiha Qiushan's attentive ears. Uchiha Qiushan turned his head, addressing the recently awakened Yuzuki Yuen with a gentle tone. "Awake now? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Upon noticing Uchiha Qiushan's gaze upon her, Yuzuki Yuen was uncertain whether he had heard her previous words. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, his face flushed and stammering. He managed to utter, "Qiushan, I have rested well." After uttering this sentence, he appeared as if he might sink his head into the floor in embarrassment. Uchiha Qiushan smiled and nodded, intending to speak, but suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his attention towards Vortex Xiangling and her daughter. At that moment, Vortex Xiangling, who had been asleep, awoke. Despite her frail appearance after a night of rest, she exhibited a slight improvement, with a hint of color returning to her cheeks. Observing Uchiha Qiushan's diverted gaze, Yuzuki Shien quietly exhaled in relief. The previous moment had been exceedingly awkward, as she had been caught daydreaming about him. She longed to flee back to her home in Konoha, shut the door, and never emerge again. Vortex, Xiangling yawned contentedly, recalling the anxiety she had endured while in the land of grass, where she was frequently summoned at night to assist injured individuals with chakra extraction. This relentless strain had left her perpetually fatigued and depleted of chakra, making this moment of uninterrupted relaxation a rare blessing. The inhabitants of the land of grass had exploited her abilities, and without such exploitation, it would have been improbable for the Vortex clan, known for their robust vitality, to be so thoroughly drained. Ultimately, Vortex Xiangling was merely a young mother in her 20s, endowed with a strong recuperative capacity. A simple, restful slumber had already begun to restore her vigor. Upon awakening, she found her daughter, Xianglin, sleeping peacefully beside her, which brought her great solace. She understood Uchiha Qiushan's use of Jinjutsu to incapacitate her the previous night. Given her weakened state, she felt like a burden. Whether he had rendered her unconscious or not was inconsequential, as she had grown accustomed to such occurrences during her time in the land of grass. As long as it ensured a bright future for her daughter, she remained indifferent to it all. Vortex Xiangling surveyed her surroundings before gently cradling her daughter Xianglin in her arms and approaching Uchiha Qiushan. As Uchiha Qiushan observed Uzumaki Kirin approaching him, he courteously stepped forward to greet her. Meanwhile, Kakashi, noticing the interaction, also moved closer. Upon reaching Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi, Uzumaki Kirin bowed deeply before speaking. "Thank you, esteemed ninjas of Konohagakure, for rescuing my daughter and me from the clutches of Kusugakure. Otherwise, we would surely have met our demise there." Ever since Uchiha Qiushan had subdued Kakashi with a mere glance, Kakashi had instinctively regarded him as the leader, recognizing that Uchiha Qiushan was destined to become the captain of the Umbu. Thus, when Uzumaki Kirin expressed her gratitude, Kakashi wisely refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to defer to Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan observed Uzumaki Xiangling bowing in gratitude, yet he merely offered a gentle support and said, "As long as you and your daughter are safe, there is no need for formalities. Rescuing you both from the village hidden in the grass was our duty. Now that you are safe, we will ensure your safe passage to Konohagakure. Your primary task at this moment is to restore your health. Xiangling is still young and needs you to guide her to adulthood. Rest assured, the village will not impose any burdens upon you. You may live your lives in peace and stability." Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Uzumaki Xiangling was moved to tears. After all, only those who have endured hardship truly comprehend the value of a tranquil existence. Since Uchiha Qiushan and his companions had successfully extricated Uzumaki Xiangling and her daughter from the village hidden in the grass, they were in no rush on their return journey. Given the presence of the two vulnerable individuals in their party, swift travel was not suitable. Moreover, after a night of journeying, Uchiha Qiushan and his companions had reached the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Even if the grass village sought to pursue them, none would dare to cross the border into the land of fire to intercept them. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan and his group ambled along the path, taking their time without haste. Meanwhile, the bond between Uchiha Qiushan and Yuzuki Yuin deepened rapidly during these days. Both were affectionate, sharing activities and guarding the night together. Although their intimate interactions were limited due to the presence of others, they exchanged glances and cared for one another frequently. During this period, Uchiha Qiushan inquired about Tsukikid Shifeng, discovering that both he and Yuzuki Yuin had been trained by the same mentor and were adept in the leaf swordsmanship, the dance of the crescent moon. They had both joined the Umbu due to their exceptional skills. However, they currently maintained a simple senior-junior relationship, as Yuzuki Yuin had just recently entered the Umbu, leaving no time for sparks to ignite between them before Uchiha Qiushan intervened. Uchiha Qiushan was delighted to learn about the relationship between Yuzuki Yuin and Tsukikid Shippu. After all, he was not a villain and had no inclination to pursue a married woman, nor did he wish to be an unwelcome third party. Given that Yuzuki Yuin was not currently in a romantic relationship, it was all the more fortuitous. As they made their way back, Uchiha Qiushan requested Yuzuki Yuin to demonstrate her expertise in the Konoha-style swordsmanship, the dance of the crescent moon. The performance of the dance of the crescent moon was a visual delight, captivating Uchiha Qiushan as he activated his Manjikyu Sharingan to replicate the technique. For it is said that an abundance of skills is never burdensome. Uchiha Qiushan did not conceal his intentions. He replicated openly and without hesitation. As they journeyed back, the two engaged in a sparring session. It remains uncertain whether their swordsmanship skills have improved, yet their bond has undeniably deepened. Uchiha Qiushan harbors a premonition that upon their return and the completion of their mission, something eagerly anticipated will transpire. After all, ever since Sister Mikoto's pregnancy, Uchiha Qiushan has not indulged in meat for quite some time. Although Uchiha Qiushan and Yuzuki Yuin did not hasten their journey, they felt as though time was slipping away swiftly. On their return, Yuzuki Yuin imparted her swordsmanship to Uchiha Qiushan, while he reciprocated by teaching her illusions. Engaging in this exchange, they unknowingly approached the entrance of Konohagakure. Meanwhile, the mother-daughter duo, Uzumaki Karen and her child, gradually regained their strength during this leisurely journey, enabling them to partake in the mundane tasks of ordinary life. Chapter 82. The Uzumaki mother and daughter with Naruto before long. Uchiha Qiushan and his companions passed through the gates and arrived at the Hokage building, where they were greeted by the third Hokage. The third Hokage welcomed Uzumaki Karen and her daughter with a warm smile, reassuring them and subsequently arranging for professionals to escort them to a suitable place for settling down. He then commended Uchiha Qiushan and his companions, inquiring about the general circumstances of their journey. Uchiha Qiushan and Kakashi responded in turn, eliciting frequent nods of approval from the third Hokage. In the end, the third Hokage instructed Kakashi and Qiushan to return home and rest, leaving only Uchiha Qiushan behind. Uchiha Qiushan surmised the reason for this and discreetly signaled a reassuring glance at the concerned Qiushan, indicating that he would be fine and urging her to depart first. Although Qiushan felt a tinge of apprehension, she complied obediently and exited the room. Once Kakashi and Qiushan had left, the third Hokage dismissed the guard stationed in the shadows, took a puff from his pipe, and then spoke. Qiushan, how should we arrange for Uzumaki Karen and her daughter? Uchiha Qiushan pondered for a moment and said, let us proceed with the standard arrangement, nothing too extraordinary. When I promised the mother and daughter during their arrival, I assured them that I would not compel them to become ninjas, but rather respect their wishes. Additionally, it would be prudent to place them in close proximity to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Karen is, after all, Naruto's aunt. Given that Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage, Konoha has been rather remiss in its treatment of him. By positioning Uzumaki Karen beside him, we can provide him with some measure of care. Furthermore, even upon learning that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, Karen would not harbor any prejudice against him. This arrangement would also serve to honor the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, the third Hokage opened his mouth, contemplating a response. After all, he had subjected Naruto to such hardship, fostering an atmosphere of exclusion among the populace. This, he believed, would allow him to secure a significant position within Naruto's world, ensuring that even as Naruto grew stronger, he would remain compliant to the third Hokage's directives. However, if Uzumaki Karen were to be placed by Naruto's side, coupled with their shared heritage as members of the Uzumaki clan, and considering the bond between Uzumaki Karen and Kushina, it was inevitable that she would treat Naruto as her own son. Such a development would swiftly elevate Karen's status in Naruto's heart, undermining the third Hokage's future plans. Yet, the third Hokage found himself at a loss for words, ultimately refraining from voicing his objections. His very life hung by a thread, dependent on Uchiha Qiushan's whims. To articulate his dissenting reasons and reveal his selfish machinations would only expose the ugliness of his heart before Uchiha Qiushan, providing him with further justification for his own demise. Thus, the third Hokage could only grumble in acknowledgement, conveying his understanding. Uchiha Qiushan cast a glance at the third Hokage, fully aware of his scheming ways, yet choosing to remain silent about it. When it comes to Naruto Uzumaki, he genuinely empathized with the hardships he endured. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto not only lacked any semblance of special treatment, but was also ensnared by the machinations of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, effectively growing up steeped in suffering. Now, consider the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru. The disparity is stark. He enjoys privilege and acceptance from the entire village simply because of his lineage, and even before he commenced his education, he was provided with a distinguished jonin as his private tutor. In contrast, Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, faced a precarious existence, subsisting on expired food while being subjected to the disdain and even cruelty of those around him. It is a testament to Naruto's resilience that he did not succumb to darkness. Had another taken his place, they might have succumbed to despair, transforming into the Nine Tails and laying waste to the very village that shunned them. Uchiha Qiushan does not actually oppose privilege, for wherever there are people, privilege inevitably exists. At present, whether within the Uchiha clan or in the village of Konoha, he can be regarded as a person of privilege. Uchiha Qiushan harbored resentment towards the fact that on one hand, he had meticulously arranged various privileges and educational opportunities for his own grandson, while on the other hand, he was transforming the son of a hero into a mere tool for his purposes. This disparity was what truly disheartened Uchiha Qiushan. Consequently, he decided to position Uzumaki Karen and her daughter near Uzumaki Naruto, which could be seen as a form of recompense for Naruto. Furthermore, he was curious to observe whether Naruto, having grown up alongside his childhood companion Karen, would still cling to his infatuation with the so-called Sakura. After Uchiha Qiushan had settled Karen and her daughter with Naruto, he felt a surge of agitation and, in a rather irritable tone, inquired of the third Hokage if there were any more matters at hand. If not, he intended to take his leave. Upon hearing that Uchiha Qiushan wished to depart, the third Hokage quickly responded, Qiushan-kun, I have replicated the materials you requested, and they are ready, safely stored in the secret chamber. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve them immediately. Without waiting for Uchiha Kaizen's reaction, the third Hokage set aside his pipe and rose to fetch the documents from the chamber behind him. Uchiha Qiushan observed as the third Hokage traversed back and forth 5 times, finally bringing forth over a dozen scrolls, each comparable in size to the Book of Seals, filling the desk of the Hokage's office to the brim. Once the third Hokage had relocated all the materials, he began to elucidate to Uchiha Qiushan. This time, I have managed to duplicate all the documents from our village, encompassing every aspect, including the entirety of our ninjutsu, secret techniques, and medicinal formulas. It details the various bloodline limits, the specialized ninjutsu and secret arts of each clan, as well as barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu, sensory ninjutsu, and the wood release techniques bequeathed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Furthermore, it also comprises collected intelligence regarding the ninja world, confidential matters, and an overview of the strengths and specialties of various factions. Uchiha Qiushan was greatly pleased to see the extensive collection of information gathered by the third Hokage. This time, the third Hokage had compiled a comprehensive dossier, encompassing the legacy of the Senju clan, the history of Konohagakure, and the accumulated knowledge of various clans within the village, providing Uchiha Qiushan with a complete copy of these invaluable resources. With this document in hand, Uchiha Qiushan could restore the entirety of Konoha village, even if it were to face utter annihilation. The scrolls he possessed were sealing scrolls, containing far more information than he had visibly encountered, thus it was impossible for him to confine them all within a single scroll for transport. With no one else around, only the third Hokage, who was under the influence of his own Kotoamatsukami and incapable of divulging secrets, Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan and employed the ocular technique, Kotoamatsukami, to transfer all the documents from the desk of the third Hokage to a prearranged room in a villa on the island of Takamagara. The third Hokage, a seasoned strategist, immediately recognized the spatial-time ninjutsu employed by Uchiha Qiushan as he discreetly relocated the scrolls. Despite his vast experience and composed demeanor, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Hiss, spatial-time ninjutsu. It was well understood that while the third Hokage might not rank among the most powerful in the ninja world, his insight and discernment were unparalleled. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Qiushan possessed not only the capacity for top-tier genjutsu to silently control them, but also mastery over spatial-time ninjutsu. In the ninja realm, expertise in spatial-time ninjutsu was a mark of distinction, regardless of one's combat prowess. Mastery of such techniques would elevate one's capabilities by at least 2 tiers. Even a ninja lacking in fighting skills would find their ability to escape and survive transformed into one of the most formidable in the realm. An example of this would be the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. Had it not been for his commitment to his wife and duties as Hokage, he might have evaded death rather than succumbing to the forbidden technique, Reaper Death Seal. As the third Hokage pondered these thoughts, Uchiha Qiushan had already cleared the desk of all scrolls. He glanced at the still-stunned third Hokage and cautioned, "Keep this matter of my spatial-time ninjutsu to yourself, not a word to anyone." The third Hokage, upon hearing Qiushan's words, regarded him with a profound gaze and nodded in agreement. He had not anticipated the depth of Uchiha Qiushan's concealment, realizing that both he and Danzo Shimura had underestimated him. Uchiha Qiushan stretched languidly, yearning to return home for a well-deserved rest, and perhaps pay a visit to Mikoto, as it had been quite some time since he last saw her. The third Hokage, noticing Qiushan's intention to depart, succinctly conveyed, "Qiushan-kun, the information regarding Shimura Danzo has also been prepared. Would you prefer to fetch it yourself, or shall I have him send the documents directly to you?" Uchiha Qiushan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Danzo's side had also made preparations. It is worth noting that he possesses a wealth of experimental data, which is not easily organized. It seems he has had a habit of organizing information beforehand. Otherwise, sorting through experimental data would be quite a cumbersome task. Uchiha Qiushan remarked, "Let him deliver the documents to you. I shall refrain from venturing into that shadowy place. If I encounter something that disturbs me, I fear I may lose control and eliminate him on the spot." The third Hokage nodded in understanding, as he too harbored a distaste for visiting the root base. Each visit evoked memories of his former apprentice, Orochimaru, causing him a twinge of heartache. The third Hokage continued, "Moreover, Danzo has issued a return order to Yakushi Nanio, who is currently on an external mission. He is expected to return in approximately 2 weeks. As for the subsequent developments regarding the Hidden Cloud Village's secret technique, lightning armor, there remains no progress." Uchiha Qiushan nodded, instructing, "When Yakushi Nanoyu returns, have her detach from the root and report directly to me. All her files must be obliterated. As for the subsequent developments regarding the lightning release armor, there is no need for haste. Prioritize personal safety. I am not in immediate need of it." The second phase of the lightning release armor serves merely as an embellishment for Uchiha Qiushan, offering little enhancement to his prowess. Furthermore, Uchiha Qiushan anticipated that once he replicates the physical constitution and bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, specifically those of Uzumaki Kyuka and her daughter, as well as Naruto Uzumaki, he would enhance his own physique. At that juncture, he could approach the Raikage to replicate his perfected lightning release armor. Admittedly, it may entail some hardships. However, by then, his body would have already acquired the Uzumaki clan's constitution and a fragmented sage body, likely rendering him sufficiently resilient to endure the perfected version of the lightning release armor. The third Hokage, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, also nodded in agreement. Since Uchiha Qiushan was not in a rush, it was unnecessary to place the infiltrating spies in Kumogakure at risk. A successful spy holds significant value. As Uchiha Qiushan exited the Hokage building, twilight had already begun to settle. He had no choice but to await the information regarding Shimura Danzo and to discuss with the third Hokage the rationale and method for allocating resources to the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha, being such a large family, required vast resources for their daily sustenance. Although the Uchiha clan possessed their own reserves, Uchiha Qiushan would be delighted to acquire resources from Konohagakure without cost. Moreover, with Uchiha Qiushan's vision for the Uchiha clan, the paramount concern now was self-development, encouraging clan members to procreate and strengthen their lineage. Even the vice-clan leader, Uchiha Qiushan, set an example by enlisting the help of Sister Mikoto. As for the mundane matters of earning a livelihood, he would allow Konohagakure to provide for them. Once the Fourth Great Ninja War concluded, it would be the Uchiha clan's time to emerge and dominate. Thus, by the time Uchiha Qiushan completed these matters, evening had deepened. Just as he exited the Hokage building and began his journey toward the Uchiha compound, he traversed a street and suddenly sensed something unusual. Upon gazing toward the end of the street, he discovered Yuzuki Yuin standing there, not having returned to rest, but instead waiting for him with an enchanting poise. The gentle evening breeze tousled her hair, magnificently accentuating the beauty of the young girl. Uchiha Qiushan spotted Yuzuki Yuka waiting for him with a charming demeanor. A gentle smile graced his lips as he approached her, extending his hand towards her. Upon noticing his gesture, Yuzuki Yuka felt a slight blush tint her cheeks. Yet she too reached out, placing her hand delicately within the warmth of Uchiha Qiushan's palm. Uchiha Qiushan held the hand of Yuzuki Yuin, continuing onward towards the territory of the Uchiha clan. As they walked, Uchiha Qiushan inquired, "Why have you not returned to rest? Are you not weary from waiting for me?" At that moment, a faint blush graced Yuzuki Yuin's ears. In a soft yet resolute voice, she replied, "I was somewhat concerned for you. Both Kakashi-senpai and I ventured out, leaving you behind, and I felt uneasy. After all, not long ago, the Uchiha clan encountered a conflict with Shimura Danzo. I am uncertain of the third Hokage's stance, which makes me worry that he may cause you trouble. Being but a small voice, I had no other recourse but to wait here for you. I was even contemplating that if you did not emerge by nightfall, I would rush to the Uchiha clan to inform them. At the very least ensuring your kin were aware that you had been retained by the third Hokage." Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Yuin, Uchiha Qiushan felt as though the most tender part of his heart had been fiercely struck. He gazed at the blushing girl, her head bowed, with eyes filled with warmth. Chapter 84. Yuin enters the Wolf's Den. Chapter 84. Yuin enters the Wolf's Den. Uchiha Qiushan gently gazed down at the Navi girl. Yuzuki Yuka, as a distinguished elite ninja capable of joining the Umbu, she was far from the ordinary children who merely lingered in the ninja academy. Having gained entry to the Umbu undoubtedly meant she had undergone extensive training, mastering the confidentiality protocols to an exceptional degree. There was no way Yuzuki Yuka could be unaware of the dire consequences that would ensue from her actions. The Umbu, being directly affiliated with the third Hokage, held loyalty to him as their utmost priority. Should Yuzuki Yuka choose to betray Uchiha Qiushan by reporting to the Uchiha clan, the repercussions could be severe. If exposed, the lightest punishment would be expulsion from the Umbu. With such a tarnished history, her path as a ninja would be irrevocably severed, relegating her to a life as an ordinary civilian, potentially under constant surveillance. The gravest of penalties would involve the stripping away of both ninja and civilian status, resulting in imprisonment for no less than a decade. Upon release, she would be banished from Konohagakure, forbidden to reside or linger within its borders. One must not be deceived by the lightheartedness and humor portrayed in the Naruto anime. The reality is that Konohagakure is the largest ninja village in the world and operates under a highly militarized regime, leaving no room for betrayal. Given that Yuzuki Yuka had resolved to betray the Uchiha clan, it was evident that she had steeled herself to face the consequences. Deceiving Uchiha Qiushan was an impossibility, for ever since he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, his mental acuity had surged, granting him heightened awareness akin to that of a sensory ninja. He could effortlessly discern even the most juvenile attempts at deception. Unless Yuzuki Yuka possessed the cunning of seasoned schemers like Orochimaru or the third Hokage at such a tender age, an ability that even Jiraiya and Tsunade lacked, her intentions were transparent. Uchiha Qiushan restrained the urge to affectionately ruffle Yuzuki Yuin's hair, instead gripping her hand firmly. Yuzuki Yuin sensed the emotional turmoil emanating from Uchiha Qiushan through their clasped hands. She lifted her head, which had been bowed like a timid quail, and gazed up at him, comprehending the unspoken words reflected in his eyes. In return, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Yuzuki Yuin's delicate face, reminiscent of blossoming peaches, illuminating her sunlit smile. A gentle breeze played with her hair, and in that moment, it felt as if all this beauty had seeped into Uchiha Qiushan's very heart. Uchiha Qiushan paused for a moment, uttering no further words. He simply tightened his grip on Yuzuki Yuin's hand, guiding her forward. You must be hungry as well. Given your arduous efforts, allow me to treat you to barbecue this evening. Rest assured, you may indulge to your heart's content. Yuzuki Yuin felt the warmth of Uchiha Qiushan's firm grasp, and a radiant smile illuminated her face once more as she nodded vigorously. Yes, rest assured. I have quite the appetite. Uchiha Qiushan indulged in a sumptuous feast at the renowned barbecue restaurant in Konoha, accompanied by Yuzuki Yuin. Ever since he mastered the lightning release armor, his appetite had expanded considerably. Likewise, Yuzuki Yuin, devoted to the art of swordsmanship, embraced the philosophy that swordplay and physical training are intertwined, making her quite the hearty eater as well. The duo consumed a staggering 10 portions of grilled meat, with Uchiha Qiushan devouring 6 portions and Yuzuki Yuin 4. Their remarkable consumption drew the attention of the restaurant staff, who speculated whether they were members of the Akimichi clan. After finishing their barbecue, Uchiha Qiushan and Yuzuki Yukino, both recently returned from a mission, found themselves devoid of any desire to stroll through the streets. Hand in hand, they wandered for a while. When Uchiha Qiushan cautiously began to lead Yuzuki Yukino towards the Uchiha clan's territory, sensing his intent, Yuzuki Yukino cast a swift glance at him, feigning ignorance, and followed the direction he was guiding her, though an unbidden blush crept onto her cheeks. Uchiha Qiushan found himself accompanied by the enchanting Uzuki Shien, who, despite her calm demeanor, was inwardly elated. He led her into the Uchiha clan's territory, arriving at his residence. As the evening had not yet descended, the clan grounds, while not bustling, were filled with numerous Uchiha members engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the young vice-clan leader returning with a girl for the first time, their chatter ceased, and curious gazes turned towards Uzuki Shien. The older members regarded them with understanding and intrigue, recognizing that their youthful vice leader had reached the age for courtship. In stark contrast, the younger Uchiha maidens cast fiery glances at Uzuki Shien, as if she had committed an egregious transgression. It is noteworthy that Uchiha Qiushan was renowned as the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan, having eclipsed even Uchiha Shirsue's reputation. His striking appearance further distinguished him amidst the clan's handsome members, rendering him a paragon in the eyes of many Uchiha girls. Prior to acquiring the system, Uchiha Qiushan had maintained a deliberate distance from them, anticipating a need for retreat, which prevented him from forming any close bonds. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's domain, Uzuki Shien became acutely aware of Qiushan's popularity. As they walked, she felt a palpable anxiety, fearing that one of the girls might confront her out of jealousy. However, her apprehension was misplaced. Uchiha Qiushan, now not only the clan's premier expert, but also its vice leader, wielded authority and influence second only to the clan head and the elder. In this hierarchical era, even if the Uchiha girls harbored resentment, they would refrain from openly confronting Uzuki Shien. Furthermore, many of the clan's elites had been dispatched to the land of whirlpools, leaving behind only those of lesser strength, who lacked the confidence to challenge the already formidable Uzuki Shien. Upon entering Qiushan's home, the tension that had gripped Uzuki Shien began to dissipate. With an exaggerated gesture, she patted her chest, causing ripples of relief, and exclaimed, "I was so nervous. I had no idea you were so popular within your clan. You should have seen the way those Uchiha girls looked at me, as if they wished to devour me whole." Uchiha Qiushan casually closed the door, smiling as he watched Yuzuki Yuin speaking. As time passed, her voice grew fainter and fainter, and it became evident that Yuzuki Yuin realized she had merely escaped one perilous situation only to stumble into another. With the closing of the door by Uchiha Qiushan, the threats from the outside girl no longer loomed over her. Now, the most significant danger lay with Uchiha Qiushan himself. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly charged with tension. Yuzuki Yuin's heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. Bowing her head, she could sense a figure drawing ever closer, closer. Chapter 85. Morning. As Uchiha Qiushan approached, Yuzuki Yuin felt an instinctive urge to retreat. Yet it seemed her body had lost all strength, leaving her to wait in place. As the sound of Uchiha Qiushan's hurried breaths drew nearer, she lifted her head and closed her eyes, as if to welcome his presence. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Yuzuki Yuka with admiration, while Yuzuki Yuka shyly closed her eyes. Uchiha Qiushan restrained his impulses, his voice slightly hoarse as he inquired, "Yuin?" Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, Yuin Mitsuki did not open her eyes, which had long since closed, but merely nodded slightly, emitting a faint sound from her lips. Although Mitsuki Yuin was merely a novice, she possessed an audacious spirit, unafraid of the formidable adversary that was Uchiha Qiushan. Instead, she began to engage in a reckless provocation, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the midst of that interminable night, Mitsuki Yuin fully embraced the journey of life, grasping its profound truths. However, being inexperienced, she found herself rather flustered in her responses. In contrast, Uchiha Qiushan had undergone extensive training with Sister Meichin, surpassing her capabilities to such an extent that she was left in disarray. Let alone someone as inexperienced as Mitsuki Yuin, who inevitably succumbed to his prowess without resistance. The following morning, as the sun's rays streamed through the window, Uchiha Qiushan awoke with vigor. He glanced at the sun before turning his gaze to the still soundly sleeping Mitsuki Yuin. Noticing that it was still early, Uchiha Qiushan reached out his hand. Mitsuki Yuin, sensing some movement in her drowsy state, hastily opened her eyes and, upon seeing Uchiha Qiushan, froze momentarily. The memories of the previous night flooded back into her mind. Her face flushed crimson, and she instinctively buried herself under the covers. Feeling utterly embarrassed at the thought of facing anyone, Uchiha Qiushan observed as Ujetsu Shien awakened, finding amusement in her attempt to conceal herself beneath the covers. Akin to an ostrich, can you truly remain hidden under the blanket for an entire day? Uchiha Qiushan gently coaxed Yuzuki Yuin from under the covers, cradling her in his arms to offer comfort. As he consoled her, his hands were not idle, soothing Yuzuki Yuin into a state of drowsiness. Little did she realize that she had suffered 3 consecutive defeats the previous night, only to be compelled to engage in battle again that morning. She had hoped to reclaim a victory, but Uchiha Qiushan, bolstered by the morning's energy, led her to yet another 2 defeats. After a night of rest, she should have felt invigorated. Instead, she found herself utterly exhausted, languishing on the bed, and succumbed to a deep slumber once more. After completing his morning exercise, Uchiha Qiushan felt rejuvenated, his entire being brimming with vitality. Were it not for the sight of Yuzuki Yuki clearly struggling, he would have eagerly engaged her for another 2 rounds. Uchiha Qiushan first went to purchase breakfast, placing it at the bedside of Iace Yuzuki. He then set up a protective barrier within the house to safeguard the slumbering Yuzuki, before stepping outside to check on how Mikoto was faring. Uchiha Qiushan had originally intended to visit last night, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he was delayed. Thus, early this morning, he could no longer contain his eagerness. After making arrangements with Yuzuki Yukino, he arrived at Mikoto's residence. As fortune would have it, breakfast was being served at Mikoto's home. Uchiha Qiushan did not stand on ceremony. He greeted Mikoto and affectionately ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair. He then nodded toward the 2 young maidens, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Hina, who were standing nearby, before comfortably seating himself to partake in the meal. The 2 maidens were unfazed by his presence, for Uchiha Qiushan, as the vice-clan leader and Sasuke's mentor, held a position akin to that of a half-master of the household. After he settled down, they busily began to serve him soup and dishes, attending to his breakfast with great diligence. Upon the arrival of Uchiha Qiushan, the smile on Uchiha Mikoto's face remained ever present. Aware of Uchiha Qiushan's hearty appetite, she directed Uchiha Izumi to prepare additional fried eggs and sausages. Having already finished her meal, she joyfully observed Uchiha Qiushan as he devoured his food with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke discreetly watched Uchiha Qiushan, fully aware that the individual before him was his mentor. He recognized that this person, apart from his parents and elder brother, was the one closest to him in this world, who would also guide him in his training, inspiring him to strive to become as formidable as he. Sasuke Uchiha does not reject the closeness offered by Uchiha Kiyama, although their interactions are limited. Many of his companions envy him for having such a distinguished master from the Uchiha clan, the foremost expert among them, though he may not vocalize it. He secretly revels in this admiration, deriving immense satisfaction from his vanity. Thus, Sasuke harbors a genuine willingness to draw near to this man who brings him such honor. While enjoying his breakfast, Uchiha Qiushan engaged in conversation with Mikoto, subtly reminding her to take care of her health, ensuring both her and the baby's well-being, and to maintain a balanced routine of early rising and proper exercise. Uchiha Mikoto appreciated Qiushan's concern, feeling invigorated and spirited, which led her to indulge more at breakfast. Chapter 86. Investigating Your Ancestry Through 6 Generations. After enjoying a delightful breakfast prepared by Mikoto, Uchiha Kiyama chose not to linger any longer. As there were 2 young maidens nearby acting as unwelcome distractions, it would not be appropriate for him to display excessive familiarity with Mikoto in their presence. Uchiha Qiushan merely jested with Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Hina, before offering a few words of guidance regarding Uchiha Sasuke's studies. After exchanging pleasantries with Sister Mikoto, he leisurely strolled out the door. His visit for breakfast was incidental. The primary purpose of Uchiha Qiushan's trip to Sister Mikoto's home was to check on her well-being. Having seen her in good spirits, he felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to return home to see Yuzuki Yueing, He was unexpectedly approached by a representative of the elder, who requested his presence at the elder's residence, stating that the elder had matters to discuss with him. When Uchiha Qiushan received the message from the elder summoning him, he instinctively understood the situation. First, he created a shadow clone to inform Tsukuyomi, for he feared that the foolish girl might overthink and assume he no longer cared for her after achieving his goals. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan turned and made his way to the elder's residence. Upon his arrival, he found Elder Uchiha Ling already waiting for him in the reception room. Without any pretense, Uchiha Qiushan took the tea the elder had prepared and began to sip, as he had just finished breakfast and felt a slight thirst. The elder did not hasten to disclose the purpose of his summons. Instead, he leisurely accompanied Uchiha Qiushan in enjoying the tea. After Uchiha Qiushan had consumed 2 cups and no longer felt thirsty, the elder began discussing the recent developments regarding the Uchiha clan's exploration of the Isle of Whirlpools. Having just returned from a mission, Uchiha Qiushan was not well versed in the current situation, so he patiently listened to the elder's account. The Isle of Whirlpools had been thoroughly surveyed by the Uchiha clan's dispatched personnel, who had eliminated most of the dangerous large beasts residing there. The remaining creatures posed no significant threat to ordinary Uchiha clansmen, especially given that the island was surrounded by whirlpools and undercurrents, preventing common civilians from settling there. Only a few fugitives and pirates had established covert bases on the island, which the Uchiha forces had efficiently eradicated. Those apprehended were interrogated. Those with severe crimes faced execution, while those with lesser offenses were imprisoned, destined to serve as free laborers when the Uchiha clan began their territorial construction in due time. The second phase of their plan was deemed complete, and the personnel for the third phase had been organized by the elder while Uchiha Qiushan was away on his mission, awaiting his return to facilitate their transfer. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan suddenly recalled something and raised his hand to interrupt the words of the Grand Elder. Uchiha Ling. The Grand Elder noticed Uchiha Qiushan's gesture and ceased his speech, looking at him in perplexity, uncertain of the meaning behind Uchiha Qiushan's interruption. Uchiha Qiushan approached the elder with a hint of perplexity, a sly smile gracing his lips. Elder, he said with a playful tone, allow me to present something to you. Observing the expression on Uchiha Qiushan's face, the elder sensed a mixture of pride and a touch of arrogance. With a sense of hesitation, he nodded, intrigued to see what surprises this individual might unveil before him. Uchiha Qiushan cleared his throat and extended his hand, opening his palm towards the elder. With a mere thought, a vine sprouted forth from his hand, growing rapidly and encircling both Uchiha Qiushan and the elder, swiftly filling the entire reception room. Elder Uchiha Ling was rendered speechless as he witnessed the vine emerging from Uchiha Qiushan's palm. He had never anticipated witnessing would release in his lifetime, especially from a member of the Uchiha clan who had activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The elder stood there, entranced, as the vine proliferated throughout the room, as if his mind had short-circuited, rendering him incapable of any reaction. After Uchiha Qiushan filled the reception area with vines and leisurely sipped his tea, the elder finally regained his composure. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the encroaching vines, confirming their authenticity, dispelling any notion that Uchiha Qiushan was merely employing an illusionary trick. In haste, he retrieved a small scroll from his robe. The clan genealogy he always carried with him, which documented every member of the Uchiha clan. To conserve space, the text was inscribed in minuscule script, akin to the size of green beans. After all, the Uchiha clan excelled in the Sharingan, rendering the issue of presbyopia irrelevant. As the elder quickly searched through the genealogy, he muttered under his breath, "This cannot be, this cannot be. I distinctly remember the genealogy of every important member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Qiushan, tracing back 3 generations, is indeed of pure Uchiha lineage. I must double-check. Perhaps I have overlooked something, or has my memory begun to fail me? Such a significant matter could not have escaped my notice. Yet, it is perplexing. If any Uchiha had ever allied with the Senju clan, how could I possibly forget such a crucial detail?" Uchiha Qiushan sipped his tea while casting a bemused glance at the industrious elder, exclaiming in exasperation, "Elder, there is no need for further investigation. I, Uchiha Qiushan, am a true descendant of the Uchiha clan, with no traces of Senju blood in my veins." However, the elder paid no heed to Qiushan's protestations. To him, mere words were insufficient. How can one claim to be devoid of Senju lineage when they have awakened would release? He thought skeptically. The elder merely shot Qiushan a fleeting glance before returning to his task, engrossed in the clan's genealogical records. He held the scroll uncomfortably close to his eyes, and despite having no apparent vision issues, he appeared to struggle as if he were afflicted with presbyopia. Uchiha Qiushan found himself somewhat exasperated by the indifference of the elder, rolling his eyes before resuming his tea, patiently awaiting the elder's completion of the clan genealogy. Time slipped by, and after consuming 2 pots of tea, just as he felt the pressing need to relieve himself, the elder finally lifted his gaze from the scroll. Elder Uchiha Ling, appearing somewhat fatigued, closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation, stating, "Speak." How is it that you possess wood release? I have examined 3 generations of your ancestors, all of whom belong to the pure Uchiha lineage. I then traced back another 3 generations, only to find the same. I cannot delve further, as it would encompass a significant portion of the Uchiha clan, which proves to be futile. The Senju bloodline cannot possibly awaken in you after 6 generations. The dilution is too great to meet the conditions for wood release. Chapter 87. The Elder's concerns. Uchiha Qiushan finally caught the attention of the elder, who had been reluctant to lift his gaze. Setting down the cup in his hand, he remarked, "This is quite a lengthy tale." The elder, noticing Uchiha Qiushan's lack of decorum, glared with intensity, emphasizing his words, "Then make it brief." Uchiha Qiushan, in a state of urgency, addressed the elder with utmost sincerity, stating, "I have replicated it." Following this declaration, he fell silent. The elder, after a brief pause, observed Uchiha Qiushan's silence and inquired, "Is that all?" Uchiha Qiushan nodded earnestly. "There is nothing left." The elder's forehead immediately bulged with veins, and he gritted his teeth as he demanded, "Where is it? Who did the copying? How were you able to replicate it? Explain yourself clearly. If you do not, you shall not leave here today." Upon witnessing the urgency of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan refrained from jesting further. The elder had always treated him with kindness, and the thought of facing his wrath left Qiushan with no choice but to speak earnestly, albeit with some reservations. The elder was likely aware of the moniker Qiushan had acquired, known as the Eye of Reproduction. After the awakening of his Mangeki Sharingan, he had unlocked a unique ocular technique named Eye of Reproduction, which allowed him to replicate certain bloodline limits and secret techniques to a limited extent. The elder was taken aback upon hearing about the capabilities of Uchiha Qiushan's ocular technique, recognizing its formidable potential. When utilized effectively, it could significantly enhance one's strength. Nevertheless, the elder refrained from interrupting Qiushan, gesturing for him to continue his account. Uchiha Qiushan received a subtle indication from the elder and then proceeded to speak. "Recently, I reported to the 3rd Hokage and subsequently joined the Umbu. Upon my entry into the Umbu, I fortuitously encountered a member who possessed the rare ability to utilize wood release, a technique solely mastered by the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I suspect he may be a descendant of the Senju clan, strategically placed within the Umbu by the 3rd Hokage. Coincidentally, I have awakened the ocular technique known as the Sharingan, which allowed me to discreetly follow him on several occasions, observing his practice of wood release in the training grounds. I successfully replicated his wood release techniques. However, upon careful observation and comparison with the records left by our Uchiha clan, it is evident that the wood release employed by this ninja pales in comparison to that of Senju Hashirama. If Hashirama's wood release is deemed to be of the Super Kage level, then the abilities of this wood release ninja can merely be classified as that of an elite ninja, falling short of even reaching the Kage tier. Uchiha Qiushan naturally cannot disclose that he has already ensnared both the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, compelling them to summon that would release ninja for him to replicate. Were the elder to realize that he is, in essence, the de facto leader of Konohagakure, he would promptly align himself with this truth, integrating the Uchiha clan members into the village, thereby establishing Uchiha dominance over Konohagakure. After all, this has long been the cherished aspiration of the elder generation of the Uchiha clan. After great effort, Uchiha Qiushan managed to extricate the Uchiha clan from the quagmire of Konoha village, ensuring that they would not return. Now, it is essential for the Uchiha clan to quietly develop on Yuzushio Island. When Uchiha Qiushan attains the 6 paths level and can contend with the Sage of 6 Paths, it will be time to emerge. The elder remained silent after Uchiha Qiushan finished speaking, lost in contemplation. The atmosphere in the reception room became still, interrupted only by the sound of the elder's index finger occasionally tapping on the table. Uchiha Qiushan, too, refrained from speaking and discreetly retracted the vines that had encircled the room. After a moment of reflection, the elder suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I did not expect the existence of wood release, nor that the 3rd Hokage would keep it hidden. That old man is quite shrewd. Since he concealed a wood release ninja within the Umbu, there must be a purpose behind it. Qiushan, although your strength is formidable now, you must exercise caution during missions in the Umbu. Once our Uchiha clan has completely relocated from Konoha village, you need not engage in pretense with the 3rd Hokage. You can return directly." Uchiha Qiushan did not refute this, but instead smiled and said, "It is of no concern, elder. Within the Umbu, one can encounter numerous intriguing events, and I shall also gain valuable experience. You are well aware of my current strength. I am among the elite, even within Konoha. Unlike the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, who would not lightly act against me without absolute certainty, I am, at least in name, an aide to the 3rd Hokage. He would not treat me unjustly on the surface." Elder Uchiha Ling acknowledged the truth in Qiushan's words, allowing his worries to dissipate. Then, as if recalling something significant, he adopted a serious expression and inquired, "Now, tell me, what is the nature of your ocular technique? Such a crucial ability, when wielded effectively, could elevate your prowess to new heights. Why not consult with me, an old man?" Though my strength may not rival yours, my life experiences are far broader. I could at least offer you guidance and suggestions." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan could only nod in acknowledgement. He could not reveal to the elder that his understanding of the ninja world was far deeper, encompassing even the subsequent developments of the plot. Thus, he explained the capabilities of his ocular technique, the Eye of Rewriting. The elder, upon learning about the function and limitations of Uchiha Qiushan's ocular technique, fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself, "When it comes to secret arts and bloodline limits, undoubtedly, the most formidable are those of the 5 great nations and their successive kages. Among them, the second and third Tsukuyomi's fusion of earth, fire, and wind attributes stands out prominently. Furthermore, the second Tsukuyomi's unique technique of invisibility, known as nothing, holds significant value. Alas, he has perished, and there are no reports of anyone inheriting this jutsu. Additionally, the third and fourth Raikage's secret art, lightning armor, is commendable during the third's lifetime. It earned him great renown, reputed to be capable of contending with tailed beasts. This merits consideration. There is also the fusion of water and lightning attributes. The storm release from their village, which exhibits considerable power and deserves experimentation. The current 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, possesses the boiling and dissolving techniques, which are quite effective, along with the ice techniques from their village. Moreover, the 3rd Kazakage's magnetic release boasts substantial power and offers the advantage of flight. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the elder, who was engrossed in his murmurs, feeling no annoyance but rather a sense of joy. It was comforting to know that someone cared, using their life experiences to pave the way for him, solely to enable him to venture further. At that moment, the elder suddenly recalled something and inquired of Uchiha Qiushan, "What was your intention in showcasing the wood release technique you replicated? You do not strike me as someone who seeks to boast for the sake of boasting." Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing the words of the elder, helplessly patted his head. After a lengthy discourse, they finally arrived at the crux of the matter. Uchiha Qiushan surveyed his surroundings. This was not a suitable place for revelation. Thus, with the elder's consent, he led him into his elevated realm, the Takamagara. Chapter 88. The 3 rooms and 1 hall technique and the barrier technique. Elder Uchiha Ling stood at the pinnacle of the Takamagara Island, gazing out over its expanse. Although this is not my first encounter with this space, it remains breathtaking. Qiushan, your ocular technique resembles a divine gift bestowed upon you, and you, indeed, are the chosen one of the gods. It is your arrival that has salvaged the entire Uchiha clan. Furthermore, I sense that this island has grown considerably since my last visit. It appears your power has undergone a substantial transformation. Henceforth, this world belongs to the youth. Strive diligently. Qiushan. Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Qiushan could only nod in response. He then led the elder to a clearing, stating, "Elder, the reason I have brought you here is that while I was previously replicating the wood release technique, I inadvertently copied this jutsu as well." Without waiting for the elder to respond, Uchiha Qiushan performed the necessary hand signs and unleashed the wood release, 4 pillars house. In mere seconds, a wooden house, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate a family of 5, rose from the ground before the elder's eyes. Uchiha Qiushan perched atop the roof of this newly conjured abode and inquired, "Elder, what do you think of my technique?" The elder stepped inside the house, raised his hand to knock on the pillars and walls, and expressed his astonishment. "The quality is quite remarkable. This wood release technique is unfamiliar to me. It appears to be a creation of the original wood release ninja, and it is well suited for establishing a clan's territory." He then looked up at Uchiha Qiushan on the roof and asked, "Is the consumption of this wood release technique substantial? Will it have any adverse effects on you?" Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Uchiha Qiushan leapt down from above, brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands, and replied, "The consumption of this wood release technique is minimal. With the chakra I currently possess, I could easily construct several hundred such wooden houses. Furthermore, this technique has an upgraded version that, if utilized, could enable us to establish a dwelling capable of accommodating our entire Uchiha clan overnight." The elder, upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, could not help but circle around the wooden house twice, confirming its quality. He then remarked, "If that is the case, the pace of our Uchiha clan's relocation can indeed be accelerated. Now, once we select an appropriate site for our clan, we can swiftly level the land using earth release and promptly construct our new ancestral home." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy. This was the first occasion since he had mastered wood release that he could put it to practical use. Subsequently, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja bag, a smile gracing his face as he presented it to the elder with an air of reverence, exclaiming, "Elder, do take a look at this." The elder regarded Uchiha Qiushan with a look akin to that of a curious child, eagerly accepting the item from his hands and unfurling it to inspect its contents. However, as soon as the elder caught a glimpse of what lay within, he swiftly rolled the scroll back up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Uchiha Qiushan. He could hardly fathom that Uchiha Qiushan had managed to acquire something of such immense significance. Uchiha Qiushan observed the astonished expression of the elder and chuckled softly. It was no wonder the elder was taken aback. Within the scroll lay the highly confidential barrier technique of Konoha, extracted from the records provided by the third Hokage. The barrier encircling Konoha, which serves to repel external threats, relies entirely on this technique. With it in hand, the Uchiha clan's territory could be deemed impregnable. While the barrier formed by this technique may not withstand exceedingly formidable foes, it would nonetheless alert them to any intrusions and reveal their precise location. The elder examined the scroll repeatedly, ultimately stowing it away as if it were a treasured artifact, for the Uchiha clan was in dire need of such a resource. Naturally, Uchiha Qiushan did not expect this barrier to thwart enemies like Kuro and Haku, as well as Nagato and Tobi. However, such adversaries were scarce in the vast ninja world, and the utility of the barrier technique remained significant. Uchiha Qiushan, accompanied by the elder, leisurely explored the confines of this space before finally emerging. Upon their return, they found the tea on the table had grown cold. The elder promptly replaced it with a fresh pot of tea, resuming their discussion with Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan accepted the teapot from the hands of the elder and poured tea for both the elder and himself. Only then did the elder speak. With this, the relocation of the Uchiha clan becomes considerably simpler. Qiushan, once they have leveled the selected clan land, it will be up to you. However, we cannot rely solely on you in the future. This time, we shall depend on you, but in times to come, they must all contribute. Otherwise, they may develop a lazy and complacent disposition. Uchiha Qiushan nodded in agreement, having contemplated the matter himself. He understood that he was not a caretaker. While he could assist once, it was unreasonable to expect him to do so repeatedly. Such a burden not only weighed on him, but also fostered a detrimental atmosphere within the Uchiha clan, encouraging a reliance on others for every matter. Now was a crucial time for the Uchiha clan to unite and strive together. Cultivating such a dependency would be profoundly detrimental to the clan's development. Once the two had concluded their discussion on the recent affairs of the Uchiha, the elder chuckled and remarked, having addressed the official matters. It is now time to speak of personal affairs. Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan internally rolled his eyes, fully aware that the old man had sought him out early in the morning for ulterior motives, likely as he had surmised. Noticing Uchiha Qiushan's silence, the elder, undeterred by the lack of response, cheerfully inquired, "I have heard that you brought a young lady home last night, and that she stayed overnight?" Uchiha Qiushan felt no shame. After all, at his age, it was indeed the appropriate time to establish a family. What was there to be bashful about? Uchiha Qiushan took a sip of tea and remarked, "There's a girl I encountered in the Umbu whom I quite like, and she seems to have feelings for me as well." The elder, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, gathered his thoughts. "Well, you have reached the age where seeking a girlfriend is appropriate. In fact, I have already been looking for a few suitable candidates within our clan, intending to introduce you to them. I did not anticipate that you would find someone outside and bring her back." Pausing for a moment and noticing no sign of disdain on Uchiha Qiushan's face, the elder continued, "I am not opposed to your pursuit of love outside our clan. However, you must realize that as the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan, you serve as a constant example for our people. If all our clansmen were to seek partners outside, while it may prevent our clan from scattering, it would undoubtedly diminish our internal cohesion." Chapter 89. The elder pressures me to find a wife. The elder observed Uchiha Qiushan's expression, aware that at his age, he likely values love above all else. Moreover, given Uchiha Qiushan's remarkable achievements at such a young age, it is impossible for him to lack a sense of pride. A proud person, after all, is often irked by unsolicited opinions. Thus, the elder approached this sensitive subject with caution. Seeing no signs of impatience on Uchiha Qiushan's face, the elder continued, "These matters are inconsequential and will not undermine the foundation of our Uchiha clan. Furthermore, we will soon relocate to the land of whirlpools, making it less convenient to interact with those outside our clan." Uchiha Ling, the elder, gazed into Uchiha Qiushan's eyes, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "The reason I called you here today is something you, with your intelligence, should have already surmised. You are the leading expert and prodigy of this generation of Uchihas. Your talent even surpasses that of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Unlike many of your kin, you have always understood the virtues of humility and discretion. Had any other Uchiha achieved even half of what you have, they would have stirred chaos within the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Your lack of arrogance is precisely why I hold you in such high regard. Given your ability to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, along with the extraordinary strength of your ocular techniques, it is evident that the purity of your Uchiha bloodline is exceptionally high, possibly even surpassing that of Uchiha Fugaku. Therefore, I urge you to consider marrying a girl from our Uchiha clan to continue your lineage. Should you choose a woman from outside our clan to bear your offspring, it may dilute the Uchiha bloodline, and your children might struggle to awaken the Sharingan." As Uchiha Qiushan was about to speak, the elder raised a hand to silence him. "I do not concern myself with how many women you may have outside, nor will I hinder your pursuits beyond our clan. My sole desire is for you to seek one or more women within our lineage, to ensure the continuation of the Uchiha bloodline. After all, with such a high purity of blood, it would be a grave responsibility on my part as the elder if it were to fade away. If there is someone you hold dear, do share it with me. I shall advocate for you. Of course, matters of the heart among the youth are best resolved by them. I firmly believe that given your status, strength, and countenance, there should be no girl within our clan who would refuse your advances. Uchiha Qiushan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? He certainly could not reveal that he had already found a woman from the Uchiha clan, and that she was pregnant with his child. And moreover, she was the wife of his comrade, Fugaku. If the elder were to discover this, he would surely be torn apart. Uchiha Qiushan, in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair. For years, he had maintained a distance from the young women of his clan, fearful that on the fateful night of their annihilation, he might succumb to the temptation to flee. Unexpectedly, that night of doom has passed. Yet the elder has tasked him with the daunting endeavor of finding a wife within the Uchiha clan. How could such a pursuit be so simple? Surely, a foundation of affection is essential. How vexing. After conveying his intentions, the elder dismissed Uchiha Qiushan with a wave of his hand. Uchiha Qiushan stood bewildered on the bustling street. He had initially assumed that the elder summoned him to discuss his relationship with Yuzuki Yukien, but instead, he found himself being urged to seek a wife within the clan to perpetuate their lineage. It seemed that the current clan policy mirrored this sentiment, emphasizing the importance of procreation. The unfortunate Uchiha Qiushan, having assisted Uchiha Fugaku in fulfilling his duties, now faced the same obligation himself. Uchiha Qiushan gathered his thoughts and made his way home, deciding to leave future matters for another time, as he felt no urgency and preferred to take things slowly. By the time he returned home, it was already midday. Yuzuki Yuka had long since awakened and was diligently tidying up the house. After all, Uchiha Qiushan had not resided there for an extended period, and although the overall condition was acceptable, there was still some dust lingering in the corners. The clan had contemplated assigning a maid to assist Uchiha Qiushan with cleaning, boiling water, and preparing meals. However, Uchiha Qiushan harbored certain secrets that he could not reveal. For instance, he often entered a different realm within his home and had previously summoned his sister Meichin in the dead of night through spatial markings. Such matters were not to be disclosed, leading Uchiha Qiushan to politely decline the clan's offer of a maid, expressing his preference for solitude. Reluctant to clean for himself, his home inevitably accumulated a fair amount of dust. Upon rising, Yuzuki Yuka had learned of his whereabouts through the shadow clone left by Uchiha Qiushan, which allowed her to relax. However, upon seeing the dust in his home, she could not contain herself and immediately entered into a vigorous cleaning spree. When Uchiha Qiushan returned, he found that her cleaning efforts were nearing completion. Just as he intended to lend a hand, Yuzuki Yuka prevented him, gently pushing him outside. In the courtyard, Uchiha Qiushan waited for a while until Yuzuki Yuka emerged, having just finished tidying up and taken a refreshing bath. With droplets cascading from her hair, her unadorned face radiated an enchanting beauty, further accentuated by the moisture that graced her features. Once she stepped out, Yuzuki Yuka took Uchiha Qiushan by the hand, and together they ventured beyond the confines of the Uchiha clan's territory, meandering through the bustling commercial streets of Konoha. Having only recently affirmed their relationship, they were still far from the stage of introducing one another to their families. After spending an afternoon strolling and enjoying a meal together, Uchiha Qiushan escorted Yuzuki Yuka to her doorstep. Gazing at Uchiha Qiushan, her eyes seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. In a moment of silence, she leaned in and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him before turning to return home. Uchiha Qiushan watched as Yuzuki Yuka entered her home, then turned to make his way back inside. The elder had already prepared the third team, awaiting their assembly at the South Shrine the following morning, where he would transport them using his ocular techniques. Fortunately, his Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and both his ocular power and chakra were significantly stronger than when he had previously sent the second team. Otherwise, managing such a large group would have caused considerable strain on his eyes. Moreover, this journey to the land of whirlpools would also allow him to gather the fruits of his cultivation of Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques. After several days, Uchiha Itachi should have acclimated to his Mangeki Sharingan, and the techniques within should have already matured. Thus, during this expedition to the land of whirlpools, he intended to replicate Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques as well. Itachi Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan awakened earlier than depicted in the original narrative. It remains uncertain whether this alteration will influence his ocular techniques, and whether he will still possess the previously established abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Qiushan is filled with anticipation. Regardless of whether it is the original ocular technique, he will eagerly accept it. After all, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan still requires sustenance to evolve into the legendary Rinnegan. Chapter 90. The Divine Might of Uchiha Qiushan. Upon returning home, Uchiha Qiushan did not linger within the confines of his dwelling. Instead, he left behind a shadow clone to feign rest. while he himself turned and ventured into the realm of Takamagara. Here, Uchiha Qiushan could finally relinquish his burdens. After all, in the outside world lurked Uchiha Obito, a master of space-time ninjutsu, alongside Kagaya's third progeny, Black Zetsu. Both were capable of approaching him undetected. Although Uchiha Qiushan possessed remarkable spiritual awareness, the millennia-old Black Zetsu and the inheritor of Uchiha Madara's legacy, Uchiha Obito, were formidable adversaries. It remained uncertain whether they could circumvent his heightened senses, thus prioritizing his safety. Uchiha Qiushan sought refuge in the Takamagara space for rest. It is worth noting that the previous night, while accompanying Yuzuki Yuin in repose, he had remained on high alert, even leaving 2 shadow clones outside for protection. In truth, had Uchiha Qiushan acquired the Vortex clan's innate ninjutsu, Kagura Shingon, he would have no fear of ambushes. This innate skill could be regarded as the pinnacle of perceptive ninjutsu, functioning as a passive ability that could remain active at will, with minimal energy expenditure, thus imposing no burden upon Uchiha Qiushan. Uchiha Qiushan harbored a profound desire for the unique bloodline and physique of the Uzumaki clan. In pursuit of replicating the perfect Uzumaki traits, it was imperative for him to first ensure that Uzumaki Xiangling restored her health. Only then could he aspire to replicate the bloodline attributes of both Uzumaki Xiangling and her daughter, as well as Uzumaki Naruto, thereby attaining a more flawless essence of the Uzumaki lineage. However, a tinge of regret lingered within him, for Uzumaki Qiushan had already passed, rendering her revival impossible. Had she been alive, the Uzumaki bloodline he would acquire could have been even more exquisite. Moreover, even if Uchiha Qiushan were to exert tremendous effort in resurrecting Uzumaki Qiushan, by that time, he would likely have ascended to the 6 paths level, at which point the significance of such bloodlines would diminish, as the bearers of these legacies would typically only reach that same level. Nonetheless, to be prepared for any eventuality, Uchiha Qiushan resolved to make the necessary arrangements for the potential revival of Uzumaki Qiushan, just in case the need arose. He firmly asserted that his intentions towards Uzumaki Qiushan were not driven by any inexplicable desires, but rather by a prudent sense of caution. In truth, had Uchiha Qiushan been devoid of morality or regard for human life, he could easily have filled the space of Takamagara with dozens or even hundreds of individuals to serve him, as his eternal Mangeki Sharingan granted him the power to manipulate ordinary people at will. However, Uchiha Qiushan's conscience would not allow him to indulge in selfish desires at the expense of others' lives. Upon returning to the villa in the realm of Takamagara, Uchiha Qiushan completely relaxed and adopted a languid demeanor. He brewed himself a pot of tea and prepared a platter adorned with an assortment of fruits and nuts. Utilizing his wood release technique, he conjured a reclining chair for his comfort. Thus, Uchiha Qiushan placed the chair on the balcony, with a nearby table laden with snacks. As he reclined, sipping tea and indulging in treats, he retrieved the clan history of the Uchiha and began to peruse it as if it were a novel. The following day, Uchiha Qiushan arrived early at the Nana shrine. He had no choice. After being reprimanded by the elder the previous day, he was determined to engage actively in the significant matter concerning the relocation of the Uchiha clan. He certainly did not wish to provoke the elder's ire once more. Upon his arrival at the Nana shrine, he found the elder waiting there, already anticipating his presence. However, the members of the third team had yet to gather. This was to be expected, as the third team could not be compared to the second. The second team comprised elite Uchiha ninjas tasked with battling on Yuzu Island and eliminating wild beasts. Conversely, the third team was not only significantly larger, but also assigned to establish the future clan territory in a pre-selected location. Most members of the third team possessed specialized skills, particularly in construction, and thus could not be held to the same standards as combat personnel. Consequently, the elder did not express frustration at the disarray of the third team, recognizing that differing roles necessitated varying expectations. When Uchiha Qiushan entered the Nana shrine, the elder spotted him and, pleased to see him arrive so early, nodded in greeting with a smile. Upon arriving at the South-He Shrine, Uchiha Qiushan did not simply remain idle. Rather, he took the opportunity to explore the premises once more. Previously, he had uprooted the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths and cast it into his own space, leaving behind a gaping hole that had since been filled. It remains uncertain whether the elder had a hand in this restoration, though he had not inquired about the stone tablet from Qiushan, who feigned ignorance. Upon completing his exploration of the shrine, Uchiha Qiushan returned to the gathering place where the members had assembled. Upon his arrival, they greeted him with polite salutations. After all, he was the vice leader of the Uchiha clan and its foremost expert, having recently vanquished a group led by Shimura Danzo, who had long been adversaries of the Uchiha, thereby granting his kin a sense of relief and respect towards him. Since the elder had already briefed them on the matters at hand, Qiushan wasted no time. He activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and directed his gaze towards the assembled crowd, employing the ocular technique, Takamagara. In a single, fluid motion, he transported the neatly arranged assembly of several hundred individuals into his own space. After sending them all to Takamagara, Uchiha Qiushan blinked, feeling no discomfort in his eyes, which brought him a sense of joy. Ever since he had knocked Kakashi unconscious and replicated the ocular technique Kamui, Uchiha Qiushan had not only acquired a space akin to the Kamui dimension, but also gained spatial attack skills, enabling him to distort and tear the fabric of space, along with the individuals or objects nearby. Consequently, his ocular technique, Takamagara, had also received a significant enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly transfer hundreds of people into his space at once. Moreover, perhaps due to his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his Kamui proved far more effective than Kakashi's, which required lengthy preparation. Wherever his eternal Mangeki Sharingan gazed, he could instantaneously rend that location, or, by exerting more ocular power, forcibly transport the target into his Kamui dimension. Chapter 91. Comrade Fugaku cast a glance at me. The newly acquired Kamui space of Uchiha Qiushan bears a striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Obito. It is devoid of any substance, serving perfectly as a spatial prison capable of ensnaring individuals within. Once one is ensnared, their fate rests entirely in the hands of Uchiha Qiushan, rendering their life or death at his discretion. Even if a tailed beast were to be confined within, there would be no concern of their escape. However, this Kamui space is not without its flaws. It is incapable of containing those proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Should one possess a spatial marker akin to that of the fourth Hokage within the ninja realm, they can exert a considerable amount of chakra to extricate themselves from the Kamui space. Conversely, those lacking any mastery of space-time ninjutsu must remain obediently within, hoping that the master of the space does not forget them, lest they perish from starvation within its confines. Upon examining his own eyes, Uchiha Qiushan was about to venture into the space of Takamagara when he suddenly noticed that the Grand Elder had already approached him. Uchiha Qiushan momentarily postponed his intention to journey to Takamagara as he turned his gaze toward the approaching elder. The elder arrived before Uchiha Qiushan, gesturing toward himself and stating, "This time, I too shall accompany you to the Isle of Whirlpool. Please include me in your company." Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Uchiha Qiushan realized that the Grand Elder's attire was unlike his usual garb. He had donned a battle uniform, indicating that he was evidently well prepared. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the Grand Elder with a look of puzzlement, recalling that during their discussions the previous day, the Grand Elder had not mentioned any intention to accompany them to Uzumaki Island. Sensing Qiushan's bewilderment, Grand Elder Uchiha Ling replied with irritation, "Do you think I wish to go? Is it not preferable for me to remain here in a position of authority? I only learned last night that Uchiha Fugaku, that scoundrel, left his pregnant wife at home while he ventured to Uzumaki Island to lead our clan in expansion. Am I truly such a heartless individual? My purpose in traveling to Uzumaki Island is to bring him back, so he can spend more time with his wife." Upon hearing the words of the elder, Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback, suspecting that the elder had already uncovered the matter between him and Sister Meichin, subtly alluding to it. However, as he scrutinized the elder's expression, he realized that he was merely alarming himself. The elder was simply engaging him in conversation, without harboring any suspicions. Nevertheless, an uncomfortable sensation lingered within Uchiha Qiushan. He was acutely aware that Sister Meichin's pregnancy bore no relation to Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to voice his dissent, for the elder's actions were, in every aspect, justifiable. Nonetheless, the mere thought of Uchiha Fugaku cohabiting under the same roof as Sister Meichin unsettled him deeply. Yet, the idea of unprovokedly taking Uchiha Fugaku's life was beyond his capacity. After all, he had erred, and he already felt a profound sense of guilt towards Uchiha Fugaku. It would be unjust for him to impose the ultimate sacrifice of death upon Fugaku due to his own missteps. Uchiha Qiushan pondered for a moment and formed a plan in his mind. Without uttering a word, he promptly led the elder into the realm of space. Once they entered the high heavens, Uchiha Qiushan cast a glance around. He observed that the newly arrived several hundred Uchiha clansmen, despite engaging in hushed conversations, remained remarkably composed and did not wander aimlessly. Upon the elder's arrival, he surveyed the surroundings and was taken aback. The environment was entirely different from what he had previously encountered. It became evident that these hundreds of individuals were enclosed within a vast, confined space. Thick wooden planks surrounded them on all sides, above and below, while torches affixed to the walls served as the sole source of illumination. The elder glanced around and leaned in, whispering into Uchiha Qiushan's ear, "What on earth have you gotten us into? Where are we?" Uchiha Qiushan was taken aback upon encountering the elder, a chuckle escaping his lips. He proceeded to elucidate, "Elder, please do not be alarmed. We are still on the same island. This is a secluded wooden cabin I constructed using wood release last night, specifically designed to facilitate the relocation of a substantial number of our clansmen. As you are aware, this island serves as my safeguard. Minimizing exposure is imperative. This way, our clansmen will merely perceive it as a transit point for space-time ninjutsu, without suspecting it is another realm entirely." The elder nodded in approval upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's words, acknowledging, "You have done remarkably well. To conceive such a strategy demonstrates great thoughtfulness. In the ninja world, one must always retain a few hidden cards. Otherwise, once the enemy uncovers all your secrets, your demise is imminent." Uchiha Qiushan, having gained the approval of the elder, felt a sense of pride. Believing his efforts from the previous night to establish this location were not in vain, he promptly escorted the elder to the island of whirlpools. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and the others, who had been informed in advance, awaited their arrival on the island. However, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback to see the elder accompanying Qiushan, as he had not anticipated such a visit. Rushing forward, he inquired, "Elder, what brings you here?" Given that the elder typically resided in the clan's territory in Konoha, Fugaku feared there might have been an urgent matter. At that moment, the elder pulled Uchiha Fugaku aside for a private admonition. After all, Fugaku was the clan leader and deserved consideration, especially since he had left his pregnant wife behind to lead his kin in expanding their territory. Although the method was questionable, the spirit behind it was commendable. Unbeknownst to the elder, Fugaku's commendable spirit was somewhat forced, as he had not been intimate with his wife for many years and was unaware of her pregnancy. As the elder began his conversation with Fugaku, Uchiha Qiushan, feeling a twinge of guilt, cast a quick glance before greeting Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, who were waiting nearby. He then moved to a vacant area, where he began to transfer the clan members from the realm of Takamagara. After Uchiha Qiushan successfully relocated his clan members, he cast a fleeting glance at the elder and Uchiha Fugaku. Their eyes met, and Uchiha Qiushan offered an awkward smile before hastily engaging in conversation with Uchiha Shisui, who stood nearby. The clan members, who had just been transported by Uchiha Qiushan, were profoundly awestruck upon witnessing their surroundings and the vast ocean in the distance. Having rarely ventured far from home, let alone encountered the sea, they were deeply moved by its boundless expanse. They had merely received instructions to gather at the South He Shrine for the purpose of establishing a new clan territory, never anticipating that in the blink of an eye, they would find themselves on this island, gazing upon the legendary ocean. Chapter 92. The rewritten Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Qiushan approached Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Before uttering a word, he opened his arms wide and embraced Uchiha Shisui with fervor, subsequently delivering 2 hearty pats on his back, as if to convey that mere words could not sufficiently express his emotions. Uchiha Shisui felt the warmth emanating from Uchiha Qiushan, and even his usually serene visage broke into a genuine smile. After all, geniuses often walk a lonely path, and Uchiha Shisui, a prodigy in his own right, cherished only a select few friendships, with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Qiushan being among them. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan had not betrayed Shisui's trust. He had rescued both him and the entire Uchiha clan from the abyss of death and annihilation. It is worth noting that Uchiha Shisui regarded his kin as more precious than his own life, and for having saved the Uchiha clan, Qiushan had earned Shisui's unwavering loyalty. Thus, although Uchiha Shisui remained silent upon Qiushan's arrival, a heartfelt joy radiated from him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi observed quietly from the sidelines, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he witnessed the embrace between the two. In recent days, while executing missions and exploring the entirety of Whirlpool Island with Shisui, Itachi had learned of Qiushan's deeds, which profoundly moved him. He had never anticipated that. Apart from his esteemed brother Shisui, another individual was diligently striving to salvage the Uchiha clan and successfully mediating the tensions between them and the village. When Shisui recounted the tragic fate of his own demise and the potential extinction of the Uchiha clan, Itachi had briefly questioned whether Qiushan had deceived Shisui and the others. However, the evidence was compelling. Shisui had never revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, and Itachi himself awakened his own Manjiki due to Shisui's death. The attitudes of the Uchiha clan members towards Konoha further illustrated that Qiushan indeed possessed a unique foresight into the future regarding Itachi's own destiny. Although Qiushan had never explicitly stated it, being the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader and a prodigy in his own right positioned him as the undeniable heir. In the event of the clan's demise, Konoha would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Thus, Itachi's fate seemed to oscillate between death and becoming a rogue ninja fleeing the village. Consequently, he was wholeheartedly in favor of the Uchiha clan separation from Konoha and relocation to Whirlpool Island. This way, Shisui would not have perished, the Uchiha clan would evade annihilation. His parents would remain alive, and his beloved younger brother Sasuke could grow up in health and safety. Furthermore, Itachi would no longer find himself caught in the crossfire between the Uchiha and Konoha, avoiding the painful necessity of betraying one of the two factions he held dear. Additionally, the enigmatic figure lurking in the shadows, who had been observing the Uchiha clan, would likely be rendered quite impotent by this new development. Itachi contemplated this mysterious individual, who had either been discovered by him or had purposely drawn his attention, remaining ever vigilant. The Uchiha clan's ability to traverse to Whirlpool Island through space-time ninjutsu would not make it an easy feat for this figure to locate them again. Thus, Itachi now regarded Uchiha Qiushan with a profound sense of camaraderie, recognizing that Qiushan had salvaged the lives of his kin, his parents, Shisui, and even the destinies of himself and Sasuke. In Itachi's eyes, Qiushan had become a figure to whom he could entrust his life and hopes. Furthermore, as Qiushan was now also Sasuke's mentor, this bond intensified the closeness of the relationship between Itachi and Qiushan. After Uchiha Qiushan and Shisui reminisced about old times, their gaze shifted towards Uchiha Itachi, who was nearby, bathed in the morning sunlight. Both Shisui and Itachi appeared somewhat weary, a reflection of their arduous experiences on this island over the past week. Having faced numerous challenges without a proper place to rest and rejuvenate, a certain fatigue was inevitable. However, despite their physical exhaustion, their spirits were undeniably vibrant. Following the resolution of the intricate conflicts between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and after days of laborious transformation, the brooding aura that once enveloped Uchiha Itachi had been completely dissipated. He now radiated warmth and cleanliness, exuding a comforting presence. Moreover, sharing meals and living alongside his clan members on the island of whirlpools fostered a sense of belonging within Itachi, gradually erasing the barriers that had once existed between them. This progress brought him genuine joy from the depths of his heart. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the radiant young man before him, nodding appreciatively. He held high expectations for Uchiha Itachi, whose prodigious talent and strategic acumen stood out even among the elite of the ninja world. However, the burdens he carried were immense. And as time progressed, he developed a palpable sense of nihilism, leading to his untimely demise. Had it not been for these overwhelming weights, achieving the pinnacle of a Kage level would have been a mere trifle for him. Uchiha Qiushan resolved to engage in a conversation with Uchiha Itachi, reminiscing before broaching the subject of replicating his ocular techniques. After all, the techniques of the Mangekyou Sharingan are a reflection of the soul, born from the profound desires within one's heart. Thus, permitting Uchiha Qiushan to replicate these ocular techniques essentially entails exposing one's innermost feelings, a prospect that most individuals would find rather daunting. Uchiha Qiushan, of course, remains oblivious. His standing within Uchiha Itachi's heart is exceedingly elevated. Not to mention the replication of his ocular techniques. Even if provided with a plausible rationale, should Itachi propose to bestow upon him the esteemed Mangekyou Sharingan, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at Uchiha Itachi with a smile, remarking, "Itachi, what do you think of the island I have discovered? Not only is it vast enough to comfortably accommodate our Uchiha clan, but it is also abundant in resources. Even if our clan members were to live in seclusion, disconnected from the outside world, they could easily sustain themselves through hunting, foraging, and cultivating on the island. Furthermore, you may not be aware that the island is encircled by whirlpools and strong currents, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to access. This aspect is highly advantageous for the secrecy and development of our Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha has spent a considerable amount of time on this island, becoming quite familiar with its resources and distribution. Therefore, he holds a sense of satisfaction regarding the island chosen by Uchiha Qiushan." Chapter 93. A preliminary exploration of the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing the inquiry from Uchiha Qiushan, Itachi paused momentarily, gathered his thoughts, and respectfully responded. In response to Lord Qiushan, "I sincerely admire the location you have chosen. This island, in terms of both its seclusion and abundant resources, is more than sufficient to meet the developmental needs of our Uchiha clan. It is indeed an ideal place for retreat and personal growth." Uchiha Qiushan, upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. "There is no need to be so formal. Let us speak freely. From now on, you may address me as elder brother just as you do with Shisui." Itachi Uchiha is, in fact, a person who adheres to rules. Although Shisui Uchiha is merely a few years his senior, his position as the vice leader of the Uchiha clan, as well as his role as Sasuke Uchiha's mentor, places him in a generational hierarchy above Itachi. Furthermore, Itachi holds a deep admiration and respect for Shisui, which is why he addresses him as Lord Shisui. However, Itachi is not an inflexible individual. When faced with Shisui's requests, he hesitated momentarily before gracefully conceding. "All right, brother Shisui." Upon encountering Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Qiushan felt a surge of joy, for this signified that Itachi held a certain degree of respect for him. This realization not only amplified the chances of replicating Itachi's ocular techniques, but also proved advantageous for his future endeavors. At this moment, Uchiha Qiushan parted his lips, yet refrained from uttering a word. Instead, he glanced around hesitantly before addressing Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. "Do not resist. I shall escort you to a more secluded location where we can converse freely." With that, Uchiha Qiushan raised his arm, placing his hand upon the shoulders of Shisui and Itachi. Noticing their lack of opposition, he activated his ocular technique, and, utilizing the spatial imprint he had left on the Isle of Whirlpools, transported the two to the opposite cliff of the island. Uchiha Qiushan released the two individuals, took a few steps, and arrived at the precipice. He gazed into the vast expanse of the ocean in the distance, feeling his heart and mind expand significantly. Here, the vista was unobstructed, and there was no fear of their conversation being overheard. Uchiha Qiushan turned around and addressed Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Now, our plan for the Uchiha clan to relocate from Konoha has been successfully accomplished. Henceforth, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will not be long before our entire Uchiha clan settles on this island." Uchiha Qiushan paused momentarily before continuing. "Therefore, whether it is you, Brother Qiushan, or you, Uchiha Itachi, as members of the Uchiha clan, the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan has elevated your prowess to that of a Kage. Furthermore, even within the ranks of Kage, you stand out as exceptional. Remaining on the Isle of Whirlpools, preoccupied with trivial matters, will not only hinder your growth and strength, but will also impede your future development." Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi nodded silently upon hearing Uchiha Kaisan's words, signifying their agreement. They had already eradicated the threats posed by the Island of Whirlpool, and remaining there would indeed be an extravagant use of their capabilities. Ninjas possess a clear understanding of their own positioning and value. Uchiha Kaisan, observing their agreement with his perspective, continued, "Therefore, in my capacity as the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha clan, I hereby assign you a mission, hoping that you will accept it and execute it with remarkable excellence." Uchiha Kaisan paused for a moment, noticing the grave expressions on the faces of Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi. He then continued, "Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Itachi, I have obtained intelligence through discreet channels. The former leader of the Rain Country, Hanzo of the Salamander, has been assassinated, and the perpetrator is none other than the leader of an organization known as Akatsuki, named Pain. This organization is far from ordinary. Its objective may be to gather the tailed beasts and dominate the entire ninja world. Furthermore, their leader possesses formidable strength, likely at the level of a Kage, and the other members are notorious rogue ninjas within the ninja realm. Thus, I entrust you with the task of investigating this organization and gathering intelligence on them. However, prioritize your own safety above all else. Do not take unnecessary risks. Moreover, some individuals within this organization have set their sights not only on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, but also on our Uchiha clan." At this point, Uchiha Kaisan turned to Uchiha Itachi and inquired, "Itachi, did you not once discover intruders within the territory of our Uchiha clan?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately recalled the enigmatic shadow that had crossed his path. He nodded in affirmation, confirming, "Indeed, I have encountered such an individual, shrouded in mystery, possessing formidable strength." Uchiha Kotoamatsukami nodded and said, "This individual is indeed a member of the Akatsuki organization, which has set its sights on our Uchiha clan. Although we have relocated to the Isle of Whirlpools, making it difficult for them to locate us, there exists no impenetrable barrier in this world. If we continue to remain in seclusion on this island, they will inevitably find us. Therefore, for the sake of both Konoha village and the safety of our Uchiha clan, we must ascertain the true nature of this organization. Only then can we seize the initiative." After speaking, Uchiha Kotoamatsukami gazed into the eyes of Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi, inquiring, "What do you think? This mission is fraught with danger. Do you possess the confidence to see it through?" Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "No problem. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, we shall undoubtedly complete this mission." In truth, the willingness of Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi to undertake this task was partially influenced by their connection to Konohagakure, for they had been raised within the village and had imbibed the teachings of the Will of Fire. Although the Uchiha clan had distanced themselves from the village, it was entirely natural for them to harbor concerns for its well-being. Uchiha Kagami was acutely aware of this sentiment. However, as the de facto leader of Konohagakure, he did not perceive Qiushan and Itachi's actions as betrayal. Moreover, the intelligence regarding the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was deliberately included by him to enhance their motivation and underscore the significance of the mission. Uchiha Qiushan observed the two individuals accepting the task without a hint of hesitation. A faint smile broke through his previously solemn demeanor as he cautioned, "The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, possesses formidable strength. Furthermore, most of the other members also wield power at the level of a shadow, with abilities both enigmatic and potent. Therefore, as you venture into the Hidden Rain village to gather intelligence, it is imperative that you remain vigilant regarding your safety. Do not act recklessly, lest you draw their attention." Upon witnessing Uchiha Kaisan's profound reverence for this organization, Uchiha Qiushan felt an intensified sense of gravity in his heart. He nodded solemnly at Uchiha Kaisan, signifying his commitment to exercise utmost caution. Uchiha Qiushan hesitated for a moment, as if resolutely making a decision, and said, "I shall provide you with a safeguard, so that no matter the circumstances, you will be able to return safely." Chapter 94, Granting the Spatial Mark. Chapter 94, Granting the Spatial Mark. Uchiha Kaisan appeared to have made a resolute decision, contemplating the implications of his actions. After all, should he impose such measures upon Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi, while he might shield them, it could inadvertently foster a sense of dependency within them, adversely affecting their future development. He held great optimism for their potential. Once they matured, it would bode well for the future of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Qiushan reconsidered, acknowledging that survival was paramount to securing a future. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had not returned alive after entering the Rain Village. Although both Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan and reached a level of power akin to that of a Kage, they still lacked the experience that Jiraiya possessed. Moreover, Uchiha Qiushan was confident that both Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi would transcend their feelings of reliance, enabling them to grow authentically. Once Uchiha Qiushan concluded his words without further elaboration, he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In response to the puzzled gazes of Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi, he extended his hand before them, gently waving it to erase the rudimentary spatial mark he had previously inscribed on their foreheads. Subsequently, he proffered his index finger and delicately touched their foreheads, leaving behind a cerulean mark, an elaborate version of the spatial seal. This spatial mark flickered softly a few times before gradually fading away. Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi gently touched their foreheads, sensing an inexplicable anomaly. They faintly perceived that this new spatial mark was distinct from the previous one, thus directing their gaze towards Uchiha Kagami, awaiting his elucidation. The spatial markings bestowed by Uchiha Qiushan upon Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi are akin to those granted to Uchiha Makoto. Both enable passage into his realm. However, he has altered the coordinates within the markings for Qiushan and Itachi, aligning them with the newly acquired Kamui space of Uchiha Qiushan. He is not foolish. Even if he wishes to extend a measure of security to Qiushan and Itachi, he would never grant them the spatial markings of his Takamagara space, as it has perpetually served as his private sanctuary. Only those he holds in absolute trust, individuals controlled by the deity of the heavens, would receive access to the Takamagara markings. He would never leave himself vulnerable. Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan provided a succinct explanation of the capabilities of these spatial markings. For instance, by methodically stimulating the markings with chakra, they could relay simple information to him, akin to Morse code. Furthermore, in dire circumstances threatening their lives, they could directly enter his Kamui space via the markings. However, once within the Kamui realm, they would be unable to exit independently, compelled to await Uchiha Qiushan's arrival to escort them out. Of course, should the situation demand, Uchiha Qiushan could employ his ocular technique, Kamui, to extricate them forcefully. Moreover, there exists an additional function. In times of urgent peril, he can summon them back regardless of their current activities. Nevertheless, this particular ability is seldom utilized by Uchiha Qiushan. For if he finds himself confronted by adversaries formidable enough to warrant such a summons, it is likely that their presence would offer little advantage. It was only then that Uchiha Qiushan and the other realized why this spatial mark felt distinct from the previous ones. In truth, this spatial mark was linked to the realm of Uchiha Kiyama, providing them with a means of escape in the face of insurmountable peril. After Uchiha Qiushan and Teiji Shuei meticulously examined the spatial markings, their expressions turned grave as they addressed the group. The spatial markings I have inscribed upon you were employed only in dire circumstances. It is imperative that you do not cultivate a sense of reliance upon them. Remember, true strength is derived solely from oneself. Should you develop a dependence, it signifies not only the cessation of your path to becoming a formidable warrior, but also alters your mindset during missions, leading to a dangerous complacency that could grant adversaries a lethal opportunity. In light of this, I have instituted a rule. Any individual who returns via the spatial markings during a mission will automatically be deemed to have failed, resulting in a 3-day confinement in the isolation chamber, with further penalties determined based on the specific circumstances. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi recognized the gravity of the situation, standing with unwavering posture, their expressions turning resolute and grave, signifying their understanding. After establishing the necessary regulations, Uchiha Qiushan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, both Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Itachi were rare prodigies of the Uchiha clan. Without the advantages of external forces, even Uchiha Qiushan would find himself retreating in their presence. Ideally, with such an abundance of talent, this generation of the Uchiha clan should herald a time of flourishing. Yet through a series of unforeseen events, rather than thriving, they dwindled to a mere 2 or 3 survivors, eventually leaving only Uchiha Sasuke as the last scion. Furthermore, Uchiha Qiushan struggled to comprehend Uchiha Sasuke's mindset, having aspired since childhood to revitalize the Uchiha clan. Why would he wander aimlessly during a period of tranquility in the ninja world? Shouldn't he be focused on procreating to bolster the clan's numbers? Instead, he bore only a single daughter and ceased further offspring. Did he intend for her to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the Uchiha clan? If she were to marry, would that spell the end of the Uchiha surname? Uchiha Qiushan shook his head, setting aside matters concerning Uchiha Sasuke. The boy was still young and could be gradually educated. instilling in him the virtues of procreation and the importance of carrying forward the legacy of the Uchiha clan. Once he had addressed these matters, Uchiha Qiushan turned his gaze to Uchiha Shisui and inquired, "Shisui, have you disclosed the techniques of my Mangeki Sharingan to Itachi?" Upon hearing Uchiha Qiushan's inquiry, Uchiha Shisui instantly comprehended his intentions. Nevertheless, he shook his head resolutely, stating, "Without your permission, I shall not divulge your information to anyone, including Itachi." Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Qiushan and Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi turned to them with a look of bewilderment. After all, he too possessed the Mangeki Sharingan, and, while he recognized the profound strength and significant enhancement it bestowed upon him, he found it unnecessary to maintain such stringent secrecy surrounding it. Upon observing the expression of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui chose silence, instead directing his gaze towards Uchiha Qiushan, as if to inquire whether an explanation to Uchiha Itachi was necessary. After all, when the time came for Uchiha Qiushan to replicate Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques, it would be imperative to provide him with some clarification. Chapter 95. Amaterasu vs. Tsukuyomi. Chapter 95. Amaterasu vs. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Qiushan, upon perceiving the gaze of Shisui, comprehended his intent and nodded, signaling Uchiha Shisui to convey to Uchiha Itachi the function of his ocular technique. Upon receiving the consent of Uchiha Qiushan, Uchiha Shisui turned to Uchiha Itachi and elucidated the functions of Uchiha Qiushan's two ocular techniques, temporal rift, illusory, and eye of rewriting. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's explanation, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, astonished by the revelation. He had not anticipated that both of Uchiha Qiushi's ocular techniques were so extraordinarily formidable. In comparison, his own abilities seemed somewhat diminished. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend the source of Uchiha Qiushi's prophetic capabilities. After all, he had previously only learned from Shisui that Uchiha Qiushi possessed a precognitive talent, without any awareness that he could glimpse fragments of the future. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi, in a moment of realization, inquired, "So, was the Akatsuki organization also known to Qiushi through his ocular techniques?" Uchiha Shisui noticed Uchiha Itachi's reaction and simply smiled, for he had already anticipated this when Uchiha Qiushan assigned tasks to him and Uchiha Itachi. Upon facing Uchiha's inquiry, Shisui Uchiha nodded and cautioned, "Thus, what I previously stated is indeed the truth, not mere fabrications or false intelligence. Therefore, you and Shisui must exercise utmost caution while undertaking your mission." Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly and directly activated his Mangeki Sharingan, introducing to Uchiha Kai-san, "Brother Kai-san, within my Mangeki Sharingan, two ocular techniques have manifested. The technique of my left eye is called Tsukuyomi. Upon activation, it has the capability to draw the enemy's spiritual essence into my illusionary realm. Within the world of Tsukuyomi, all elements, time, space, mass, and more, are under my dominion. The immense suffering endured by the enemy in my illusion will be reflected upon them, delivering a devastating blow to their psyche. The technique of my right eye is known as Amaterasu. Once invoked, it unleashes formidable black flames through focused gaze. These flames can only be extinguished once the target has been completely consumed, yet this ocular technique imposes a significant strain on the eyes, necessitating caution during its use. Failure to do so may result in irreversible visual degeneration. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi recount the nature of his ocular techniques, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that, although he had inadvertently prompted Itachi to awaken his Mangeki Sharingan earlier than intended, it had not altered the essence of his abilities. This was indeed a comfort, for Qiushan had harbored a deep-seated fear that his presence might have influenced Itachi's ocular prowess in an unfavorable manner. Had Itachi awakened some inferior technique, his future would surely have been cast into shadows. After introducing his ocular techniques, Uchiha Itachi gazed intently into the eyes of Uchiha Qiushan and earnestly remarked, "Brother Qiushan has salvaged the Uchiha clan and saved the life of Brother Shisui. Although he has not divulged the fate that awaits Sasuke and me, given that my parents have been slain, it is likely that our destinies will not be favorable. In this sense, Brother Qiushan has indeed altered the fates of both Sasuke and myself. Thus, I place my trust in him. Despite the limited time I have spent with Brother Qiushan, I, like Brother Shisui, would willingly entrust my very life to him." Itachi Uchiha paused momentarily before continuing. "Now that I am aware of Brother Qiushan's Mangeki Sharingan techniques, I am also willing to share my ocular abilities with him, so that they may serve a purpose in his hands." Uchiha Qiushan gazed into Uchiha Itachi's sincere eyes and earnestly replied, "Rest assured, I shall not betray your ocular techniques." Subsequently, Uchiha Qiushan activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan and adeptly replicated Uchiha Itachi's ocular abilities. At the precise moment he successfully copied the techniques, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully replicated the ocular technique Tsukuyomi. System learning and assimilation in progress. Expected to be usable in 3 hours." Congratulations, host. You have successfully replicated the ocular technique Amaterasu. System learning and assimilation in progress. Expected to be usable in 5 hours. Upon observing the system's prompt, Uchiha Qiushan felt a sense of perplexity. In his view, both Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu were exceedingly practical ocular techniques, their value seemingly comparable. Why, then, did the learning duration for Amaterasu exceed that of Tsukuyomi? It soon dawned upon Uchiha Qiushan that the functionality of Tsukuyomi bore some resemblance to Uchiha Fugaku's ocular technique, illusion, while Amaterasu represented an entirely novel ocular art. Hence, it necessitated a more extensive period for mastery compared to Tsukuyomi. Once Uchiha Qiushan had successfully replicated all of Uchiha Itachi's ocular techniques, he had fulfilled his objectives. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with Shursui and Itachi, advising Uchiha Itachi to take great care of his health and to refrain from excessive use of the Mangeki Sharingan, as overexertion could lead to the onset of his hereditary condition. Witnessing Uchiha Qiushan's repeated admonitions to Itachi regarding his well-being, it was clear that not only Itachi but even Shursui sensed an unusual tension. Uchiha Qiushan possessed a technique for foresight, although he did not explicitly convey the details. Their heightened awareness led them to understand the implications. Something was amiss with Itachi's future health. In that moment, both Itachi and Shursui found their spirits dampened by this unsettling realization. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the two somber individuals before him, gently patting their shoulders as he reassured them, "Do not worry. I am fully aware of the situation and will undoubtedly find a solution." Uchiha Shursui and Itachi are not ordinary individuals. After a brief moment of despondency, they swiftly regained control over their emotions. With the comforting words of Uchiha Qiushan, their fighting spirit was rekindled. After all, the future is not immutable. Even Shursui's death could be altered, and saving Uchiha Itachi's life should not prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Uchiha Qiushan gazed at the two individuals before him, silently contemplating. "Tsunade, the future 5th Hokage. For the sake of Mikoto and my clan, I must bring your journey to an end. I trust you have had your fill of adventures outside. It is time for you to return and assume your rightful place as Hokage. I am certain that your mentor, Yuanfei, would wholeheartedly agree." Uchiha Kaizan gazed once more at the distant sea, savoring the beauty of the landscape. Once Shursui and the other had regained their composure, they let